Chapter 1. Almost slashed for crafting armor. On the outskirts of Jiang City, within a vast scrap recycling station, a voice as crisp and cold as an icy spring interrupted Yang Chuan's reverie. He lifted his gaze, only to behold a pair of long, slender legs encased in black combat trousers, complemented by immaculate military boots. Further up, he encountered a strikingly beautiful face, exuding an air of aloofness. The woman was named Li Weiwan, her features exquisitely refined, yet her phoenix eyes radiated an unmistakable chill that kept others at bay. She was Yang Chuan's superior, a prodigious talent within the Broken Army organization under the Jiang City Disaster Response Bureau and the true proprietor of this recycling station. Is it true that there are no suitable materials from the giant beasts available? Li Weiwan's voice betrayed no emotion, yet her gaze was laced with skepticism. A pang of anxiety gripped Yang Chuan's heart. How could I dare deceive you? There truly are none left, not a single one. You have no idea those mercenary groups have become quite astute, incredibly shrewd. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. In the past, they would toss in all manner of scrap, and there were always some delightful surprises. But now, they inspect everything meticulously before sending it over. Any scrap of potential usefulness is kept for themselves, leaving me no chance to find a hidden gem. Yang Chuan articulated his plight with fervor, as if he were the ultimate victim in this scenario. His words, while exaggerated, held a semblance of truth. After all, a scrap yard seldom offers abundant treasures. Discovering a gem once or twice is fortunate enough, expecting it each time is unrealistic. However, Li Weiwan was evidently not one to be easily deceived. Is that so? She raised an eyebrow, her tone remaining flat. Clang a sudden, sharp sound of metal unsheathing pierced the air. A dazzling blade flashed before him, and Yang Chuan felt an icy chill at his neck. A massive, elaborately designed long knife was poised against his throat. The blade was wide, spanning several meters, glinting with a unique cold sheen of metal. He could distinctly feel the frigid touch of the edge, as if in the next moment his head might part ways with his body. I shall ask once more, is there or is there not? Li Weiwan's voice remained steely. Dare to deceive me, and you know the consequences. Yang Chuan swallowed hard, his heart pounding violently within his chest. He had no doubt that a single misstep in his response would prompt this woman to strike without hesitation. In the realm of the awakened warriors, life was far more fragile than he had ever imagined. Yet he could not speak the truth. That was his only glimmer of hope. Truly, there's nothing left, Boss Li. Li Weiwan's beautiful eyes bore into his, seemingly searching for the slightest indication of deceit within his pupils. The air felt as though it had solidified around them. After what felt like an eternity, the oppressive aura that threatened to crush him gradually dissipated. Li Weiwan retracted her weapon, her expression unchanged as she extended her slender, pale hand toward Yang Chuan, succinctly stating, "Payment." Yang Chuan felt an immense relief wash over him that he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, promptly retrieving a cloth bag from the drawer of the workbench. This bag contained the revenue from the recycling station for the month, every single coin required to be handed over. Li Weiwan weighed the bag in her hands, said nothing further, and turned on her heel, striding towards the exit of the recycling station. Only when the suffocating sense of oppression had completely dissipated did Yang Chuan let out a long sigh, feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He dashed to the door, peering out to the left and right, even holding his breath to listen intently for a long while, before finally locking the door with a resounding clang. Upon completing this task, an expression of exhilaration instantly replaced the tension on his face. He hurried to a seemingly chaotic pile of discarded parts, shifting aside several heavy metal plates to reveal an inconspicuous hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay a palm-sized scale, quietly resting. Yang Chuan gingerly lifted it out. The scale exhibited a profound shade of emerald green, its surface as smooth as a mirror, still refracting a chilling luminescence even in the dim light. Thank goodness, it hasn't been discovered otherwise. It would have been disastrous. Yang Chuan murmured to himself, lingering on the memory. This scale had been unearthed from a heap of colossal beast, remains discarded as refused by mercenaries. At the time, it was obscured by congealed blood and shredded flesh, allowing him to seize a remarkable find. The final piece of the puzzle, he muttered. Once I submit it to the system, I will possess the means of self-defense, and I shall have my very own armor-summoning device. His thoughts inevitably drifted back 3 years. His name was Yang Chuan, an ordinary youth of the 21st century, who, by an unexpected turn of fate, found himself transported to this unfamiliar world. Initially, he believed it to be a modern realm akin to Earth. However, when he witnessed a monstrous creature, dozens of meters tall, descending from the heavens and reducing the bustling streets to ruins, he comprehended the perilous hell into which he had stumbled. In this world, a phenomenon known as spatial wormholes sporadically emerged. Each occurrence brought forth various forms of grotesque, bloodthirsty giants. These colossal beings rivaled mountains in size, their bodies rendered impervious to conventional weaponry. The conventional firearms, which humanity once took pride in, appeared as mere toys before their formidable hides, utterly incapable of even scratching the surface. Just months prior, the city of Jiangcheng had once again faced a terrifying beast calamity. On that fateful day, a lizard-like creature adorned with bone spines roared as it descended. The city was instantaneously transformed into a hellscape, towering buildings crumbling like mere blocks, resilient streets effortlessly shattered beneath its weight. Countless souls were consumed amidst their anguished cries or buried beneath collapsing structures. That apocalyptic scene remains an indelible nightmare for Yang Chuan. Had he not sensed the impending doom and fled with all his might towards the outskirts of the city, he would have surely been reduced to mere pulp beneath that beast's feet. Fortunately, the flame of human civilization did not extinguish in the face of such despair. In the depths of adversity, humanity unleashed astonishing potential. They revitalized martial arts training while achieving groundbreaking advancements in individual combat technology. Thus, the awakened warriors emerged as a formidable force. These individuals, possessing exceptional martial prowess, were further equipped with exoskeletal armor, crafted from cutting-edge technology, wielding weapons forged from the most resilient materials derived from colossal beasts. A team of these warriors could engage in fierce combat with mountain-sized creatures, severing their heads and quelling disasters. The aloof and formidable figure, Li Weiwan, who had nearly taken his life moments ago, was among the most renowned genius awakened warriors in Jiangcheng. It was through her protective presence that Yang Chuan, having traversed through realms, secured a relatively safe position within this scrapyard, thus avoiding becoming fodder for the beasts. In a certain sense, Li Weiwan was both his savior and his employer. The fundamental reason Yang Chuan dared to deceive his superior was due to his awakening of a system. This system bore a simple yet brutal function: to collect designated materials from the beasts, thereby unlocking various capabilities. The primary objective of the system, and the only goal in the novice phase, was to forge an ultimate individual weaponry. By gathering the necessary materials, the system would unlock the first tier of permissions, allowing him to ascend to the status of a powerful awakened warrior and acquire a set of exoskeletal armor uniquely his own. No, in Yang Chuan's estimation, it could not merely be termed exoskeletal armor, it was to be an armor summoner. For this ambition, over the past 3 years, he had discreetly salvaged countless seemingly useless scraps that met the system's criteria, leveraging his work at the scrapyard. Today, the final piece of core material, a dark green scale from an unknown beast, was finally in his possession. Yang Chuan inhaled deeply and solemnly placed it upon the workbench. He silently intoned, "System, I submit the final piece of material." Ding! A chilling mechanical prompt echoed within his mind. Core material abyssal dragon lizards reverse scale detected, requirements met. All materials required for the novice trial task have been gathered. Commencing final construction progress 1-2070-100. Construction complete. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice trial and acquiring the exclusive armor summoner. With the system's notification, the dark green scale began to levitate above the workbench, radiating a dazzling luminescence. Within this brilliance, countless minute particles of light coalesced, reconfiguring and taking form. A metallic artifact resembling a belt, imbued with a silvery black hue and adorned with a dark green crystal at its center, gradually solidified within the luminous aura. It hovered serenely in midair, exuding an aesthetic of science fiction and mystique. Yang Chuan's breath nearly ceased. He extended his hand, trembling as he grasped this treasure, the result of 3 years of toil. The cold metallic sensation coursed through his palm, igniting an instantaneous fervor within his veins. He felt a potent force surging within him, as if beckoning him to pursue an enigmatic truth. In that moment, his heartbeat quickened, and his mind flooded with myriad images, fragments of past memories intertwined with glimpses of future omens. He gripped the metallic object tightly, feeling the peculiar energy it emanated. The sensation was so intense that he found it nearly impossible to extricate himself from its allure. The world around him blurred, leaving only the metal in his grasp, shimmering with a faint yet enigmatic glow. At that moment, he realized he was not merely an observer, but a participant in this unfolding narrative. The wheels of fate were turning, and he was faced with a choice: to continue basking in this power or to relinquish it and return to a mundane existence. This dilemma echoed persistently within him, causing profound inner turmoil. Chapter 2. The First Armor. Shadow Flight. Armor Summoner has bound the host. Yang Chuan. Armor codename has been generated. The voice of the system resonated in his mind, imbued with a solemnity that heralded its significance. Shadow Flight. Shadow Flight. Yang Chuan paused momentarily. With a thought, a translucent panel of pale blue, reminiscent of science fiction, unfurled before him. At its center, a suit of armor, cloaked in a deep, shadowy black, floated serenely, its design both unique and fluid, exuding an aesthetic of power and speed. Each critical component of the armor was highlighted by a faint luminescence, sequentially denoting helmet, shoulder guards, breastplate, arm guards, gauntlets, belt, leg armor, and boots, culminating in the central energy core of the belt, pulsating like a heartbeat. Yang Chuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the energy core. Tentatively, he extended a finger and gently tapped the virtual panel. With a soft hum, the energy core magnified, and a detailed description promptly appeared beside it. Energy Core, Shadow Crystal D-Class. Description: an energy crystal derived from the D-Class Behemoth Shadow Beast, containing pure shadow energy, acting as the core power source for the armor. Shadow Crystal. Upon seeing this name, Yang Chuan's heart involuntarily constricted. A year prior, a company known as the Scavengers had delivered a batch of materials claimed to be completely obsolete from colossal beasts. Amidst the stench of decaying flesh and shattered bones, he discovered the remnants of a behemoth, obliterated beyond recognition. At the time, everyone assumed it was merely an ordinary F-class beast, but he, utilizing the system's scanning function, unearthed the shadow crystal, enveloped in organic fluid and radiating a subdued brilliance, nestled within the creature's carcass. That serendipitous find marked his most significant achievement over 3 years. The value of the shadow crystal could well surpass the cumulative worth of all the materials he had previously gathered. Its rarity made him hesitant to sell it discreetly for fear of inciting deadly repercussions. Ultimately, he submitted the shadow crystal to the system, securing its place as the most vital core of the armor. He subsequently examined the breastplate and helmet, discovering that each component was, without exception, derived from the shadow beast. When his finger rested upon the shoulder guard, the material displayed was Wings of the Gale, sourced from a swift, avian behemoth. Finally, his gaze settled upon the gauntlets, their design sharp and glimmering with a chilling sheen. Gauntlets, Grasp of the Abyssal Dragon. Description: forged primarily from the reverse scales of the Abyssal Dragon lizard, these gauntlets possess extraordinary hardness and energy conductivity. Indeed, Yang Chuan's heart swelled with understanding. The principal material of this gauntlet was the dark green scale armor he had covertly concealed from Li Weiwan. Upon realizing this, he comprehended the origin of the gauntlet's name. The core energy and the main armor were derived from the Ink Shadow Beast, which determined the armor shadow attribute, while materials such as Wings of the Gale utilized in the shoulder plates endowed it with the ability to fly. Thus, it is aptly named Flying Shadow. He shifted his gaze from the schematic of the armor to the detailed performance parameters listed on either side of the panel. Codename: Flying Shadow Type, Flight, Agility, Defense, E-Strength, S-Speed, C-Energy, D-Weaponry, High Mobility, Flight Wings, Flying Shadow Blade Skills, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Dance Frenzy. Hiss. The moment Yang Chuan discerned the data, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In this world, The levels of awakened warriors are officially assessed by the Bureau of Catastrophic Beasts and Strategies, graded from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. And a level awakened warrior typically signifies that their physical attributes have achieved a composite standard of a level proficiency. The Flying Shadow Armor, with its defense and strength rated at E and energy reserves at D, has unequivocally met the threshold for a standard level awakened warrior. What astonished him the most was the glaring letter next to the speed category. Clevel. What does this signify? This implies that in terms of speed, the Flying Shadow Armor has far exceeded a level, and even surpassed the level, reaching heights attainable only by Clevel awakened warriors. In battles against those colossal, fearsome beasts, speed often equates to survival. One can only imagine the horrific scene of an awakened warrior with Clevel speed confronting a horde of level adversaries. The attacks from his opponents might appear as if in slow motion to him, while each of his strikes will become an unavoidable blade of death. This transcends mere advantage. It is a dimensional strike. I've struck gold. This time I've truly struck gold. He suppresses excitement and clicked to view the descriptions of the two skills. Shadow Stealth. Active skill that activates the energy of the ink shadow crystal, allowing the armor and its user to meld into the shadows, significantly reducing their presence and entering a stealth state. Shadow Dance Frenzy mobilizes the body's energy in conjunction with the high mobility flight wings for ultra-high-speed displacement, wielding the flying shadow blade to unleash hundreds of strikes from various angles upon a locked target. Stealth, combined with 100 consecutive slashes as a devastating finishing move. Yang Chuan murmured, undoubtedly, with merely this flying shadow armor, he possessed the strength surpassing that of an level awakened warrior. However, amidst the exhilaration, an undercurrent of unease crept into his heart. He couldn't help but recall the scene from 2 years prior when he had requested Li Weiwan to assist him in testing his martial arts aptitude at that moment. Li Weiwan merely scanned him with a detection device and expressionlessly uttered a few words. Meridians obstructed, vitality and blood are feeble, a mere waste, with no potential for martial cultivation. In this world, the inability to become a martial awakener signified a perpetual struggle for survival, akin to an ant. He had once been engulfed in despair, but the awakening of the system illuminated a new dawn for him. Perhaps the system held a solution to this predicament. With that thought, he hastily closed the Attributes panel and began to explore other functionalities of the system. Soon, he noticed a previously unlit new icon in the corner of the interface armor fusion. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, and a new interface emerged. The layout was straightforward. On the left was a recess emanating a ghostly glow, labeled Fusion Slot, currently empty. To the right was the icon of the Flying Shadow Armor. As his gaze fell upon the descriptive text of the interface, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Armor Fusion Function. This feature serves as an exclusive training aid for the host. By dragging the armor icon into the fusion slot, the system will analyze the core energy of the armor and transform it into the host's most suitable exclusive training method. During the fusion process, the host will continuously receive energy feedback from the armor, gradually strengthening themselves. Training Aid Exclusive Training Method. Yang Chuan's heart raced with exhilaration, as if a pillow had been offered just as he had dozed off. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his finger and pressed down on the icon of the Flying Shadow Armor, dragging it into the left fusion slot. But the moment the icon settled into the slot, streams of dark green energy surged forth from the icon, following the virtual circuit diagram on the panel, ultimately coalescing into a book-like form. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded into Yang Chuan's mind. Ding! Detected armor Flying Shadow. Exclusive technique Flying Shadow Method has been generated. The cultivation technique, named Flying Shadow Method, imprinted itself in his memory as if it were a divine revelation. Every detail and every meridian pathway vividly clear, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. Yang Chuan immediately sat cross-legged, attempting to focus his mind as described in the technique, connecting with the armor summoner in his hand. In the next moment, he felt a cool and pure energy surging from the palm gripping the summoner, flowing through his arm's meridians and gradually entering his body. Wherever this energy traveled, he could distinctly sense his previously obstructed meridians gradually widening. Soon, All the energy converged in his lower abdomen, giving birth to a faint yet immensely resilient new force. This is Chi. Yang Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had succeeded. Moreover, he could feel that as long as he wished, the dark shadow crystal energy within the summoner would continuously flow into his body, supporting him in further cultivation. At this terrifying pace, it would not be long before he officially crossed the threshold into a grade martial awakener. In just a few days, he could achieve what would take an ordinary person years of arduous training. He lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the armor summoner in his palm. He found himself pondering whether he could confront the colossal beast Hedon after summoning the shadow armor. Suddenly, a bold idea took shape in his mind. Chapter 3: Armored Armament. The bustling commercial district of the western city, usually alive with the chatter of its inhabitants, now lay in utter disarray. A chilling and defiant roar pierced the air as a colossal beast, resembling a gigantic pangolin and towering at 10 meters in height, abruptly halted its movements. A deep gash, revealing bone, cleaved through its head down to its abdomen, and dark green blood gushed forth like a fountain. In the next heartbeat, the behemoth collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing the entire street to tremble. With a resounding clang, the crisp sound of metal returning to its sheath echoed. Li Wei-wan stood beside the creature's carcass, casually flicking the remaining droplets of blood from her exaggeratedly large blade. "Clean up the battlefield," she commanded succinctly to the members of the Break Army squad trailing behind her. "Prioritize the cutting of C-grade materials, sort D and E-grade materials by value, and package everything below E-grade." "Understood, Captain." Several squad members, clad in matching black combat attire, promptly stepped forward, retrieving specialized cutting tools from their backs to begin disassembling the beast's remains. Their movements were efficient and precise, clearly a testament to their familiarity with such grim tasks. At that moment, from the shadows of the district, several individuals donned in work attire emblazoned with the term scavenger cautiously emerged. Leading them was a middle-aged man, rubbing his hands together, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile, eagerly eyeing the mountainous corpse of the beast and the formidable team of Li Wei-wan. The scavenger company was Jiangxing's designated logistical organization responsible for post-battle cleanups. Their duty was to remove the carcasses and contaminants of formidable beasts, deemed unworthy by the strong, but perilously hazardous to ordinary folks, once official organizations or mercenary groups concluded their skirmishes. "Captain Li," the middle-aged man ventured cautiously regarding the leftover scraps from this magnificent creature. Without even glancing back, Li Wei-wan's cold voice sliced through the night air. "As per the usual protocol, all waste below D grade is to be sent to the recycling station on the outskirts of the city." "Understood, understood." The scavengers nodded vigorously, bowing slightly. "We assure you, nothing will go amiss." This protocol was well known to every logistical company in Jiangxing. It was common knowledge that this prodigious new star of the Break Army was the true master of the largest recycling station on the city's outskirts, who placed immense value on the source of waste process there. However, at that precise moment, boom! An even more ferocious explosion echoed from the distant western edge of the city, the muffled sound reverberating like a drumbeat against the hearts of all present, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned in unison towards the source of the cacophony, where half the sky was painted a dark crimson by the flames. "What is happening?" Li Wei-wan furrowed her brow, directing her attention to the squad member responsible for communications. That member immediately checked his tactical terminal on his wrist, his expression grave as he reported, "Captain, it's the Western District. Official monitoring has detected the emergence of a new spatial wormhole, and a colossal tiger-shaped beast has descended, moving towards the direction of the 7th Primary School." The 7th Primary School? Upon hearing this name, another team member, who had been cutting materials, paused his actions and furrowed his brow. "That location is over 15 kilometers away from here in a straight line. By the time we reach there, it will be too late. Besides, aren't there several mercenary groups active in the Western District? Shouldn't we leave it to them to handle?" His words garnered nods of agreement from several others. After all, having just endured a high-intensity battle, Their physical strength was severely depleted, and the thought of another long-distance trek was far from appealing. No, Li Weiwan's voice rang out with unwavering authority, leaving no room for negotiation. We must go. She turned, her icy phoenix eyes sweeping over each team member's face. Those civilian companies or mercenary groups hunt giant beasts for materials, for money, for glory. But we are different. Though her voice was soft, it bore a penetrating strength capable of stirring hearts. Protecting the populace and slaying the giant beasts is our sacred duty. At her declaration, all team members stiffened. Assemble. Prepare to depart. Li Weiwan commanded. Yes. The team members laid down their spoils and quickly organized their gear. Meanwhile, in the western district of Jiang City, at the 7th primary school, boom! A beast, exceeding 15 meters in length, its body adorned with alternating black and yellow stripes, rampaged with unrestrained ferocity, destroying everything in its sight. Each swipe of its claws effortlessly tore through concrete walls. Each roar shattered the glass of entire buildings. The once sturdy streets crumbled beneath its feet like brittle cookies. Not far from the chaos, in a classroom of the primary school, dozens of children huddled together, trembling in fear, their muffled sobs starkly piercing the silence of the room. The children at the 7th primary school had sought refuge in the underground shelter as soon as the beast appeared. Only the students in this classroom, caught off guard by the sudden tremor, had failed to evacuate in time and were now trapped. A young female teacher shielded them behind her, her face pale as she clutched her phone, her voice trembling with urgency. Please hurry. That monster. It's getting closer. A calm voice on the other end of the line reassured her. Please remain calm, ma'am. The nearest official team, the Breaking Army, is en route at full speed, but they will need at least another 10 minutes. However, rest assured, we have detected a registered mercenary group, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Team, within 2 kilometers of your location, and they should arrive within minutes. Blood Wolf Mercenary Team. The teacher murmured the name, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Yet, before she could fully exhale her tension, a deafening roar erupted overhead. Boom, crash. The entire teaching building shook violently, dust cascading down from the ceiling. The grotesque head of the colossal beast crashed through the wall of the 3rd floor, intruding with terrifying force. The sheer proximity of horror shattered the children's last psychological defenses, unleashing a cacophony of screams and cries, plunging the entire classroom into chaos. The female teacher, paralyzed by fear, felt her legs weaken beneath her, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that moment of despair, a figure silently emerged beneath the teaching building, not far from the rampaging beast. Clad in an oversized hooded sweatshirt, the hood pulled low, obscuring his features, he did not flee in panic like the others. Instead, he walked steadily against the tide of terrified students, approaching the monstrous creature step by step. A warrior of awakening? The teacher glimpsed this scene through the shattered window, her heart initially buoyed with hope, only for a deeper despair to wash over her. She understood that the beast possessed unfathomable power, and even the mightiest warriors required a team and intricate tactical coordination to stand a chance against it. One person? To confront such a monster alone? This was not a rescue. It was a death sentence. Yet, the figure below continued to advance at a deliberate pace, each step resolute, devoid of hesitation. Beneath the hood, Yang Chuan's gaze was calm, yet piercing. He felt the frantic heartbeat within his chest, not of fear, but of the suppressed excitement and yearning that had built over 3 years. At last, the day had arrived. He raised his hand, the belt-like summoning device, polished in silver and black with a dark green crystal embedded in its center, now firmly in his grasp. This was the moment. Flying shadow armor. As he walked, he pressed the dark green crystal on the summoning device, calling out a name that ignited his blood with fervor, a name only he could hear. Armored. A soft hum resonated as the summoning device blazed with brilliant light. The dazzling dark green radiance enveloped him entirely, and countless minute particles of light materialized from thin air, converging and reshaping with a life of their own. A sleek black chest plate enveloped him, while wings symbolizing speed unfurled from his shoulders. His arms and legs were encased in indomitable arm and leg armor, and his hands were covered by the grasp forged from the reverse scales of the abyssal dragon lizard, glimmering with a chilling sheen. Finally, a sharply designed black helmet sealed around him, completely shrouding his visage. Almost simultaneously with the completion of his armor, an emotionless electronic synthesized voice emanated from the communicator within the armor, heralding its arrival. Armored. Chapter 4, Dance of Shadows. The dazzling blade light. As the emotionless electronic sound of armored combat fell, the chaotic and tumultuous battlefield seemed to be pressed on pause. The rampaging tiger-like beast halted its destructive actions, a flicker of human-like astonishment flashing in its crimson eyes, evidently startled by the diminutive figure radiating an aura of danger before it. Within the teaching building, all cries and screams abruptly ceased. The children, who had just moments ago been paralyzed by fear, now clung to the shattered windowsills, their wide eyes and slightly parted lips reflecting sheer astonishment as they gazed down at the figure illuminated by the moonlight. This figure was clad in armor of a profound black hue, its design both sleek and fierce, embodying a breathtaking fusion of power and speed. Each joint fit the human form flawlessly, its surface glimmering with a cold, restrained luster. Wow! A bolder young boy broke the silence, his eyes shimmering with admiration. So cool! His exclamation ignited a spark, and the children momentarily forgot their fear, filling the classroom with a cacophony of excitement. The young female teacher, equally astounded, covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. As a citizen of Jiang City, she had witnessed the battles of the disaster response warriors. Yet the style of the armor before her was utterly unprecedented. On the battlefield, Yang Chuan slowly moved his limbs, savoring the surging power coursing through him. It was an extraordinary sensation, unlike anything he had experienced before. The armor itself was not heavy. Rather, it was astonishingly light. He could distinctly feel that every intent of his was perfectly executed and amplified through the armor. Clenching his fist, the gauntlet crafted from the reverse scales of the abyssal dragon lizard imparted an unparalleled sense of solidity. This is my power. Yang Chuan took a deep breath, his hesitation dissipating. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the side of his belt's summoning device. Buzz. The void before him rippled like the surface of water, and a blade approximately 1 meter long, slender and entirely black with a hint of emerald glimmer at the edge, slowly emerged, ultimately being securely grasped in his hand with a satisfying click. It was the exclusive weapon of the Flying Shadow armor, the Flying Shadow Blade. Roar! The tiger-like beast seemed to sense the threat emanating from the blade, unleashing a deafening roar. Its colossal form lunged toward Yang Chuan, a gust of wind kicking up dust and debris around them. Yet, in the face of this mountain-like assault, Yang Chuan stood his ground, unwavering. His legs bent slightly, and in the next instant, he vanished from his spot. The C-class speed was on full display at that moment. To the onlookers, all they could see was a shadowy blur, akin to a streak of black lightning, moving with an eye-tricking swiftness, swiftly circling to the side of the tiger-like beast. Swish! The sharp flying shadow blade traced a perfect arc, precisely striking the relatively softer underbelly of the colossal creature. The resilient hide was effortlessly torn apart, revealing a deep gash that exposed bone, and dark green blood gushed forth. A howl of anguish erupted from the colossal beast, its pain igniting a more furious roar. It violently swung its massive tail, akin to a whip forged from steel, sweeping towards Yang Chuan's position, carving a deep trench into the ground. Yet, this strike met with empty air. Yang Chuan had already vanished again, propelled by the extraordinary agility bestowed by his armor, moving like a specter dancing upon the edge of a blade, swiftly encircling the enormous creature and leaving fresh lacerations with each stroke of a shadow blade. Although the beast's strength was formidable, its cumbersome assaults appeared ludicrously slow in the face of Yang Chuan's C-grade speed. Each powerful paw strike merely struck the ground in vain, sending tremors through the earth, yet failing to graze even the hem of Yang Chuan's attire. Too swift. The teachers in the building watched in astonishment. The shadowy figure darted across the battlefield with ease, each flicker accompanied by the beast's agonized roars and splattered blood. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided farce. The relentless agony had ignited the beast's ferocity. It seemed to abandon its pursuit of the agile opponent, opting instead to wreak havoc indiscriminately upon its surroundings. With a thunderous crash, it charged into a nearby building, half the wall collapsing in a cacophony of rubble raining down like a torrential downpour. It frantically slashed with its claws, shredding streets, shops, and vehicles into mere fragments. The frenzied onslaught unleashed tremendous shockwaves and gusts of wind, sending countless debris hurtling towards the elementary school. Caution! Yang Chuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the beast's loss of reason, leading to indiscriminate destruction. He swiftly positioned himself before the teaching building, brandishing his shadow blade to shatter the incoming massive concrete blocks. Yet, this approach was unsustainable. He glanced at the panicked students within, understanding that swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that technique. With his gaze resolute, Yang Chuan made his decision. He pressed another button on his belt, channeling every ounce of energy within him into the armor's energy core. A soft hum resonated as a pair of highly maneuverable wings, crafted from dark metallic feathers, unfurled from the back of the shadow armor. A surge of power erupted from the propulsion vents of the wings, and Yang Chuan soared skyward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly drawing the beast's attention. Now was the moment. In midair, Yang Chuan pushed the armor's energy to its utmost limits. Shadow Dance. Accompanied by the system's cold prompt, he transformed into an indistinguishable black streak, diving towards the tiger-shaped giant below with a speed that transcended all limits. In that instant, time seemed to slow. The teachers and students within the edifice could only witness a dark silhouette in the sky, which suddenly fragmented into countless shards. An innumerable array of black phantoms encircled the colossal beast, launching a tempestuous barrage of slashes from every conceivable angle. Each fleeting shadow was accompanied by a piercing glint of steel. The cacophony of slicing sounds was so dense it sent shivers down the spine, filling the air with a myriad of verdant knife-like apparitions. In a mere second, hundreds of strikes rained down upon the giant creature's immense form. As the final gleam of the blade faded, Yang Chuan's figure re-emerged on the ground. He stood resolute, weapon in hand, his back turned to the beast, his black armor emanating an aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper under the moonlight. Silence enveloped the scene. 1 second, 2 seconds. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Suddenly, the vast body of the tiger-shaped beast erupted with over 100 gaping wounds, its dark green blood gushing forth like a breached dam, instantly transforming it into a creature of blood. It did not even utter a final cry. The essence of life dissipated entirely. Boom! The mountain-like form collapsed with a thunderous crash, the rising dust signaling the conclusion of this fierce encounter. By the window of the classroom, the young female teacher stood agape, staring blankly at the figure below, her mind a complete void. Chapter 5, Li Weiwan's Shock. Feiing? As the smoke gradually dispersed, it unveiled a battlefield eerily silent. Yang Chuan stood still, steadying his breath, which had quickened due to the extreme exertion of energy. He gazed at the aftermath before him, and even he was taken aback by the formidable power of the Shadow Dance's finishing move. The once fearsome, tiger-like behemoth could no longer be referred to as merely a corpse. It appeared to have been processed by an invisible blender composed of countless blades. Its massive body had been utterly dismembered, shattered into over 100 pieces of varying sizes, mingling with dark crimson blood and viscera, strewn across the ground for dozens of meters around. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. This power exceeded expectations, Yang Chuan murmured to himself. However, it did facilitate the collection of spoils. With a mere thought, a faint blue virtual screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. The screen displayed a grid-like storage space, representing his system's material repository. His gaze swept over the remnants of the colossal beast, and the system began its automatic information analysis. Detected collectible materials, E-rank behemoth-patterned fierce tiger remains. Core materials: pattern tiger beast core, rank, X1, pattern tiger claw, rank, X4, pattern tiger fong, rank, X2. Shall all be collected? Collect all, Yang Chuan silently intoned. In the next moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The scattered remnants of flesh seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, rising from the ground and transforming into streams of light, all vanishing into Yang Chuan's body. Having completed this, Yang Chuan was about to depart when he heard cautious footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the young female teacher emerging from the school building, accompanied by a group of children. Their faces bore traces of dried tears. Yet the fear in their eyes had transformed into pure admiration and gratitude as they looked at Yang Chuan. This esteemed individual. The teacher approached Yang Chuan, bowing deeply, her voice trembling with emotion. Thank you. Truly, we are immensely grateful. If it weren't for you, we all. She became somewhat incoherent with excitement, repeatedly expressing her thanks. Yang Chuan merely regarded her in silence, his thoughts complex beneath the helm of his armor. This was the first time in 3 years since he arrived in this world that someone had expressed such sincere gratitude. Seeing his silence, the teacher gathered her courage to continue. May I inquire? May I know your esteemed name or the organization you represent? The profound kindness shown today will be repaid by all the faculty and students of the 7th primary school. Yang Chuan paused for a moment. He could not reveal his identity. In this world, where lives were as fragile as grass, a sudden appearance of a powerful yet enigmatic lone warrior could easily become the target of scrutiny. He turned away from the crowd, preparing to leave. Esteemed one, the teacher called out urgently. Yang Chuan paused for a moment, leaving behind just 2 words. His voice, synthesized through the armor's electronics, resonated with a deep and mysterious tone, flying shadow. As his words lingered in the air, the high-mobility flight wings behind him unfurled once more, and with a powerful thrust, he soared into the sky like a black meteor, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in an instant. Not long after Yang Chuan's departure, a cacophony of engine roars approached rapidly. Several off-road vehicles emblazoned with a blood-red wolf head insignia raced to the scene. The doors swung open, and a dozen men clad in various combat uniforms, armed with heavy weaponry and exuding an aura of ferocity, leapt out. They were none other than the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, once held in high regard. What the hell is going on? The burly bald man at the forefront surveyed the devastation before him and the desolate battlefield, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. Where's the beast? I received word and rushed over at full speed. Where are the beast cores? The materials? There's not even a hair left. They had come for profit. Yet now, the battle was over, and the most valuable spoils were nowhere to be found. As they muttered curses, additional teams arrived one after another. Some were from other mercenary groups, while others belonged to civilian martial arts organizations, evidently drawn by the commotion. Finally, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a team clad in uniform black combat attire, exuding a commanding presence that overshadowed the others, arrived on the scene. It was the Break Army Squad, led by Li Weiwan. Her appearance silenced the clamor around her. Both mercenaries and other martial artists regarded her with a hint of trepidation. Li Weiwan paid no heed to the others. Her gaze immediately fixed upon the teacher who had been with the students. Tell me everything that transpired, she commanded, her voice as cold as ever yet imbued with undeniable authority. Yes, Lady of the Break Army. The female teacher, seeing the official organization S troops, felt a surge of hope and eagerly recounted everything that had happened. She vividly described how the colossal beast had invaded the school, their despair, and how the mysterious figure had made his entrance. The armor he wore was pitch black, utterly magnificent. I have never seen such equipment. His speed was like a shadow, and that terrifying beast stood no chance before him. In the end, he ascended into the sky, using just one move. Truly, just one move. The teacher animatedly gestured, her hands painting the scene of countless blades, and then the creature shattered into innumerable pieces. He said his name was Flying Shadow. Had it not been for him, all those children would have perished today. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears once more, and she bowed deeply. Please, ensure that the authorities reward this hero appropriately. Surrounding mercenaries and other martial artists exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. One move, he instantaneously killed an E-class beast and shattered it? How is that possible? Li Weiwan's expression remained perpetually calm, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of contemplation within the depths of her profound phoenix eyes. Black armor? A myriad of officially recorded exoskeleton armor models from Yang Chuan flashed momentarily through her mind, but none seemed to match. She approached the site where the colossal beast had fallen, crouching down to delicately pinch a bit of the bloodied earth between her fingers. This is not exoskeleton. The description from her teacher resonated more closely with a new type of individual combat gear. Which company has secretly developed it for practical testing here? Her gaze swept across the surrounding structures, noting the remnants of destruction, particularly the deep, fierce slashes, and her expression grew increasingly solemn. The force capable of inflicting such devastation and instantly dismembering a tiger renowned for its defensive prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary E-class awakened warrior. Shadow, perhaps? Li Weiwan rose, gazing towards the direction in which the figure had vanished, murmuring to herself. Chapter 6. The Dark Web. When Yang Chuan returned to the desolate recycling station in the outskirts, night had already enveloped the landscape. Closing the heavy door behind him, he exhaled a long, weary sigh. The shadow armor quietly disassembled, transforming into a stream of luminous particles that reformed into the sleek, silver-black belt, now firmly grasped in his hand. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, not merely physical exhaustion, but the release of mental tension that had been held tightly. He eagerly settled before his workbench, and with a mere thought, accessed the system's material repository. On the virtual display, the spoils from the E-class striped tiger lay quietly within the storage compartment. The most striking items were 2 half-meter-long fangs, sharp as curved blades, and 4 claws glimmering with a metallic sheen. Undoubtedly, these are the most valuable offensive components from the colossal beast, capable of fetching a handsome price on the market whether sold outright or used in weapon forging. In addition, there was a collection of tiger hide. Though the hide had been fragmented into smaller pieces by the chaotic dance of shadows, its resilient texture and exquisite patterns still held considerable worth. Finally, there was an E-class beast core, still subtly radiating residual energy. Yang Chuan's gaze lingered on these trophies, his mind racing with calculations. He was in dire need of funds, desperately so. To create more powerful armor, relying solely on discrete collection was far too inefficient, heavily reliant on luck. A more dependable approach would be to decipher the system's principles and strategically procure essential core materials from market. Yet, all of this required a vast reservoir of capital to support it. From his initial experience, Yang Chuan had begun to grasp a central principle in the crafting of armor. The emergence of a shadow armor was not mere coincidence. Its core energy stemmed from the ink shadow crystal, while the primary armor was derived from the ink shadow beast. Both materials contained pure shadow energy, endowing the armor with stealth and swiftness. The shoulder plates, adorned with the gale feathers from aerial giants, granted it the ability to soar. Thus, it became evident that the system's construction of armor was intimately linked to the types and qualities of the materials submitted. The characteristics of the materials would directly dictate the armor's ultimate attributes and capabilities. This revelation sent Yang Chuan's heart racing. Did it imply that, as long as he could procure specific materials, he could custom create armor akin to the equipment synthesis found in games? His gaze instinctively fell upon the glimmering claws and fangs within the material repository. A burgeoning concept for a new armor began to crystallize in his mind. At that moment, the fatigue from battle finally enveloped him. He collapsed on his small bed and scarcely had his head touch the pillow when he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Yang Chuan was awakened by the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. After a brief wash, he settled before his antiquated computer. Once powered on, he adeptly opened a heavily encrypted browser, inputting a lengthy string of complex addresses to log into the dark web of the awakening warriors. Accessing this channel would not have been possible without the gratitude owed to Li Weiwan. Initially, Li Weiwan observed him spending his days guarding the scrapyard and occasionally imparted to him some avenues for gathering intelligence and conducting transactions, ensuring he did not become entirely isolated from the world. The dark web, in essence, is a realm entirely severed from ordinary individuals, exclusively a network for the exchange among awakened warriors. Within it, there exist forums where these warriors can engage in spirited discussions and share information, as well as dedicated marketplaces, and even glimpses of clandestine bounty tasks from the shadowy underbelly of society. Yang Chuan adeptly registered an anonymous account under the name Passerby and ventured into the local forum section for Jiangxing. Upon entering, he was immediately astonished by the flood of vibrant posts illuminating the screen. A mysterious black armor, flying shadow, has emerged in the western district of Jiangxing, annihilating an E-class striped tiger in a single strike. Analysis post. How formidable is Flying Shadow? Who is the enigma behind it? Breaking news. Evidence of battle found near the 7th Elementary School by the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, suspected to have missed a fortune. The news regarding Flying Shadow from last night had, after a night of fermentation, ignited a frenzy within the entire community of awakened warriors in Jiangxing. Yang Chuan clicked on the post with the highest engagement, which already boasted thousands of replies. The claims of the original poster were not mere fabrications. The individual had indeed been nearby last night and witnessed the striped tiger being dispatched in an instant. The scene was, without a doubt, breathtaking. Annihilating an E-class behemoth? What ist? Even a D-class awakened warrior would require considerable effort to take down an E-class beast, let alone achieve such a feat in a heartbeat. This could only be the work of a C-class powerhouse. The previous commenter is absolutely correct. Generally, awakened warriors of the same rank would require at least a team of 3 to coordinate effectively to slay a beast of equivalent level. The fact that Flying Shadow could single-handedly resolve the conflict suggests a minimum strength rating of D-class, with the possibility of being C-class. Yang Chuan observed these discussions with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had not anticipated that his first appearance would stir such a commotion. However, as he continued to scroll down, he realized that the attention of the crowd was gradually shifting from discussions of strength to the armor worn by Flying Shadow itself. A user with the ID equipment enthusiast posted a lengthy analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have overlooked the most crucial point. While the power is indeed formidable, there are plenty of powerful awakened warriors in Jiangxing. What we should truly focus on is the black armor that Flying Shadow donned. According to all eyewitness descriptions, it is unlike any exoskeleton armor we are familiar with. It is more lightweight, more fluid, and even possesses the ability to fly. What does this signify? It represents a groundbreaking advancement in individual combat technology. Its emergence holds strategic significance far beyond merely adding another C-class warrior to our ranks. This statement struck like a stone thrown into a lake, generating ripples of astonishment. My goodness, the implications are terrifying. If such technology could be mass-produced, would it not transform humanity's approach to combating behemoths? As he gazed at the increasingly outrageous speculations on the screen, a bead of cold sweat formed on Yang Chuan's forehead. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon something monumental. As he scrolled through the posts, eager to discover any new updates, the heavy iron door of the recycling station creaked open with a slow, deliberate motion. Someone had arrived. Chapter 7. The Scavenger and the Butcher. A shiver ran down Yang Chuan's spine as he instinctively shut off the dark web forum on his computer screen. As he rose from his chair, the creaking iron door swung wide open, revealing a slender figure. The newcomer, in his early 20s, bore a sharp, angular visage with small, darting eyes that resembled those of a street urchin. Upon seeing him, Yang Chuan's taut nerves relaxed, though his brow furrowed involuntarily. It was an old acquaintance. The individual was named Meng Go, though among those familiar with him, he was affectionately dubbed Air Guzzi. He occupied the lowest tier of the scavenger company as a receiver, tasked with transporting the colossal remnants of beasts discarded by mercenary groups and awakened warriors to this recycling station in truckloads. Having interacted with him on numerous occasions, Yang Chuan was well aware of his self-serving nature. "Hey there, brother Yang Chuan," Are you busy? Mango greeted him with an overly familiar tone, offering a low-quality cigarette with a grin plastered across his face. Yang Chuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in smoking, and asked coolly, "What brings you here?" Hee. Is it a crime to visit an old friend when there's nothing else to do? Mango leaned closer to the computer, despite the screen having dimmed. With an air of secrecy, he exclaimed, "Brother Yang Chuan, guess what I just heard on the way here? It's all the rage outside." Noticing Yang Chuan's lack of response, he continued unabashedly, "It's about that flying shadow. You know, the one who made a scene in the West District last night. Everyone is clamoring for information about him. And several major mercenary groups and tech companies are offering hefty sums for his black armor." As Mango spoke, his excitement grew, and he lowered his voice, raising 2 fingers. "I heard from a friend on the street that someone even offered 10 million. 10 million awakened currency. Can you imagine that?" The mention of such a sum stirred something deep within Yang Chuan. 10 million awakened currency. He understood better than anyone the purchasing power of that amount. A standard exoskeleton suit typically costs around 300,000 awakened currency. This 10 million could procure over 30 conventional exoskeletons, enough to fully equip a D-grade team of awakened warriors from head to toe. To be honest, he felt a flicker of temptation. With that money, he could leisurely acquire various rare materials to realize his vision of a new armor design. However, this thought was fleeting. The flying shadow armor was his sole source of security, the very foundation of his existence. Until he could forge something stronger, selling the flying shadow was out of the question. "Have you finished?" Yang Chuan snapped back to reality, his gaze towards Mango tinged with impatience. "If you're done, you should leave. I have work to do." "Hey, don't go just yet, brother Yang Chuan." Mango rubbed his hands together, finally revealing his true intentions. "It's just that I've been a bit tight on cash lately and was hoping to borrow some money from you to tide me over." "I have no money," Yang Chuan replied without a moment's hesitation, resolutely declining. "My income for this month was just handed over to the boss a few days ago. You're well aware of that." The boss he referred to was, of course, Li Wei-wan. Mango was momentarily taken aback. He knew full well that Yang Chuan was merely a worker, required to turn over all earnings from the recycling station. Yet, he remained undeterred, persistently pleading, speaking until his throat was parched, but Yang Chuan remained unmoved, engrossed in organizing the components on his workbench, treating him as if he were invisible. Seeing no hope of borrowing money, Mango's mind raced, and he took a step back. "Well then, I won't borrow any money. Brother Yang, considering I've come such a long way, why not let me rummage through your treasures here? Perhaps I might stumble upon something valuable. How about it?" This fellow was clearly here to take advantage. "Suit yourself," Yang Chuan replied without lifting his head. He was not the least bit concerned. Every single piece of scrap piled high in the recycling station had been quietly inspected by him using his system. Anything of even the slightest value had long been appropriated and hidden away in his personal vault. What remained was truly refuse. There was no way anything of worth could still be found. Hearing this, Mango was overjoyed and immediately dove into the heap of scrap like a rat, eagerly searching. However, before he could uncover anything of significance, the recycling station's door was pushed open once more from the outside. This time, it was not a single individual, but a group of people. Leading the pack was a burly man with a menacing scar across his face and a fierce gaze. He was followed by 4 or 5 others, each with prominent temples and calm demeanors, clad in matching deep red combat uniforms adorned with an emblem consisting of a cleaver and beast bones. They were the butchers. Yang Chuan's heart sank, and his expression grew serious. He recognized the emblem. These were members of the butcher company. Much like the scavenger company, the name of their business was quite literal. They were professionals at slaughtering gigantic beasts, specializing in dissecting those that were either excessively large, had unusual structures, or posed significant challenges in material collection. Often, after a formidable beast had been hunted down, the butcher company would be hired by the warrior teams to handle the subsequent material collection tasks. These individuals dealt with the remains of gigantic creatures on a daily basis, their hands stained with blood, and they were notoriously ruthless and difficult to engage with. Yang Chuan pondered in confusion. What could they possibly want at his humble recycling station? The scar-faced brute stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the room like that of a hawk, landing directly on Yang Chuan. The men behind him quickly fanned out, subtly blocking all exits of the recycling station. Mango, who was rummaging through the scrap pile, was so startled by the sudden commotion that he trembled all over, scrambling to hide aside, scarcely daring to breathe. "Are you the person in charge here, Yang Chuan?" The burly man with a scarred face spoke, his voice rasping like metal scraping against metal. "Yes," Yang Chuan replied with a nod. "Is there something you need?" Without further preamble, the scarred man addressed him directly. "A few days ago, our young master lost a precious pendant while hunting abyssal dragon lizard in the southern part of the city. That pendant is of great value." He paused, his fierce gaze locking onto Yang Chuan. "We have investigated, and the remnants of that batch of abyssal dragon lizards were ultimately delivered to you." Yang Chuan's heart sank. The man continued in an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. "We demand that you retrieve that pendant from this heap of refuse within 3 days." "What?" Yang Chuan thought he had misheard. He gestured toward the mountainous piles of waste outside, incredulity etched across his face. Three days? To find a pendant here? This is utterly unrealistic. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. "That is your concern, not ours," the scarred man retorted, his demeanor unyielding. He stepped closer, a heavy scent of blood enveloping Yang Chuan, nearly suffocating him. "Our boss has made it clear. If you fail to find it, you may as well prepare for your demise." With that, he dismissed Yang Chuan's potential for rebuttal with a derisive snort and turned away, leading his entourage out swiftly. They had arrived as quickly as they departed, leaving behind a trembling Mango, his face pale with fear, and Yang Chuan, standing rooted to the spot, his countenance ashen. Chapter 8. Do you want me to be a traitor? Once the representatives from the butcher company departed, the vast recycling station was once again enveloped in silence. Yang Chuan's countenance was so dark it could almost drip with water. However, within him resided no trace of fear. Rather, he was consumed by a fierce indignation. Searching for the pendant? He scoffed inwardly. This recycling station was his daily domain, meticulously examined by his system to ensure no valuable scrap went unnoticed. If that heap of refuse from the southern part of the city truly contained a precious pendant crafted from special materials and brimming with energy, his system would have certainly detected it. The absence of any alerts from the system could only imply one thing. The so-called pendant was not present at all. Even if, for argument's sake, that pendant were buried within some corner of a mountain of trash, why should he expend his energy and effort to search for it? Just because the butcher company wielded power and some foolish young master lost his belongings, must he, like a dog, grovel on the ground, tirelessly searching for 3 days and nights, receiving no reward, only threats of losing his life if he failed? Who do they think he is? A mere servant to be ordered around at will. An uncontrollable fury surged within Yang Chuan's chest. Once upon a time, he, powerless and meek, could only greet Li Wei Wan with a smile. But now, things were different. Alas, brother Yang Chuan, how unfortunate for you. A voice of schadenfreude interrupted Yang Chuan's thoughts. Mango peeked out from behind a pile of scrap, displaying a face of sympathy, though his eyes glinted with unabashed malice. Those from the butcher company are merciless maniacs. It seems you won't be sleeping for the next 3 days and nights. You'll need to dig for treasure in this garbage heap. Yang Chuan slowly turned his head, casting a glance at him and squeezing out 2 words between clenched teeth. Not searching. What? Mango thought he had misheard. He rubbed his ears and confirmed again. What did you say? Not searching? Have you lost your mind? This is a matter of life and death. Yang Chuan ignored him, maintaining a cold demeanor as he busied himself tidying up the tools on his workbench, as if the earth-shattering proclamation had never escaped his lips. Mango, observing Yang Chuan's back, rolled his eyes several times, and soon a look of realization spread across his face. Oh, I understand. This guy knows that this task is utterly impossible, that searching will yield nothing. So he has simply chosen to give up entirely? Is he ready to embrace despair and await his fate? With this thought, a glimmer of opportunity sparked in Mango's eyes. He quickly adopted a sorrowful expression, leaning closer to Yang Chuan and lowering his voice. Brother Yang Chuan, don't be so despondent. I know this matter is indeed challenging, but there are still ways out. I have a method that can save your life. If you agree, I guarantee that the butcher company will not dare to trouble you again." Yang Chuan paused his movements, contemplating. To speak candidly, he was not truly intimidated by the butcher company. Possessing the phantom armor and a speed classified as sea level, he believed that even if he could not overpower the cadre of awakened warriors from the butcher company with his high mobility flight wings and the skill of shadow stealth, he could evade capture in the vast expanse of Jiangxing. Yet, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him at Meng Gou's words. What extraordinary prowess could this cunning individual possess to dare assert he could handle the butcher company? What scheme did he have in mind? Yang Chuan raised his gaze to meet Meng Gou's. Seeing Yang Chuan's intrigue, Meng Gou's face blossomed into a smug smile. He furtively glanced towards the entrance, ensuring they were alone, before leaning closer to Yang Chuan, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's quite simple, brother Yang Chuan. Isn't it just a matter of a slight effort for you? You are working for Li Weiwan at this recycling station, which gives you a unique advantage to frequently engage with her." Upon hearing the name Li Weiwan, Yang Chuan's demeanor shifted to alertness. Meng Gou continued, "My benefactor has a keen interest in this prodigious star of the Breakthrough Organization. All you need to do is refrain from any perilous actions. Simply find a way to get closer to Captain Li and regularly report to me her movements, schedule, and associates. These seemingly trivial details. If you agree, we can ensure your safety. What do you say, brother Yang Chuan? Trading a few idle chats for your life seems like a worthwhile bargain, doesn't it?" Meng Gou's face radiated anticipation as he awaited Yang Chuan's gratitude. However, the moment Meng Gou finished speaking, Yang Chuan's expression turned icy, colder than when confronting the threats posed by the butcher company. Who was Li Weiwan? She was the prodigious star of the Breakthrough Organization under the official Disaster Response Bureau of Jiangxing, a representative of the official forces dedicated to safeguarding the city. The audacity of Meng Gou and his so-called benefactor to target Li Weiwan was glaringly obvious. Their intentions were unequivocally directed at undermining the officials. In an instant, Yang Chuan comprehended that this seemingly inconsequential individual represented a clandestine underground organization lurking beneath the surface of Jiangxing. To have him surveil Li Weiwan? While Yang Chuan was no saint, he held certain moral principles. Though Li Weiwan was often cold, she had provided him with a refuge, a place to belong. In a sense, she was his protector and savior. Complaining occasionally was merely a vent for his frustrations, and he had never contemplated harming her. "Leave," he commanded. Meng Gou's smile froze instantly. What did you say?" "I said leave. Did you not hear me?" Yang Chuan rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed firmly upon him. The oppressive aura emanating from Yang Chuan compelled Meng Gou to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Fine, Yang Chuan. You dare to disregard my kindness." Meng Gou's countenance flushed a deep shade of liver as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Chuan, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Who do you think you are? Merely a worthless scavenger. I offer you a chance at survival, yet you choose to court your own demise. Very well, mark my words. Await the arrival of the butcher's company in 3 days to collect your remains." With a final barrage of venomous words, he hastily retreated, scrambling out of the recycling station. In the now desolate space, only Yang Chuan remained, standing resolutely in place, his expression frigid. The complications he faced appeared to be unfolding more swiftly and intricately than he had ever anticipated. Chapter 9. A narrow path of enmity with a resounding clang. Yang Chuan secured the heavy iron gate of the recycling station, isolating himself from the outside world. A profound sense of crisis enveloped his heart. He felt both helpless and somewhat absurd. All he sought was to live steadily in this perilous world. Yet, just as he had gained a semblance of self-preservation, he found himself inexplicably targeted by 2 formidable organizations. One was the ruthless Butcher Company, known for its tyrannical disposition and merciless tactics, which had issued him a death warrant within 3 days over an entirely fictitious pendant. The other lurked behind the back of the treacherous Meng Guzi, a mysterious force attempting to infiltrate the authorities. This organization was likely even more dangerous and troublesome than the Butcher Company. Neither was a foe he could confront directly at this juncture. Should he seek assistance from Li Weiwan? This thought briefly flickered in Yang Chuan's mind before he promptly dismissed it, setting aside the impossibility of explaining how he had offended these two powers with Li Weiwan for the sake of a nominal subordinate, a mere gatekeeper of a recycling station, wage an all-out war against the deeply entrenched butcher company. As for the enigmatic organization, its elusive nature left even him in the dark about its true strength. How could Li Weiwan contend with such an unknown? Relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself. After much contemplation, Yang Chuan realized that he had but one path before him: to grow increasingly stronger. The immediate priority was to swiftly harness the capabilities of his existing system to forge a more formidable armor. Only by attaining overwhelming strength could he swat away these so-called threats like mere flies. Moreover, according to the armor fusion function, a stronger armor would yield purer, more substantial energy feedback, accelerating his cultivation and creating a perfect virtuous cycle. The crux of creating a stronger armor remained materials. With this understanding, the haze in Yang Chuan's eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. That night, amidst profound silence, Yang Chuan, seated cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze shone with an astonishing brilliance, as if stars flickered within. Moments ago, he had followed the principles of the Fei Ying technique, guiding the energy feedback from the armor summoner to complete the final cycle within his body. What had initially been a mere wisp of qi, upon breaking through an invisible barrier, surged forth, solidifying into a stable and resilient energy vortex within his dantian. Success. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your physical attributes have undergone comprehensive enhancement, successfully breaking through to F rank Awakening Warrior. A cold system notification echoed in his mind. Yang Chuan slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power within him, now several times greater than before, alongside heightened senses, as a surge of ambition welled up within him. Though merely the lowest F rank, this marked his genuine first step into the realm of martial arts. From this day forth, he would no longer be the feeble wastrel, plagued by blocked meridians and a frail constitution, but rather a genuine martial adept. The enhancement of his powers instilled within him an urgent desire to hunt colossal beasts and procure valuable materials. He swiftly tidied his abode, concealing all essential possessions, and donned the unassuming, oversized hooded cloak once more, slipping away like a shadow from the scrapyard. Before his departure, he had confirmed through the dark web forums that the city of Jiangcheng was tranquil, devoid of any reports of monstrous incursions. The city was patrolled around the clock by official organizations and various corporate martial teams, ensuring that any beast that dared to appear would be swiftly dealt with, leaving no scraps for him to claim. His ambitions lay beyond the city limits, where official power was relatively feeble and the presence of monstrous activity was more frequent. A veritable goldmine for mercenary groups and bounty hunters alike. The silent armor enveloped him entirely, and Yang Chuan melded seamlessly into the nocturnal shadows. Opting against the main gate, he utilized the extraordinary speed and agility granted by his armor to effortlessly scale the towering city walls, arriving at the perilous wilderness beyond. The night breeze howled, carrying the raw scents of the wild grasses and earthy soil. Yang Chuan first sped along the highway, encircling Jiangcheng, making a considerable detour, yet regrettably found no trace of the beasts. However, he did spot several campfires scattered across the wilderness, indicating resting mercenary teams, which he opted to avoid, skirting around them from a distance. Half an hour later, having yielded no results, Yang Chuan ascended a higher hillside. He paused, employing the visual enhancement capabilities of his helmet to survey the distance. At last, in a hilly expanse several kilometers away, he discerned a colossal figure moving slowly. It was a creature of considerable size, resembling a rhinoceros, but clad in a shell as thick as rock. He had found it. A surge of elation coursed through him, but his excitement was tempered as he noticed a group lying in ambush ahead of the rock-armored beast. They were evidently also targeting this creature, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Yang Chuan adjusted the focus of his visual apparatus, magnifying the figures of the ambushers. Upon discerning their uniforms, His gaze turned cold and menacing. The deep crimson combat attire bore a crest fashioned from butcher's knives and beast bones. They were members of the Butcher Company. Moreover, the burly leader, with a menacing scar etched across his face, was unmistakably the very same individual who had threatened him at the scrapyard earlier that day. A slow, chilling smile crept across Yang Chuan's lips. It seemed fate had entwined their paths once more. Chapter 10. Ambush in the shadow of the hillside. Yang Chuan resembled a poised cheetah, silently observing everything within the valley below. His gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto the small squad of the Butcher Company with remarkable clarity. Within the valley, the scar-faced captain was delivering final tactical instructions to his subordinates. This D-class rock-armored rhino has vulnerabilities in its limb joints and eyes. Its rocky armor is too thick, making conventional attacks ineffective. Lao San Lao Si, you two will harass from the flanks, specifically targeting its hind leg joints to hinder its movement. Lao Wu, guard the rear to prevent its escape. I will engage head-on to draw its attention. The captain's voice was steady and powerful, clearly indicating his extensive experience in dealing with such tough-skinned beasts. Understood. The team members responded in unison, their eyes betraying no fear, only the calmness and greed of hunters. At the captain's command, they sprang into action. The sound of mechanical clanking echoed as they expertly donned their exoskeletal armor. Unlike the standardized official gear, these armors had been practically modified, their surfaces marred by scars of battle and dark red stains, exuding a fierce and bloody aura. Go! With a single command, 5 figures dashed forward like arrows released from a bow, swiftly converging from various directions towards the rock-armored rhino. Their movements were rapid, their attacks fierce, and their coordination seamless. Roar! The rock-armored rhino, instantly enraged, let out a deep bellow and charged towards the scar-faced captain, its heavy hooves shaking the ground. The captain stood firm, wielding a massive alloy battle axe, bracing himself for the onslaught. Simultaneously, 2 team members from the flanks seized the opportunity to advance. Their high-frequency cutting blades slashing viciously at the joints of the rhino's hind legs. Clang! Sparks flew. Although the rhino's armor was tough, it still sustained 2 deep gashes under the relentless assault of the cutting blades. In pain, it became even more frenzied, abandoning its pursuit of the captain to violently sweep its enormous horn towards the flanking team members. Throughout the battle, the Butcher Company's members demonstrated exceptional professionalism. Like seasoned butchers encircling a massive beast, they continuously tugged, bled, and inflicted wounds, methodically exhausting its strength and life. However, just as they believed victory was within their grasp and prepared for the final strike, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! The already battered and sluggish rock-armored rhino suddenly unleashed a savage roar towards the sky. An ominous crimson glow erupted from the crevices of its rocky armor, its eyes turning blood red, and its muscles visibly swelled in size. It was in a state of frenzy. Not good. Fall back. The scar-faced captain's expression changed dramatically as he shouted urgently. But it was too late. The beast, now in a frenzy, had its power and speed multiplied beyond measure. It completely disregarded the injuries it bore, akin to an uncontrollable armored vehicle. In an instant, charged towards the nearest team member. The one known as Old Four had no time to react. He could only emit a terrified scream before being impaled through his exoskeleton armor by the massive horn. Soaring high into the air, lifeless before he even fell. Old Four, damn it! The other 2 team members, their eyes wide with rage, attempted to rush forward to assist, only to be struck by a ferocious tail swipe from the rock-armored rhinoceros. They were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily against a distant cliff. Their exoskeleton armor severely deformed, blood gushing from their mouths, clearly grievously injured. In the blink of an eye, a once cohesive 5-member squad faced 1 death and 2 severe injuries. Their formation utterly shattered. Beast, I will slay you. The scar-faced captain, witnessing the grim scene before him, felt his vision redden with fury. With a roar, he relinquished his battle axe and retrieved a formidable weapon from his back. It was an exaggeratedly designed, large-caliber energy gun, measuring 2 meters in length. Intricately entwined with complex energy conduits, the core at the muzzle gathering a blinding light, emitting a low, ominous hum. This energy gun was a trump card he had acquired at a tremendous cost. Its power was immense, but so too was its consumption. A single high-energy round expended the equivalent of 100,000 awakening currency. Yet, in this moment, he could think of nothing else. "Die, you bastard!" The scar-faced captain bellowed as he pulled the trigger. Boom! A robust blue energy beam, exuding an aura of annihilation, struck the rock-armored rhinoceros with devastating force. The seemingly indestructible stone armor, in the face of such terrifying energy, shattered like paper, creating a massive blood hole over 2 meters in diameter. The rock-armored rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching wail, its colossal body staggering backward before collapsing helplessly to the ground, clearly struggling for breath. Huff, huff. The scar-faced captain panted heavily, observing the results of his costly strike, a flicker of pain flashing across his face. However, it was all worth it. Selling the materials of this D-class behemoth would not only recoup his losses, but also yield a considerable profit, providing a semblance of justice for his fallen comrades. Just as he contemplated delivering the final blow, whoosh, a piercing sound sliced through the air unexpectedly from the horizon. The captain abruptly looked up, witnessing a streak of black light descending from the hillside at an incomprehensibly terrifying speed. "It's Fei!" The last remaining team member, Old 5, exclaimed in shock. The captain's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Before they could react, the black figure had already landed beside the injured behemoth. The newcomer was none other than Yang Chuan. Without a moment's hesitation and devoid of any superfluous words, he unleashed his most powerful technique the instant he touched the ground. Shadow, dance chaos. Buzz. A myriad of blades illuminated the night sky, soaring into existence. Hundreds of piercing strikes, akin to the most resplendent dance of death, blossomed amidst the darkness. Peril! Quickly, take cover! The scarred-faced man and his companions were astounded, confronted by this sudden and densely packed onslaught of ferocious blade light. They dared not approach, only managing to roll back in disarray to evade the lethal glint. The flashes of blades arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the myriad of sword shadows dissipated, tranquility once again enveloped the valley. The grievously wounded rock-armored rhinoceros lay completely dismembered, reduced to a scattering of fragments. In the center of this carnage stood a figure clad in black armor, motionless amid the remains. Suddenly, those shards glimmered with an ethereal light and vanished entirely before the astonished eyes of the butcher squad. Having completed this feat, Yang Chuan did not spare them a glance. With a powerful thrust of his high-mobility flight wings, he ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the night. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity that was breathtaking. In the valley, an eerie silence prevailed. The remaining scarred face and the fifth elder stood in a stupor, gazing at the rapidly receding silhouette, then at the bloodied ground, now devoid of any trace, and at their distant fallen comrades. The expressions on their faces transformed from shock to bewilderment, ultimately culminating in boundless rage and humiliation. With a sudden burst, the scarred face could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of old blood. "Flying shadow," he bellowed through clenched teeth, his voice brimming with endless malice echoing hauntingly through the vast valley. Chapter 11. Young Master. The Death Order. The scarred-faced captain knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. After spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, the grotesque pallor on his face intensified, rendering him even more terrifying. Captain, are you all right?" The only remaining team member, Old 5, crawled to his side, his voice laced with panic. Nearby, 2 grievously injured comrades lay on the cold ground, moaning in agony. Their exoskeleton armor was severely twisted and deformed, dark red blood seeping through the shattered seams. "Don't worry about me." The scarred captain pushed Old 5 away with a fierce shove, his voice hoarse as he barked, "Go. Stop the bleeding for Old 3 and Old 2. Hurry." Yes. Old 5 shuddered, no longer daring to hesitate. He hastily retrieved high molecular gel and hemostatic spray from his emergency kit and stumbled towards his companions to administer urgent care. As he surveyed the devastation around him and listened to the anguished cries of his comrades, the captain's heart bled. The losses they had suffered were devastating. Old 4, a good brother who had followed him for 5 years, had died on the spot, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Though Old 3 and Old 2 had survived, their injuries were dire, their exoskeletons utterly perforated, and their internal organs surely gravely injured. Even if they managed to survive, they would likely never fight as awakened warriors again. In his attempt to slay the rampaging rock-armored rhinoceros, he had resorted to using his most powerful trump card. With a single shot, he had expended a specially designed energy block worth 100,000 awakened currency. The modified exoskeleton armor worn by the 5 of them was now in tatters. 1 completely pierced through, 2 severely deformed, and the remaining 2 riddled with cracks, nearly all rendered useless. The cost of just these equipment losses exceeded 500,000. Personnel casualties, the consumption of trump cards, total destruction of gear. The cumulative toll far surpassed 1 million. And all of this was due to that accursed flying shadow. They had fought tooth and nail, paying a harrowing price to bring the colossal beast to the brink of death, only to have it effortlessly snatched away at the last moment. That scoundrel not only took away the invaluable D-grade beast materials, but also left not a single courteous word behind, a humiliation more piercing than direct mockery. Captain, the wounds have been temporarily addressed, but we must return to the city for treatment immediately. Old 5, having finished tending to the wounds, rushed back, anxiety written all over his face. What? What do we do now? What do we do? The scarred captain slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The fury in his gaze gradually transformed into a chilling resolve. Old 4 cannot have died in vain. My brother's blood must not have been shed in vain. This debt must be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. He activated his tactical terminal and directly connected to an encrypted channel. Put me through to the young master. His voice was icy and resolute. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the channel, seemingly surprised by his communication at such a time, but it was soon connected. Speak. A young voice, tinged with a hint of languor, responded. The young master, with a scarred face, reported in a deep voice, our team encountered Shadow outside the city, who seized our spoils. 1 was killed and 2 were gravely injured. The losses are substantial. Oh, Shadow? The youthful voice displayed evident intrigue. Is it that enigmatic armor-wearer causing a stir on the forums? It must be him. The scarred face gritted his teeth, declaring, I request the company to issue a bounty. Regardless of who he is or what forces lie behind him, anyone daring to provoke our butcher company must pay in blood. I want him dead. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, as if weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Finally, the voice returned, tinged with a hint of amusement. Approved. A lone wanderer without backing, daring to touch our people, certainly needs to learn the rules of Jiang City. I will ensure that all awakened warriors in Jiang City know that hunting Shadow will earn them our friendship and a handsome reward. As the call ended, a cruel smile spread across the scarred face. Shadow, no matter where you hide, from this moment forth, you are the public enemy of Jiang City. Meanwhile, a dark figure swiftly navigated the shadows on the outskirts of the city, evading all street surveillance cameras like a wraith. Moments later, Yang Chuan silently returned to the recycling station, locking the heavy door behind him before exhaling a long breath. Buzz, the shadow armor transformed into countless specks of light, reassembling into a belt form. He could not afford to rest. His heart was overtaken by a fervent excitement. Eagerly, he sat before his workstation, his thoughts activating the system's storage space. In the heat of the moment earlier, he had hastily collected the spoils and fled, leaving no time to examine them closely. As the virtual screen unfurled, this haul proved far more bountiful than the previous E-grade striped tiger. The first sight that greeted him was a beast core the size of a basketball, entirely a rich yellow hue, continuously emanating a powerful energy wave. Detected D-grade material, beast core of the rock-armored rhinoceros. Merely this D-grade beast core was valued at over 300,000 awakened currency, surpassing the worth of E-grade cores by more than tenfold. In addition to the beast core, The most valuable items included a colossal horn, a meter long and gleaming with a metallic sheen, as well as the rocky exoskeleton that filled half the storage space. Detected D-grade material. Impact horn of the rock-armored rhinoceros. Detected D-grade material. Armor fragments of the rock-armored rhinoceros X-137. Gazing at the pile of armor fragments, Yang Chuan felt a twinge of regret. The armor of the rock-armored rhinoceros was renowned for its durability. Had it been a complete backplate, it would have been exquisite material for crafting large shields or heavy chest plates, immensely valuable. However, in pursuit of speed, he had recklessly dismembered it with shadow dance, resulting in the armor being sliced into countless pieces. While these smaller fragments remained D-grade materials, their individual sale value would likely diminish by over 30% compared to a complete piece. Pondering this, he directed his gaze towards the system interface. Beside the option in the materials warehouse, there lies a gray selection labeled Decomposition Warehouse. He tentatively clicked on it. Unlock conditions. The host must successfully forge an armor piece possessing at least one B-grade attribute. B-grade attributes, huh? Yang Chuan shook his head in resignation. The core attribute of the shadow armor, speed, was merely rated as C-grade. The materials required to forge an attribute of B-grade quality and rarity would likely amount to an astronomical figure. Currently, he possessed materials from two colossal beasts, the striped tiger and the rock rhinoceros, which were sufficient to construct the main components of a new armor. The tiger claws and teeth, as well as the rhinoceros horns, served as excellent weaponry materials. The tiger skin and rhinoceros hide could be fashioned into linings, while the rhinoceros plates could function as external armor. Yet he still lacked the most crucial element, akin to a CPU, the core material. This core material would ultimately determine the overall attributes and potential of the new armor. His plan was clear: to sell off the surplus and unneeded materials he possessed, such as tiger bones, rhinoceros bones, and most of the rhinoceros plates through dark web channels, in exchange for a substantial sum of startup capital. Then, with this money, he would procure a high-quality, rare material capable of defining the core attributes of the armor. If successful, he might elevate one of the new armor's attributes to B-grade, thereby unlocking the Decomposition Warehouse feature. Resolute in his decision, he hesitated no longer and adeptly logged into the trading forum of the Awakening Warriors on the dark web. However, as soon as he entered the page, a bounty post emblazoned in bold, blood-red font caught his eye. 10 million bounty. The Butcher Company is seeking the mysterious armor shadow. A generous reward for information, and a bounty of 10 million for capturing or killing the bearer of the armor. Gazing at the screenshot and the glaring bounty amount, he clicked his tongue in astonishment, unable to suppress a sigh. The Butcher Company certainly acted with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 12. Still short on funds. 10 million Juowu coins. This figure seemed to possess a certain enchantment, igniting the underground world of Jiang City into a frenzy. Within mere minutes, the replies beneath the post surged into the thousands. The refresh rate astonishingly swift. The comment section was inundated with thousands of messages in just a few hours. The speed of updates truly remarkable. Goodness, 10 million. The Butcher Company is truly investing heavily this time. This is nothing short of a mobile mansion, not merely a mansion. This sum is sufficient to equip an entire Durang Juowu team with top-tier custom gear from head to toe. Damn it, don't hold me back. I feel I can take on the challenge. Feiying, right? C-rank speed, ISNT it? I possess a gravitational trap specifically designed to counter speed-type Juowu practitioners. Brothers, let us team up. Calm down up there. Didn't you see the stipulation? Including both man and armor. The Butcher Company clearly intends not only to exact vengeance, but also covets that mysterious armor. The technological value of that armor likely far exceeds 10 million. Precisely. That is the crux. An enigmatic lone wolf wielding new armed technology capable of altering the dynamics of individual combat is a prize that would make any faction envious. The Butcher Company aims to kill two birds with one stone: murder and treasure. Alas, what a shame. Though this Feiying acts recklessly, he has at least contributed to eliminating threats to the public. Now, with the Butcher Company targeting him, he is likely to become the focus of widespread animosity. Countless comments rapidly scrolled across the screen, some filled with greed, others with envy, some analytical, and others reveling in schadenfreude. Yang Chuan observed all of this with an impassive expression, yet his heart felt as cold as ice. The butcher company's exorbitant bounty was designed to orchestrate his demise. They sought not only revenge for the plundered spoils, but also aimed to seize the secrets of his faying armor for themselves. Consequently, the eyes fixed upon him were no longer limited to the butcher company alone, but included every avaricious Juawu practitioner and organization within Jiang City. It appeared that he must exercise greater caution from here on. Yang Chuan murmured to himself. After closing that vexing bounty post, he turned his attention to the dark web's trading market. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength, no matter how formidable the external threats. If he became sufficiently powerful, all troubles would dissipate. He deftly sifted through various prices of giant beast materials, beginning to evaluate his recent acquisitions. Soon, he drew in a sharp breath. E-rank giant beast core spotted tiger. Market circulation price, 300,000 Juawu coins. D-rank giant beast core rock armored rhinoceros. Market circulation price, 1 million Juawu coins. His earlier estimates of material prices had been overly conservative. Perhaps the emergence of faying had stirred the market, or the recent surge in giant beast activities had driven the prices of high-quality materials skyward. The combined value of these two beast cores alone reached 130,000. Additionally, the D-rank rock armored rhinoceros horn had a market quote as high as 500,000. Although the remaining materials were somewhat scattered, packaged together, they could fetch an impressive sum of approximately 1.2 million. After a thorough calculation, Yang Chuan discovered that the total worth of the spoils in his possession amounted to an astonishing 3 million Juawu coins. What a windfall! Even after deducting the transaction platform's fees and considering that the acquisition price is typically lower than the market value, the final amount he would receive would certainly exceed 2.5 million. Such a substantial sum was ample enough for him to upgrade his equipment significantly. With newfound wealth, he promptly began browsing for higher-grade core materials. Before long, his gaze settled upon a C-grade beast core. C-grade beast core, thunder leopard, attributes, lightning, speed. Market circulation price, 2 million Juawu coins. The thunder leopard, renowned for its speed and electric attacks, possesses a core imbued with pure lightning energy. Should he utilize this C-grade beast core as the energy core for his new armor, complemented by the robust bones of the rock-armored rhinoceros as the framework, and the hide of the striped tiger for the lining, the strength of a new armor would undoubtedly surpass that of the current shadow armor. However, Yang Chuan's brow furrowed in concern. Employing a C-grade beast core as the core, achieving a breakthrough to B-grade in any of the armor's attributes would still prove to be quite challenging. This dilemma pertained to the issue of success rates. The higher the quality of the materials and the more perfect the combination, the greater the likelihood of success. His makeshift plan had at most a mere 30% chance of reaching its goal. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of funds. Yang Chuan sighed in resignation. If he had 5 million, no, just 4 million, he could acquire a high-quality peak C-grade beast core, which would elevate his chances of success to over 70%. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, and an absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Surely he wouldn't actually sell the shadow armor, would he? This notion was fleeting and quickly extinguished by his own laughter. What a ridiculous idea! The shadow armor was the foundation of his existence, his sole reliance. Selling it would be akin to surrendering his life to another. Such folly was utterly out of the question. The following morning, the heavy iron door of the recycling station was once again rapped upon. A truck emblazoned with the word scavenger was parked at the entrance, and a stranger of middle age stood before the door, wearing a humble smile. You must be Mr. Yang Chuan? This is the waste collected from the battlefield in the west of the city this week. Where shall we unload it? The newcomer inquired politely. As usual, just place it over there, Yang Chuan replied, gesturing toward an empty space. He scrutinized the unfamiliar face before him and understood instinctively. This person was not the lackey. Mengo. It seemed that he had indeed forged an enmity with the other party that day. That fellow would likely never wish to set foot in his humble recycling station again. Yang Chuan merely smiled silently at this thought, entirely unfazed. Chapter 13, The Pendant. A surprising windfall. The man drove the truck into the yard, unloading the debris. Once he had completed his task, he approached Yang Chuan, offering him a cigarette. "I don't smoke, thank you," Yang Chuan replied, gesturing to clear the passageway. "What do we have this time?" The middle-aged man, clearly just engaging in pleasantries, retracted the cigarette upon hearing Yang's words and explained, as per usual, "It's merely scraps from the colossal beasts. Here, I've separated them into two piles. This pile consists of remnants processed by the breaking army squad a few days ago on the commercial street west of the city. Captain Lee instructed that all the worthless remains be sent to you." "And the other pile?" Yang Chuan inquired. "The other pile is a mix," the man replied, rubbing his hands together. "It's from our external team, who have been gathering materials in the wilderness outside the city over the past few days. These are leftovers discarded by other mercenary groups or lone wanderers, things they deemed unworthy, but we found too valuable to waste, so we brought them back." Yang Chuan nodded in understanding. Naturally, he would not need to pay for this batch. The invoices for the services of the scavenger company would be sent directly to Li Weiwan for collective settlement, a well-known rule in the logistics company of Jiang City. The delivery man, evidently eager to leave this place, politely asked Yang Chuan to confirm receipt on the electronic sign-off before hastily departing in his truck. The expansive recycling station returned to its tranquil state. Yang Chuan closed the gate and gazed at the two small mountains of refuse in the yard, instinctively activating the system's scanning function. This had become an ingrained instinct. Any waste presented to him must undergo the system security check to ensure that no valuable treasures were overlooked. His gaze first fell upon the pile of colossal beast remnants from the commercial street. Lines of information flashed rapidly across the system's virtual display. Detected materials: fractured scales of pangolins X345. Detected materials: contaminated soft cartilage of colossal beasts. As he had anticipated, this pile of debris, already filtered by the breaking army squad, contained nothing of worth, merely some blood-stained fragments of bone and scales, barely capable of yielding basic materials for a meager profit. Bored, he shifted his attention to the other pile of leftovers brought back from the wilderness outside the city. This heap of refuse appeared far more chaotic, containing not only the remains of colossal beasts, but also discarded tents, damaged vehicle parts, and even some shattered weapon fragments. However, just as the system's display scanned through this chaotic assortment, a distinctly different prompt, shimmering with radiant purple light, suddenly erupted before his eyes. High-energy reaction detected. Yang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He almost instantaneously rushed forward, his eyes fixated on the area pinpointed by the system's cursor. It was a mixture of soil, rusty metal sheets, and fragments of colossal beast flesh. Without uttering a word, he plunged his hand into the filth, entirely unfazed by the repugnant, greasy sensations. His hands swiftly rummaged through the heap of refuse. Before long, his fingertips grazed a cool, hard object. A flicker of excitement ignited within him as he forcefully unearthed it. It was a pendant. The chain had long since snapped, and the body was crafted from an unidentifiable black metal, encrusted with dirt, rendering it utterly unremarkable. Yet, at its center, a diamond-shaped crystal, the size of a longan, was embedded. Even shrouded in thick grime, it emanated a faint yet palpable energy pulse from within. This was it. Yang Chuan suppressed his inner elation and immediately directed the system's scanning function towards the pendant. In the next instant, a clear blue information panel unfurled before his eyes. Item type: encapsulated beast core. Level: source: derived from B-class behemoth giant soldier beast. Attribute: gold. Status: energy core sealed by special metal. Usable for equipment forging or as an energy core. B: a B-class beast core. Upon glimpsing those two dazzling words on the information panel, Yang Chuan's mind buzzed, plunging into a void, leaving only euphoric exhilaration. He had initially believed that discovering a C-class core material would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, he never anticipated that fortune would arrive so abruptly, so irrationally. A genuine B-class beast core. It was akin to a pie falling from the heavens, landing squarely in his mouth. Just moments ago, he had been troubled over scraping together funds to purchase a C-class beast core. contemplating a high-stakes gamble for that 30% success rate. But now, with this B-class giant soldier beast core in hand, all his problems were effortlessly resolved. There was no longer any need to procure that C-class core. In fact, he could allocate the over 2 million funds entirely towards acquiring the finest auxiliary materials. With the B-class beast core as the primary core, coupled with all his other superior materials, he was 100% certain he could elevate one of the new armor's attributes solidly to B-class. Unlocking the decomposition chamber was within reach. However, his expression soon morphed into one of peculiar incredulity. Cependant, a thought, like a bolt of lightning, struck his mind. He abruptly recalled the encounter with the scar-faced man from the butcher company. Our company's young master inadvertently lost a pendant he wore closely. That pendant is exceedingly valuable. We have checked, and that batch of abyssal dragon lizard waste was ultimately sent to you. Yang Chuan's gaze fell once more upon the pendant in his hand, and his expression gradually transformed into a blend of bemusement and absurdity. After all this, it turned out to be this trinket. No wonder the butcher company's personnel had been so insistent. It became clear that this seemingly inconspicuous pendant concealed a B-class beast core of immeasurable worth. In an instant, he comprehended the entire sequence of events. The individuals from the butcher company were utterly mistaken. Their young master did not lose the pendant while hunting the abyssal dragon lizard in the southern part of the city. Rather, it was carelessly discarded in some forsaken corner of the wilderness beyond the city limits. This pendant lay entangled amidst the remains of a forsaken colossal beast, only to be reclaimed today by the scavenger company's field team, who mistook it for leftover refuse and delivered it to him. No wonder he had previously scoured the entire recycling station with the system and found nothing of significance. Upon grasping the entirety of this situation, a cold smirk crept across Yang Chuan's lips. Indeed, it was quite the unexpected treasure. He chuckled softly, clutching the pendant tightly in his palm. Since fate had fortuitously brought this object into his possession, it was undoubtedly his. To expect him to relinquish it? Such a notion was nothing short of delusional. Without further hesitation, he turned and strode back to his resting chamber, reopening the dark web trading interface. Chapter 14. The LRP laboratory with the B-grade beast core as his backbone. Yang Chuan's confidence surged. He once again accessed the dark web trading market. The avenues for material transactions on the dark web are diverse, featuring reputable large corporations, mercenary groups operating in the gray area, and countless individuals seeking private deals. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chuan dismissed the shops of individuals and small companies. He was acutely aware that he was at the center of a massive vortex. The 1 million bounty from the butcher company was enough to drive 99% of the awakened warriors in Jiang City into a frenzy. Those small companies and lone wolves lacked any credibility. For money, they would resort to anything. If his identity as Fei Ying were to be exposed during the transaction, it was highly likely that they would turn hostile, enacting a scene of murder and theft. Moreover, a significant portion of the materials he intended to sell had been taken from the D-grade rock armored rhinoceros of the butcher company. These materials bore distinct characteristics, easily recognizable to the discerning eye, and there was no doubt that someone with ulterior motives would not hesitate to sell him out. Soon, his gaze settled upon an online store named Jiang City Yuhai Material Supply Company. Yuhai Company is one of the largest and most powerful material suppliers in Jiang City and several surrounding cities. Such a large corporation places immense value on its reputation and would never tarnish its name over a mere batch of materials. Furthermore, given their scale, they had no fear of the butcher company. Having made his decision, Yang Chuan contacted Yuhai Company's online customer service through an encrypted channel. He revealed no personal information, merely presenting himself as an anonymous seller with a detailed list of materials. The customer service representative from Yuhai Company was evidently professional. Upon reviewing the list, they promptly escalated it. In less than 10 minutes, a senior account manager took over the conversation to negotiate the price. The offered purchase price was exceedingly fair, nearly reaching 80% of the market circulation price, totaling an impressive 260,000 awakening coins. The two parties swiftly finalized the price and the time and place for the transaction, after which Yang Chuan exited the dark web. His anonymous account, fortified by multiple layers of encryption and a system firewall, ensured that his online identity remained concealed. However, the choice of an offline transaction location required careful consideration. That night, under a dark moon and gusty winds, the outskirts of Jiang City lay in silence by the riverside. A solitary black heavy-duty truck was parked on the empty riverbank. A middle-aged man in a trench coat leaned against the truck's front, casually smoking a cigarette. Behind him, several employees clad in Yuhai Company uniforms were adjusting the professional material identification equipment on the truck, making final preparations for the transaction. Manager, this seller is overly cautious. Insisting on meeting in such a desolate place, a young employee couldn't help but murmur in complaint. Better to be cautious. The man, smoking a cigarette, flicked the ash with a steady demeanor. The ability to procure such a plethora of high-quality materials could not belong to an ordinary individual. In our line of work, safety is paramount. No sooner had he uttered those words than an inexplicable chill surged from behind him. The hairs on his body stood on end. Years of experience allowed him to react instantaneously. He spun around sharply, his right hand instinctively reaching for his holstered firearm. However, upon discerning the figure behind him, all his movements froze in place. A warrior clad in jet black armor had appeared, almost as if summoned from the shadows, barely 3 meters away. The moonlight cascaded upon the sleek contours of the armor, reflecting a cold, subdued sheen. The unique design exuded an aura that seemed to meld with the darkness. In the entirety of Jiangsheng, there existed but one such being. You are Fang? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted to the size of pinheads, his voice trembling slightly with shock. The employees behind him paled in fear, retreating hastily, their tools clattering to the ground with a dissonant clang. What is this? Is Lianyu Huai Company also intrigued by the butcher's 10 million bounty? Yang Chuan's voice, synthesized through the armor's electronics, resonated with a metallic timbre. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure from the initial astonishment. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the dread within, and mustered a smile that was more grotesque than grief. Why, you must be jesting. He waved his hands dismissively, adopting a submissive posture. Our company, Lianyu Huai, engages in legitimate business, upholding our reputation above all else. We would never indulge in such nefarious dealings. As he spoke, he hastily produced a business card from his pocket and extended it with both hands. I am Sun Zheng, the head of the acquisition department for the Northern District of Jiangxing. Given the substantial nature of this transaction and our first collaboration with a client of your stature, I am personally overseeing it. I hope you will not take offense. Yang Chuan did not reach for the card, merely offering a faint nod in acknowledgement. Undeterred, Sun Zheng retracted his hand, scanning the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Mr. Fang, might I inquire, where's your cargo? It seems you did not arrive in a truck. Yang Chuan remained silent. In the midst of Sun Zheng and the employee's bewildered gazes, he nonchalantly raised his hand and gestured toward the empty ground before him. In the next moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. With a resounding crash, a mound constructed from various monstrous materials materialized out of thin air, abruptly illuminated by the headlights. The entire riverside fell into an abyss of silence. Sun Zheng's smile froze. His mouth agape. Spatial. Equipment. It took him several long seconds to force those words from his throat. As a senior executive at Lianyu Huai Company, he was acutely aware of the existence of spatial technology, a cutting-edge marvel that resided solely within the realm of rumors. In all of Jiangxing, the factions possessing such equipment could be counted on one's fingers. He finally comprehended why the figure before him, the flying shadow, dared to audaciously intercept the butcher company, and how, in the face of a city-wide manhunt, he maintained such remarkable composure. Undoubtedly, there existed a powerful technological force backing him. Shall we inspect the goods? Yang Chuan's voice jolted him from his astonishment. Indeed, we must inspect. Sun Zheng, as if awakening from a dream, immediately rallied his few employees who were still in a state of shock. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry, begin your work. The ensuing process unfolded with great satisfaction. The employees of Yu Huai Company exhibited exceptionally high professional standards, swiftly conducting the identification and appraisal of the materials, aligning perfectly with the results of the online negotiations. 260,000 Juwu coins were promptly transferred into Yang Chuan's anonymous account on the dark web. Upon the completion of the transaction, Sun Zheng did not depart immediately. He lit another cigarette and stepped forward, cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Flying Shadow, pardon my intrusion. You have brazenly seized the possessions of the Butcher Company, and they have now declared their intent to pursue you relentlessly. Are you truly unafraid of their retaliation?" "Of no consequence." Yang Chuan's response was succinct and resolute. This reply only further solidified Sun Zheng's suspicions. This individual was certainly not a mere lone wolf. His mind raced, perceiving this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if he could establish a connection with the force that stood behind the Flying Shadow. Seizing the moment, he advanced a step, his tone becoming increasingly respectful. "Mr. Flying Shadow, I beg your pardon for my boldness. Might I have the honor of learning the name of your esteemed organization? Our Yuhai Company is exceedingly eager to engage in a deeper strategic collaboration with your side." Yang Chuan felt a stir within him, paused for a moment in contemplation, and then replied slowly, "I am not at liberty to disclose more information. However, if a name must be provided, you may refer to us as the LRP Research Laboratory." Chapter 15. The White Tiger Armor. Construction. LRP Research Laboratory? Sun Zheng stood frozen in place, his mind racing as he endeavored to decipher this enigmatic code. LRP, Lateral Readiness Potential? Motor Readiness Potential? What on earth? Was it that a term exclusive to the realm of neuroscience? He racked his brain, but could not associate this code with any known organization. Little did he know, the so-called LRP Research Laboratory was merely a fabrication of Yang Chuan's imagination. "I require some materials." Yang Chuan abruptly interrupted Sun Zheng's contemplation, sending a pre-prepared purchase list through the armor's miniature port in the form of encrypted data to Sun Zheng's tactical terminal. "This is the deposit. The remainder will be deducted from the payment just made." Sun Zheng snapped back to reality and hastily examined the list, his expression once again transforming into one of astonishment. The list detailed a dozen rare materials, ranging from high-strength alloys to energy conduction mediums, each one exorbitantly priced, with a total value exceeding 2 million Jiwu coins. Without the slightest hesitation, he thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Feiying, our company's warehouse has most of these materials in stock, and for the few that are lacking, I can urgently procure them from our branches in other cities. By tomorrow evening at the latest, everything will be ready for you." He paused, his face adorned with an even more enthusiastic smile. "Moreover, in light of your association with the LRP Research Laboratory, I shall take it upon myself to offer you a 20% discount on this batch of materials. Consider it a gesture of friendship." He stepped forward, insinuatingly adding, "Should there be opportunities for deeper collaboration in the future, such as the acquisition of exoskeleton armor or other high-tech equipment, our company, Yuhai, will undoubtedly present you with a price that meets your satisfaction." Yang Chuan was acutely aware of the ulterior motives of this old fox. He chose not to respond to the insinuations, but simply stated, "Once the materials have been gathered, notify me via the encrypted channel. The transaction location remains unchanged." With that, he ceased to linger. The high-mobility flight wings behind him unfurled with a sudden force, propelling him skyward like a black comet, vanishing into the depths of the night in the blink of an eye. Yuhai Company exhibited remarkable diligence and efficiency towards the LRP Research Laboratory, this mysterious potential partner. By the following evening, Yang Chuan received an encrypted communication from Sun Zheng, announcing that all materials were ready. This time, Yang Chuan did not appear immediately. He arrived near the riverbank an hour early, clad in the Feiying armor, activating shadow stealth mode, resembling a true specter as he meticulously scouted the surrounding woods and elevated terrain. Only after confirming that there were no suspicious ambushes within a kilometer radius, save for those from Yuhai Company, did he confidently approach the transaction site. Sun Zheng maintained his characteristic cheerful demeanor. "Mr. Feiying, the materials you requested are all here." He gestured toward the neatly stacked alloy boxes on the truck behind him. "Indeed." Yang Chuan nodded slightly, preparing to transfer the funds. However, Sun Zheng suddenly gestured with his hand and smiled, saying, "Mr. Fang, please don't rush. This batch of materials is a token of goodwill from our Yuhai company to the LRP research laboratory." Yang Chuan paused, his black helmet turning towards him, and an invisible pressure caused beads of cold sweat to form on Sun Zhang's forehead. "No reward comes without effort." No, this is not without merit. Sun Zhang quickly clarified, "This is the intention of our higher-ups. We merely have a small request, or rather, the desire for collaboration." He took a deep breath, his tone becoming exceedingly sincere. "We would like to know if the LRP Research Laboratory has considered the possibility of selling the armor you possess." Yang Chuan understood instantly. This was evidently not a personal decision of Sun Zhang, but rather a directive from his superiors, possibly even the company's owner. They were using materials valued at 2 million as leverage to probe the feasibility of purchasing the armor. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Just as Sun Zhang's heart raced with anxiety, Yang Chuan slowly spoke. "Our laboratory has nearly completed the collection of practical data for this testing machine." He deliberately introduced a term that sounded highly technical. "Recently, there has indeed been consideration of selling part of the testing machines to recover research and development costs." "Is this true?" Sun Zhang exclaimed, his joy palpable, his voice trembling with excitement. "We will await your further instructions on the specifics." Yang Chuan left behind a phrase filled with potential, choosing to say no more. "Understood. We will eagerly await your good news," Sun Zhang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically, quickly retrieving a metallic box from one of his subordinates and respectfully presenting it. "Mr. Fang, this is a small token of our esteem, nothing grand. This is a piece of C-grade wind grinding copper, an exquisite material for crafting lightweight armor joints. Should our collaboration succeed in the future, our company will surely provide ample rewards." Yang Chuan did not decline, but accepted the box. He understood well that, as the world's singular individual combat armor, the value of the Fang armor transcended the mere bounty of 10 million offered by the Butcher Company. The merchants of Yuhai Company had evidently perceived this truth as well. Upon returning to the recycling station, Yang Chuan promptly hung up a sign for maintenance and securely locked the door from the inside, setting up a few rudimentary alarms fashioned from discarded parts at the entrance to guard against a sudden return of Li Weiwan. Having completed these tasks, he entered his lounge, dedicating all his focus to the imminent construction of a new armor. He meticulously laid out all the precious materials he had gathered during this time on the expansive workbench, including the numerous high-tier auxiliary materials gifted by Yuhai Company, the rhinoceros horns and tiger claws he had acquired, along with the C-grade wind grinding copper as an additional component. Finally, his gaze settled upon the B-grade giant beast core. Yang Chuan took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. From the very moment he acquired the materials derived from the vibrant, ferocious tiger, a nebulous concept of crafting a formidable offensive armor began to take shape in his mind. After all, the tiger is the king of beasts, a symbol of power and ferocity. Now, as he beheld the colossal beast crystal core, characterized by its golden attribute, that vague notion crystallized into striking clarity and specificity. Gold. Among the 5 elements, gold embodies the essence of slaughter, epitomizing indomitable sharpness and vigor. Who epitomizes the gold attribute? Who stands as the totem of slaughter? The answer is self-evident. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The white tiger, residing in the west, belongs to gold and presides over slaughter. The new armor he intended to forge would be modeled after the sacred beast, the white tiger, an armor of formidable offense. System. With a mere thought, he issued a command to the virtual interface before him. Submit all materials and commence the construction. White tiger armor. As the words left his lips, all materials on the workbench, including the resplendent B-grade beast core, instantaneously transformed into streams of radiant light, wholly absorbed by the system. Ding! B-grade core material confirmed, advanced auxiliary materials complete, construction plan generated. New armor, White Tiger, construction initiated. Chapter 16, The White Tiger Armor, the Gungjin Tiger Claw Spear. Accompanied by the system's cold notification, A sudden burst of golden light erupted in the empty void above the workstation. The radiance was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a weighty metallic quality and sharpness. Countless light particles, far more intricate and solid than those formed during the creation of the flying shadow armor, surged forth from thin air. No longer merely dark green or pitch black, they displayed a resplendent golden hue intertwined with a pure, sacred white. These light particles, as if guided by an unseen master craftsman, spun rapidly, interwove, collided, and fused, sketching an entirely new outline of armor imbued with a sense of power and the aesthetic of lethality in the air. This process persisted for a full 10 minutes, and when the last wisp of golden light converged and all anomalies subsided, a brand new summoning device, starkly different in design from the previous belt-shaped one, floated quietly before Yang Chuan. It was a fearsome wrist guard shaped like a tiger's head, crafted entirely from white jade, its edges adorned with gilded patterns. The tiger's mouth was wide open, vividly alive, as if it could unleash a soul-shaking roar at any moment. Nestled within the tiger's maw was a dazzling B-grade giant beast core, emanating a heart-pounding wave of energy. Yang Chuan suppressed the surging joy within him, eagerly fastening the tiger head wrist guard around his wrist. The cool, solid sensation felt as though it melded with his very bloodline. With a mere thought, he summoned the system's virtual light screen. He scarcely had time to glance at anything else. His gaze immediately locked onto the armor at the center of the panel. It was a suit of armor that left him breathless, dominated by a pure, sacred white. Key areas such as the shoulders, chest, arms, and legs were adorned with fierce tiger stripes outlined in golden threads, exuding an aura of dominance and ferocity. The helmet's design was no longer as understated as the flying shadows. It resembled a snarling tiger's head, with eyes of blood-red crystal, radiating a murderous intent. Most striking were the massive shoulder guards, extending like razor blades, and the metallic claws enveloping his hands, glinting with an indomitable cold light. Just gazing at this virtual image, Yang Chuan could feel an overwhelming presence of supreme authority over battle approaching him. He immediately clicked on the detailed attributes panel of this armor. Codenamed White Tiger. Type, strong attack. Power, B-grade speed, C-grade defense, C-grade. Energy, C-grade, B-grade power. Yang Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced wildly. It's done. He had wagered correctly. With the B-grade beast core at its core and supplemented with a plethora of high-quality materials, he had successfully elevated a core attribute firmly to B-grade. This signified that once armed with the white tiger armor, he would ascend to an entirely new echelon of pure strength. He continued to look down. Weapon equipped. Gungjin Tiger Claw Spear. Equipment description. A specialized weapon forged with the D-grade impact horn of the rock-armored rhinoceros as the base. Merging the claws of the colorful tiger and various sharp metal materials like wind-ground copper, capable of unleashing a force as fierce as a tiger, indomitable. Armor Skill 1. Slaughter Stance. Active upon activation. Armor energy output is enhanced by 30, significantly amplifying the desire to attack, with all attacks inflicting armor break and tear effects. Armor Skill 2. White Tiger Sky-Splitting Strike. Finishing move, this skill consolidates all energy within the armor into the metallic tiger claw gun, unleashing a devastating beam imbued with unparalleled slaying power, potent enough to rend the heavens asunder. Incredible, unparalleled strength. Whether it be the ferocious enhancement skill, Slaughter Stance, or the seemingly boundless finishing move, White Tiger Sky-Splitting Strike, both resonate perfectly with Yang Chuan's vision of a formidable offensive armor set. Excitement surged within him as he clenched his fists, a fervor previously unknown igniting in his chest. With this white tiger armor, his overall prowess among the C-class awakened warriors in the entire Jiang City would undoubtedly place him at the forefront. Even when facing a prodigy like Li Weiwan, he now possessed the confidence to engage directly, provided she did not don the official top-tier custom exoskeleton armor. Calming his exuberance, he accessed the system's armor fusion interface. With a mere thought, he replaced the icon belonging to the flying shadow armor with the brand new white tiger armor. Ding! The main battle armor has been changed to white tiger armor. commencing the generation of new cultivation techniques. Technique generation complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired metallic white tiger secret tome. In that instant of technique generation, Yang Chuan felt a profound transformation within the nature of the energy cyclone in his body. If the energy of the flying shadow armor had previously been as light as shadow and gale, now every strand of energy within him had become razor-sharp, suffused with a metallic essence of cutting and piercing. He had no doubt that, even without donning the armor, the sharpness of his internal energy would elevate his combat capabilities to unprecedented heights. At that moment, a long-anticipated system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully crafted armor with B-class attributes. The decomposition chamber function is now officially unlocked. Yang Chuan's spirit surged as he quickly located the newly illuminated decomposition chamber option on the system interface and clicked on it. A streamlined interface materialized, revealing a massive virtual chamber resembling a furnace, accompanied by a clear functional description below. Decomposition chamber, capable of achieving a 100 perfect decomposition of colossal beast carcasses, automatically categorizing them into various materials. It can also decompose beast materials into the purest attribute energy crystals, utilized for subsequent upgrades and enhancements of the armor. The ability to decompose materials and upgrade armor? Yang Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He promptly rummaged through a corner and retrieved an F-class toxic python scale, previously discarded as waste due to its fragile texture and unstable toxins, a true refuse material. With a focused thought, he placed the scale into the virtual decomposition chamber. A radiant flash emanated from the decomposition chamber, and in an instant, the scale disintegrated, transforming into countless specks of light that ultimately coalesced into a crystal, the size of a fingernail, exuding a foreboding aura in a deep emerald hue. Decomposition successful, acquired. F-grade minor energy crystal, toxic, X1. Thus, Yang Chuan comprehended everything in an instant. The core attribute of the white tiger armor was gold, indicating that the energy crystals required for its subsequent upgrades and enhancements would inherently be of the gold attribute. Meanwhile, the shadow armor demanded energy crystals of the shadow or wind attributes. The unlocking of this decomposition chamber effectively illuminated an alternative path for him, the path of armor enhancement. The successful decomposition of the white tiger armor impeccably validated his previous conjecture. As long as he could procure the specific materials, he could indeed tailor any armor to his desires, akin to the synthesis of equipment within a game. His gaze seemed to penetrate the roof, reaching towards the distant horizon. The white tiger, situated in the west, belongs to gold and signifies slaughter. In contrast, to the east resides the azure dragon, associated with wood and representing vitality. To the south, the vermilion bird, aligned with fire and embodying destruction, and to the north, the black tortoise, connected with water and symbolizing defense. An audacious, even recklessly ambitious thought burgeoned uncontrollably within his mind. He not only aspired to forge these 4 sacred beast armors, but also yearned to gather them all. A smile of yearning unconsciously graced Yang Chuan's lips. Perhaps, upon assembling these 4 sets of sacred beast armors, he could indeed merge them into an even stronger form, reminiscent of a certain Tokusatsu series. Chapter 17. The Butcher Approaches. In the ensuing 2 days, Yang Chuan exhibited an unusual tranquility, refraining from transforming into the swift shadow to hunt. Instead, he immersed himself entirely in the adaptation and cultivation of his newfound power. In the resting chamber, Yang Chuan sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly shut. He was guiding the new inner energy generated by the Gungjin White Tiger secret code, allowing it to flow gradually through his meridians. This energy was starkly different from the ethereal essence of the swift shadow technique. It was robust, domineering, and imbued with an indomitable sharpness. With each cycle, it felt as though countless minuscule blades were cleansing his limbs and bones, bringing waves of sharp pain while simultaneously fortifying his flesh and meridians. He understood well that no matter how formidable the armor, it ultimately remained an external object, If one's own strength was feeble and their willpower lacking, harnessing the full potential of the armor would be exceedingly difficult. In this world, high-level awakened warriors possessed a plethora of combat techniques. The clash of strength and speed was merely foundational. Those who truly stood at the pinnacle often wielded bizarre and uncanny abilities. The explosive, inner strength akin to striking a bull from afar was commonplace. Should he encounter an illusionist adept at crafting phantasms or a mentalist capable of directly assaulting the soul, even clad in the remarkably defensive white tiger armor, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, personal cultivation must never wane. The external world had erupted in chaos due to the Butcher Company's million-dollar bounty, and the underground realm of Jiang City buzzed with discussions surrounding the name Swift Shadow. However, within the secluded recycling station where Yang Chuan resided, at the eye of the storm, an unusual calm prevailed. Apart from occasionally serving a few customers seeking to purchase scrap, there are no further disturbances. Those who managed to find their way to this place were predominantly struggling individuals from the lower echelons of the awakened warrior community or obscure mercenary groups. Lacking the substantial funds to procure new equipment from legitimate material companies, they resorted to this venue in hopes of luck, bargaining for inferior materials salvaged from the carcasses of colossal beasts to mend their battered gear or as scrap for weapon forging. "Boss, can you lower the price on this F-grade iron armor scale? It has a dent. You see, I'll take this pile of bones. What's the total? I need them for soup." No, to refine some bone powder." In the face of these penny-pinching customers, Yang Chuan was disinclined to engage in lengthy negotiations. Typically, he would nod in agreement if their offered price was not excessively unreasonable. His perspective had evolved. Such trivial earnings no longer captured his interest. He refrained from utilizing these funds, adhering to the protocol of documenting every transaction, preparing to present the accounts to Li Weiwan at the end of the month. One afternoon, while Yang Chuan was in a meditative state, endeavoring to condense that sharp Gungjin energy further, an unforeseen calamity struck. Boom! A deafening explosion, accompanied by the piercing wail of twisted metal, suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. The heavy steel door of the recycling station was suddenly forced open by an irresistible and overwhelming force from the outside. The two door panels, as if struck head-on by a battering ram, were severely deformed and crashed inward, landing heavily on the pile of debris, sending dust swirling into the air. Yang Chuan's eyes snapped open, a fleeting glint of cold light flashing within. He instantly gathered his energy, leaping from his bed and striding out of the lounge. In the courtyard, a haze of smoke filled the air. Two imposing figures, radiating an oppressive aura, slowly approached through the open doorway. At the forefront was the scar-faced captain of the Butcher Company, followed closely by the previously terrified Old Wu. The scarred man exuded an air of violence and impatience, his mood evidently foul. His fierce eyes were bloodshot, and the scar on his face twisted grotesquely, enhancing his menacing appearance. He strode to the center of the courtyard, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, locking onto Yang Chuan as he bluntly inquired, "Kid, how are you progressing with the task I assigned? Have you found the pendant?" Yang Chuan calmly surveyed the two, shaking his head slightly no. "No." The scar-faced man's voice escalated sharply, a deranged, awakened warrior's formidable aura erupting like a tempest, saturating the courtyard and causing the air to thicken. "Do you remember what I said 3 days ago?" He stepped closer, nearly invading Yang Chuan's personal space, and with a tone heavy with menace, articulated each word deliberately. "I said if you don't find it, prepare to die." His mood had indeed soured to an extreme. The 3-day deadline had long passed, but he had been preoccupied with tracking down Fei Ying, leaving him no time to visit this dilapidated recycling station. However, that accursed Fei Ying had vanished completely after intercepting their spoils outside the city, leaving no trace behind. The internal pressure from the company, the hatred for his fallen brothers, and the immense public scrutiny from the bounty had only fueled the flames of his fury. Today, after yet another fruitless pursuit, he had nowhere to vent his pent-up rage, and thus his focus shifted to this recycling station. He was here to unleash his wrath. In the face of the scarred man's almost predatory gaze, Yang Chuan remained unperturbed, even finding a hint of amusement. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power coursing through his knuckles. At this moment, he was not afraid of the man before him, a mere rank awakened warrior. If he donned the white tiger armor and activated his combat stance, he was absolutely confident that he could sever the man's head within 10 strikes. Yet, his reason cautioned against such actions. Any display of strength surpassing that of an ordinary person would inevitably arouse suspicion, and exposing his identity would lead to significant trouble. However, this instinctive clenching of his fist did not escape the notice of the scar-faced man. Initially taken aback, the scarred man then laughed derisively, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Oh? What's this? Do you really think you can confront me?" He regarded Yang Chuan with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for an insignificant insect, mockingly observing him from head to toe. A wretch who ekes out a living by scavenging through refused dares to clench his fists before me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Behind him, the fifth man echoed his bravado, taunting, "You must truly be tired of living, kid." The scarred face seemed to revel in the power he wielded over life and death. A sinister grin spreading across his features as he slowly raised his right hand, an aura of visible energy swirling around his palm. "Since you cannot locate the pendant, let your worthless life suffice as compensation." Upon witnessing this, Yang Chuan understood the gravity of the situation. His expression hardened. He had already extended an olive branch. If his adversary was intent on courting death, he could hardly be blamed. If it came to it, he would swiftly end this, eliminate the two, and then promptly flee to another city to start anew. The metal energy within him surged with vigor, and a gentle warmth emanated from the white tiger summoning device on his wrist. Yet, just as he was poised to act with reckless abandon, his movements came to an unexpected halt. A chilling, familiar fragrance wafted into his awareness without warning. She has arrived. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, a graceful figure materialized like a specter between Yang Chuan and the scarred man. Clad in a sleek black combat suit, she possessed a statuesque elegance and an otherworldly beauty. Her timing was impeccable, perfectly interposing herself before the formidable strike of the scarred man. It was none other than Li Weiwan, the captain of the breakthrough squad and the true sovereign of this recycling station. "On my territory, who grants you the audacity to harm my people?" Li Weiwan did not even glance at Yang Chuan. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes were fixed indifferently upon the astonished face of the scarred man. Her voice was low, yet it carried an icy chill reminiscent of the farthest northern glaciers, causing the temperature in the courtyard to plummet several degrees. Chapter 18. Li Weiwan, my territory. My people. The sudden appearance of Li Weiwan brought an immediate stillness to the charged atmosphere of the room. The scarred man's hand, enveloped in an aura of energy and poised to strike Yang Chuan, froze mid-air. His face was a grotesque mask of malicious glee entwined with shock, rendering him both ludicrous and distorted. What horrified him further was the realization that, before he could react, an exaggeratedly large blade had been unsheathed, its cold, keen edge silently pressed against his carotid artery. He had not even caught a glimpse of how the weapon had been drawn. A chilling wave surged from the depths of his soul, racing up his spine and causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "Li, Captain Li." The scarred man struggled to swallow, his voice dry and trembling. "What does this mean? I am asking you." Li Weiwan's tone remained unwavering, as frigid as the Siberian winds. "Why, on my territory, would you harm my people?" Her voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority and lethal intent that made the scarred man's heart skip a beat. Nevertheless, he was a seasoned rogue, accustomed to dancing on the knife's edge, and after the initial shock, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. He recognized Li Weiwan, the prodigious star of the Broken Army Squad, the rising luminary of Jiang City's official ranks. Yet, he was equally aware that official organizations place great emphasis on rules and evidence. "Captain Li, please do not misunderstand." The scarred man's eyes darted, and he immediately donned a facade of righteous indignation. "Our butcher company always acts with reason and evidence. It is not my intention to provoke unjustly. Rather, it is your subordinate, Yang Chuan, who is unscrupulous." He pointed at Yang Chuan, continuing, "A few days ago, our company's young master lost an exceedingly precious pendant while hunting a beast in the southern part of the city. We traced that batch of refuse to this recycling station. I kindly asked him for assistance in locating it. Yet he not only rebuffed my request, but even attempted to resort to violence. Captain Lee, I suspect he is the thief who stole our young master's belongings. The butcher company merely seeks to reclaim what is rightfully ours. With that, he seemed to regain his confidence, his demeanor turning once more resolute. Captain Lee, I respect your position within the authorities, but this matter pertains to the honor of our butcher company. Today you must either hand him over for us to interrogate, or do not blame us for showing no regard for the broken army. He was certain that Li Weiwan would not dare to sever ties with the deeply entrenched butcher company of Jiang City over a lowly, suspected thief. Such an action defied all logic. Upon hearing these words, Yang Chuan felt a tightening in his chest. He had to admit that the scarred man's rhetoric was quite provocative. If Li Weiwan truly chose to smooth things over, he would likely have to reveal his true abilities today. However, Li Weiwan's response completely surpassed the expectations of both him and the scarred man. Upon hearing the impassioned discourse of the scar-faced man, her exquisitely beautiful visage exhibited no sign of wavering. Rather, a flicker of unabashed disdain and impatience glimmered in her deep-set phoenix eyes. "Are you finished?" she inquired coolly. "I am finished," replied the scar-faced man. "I hope you." Yet before he could complete his thought, a dazzling flash of a blade appeared before him without warning. The sound was a mere whisper, akin to the tearing of fabric. The expression on the scar-faced man's face froze instantaneously. Disbelief widened his eyes as he emitted a rasping sound from his throat, seemingly attempting to utter something. However, a slender line of crimson began to seep from his neck, swiftly expanding. In the next moment, his head severed from his body, blood gushing upwards like a fountain, staining the filthy ground crimson. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. This abrupt scene left everyone in utter shock. The fifth man, trailing behind, turned ashen, his face drained of color, resembling a sheet of paper. He watched in horror as his captain's lifeless head rolled to the ground, his mind blank. Overwhelmed by an insurmountable terror that rendered his legs weak, causing him to collapse onto the ground, an unpleasant warmth spreading in his trousers. He wished to scream, but found his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, Li Weiwan's icy gaze fell upon him. With a swift motion, another flash of the blade pierced through his heart before he could even react. The terror on his face was forever frozen, vitality rapidly dissipating. Li Weiwan casually flicked the blood from the long knife, the blade returning to its sheath with a soft, resonant chime. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed with an elegance that made it seem as though she had simply swatted two buzzing flies. She turned to the utterly stunned Yang Chuan, her tone matter-of-fact, as she succinctly commanded, "Clean it up." With that, she cast not another glance at the two corpses and walked directly into Yang Chuan's resting area. Yang Chuan remained dazed for several seconds, reeling from the shocking spectacle he had just witnessed. He gazed at Li Weiwan's cold, resolute silhouette, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none had prepared him for the simplicity, brutality, and utter disregard with which Li Weiwan resolved the situation. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, he began to handle the bodies. Skillfully, he dragged the two corpses to the highest pile of debris in the corner of the yard, discarding them like refuse before burying them beneath scrap metal and discarded materials. Once he completed this task, he entered the resting area. Inside, Li Weiwan stood quietly by the window, lost in thought. Yang Chuan, filled with confusion, could not help but ask why. Li Weiwan turned, her cold gaze fixed upon him as she stated, "You are mine. On my territory, you must abide by my rules." He had initiated the provocation, and I was thoroughly displeased with his demeanor. Her reasoning was remarkably simple. Yang Chuan instantaneously comprehended this was Li Weiwan's modus operandi, protective, domineering, and exceedingly confident. As for severing ties with the butcher company, he suddenly realized how ludicrous his previous thoughts had been. Although the Breakthrough Squad was merely an official sea-level team, it was backed by the entire official apparatus of Jiangcheng, the Disaster Response Bureau. no matter how formidable the butcher company might be. It was merely a civil organization operating in the gray areas. They dared to act against ordinary, awakened fighters. But they would never have the audacity to openly challenge the authority of the official establishment. Moreover, considering Li Weiwan's style of operation and the strength she had exhibited, her background was likely far more complex than that of an ordinary prodigy. As he pondered, Li Weiwan's gaze fell upon his humble little bed. Noticing the distinct marks left from prolonged meditation, she furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, still attempting to cultivate? Yang Chuan felt a jolt of apprehension. He had no intention of revealing that he was already a genuine awakened fighter, whose strength had surged remarkably. He allowed a hint of frustration and dejection to surface on his face, shaking his head. Not yet. I still cannot find the warrior you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Li Weiwan fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she retrieved a sealed metal vial from her tactical pouch and casually tossed it to Yang Chuan. Inside the vial was a pale blue liquid, shimmering like a galaxy. What is this? Yang Chuan instinctively caught it. A sample sent by a pharmaceutical company we collaborated with recently, Li Weiwan explained nonchalantly. It's a genetic optimization agent that can forcibly unblock the meridians of ordinary people and stimulate the aura. Once you take this, you will be able to cultivate. As Yang Chuan held this invaluable potion in his hand, warmth surged through his heart. He finally grasped the truth. This woman was merely a classic case of a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Though she appeared cold and kept others at a distance, she had, to some extent, regarded him as one of her own. Things have been rather unsettled both in and out of the city lately, so try to stay indoors, Li Weiwan advised, seemingly feeling that she had spoken enough for the day, as she turned to leave. However, just as her hand was about to grasp the doorknob, Yang Chuan's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. Li Weiwan had protected him in her own way, and he felt he ought to reciprocate. Someone is coming after you. Li Weiwan's departing steps abruptly halted. She slowly turned around. Her previously casual phoenix eyes now transformed into a piercing, icy glare. Chapter 19, me? A double agent? Li Weiwan turned around, her cold, phoenix-like eyes now resembling two invisible blades, sharp enough to cleave the human heart. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Yang Chuan, and the casual demeanor she had displayed earlier after vanquishing a formidable foe had vanished, replaced by an intense scrutiny and vigilance. Speak clearly. Her voice was even colder than it had been when confronting the scarred face. Overwhelmed by her imposing presence, Yang Chuan felt an immense pressure. He understood the gravity of the situation. Every word he uttered from this point onward could yield drastically different consequences. He hesitated no longer, swiftly gathering his thoughts, and recounted, in meticulous detail, the encounter he had a few days prior with Heir Guzimengo. He initially feigned camaraderie, discussing matters concerning Fing, before he broached the subject of borrowing money. After I declined, he threatened to cause trouble for me on behalf of the butcher company, claiming that his boss could assist me. Yang Chuan spoke deliberately, ensuring each word was crystal clear. His proposition was that he wanted me to leverage my position at the recycling station to get closer to you, regularly reporting on your movements, schedule, and contacts. Pausing momentarily, he raised his gaze to meet Li Weiwan's unfathomable eyes and added his conjecture. I suspect their target may extend beyond just you. As the captain of the breaking army team, they are likely probing into your information with the ultimate aim directed at the entire team and perhaps even the official organization behind it. Upon finishing Yang Chuan's account, the air in the lounge seemed to solidify. Li Weiwan's expression remained inscrutable, yet the chill in her eyes intensified. After a lengthy silence, she finally posed a critical question. Did you agree? This question struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing directly to the heart. Yang Chuan had no doubt that any hint of hesitation in his response could lead to a fate far worse than that of the scarred man. No, absolutely not. He vehemently shook his head, asserting, I told him to leave immediately. Upon hearing this, the bone-chilling coldness in Li Weiwan's eyes receded slightly. However, her next words caused Yang Chuan's mind to short-circuit. With an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, she coolly instructed, agree to him. What? Yang Chuan thought he had misheard. Standing frozen in disbelief, I said, Contact that Mingo and agree to his terms. Li Weiwan reiterated, her tone as calm as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Provide him with whatever information he requests. Yang Chuan was utterly bewildered. What was this? Was she instructing him to become a traitor? He could not fathom Li Weiwan's reasoning. Observing his dazed expression, Li Weiwan seemed aware that her command was extraordinary and, unusually, offered an explanation. That Mingo is merely a low-tier thug. The so-called boss behind him, if I am not mistaken, should be associated with Black Tide. Black Tide? Yang Chuan furrowed his brow in confusion. This name was entirely unfamiliar to him. An external force that had only recently become active in the East Asian region, Li Weiwan's expression grew somewhat grave. Ostensibly a mere intelligence trafficking organization, it clandestinely engaged in the theft of advanced technological data from various nations and the subversion of key personnel. Their operational style was exceedingly covert, akin to a dark current beneath the water's surface, making it challenging to catch a glimpse of their activities. She paused before continuing. Our officials have actually been monitoring them for some time, yet we have been unable to locate their core members, let alone dismantle their stronghold in Jiangxing. Now that they have inadvertently revealed a glimpse of their intentions by extending their reach into my territory, this presents an opportunity to trace the vine and uncover the fruit behind them. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan's expression instantly fell. He finally comprehended Li Weiwan's intentions. This was not merely a request for him to act as a traitor. It was, in fact, a summons to become a double agent, to thrust someone like him, who merely wished to quietly gather armor and enhance his strength, into the treacherous game of espionage against a ruthless foreign intelligence organization that even the authorities found daunting. It was nothing short of a perilous undertaking. Moreover, it was the kind of scenario where the protagonist might meet a sudden demise at any moment. The thought of being caught between Li Weiwan and the enigmatic Black Tide organization, embroiled in a daily drama of intrigues and machinations, left Yang Chuan feeling overwhelmed and distressed. Yet, gazing into Li Weiwan's resolute eyes, he understood that there was no room for refusal. This matter had arisen because of him, and now Li Weiwan was clearly intent on turning the tables. He had no choice but to brace himself and acquiesce. I understand, Yang Chuan replied with a grimace, nodding with great difficulty. Excellent. Li Weiwan seemed pleased with his acquiescence. She retrieved an object from her tactical pocket and tossed it to Yang Chuan. It was a miniature phone, no larger than a matchbox, entirely black and devoid of any brand markings. This is an encrypted communication device that will connect directly to me. In the future, should you obtain any valuable intelligence from Black Tide or encounter an urgent situation that you cannot handle, you may use this to reach me. Yang Chuan caught the phone, feeling its weight in his hand, realizing that this device would serve as his lifeline to perilous missions ahead. After imparting this information, Li Weiwan prepared to depart. However, just as she reached the door, she seemed to suddenly recall something, pausing in her tracks to turn back and say, "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. My sister is on summer vacation, and I have enrolled her in a martial arts training class in the west of the city. Starting tomorrow, she will be coming here for lunch and dinner." Huh? Yang Chuan felt as though his mind was overwhelmed. Just moments ago, he had been discussing the life-threatening prospect of becoming a double agent, and now the conversation had shifted to cooking. Li Weiwan was aware of his culinary skills and knew he could cook quite well. She no longer afforded Yang Chuan any opportunity to refuse. With a swift motion, she opened the door and vanished into the courtyard, departing with an effortless grace. Yang Chuan was left alone, disheveled in the wind, his heart heavy with unshed tears. What on earth was happening? He found himself inexplicably entangled in the conflict between two colossal organizations, now destined to play the role of a double agent, while also serving as a caretaker and cook for her rather oblivious sister. This esteemed lady departed with such decisiveness, yet left him burdened with a multitude of troubles. All he had desired was to peacefully pursue his passion for collecting armor and develop in obscurity. After standing in place for a considerable time, Yang Chuan finally let out a long sigh. Given the circumstances, further lamentation would be futile. Resigned to his fate, he took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found the number he had marked as Erguzi. After a moment's hesitation, he composed a text message and sent it forth. Chapter 20. Li Yutong. The sudden arrival of a giant beast. No sooner had the message been sent than Meng Go's call came through in less than a minute. On the other end of the line, his signature voice, tinged with a hint of sharpness and smugness, echoed, "Oh, is this brother Yang Chuan? Have you come to your senses?" Yang Chuan adjusted his tone and replied, "Ergo, I was wrong before. The people at the butcher company. I simply couldn't withstand it any longer. Do you think what we discussed earlier is still possible?" "Ha! I knew it." Meng Go erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter, his glee palpable even through the receiver. "Brother Yang Chuan, why didn't you think this way sooner? All right, seeing your sincerity, I shall take care of this matter for you." He cleared his throat and adopted an affectedly mature tone, saying from now on, "You can focus on working for Captain Lee. Should anything arise, make sure to inform me immediately. Then I will be in your care." Yang Chuan responded, "Enough of this. We are brothers. Let us not indulge in pretense." Meng Go clearly relished this exchange and bragged for a while longer before contentedly hanging up the phone. As the busy tone filled his ears, the humility on Yang Chuan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a stark indifference. He was not surprised that matters had unfolded so seamlessly. In the mindset of a lowly figure like Meng Go, nothing was deemed more precious than one's own life. He was undoubtedly convinced that he had been cornered by the death threats from the butcher company and had no choice but to seek out Yang Chuan as a means of escape. With the connection successfully established, Yang Chuan had achieved his objective. He refrained from engaging in further conversation with Meng Go, nor did he harbor any inclination to probe for information regarding the Black Tide. What a jest it would be to willingly embark on a perilous investigation for the authorities, especially after agreeing to become a double agent for Li Weiwan, who had already assisted him with potions and troubles. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. His sole desire was to steadily enhance his strength and develop in seclusion. The following morning, Yang Chuan cast aside all distractions and returned to a state of cultivation. He gazed at the pale blue gene optimization potion in his hand. Without a trace of hesitation, he consumed it in one swift motion. As the potion entered his system, it transformed into a refreshing warmth that surged through his abdomen. In the next moment, a vast, gentle energy erupted within him like a flood breaking through a dam, radiating throughout his limbs and body. This energy was forcibly remodeling his physique, expanding his meridians. Yang Chuan's heart tightened, and he immediately activated the Gung gene by whose secret tome, simultaneously invoking the White Tiger Summoner on his wrist. The B-grade beast core on the summoner glowed brilliantly, and an even pure Gung gene energy flowed into his body, intertwining with the energy from the potion, both working in concert to cleanse and refine him. With the assistance of this dual energy, the F-grade energy cyclone within him, which had only recently begun to take shape, rapidly expanded and solidified at a visibly accelerated pace. The previously constricted fine meridians were now gradually unblocked. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a faint sound resonated within him, as if a certain bottleneck had been forcefully shattered. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your physical prowess has been comprehensively enhanced, successfully breaking through to E-rank martial artist. Yang Chuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath imbued with a subtle golden hue. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him, now several times stronger and brimming with a keen edge, a satisfied smile gracing his face. E-rank. Following the enhancement of his armor, his martial arts prowess also progressed steadily. Having completed his training, Yang Chuan glanced at the time. It was nearing noon. Recalling Li Weiwan's instructions, he felt a tinge of reluctance, but nonetheless ventured into the kitchen to prepare lunch in advance. With practiced ease, he rinsed the rice and placed it in the pot, retrieved fresh meat and vegetables from the refrigerator, and in a flurry of knife work, he had an array of delectable home-cooked dishes ready. Just as he set the final dish of sweet and sour pork on the table, his phone suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, he noticed a message from a familiar account, and the username made his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Energetic Candy Big Shot. Upon accepting the friend request, the other party immediately sent a message, followed by a flurry of boastful emojis. Energetic Candy Big Shot. Did you expect this? Your great aunt is here to mooch off your food again. Hurry up and prepare the wine and dishes to welcome this esteemed guest. Yang Chuan sighed, Recognizing the eccentric and somewhat childish tone that could only belong to Li Weiwan's mischievous younger sister, Li Yutong. Li Yutong, a sprightly girl of 17 attending the foremost martial arts high school in Jiangxing, was the polar opposite of her icy elder sister. During the previous holiday, this girl would often make her way to his secluded abode under the pretense of inspecting her sister's assets, but in reality, she was merely there to indulge in food and evade her sister's rigorous training regimen. Through their frequent encounters, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Shaking his head in resignation, Yang Chuan replied to her message. Yang Chuan, the meal is ready. Where are you? Energetic canny big shot. On my way. My dear personal chef, have you missed me? The next moment, she audaciously initiated a video call. Yang Chuan accepted, and the screen instantly revealed a youthful and vibrant face. Li Yutong was seated on a swaying bus, clad in a refreshing white tracksuit, her hair tied in a low ponytail, and her bright eyes beaming like crescent moons. Hello, Yang Chuan. She waved at the camera, her melodious voice resonating through the speaker. I just finished class. I'm just one stop away. What delicious food have you made today? Yang Chuan turned the camera to showcase the array of dishes on the table. Ha! As expected, you know me best. A nearby ant glanced over at her. She stuck out her tongue and lowered her voice, but once she began talking, there was no stopping her. Her words flowed abundantly, even to the point of verbosity. Yet, beneath her refreshing beauty and melodious voice, they failed to evoke any sense of irritation. Yang Chuan listened with a detached air. However, at that moment, an incredibly violent roar erupted from the video. A thunderous explosion resonated, causing Yang Chuan's eardrums to thrum even through the confines of his phone. Both their expressions shifted dramatically. The video shook violently, and the bus screeched to a halt, unleashing a cacophony of gasps and screams from the passengers. Due to inertia, Li Yutong was propelled forward, nearly colliding with the seat ahead. Steadying herself, she, like the other passengers, turned in shock to gaze out the window. There, at the center of a nearby intersection, stood a colossal creature resembling a giant mantis, towering over 10 meters high, its forelimbs equipped with enormous, scythe-like bone blades, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. Each swing of its bone blades effortlessly cleaved nearby cars in half. It was a monstrous beast. Run for your lives. Panic spread like wildfire. Before Yang Chuan could shout through the video for everyone to find a place to hide, Li Yutong made a move that sent a jolt through his heart. She abruptly ended the video call. As Yang Chuan stared at the suddenly darkened screen of his phone, his expression soured. This girl, surely she doesn't intend to confront that beast alone, does she? Chapter 21. The Battle of Laughter. It falls to me. The incessant beeping of the busy tone from the hung-up call resonated sharply in Yang Chuan's ears. He gazed at the darkened screen of his phone, his heart sinking abruptly. Given Li Yutong's fearless and somewhat stubborn disposition, it was entirely plausible that she might act impulsively. I must go and check on her. This thought sprang into his mind almost instantaneously. This urgency stemmed not only from their budding friendship, but, more importantly, from the fact that she was Li Weiwan's younger sister. Should anything happen to her, Li Weiwan, with her fiercely protective nature, would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Boom! Another muffled roar echoed from a distance, and this time, Yang Chuan could distinctly feel the faint tremor beneath his feet. The source was not far off. Without hesitation, he retrieved his encrypted microphone and dialed Li Weiwan's number. The call was answered almost immediately. Speak. Li Weiwan's voice was cold and succinct. Your sister is in trouble. Yang Chuan spoke rapidly. The bus she was on near the city's west intersection encountered a monstrous beast. She just hung up my video call, and I fear she might act recklessly. What? Li Weiwan's voice on the other end revealed a notable tremor, a mix of shock and urgency. Send me the address. I will head over right away. Without waiting for response, she hung up. Yang Chuan wasted no time, quickly sending the location before tucking his phone into his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his wrist, grasping the jade and gold-hued tiger head summoning talisman. White tiger armor, arm up, he called inwardly, a surge of overwhelming metal energy erupting from within him, intertwining with the talisman. A dazzling brilliance of pure white and golden light enveloped him instantaneously, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of ancient times. The newly forged armor, exuding a sense of powerful grace, enveloped his form. An unprecedented sensation of strength coursed through his limbs. With barely a moment to acclimate, Yang Chuan bent his knees slightly and propelled himself forward like a white cannonball, racing towards the source of commotion. Meanwhile, at the west intersection of the city, chaos reigned supreme. The bus that Li Yutong had been traveling on stood abandoned by the roadside, its doors flung wide open, while the passengers had long since fled. The streets were filled with panicked individuals, scurrying with their heads down. However, the citizens of Jiangcheng had grown accustomed to such sudden calamities. They did not flee like headless chickens. Instead, they adeptly sought out sturdy buildings to use as shelter, while those closest to the entrance of the underground refuge hurriedly made their way toward safety. The alarm blared through the skies. Yet the official support forces clearly required some time to arrive. Amidst the chaos of the surroundings, a striking figure appeared incongruous. Li Yutong stood alone on the desolate street, unwavering in her stance. Her bright, expressive eyes were fixed intently on the monstrous creature wreaking havoc not far away, her delicate face etched with urgency and inner turmoil. As the top student of Jiangcheng's premier martial arts high school, she quickly assessed that the insectoid beast before her emitted energy fluctuations at approximately the mid-tier E-level. Coincidentally, she was also a bona fide E-level awakened martial artist. Under normal circumstances, clad in her exoskeleton armor and wielding standard weaponry, she would have been confident in her ability to confront such a creature alongside her companions. However, at this moment, having just completed an intense physical training session, she was dressed only in lightweight athletic attire, utterly unarmed. How could she possibly engage it? Charging forward would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. Yet, in those fleeting seconds of hesitation, the monstrous mantis seemed to tire of demolishing vehicles. Its enormous compound eyes shifted, locking onto a large storefront at the street corner. Through the shattered glass facade, she could clearly see dozens of terrified civilians cowering within. This was dire. Panic gripped Li Yutong's heart. The structure of the shop was flimsy, incapable of withstanding even a few strikes from the beast. Once the exterior was breached, those innocent souls would become nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. There was no time for further contemplation. A resolute determination flashed across her lovely face. Without hesitation, she dashed to the roadside, channeling her E-level internal energy into her legs. Her long, fair limbs surged with astounding power as she delivered a powerful kick to the base of a metal lamppost. Clang, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal fracturing. The lamppost, towering 7 or 8 meters tall, was effortlessly snapped in two. With a fierce cry, she embraced the heavy pole, hoisting it entirely onto her shoulders, and then set forth with unwavering resolve towards the mantis beast, charging with ferocity. "Hey, over here, you beast!" The mantis creature appeared to sense the commotion behind it, slowly turning its massive form. A flicker of anthropomorphic confusion flashed in its enormous eyes, seemingly perplexed as to why this diminutive human dared to provoke it. Now was her moment. Li Yutong sprinted towards the beast's rear, summoning all her strength to swing the hefty metal lamppost like a colossal baseball bat, bringing it crashing down upon the creature's back. Boom! A thunderous impact resounded. This strike successfully enraged the beast, yet merely left a white mark upon its dark green, impenetrable exoskeleton, inflicting no substantial harm whatsoever. Hiss! The mantis beast emitted a sharp, piercing cry, abandoning its assault on the storefront, pivoting instead to direct its lethal, scythe-like appendages toward the audacious little figure before it. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Yutong promptly discarded the bent and misshapen lamppost. With agility that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, she began to evade the colossal beast's tempestuous onslaught. Her figure darted through the streets, navigating perilous situations with grace. Several times, the razor-sharp bone blades grazed her body, the fierce winds they generated causing her skin to sting painfully. Just as she was on the brink of exhaustion, a series of spirited shouts suddenly echoed from a short distance away. "Classmates, fear not. We are here to assist you. Three young individuals, clad in vibrant sports attire, burst forth from an adjacent street, led by a tall young man. They were evidently students from a nearby martial arts academy, drawn to the commotion. This impromptu band of mercenaries thus joined the fray. However, the suddenness of the event meant that these fervent young martial artists, much like Liu Tong, were devoid of any specialized gear. Consequently, when Yang Chuan, adorned in the majestic white tiger armor, silently descended upon a rooftop, he was met with a scene that elicited both amusement and exasperation at the intersection for youths, averaging no more than 20 years in age, were engaged in a barehanded struggle against an E-class behemoth. Liu Tong, the most agile among them, took on the primary task of distraction, while the other three young men resorted to the most rudimentary methods of attack, punches and kicks. Their blows struck the hardened exoskeleton of the mantis-like creature, producing a series of resounding clinks. Beyond generating a few inconsequential sparks, they left no discernible marks. The spectacle was valiant, yet inexplicably comical. Yang Chuan, observing the chaotic and ineffective battle from the rooftop, could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Truly, what a bunch of fervent youngsters. He averted his gaze. No longer a spectator, it appeared that it was time for him to take action. Chapter 22. Cars as Toys? The Power of the White Tiger. The battleground of the crossroads had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Even the awakened warriors, endowed with extraordinary strength and agility, remained ultimately flesh and blood. Confronted by the colossal mantis beast, with its iron-like exoskeleton, the chasm of disparity in pure physicality was insurmountable. This was precisely why exoskeletal armor had become standard for awakened warriors. It not only provided formidable firepower, but also compensated for humanity's most critical shortcomings in size and defense. At this moment, Liu Tong and the three impassioned young men were valiantly wagering their lives to affirm this harsh truth. The mantis beast emitted a piercing shriek. Its enormous bone blades, each several meters long, weaving a deadly illusion in the air. Each seemingly casual strike carried a terrifying whoosh, a sound that cleaved the very atmosphere, infused with immense force that violently struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy asphalt road cracked under its onslaught, yielding like fragile cookies, cleaved open by deep ravines, with stones flying and dust swirling. The three young men dared not confront it head-on. Instead, they relied on the agility of the awakened warriors, clumsily darting between the intervals of its attacks. Several times, the razor-sharp blades grazed their bodies, the fierce gusts of wind slicing through their athletic wear, revealing the bruised skin beneath. Everyone was acutely aware that in the face of such terrifying strikes, even a mere brush would lead to dismemberment. Liu Tong's predicament was equally dire. The heavy lamppost she wielded as a weapon had, mere minutes earlier, been effortlessly cleaved in two by the beast's precise blow. Without her sole means of offense, she could only focus all her energy on evasion. Yet, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Human stamina is ultimately finite. After prolonged, intense dodging, her breath grew increasingly labored, her forehead beaded with fine sweat, her strength rapidly depleting. As she sidestepped once more, narrowly avoiding a sweeping strike from the beast, she had no time to catch her breath when, from the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a massive shadow hurtling towards her, accompanied by a whistling wind. It was a small car, flung into the air by the beast's residual attack. This sudden crisis rendered her mind blank. Fresh from her evasion, her body was caught in a rigid state of exhaustion, devoid of the energy to execute a second evasive maneuver. It's over. In her eyes, the rapidly enlarging car reflected a profound despair. However, at that critical moment, a figure appeared before her like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, arriving without warning. Bang! A sound that resonated with a depth entirely unlike what she had envisioned. The car, hurtling at high speed, collided with an invisible wall of indomitable strength, halting all its kinetic energy in an instant. A figure merely extended a right hand, adorned with fearsome claws resembling those of a tiger, effortlessly intercepting the vehicle that weighed several tons. The entire scene seemed to be suspended in time. With a deliberate push of his palm, The contorted automobile was sent flying backward as if it were a discarded toy, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing down with a resounding thud several dozen meters away. After this display of power, the figure slowly retracted his hand. Within the confines of his white tiger armor, Yang Chuan felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him, having applied merely a fraction to neutralize the crisis with ease. A sense of awe welled up within him. Indeed, the strength of a B-class was formidable. The car, in his eyes, was nothing more than a trivial plaything. Li Yutong, having narrowly escaped death, gazed in astonishment at the imposing figure shielding her completely, enveloped in a sense of security. Her mind was a blank slate. The figure, clad in an immaculate white armor adorned with golden tiger stripes, exhibited an aura of dominance and lethal intent. Its design exuded a regal ferocity, emanating an overpowering presence that commanded respect simply by standing there. Instinctively, she called out, tinged with uncertainty and surprise, Fei. Feiing? Yet, upon uttering the name, she immediately shook her head. No, this was not right. Though similarly mysterious and entirely new, the style of this armor starkly contrasted with the swift and elusive Fei-ing she had seen in videos. Fei-ing was an assassin of the night, agile and deadly, while the white armor before her embodied the king of the battlefield, authoritative and formidable. Yang Chuan did not turn back, nor did he explain his identity. Instead, he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, synthesized electronically, to the young people behind him who were now rendered speechless. This is no longer your concern. Withdraw from the battle immediately. I will handle this beast. His tone, though not loud, carried an undeniable command. The three young men exchanged glances, then looked at the gigantic mantis creature, equally stunned by the sudden turn of events, halting its attack and watching Yang Chuan with wary eyes. They sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the white armor. Let us go, the leader of the group decisively urged, grabbing his hesitant companion and calling out to Li Yutong. Classmate, quick retreat. With that, they did not linger, swiftly making their way to safety. Li Yutong cast a lingering glance at Yang Chuan's imposing silhouette, biting her lip. Though her mind swirled with countless questions, she understood that now was not the time for inquiries. Nodding in agreement, she too hastily withdrew. Soon, the once chaotic battlefield was left with only Yang Chuan and the colossal mantis, poised in a standoff from a distance. Yang Chuan slowly flexed his limbs, producing a metallic creaking sound as he reveled in the explosive power bestowed upon him by the white tiger armor, a force capable of rending anything asunder. He lifted his gaze, peering through the blood-red lenses of his tiger helmet, regarding the colossal beast before him with the cold, predatory gaze of a hunter. With a low hum, he raised his right hand, and with a mere thought, golden light flickered in the void. A spear, 2 meters in length with a tip as menacing as a tiger's claw, its shaft adorned with fierce tiger patterns, materialized before him, firmly grasped in his hand. Sensing the lethal threat emanating from the spear, the mantis giant uneasily shifted its form, emitting a cautious hiss. Yet, Yang Chuan merely smiled with disdain. The chaotic skirmish of moments past was at an end. Now it was his time, the time for the hunt. Chapter 23, Crushing. B-Class Power. Confronted by the colossal mantis beast, which had fixated on him as its singular target, Yang Chuan gripped the Gungjin Tiger Claw spear and gradually assumed a combat stance. This was a posture he had never consciously learned, yet it felt as though it had been inscribed deep within his very soul, a foundational technique included in the Gungjin White Tiger secret tome. Hiss! The mantis beast, evidently lacking the patience to allow its prey to prepare, propelled itself forward with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, transforming its massive form into a fleeting shadow of deep green. 2 menacing bone blades carved across in the air, radiating a chilling brilliance as they descended upon Yang Chuan with the force to rend anything asunder. In a distant safety zone, Li Yutong and several young, awakened warriors who had recently retreated felt their hearts leap into their throats. Get out of the way, one boy exclaimed instinctively. To them, faced with such a colossal beast capable of delivering overwhelming strikes that spanned a wide area, any awakened warrior, even clad in heavy exoskeletal armor, would inevitably prioritize evasion using their speed, seeking a moment of reprieve to counterattack. However, the white figure atop the building executed a maneuver that nearly made everyone's eyes bulge in disbelief. He did not evade. Instead, he advanced. With a sudden stomp, the concrete surface of the rooftop fractured beneath him. Armed with a spear, he boldly met the lethal scythe of the beast's strike head-on, without a hint of flair. As he lost his mind, a member of another mercenary team cried out in shock. To confront a creature weighing several tons, renowned for its brute strength and armored shell, with mere flesh and blood? Was there any difference between this and suicide? Clang! A deafening metallic explosion erupted at the intersection, as if to shatter eardrums. The white armor clashed solidly with the deep green bone blades. A visible wave of circular force radiated from the point of impact, violently lifting debris and dust from the ground. Amidst the horrified gaze of all observers, the anticipated, gruesome sight of the white figure being cleaved in two did not materialize. Instead, that figure merely sank slightly into a stable stance, unwavering as he withstood the mantis beast's ferocious strike, which could have split stone. The Gungjin tiger claw spear in his hand sparked brightly against the beast's bone blades, yet remained unscathed. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. In the distance, Li Yutong and the young, awakened warriors gaped, their expressions transitioning from worry to astonishment, ultimately morphing into boundless dread. He blocked it? What nonsense is this? He actually withstood the full force of an E-class beast strike head-on. In the heart of the battlefield, Yang Chuan's experience was starkly different from that of the onlookers. He merely felt an immense force transmitting through the spear. Yet the terrifying B-class strength of the white tiger armor effortlessly dissipated this impact. He even sensed an ease in his movements. Roar! With a single failed strike, the colossal mantis beast succumbed to fury. It wildly brandished its dual blades, akin to a frenzied butcher, unleashing a tempest of relentless slashes upon Yang Chuan. However, the ensuing battle completely shattered everyone's preconceived notions. Yang Chuan refrained from employing any ostentatious finishing moves or even adopting a combative stance. Instead, he wielded his spear with poise, treating the beast, which appeared terrifying to ordinary awakened warriors, merely as a sparring partner to acclimate himself to his new armor. Each of his strikes was executed with meticulous precision. Whether it was a thrust, a sweep, or a cleave, his movements were grand and forceful, exuding an aesthetic of raw power. With every thrust, he deftly parried, blocked, or deflected the beast's assaults. It seemed less a life-and-death struggle and more a rehearsal of an exquisite spear technique. In utter disbelief, Li Yutong murmured to herself, her bright eyes reflecting her astonishment. She mused that due to its massive physique and unique physiological structure, the beast's strength and defense attributes were generally a tier above those of similarly ranked awakened warriors. This implied that the pure power of this E-rank beast was at least equivalent to that of a D-rank awakened warrior. She recalled the earlier, earth-shattering moment. The white armor had even managed to catch a speeding car with one hand. A terrifying conclusion dawned upon her. His strength was at least at the B-rank level. The mere mention of B-rank caused the nearby boys to collectively gasp, exchanging glances that conveyed profound shock and reverence. A B-rank powerhouse was a rarity in the entirety of Jiang City, a figure capable of holding high positions in official organizations or leading large mercenary groups. Just as the crowd was astounded by Yang Chuan's formidable prowess, his battle was nearing its conclusion. He had completely assimilated the power and capabilities of the white tiger armor and sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching from all directions of the city. Among them, one aura was chilling yet familiar. It belonged to Li Weiwan. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The sparring session was at an end. Yang Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he ceased to hold back. Seizing the opening created by the beast's failed strike, he deftly maneuvered, closing the distance to the beast's embrace. His Gungjin tiger claw spear transformed into a golden flash, striking at an exceptionally acute angle, piercing precisely into the relatively vulnerable juncture between the beast's lower jaw and skull from below. With a squelch, the spear penetrated its brain. The mantis beast's frenzied movements abruptly ceased, and the vibrant light of life in its massive compound eyes swiftly ebbed away like a receding tide. Yang Chuan flicked his wrist, withdrawing the spear. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor were there dazzling visual effects. The battle concluded in the most efficient and merciless manner possible. The immense corpse of the beast thudded to the ground. Yet, what transpired next astounded the onlookers even more. Yang Chuan approached the colossal beast's carcass, extending his left hand towards the mountain-like remains and performing a subtle grasp. Ding! Detected the E-grade beast scythe mantis carcass. Would you like to store it in the decomposition chamber? Affirmative. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all onlookers, the immense beast's body appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, disintegrating into countless minute specks of light that transformed into a shimmering stream, all vanishing into Yang Chuan's left hand, disappearing without a trace. Having completed this enigmatic act, Yang Chuan turned his head, his blood-red goggles casting a distant gaze upon Li Yutong for the final time. Subsequently, he lingered no longer and swiftly vanished from the spot. Less than half a minute after his departure, a cacophony of roaring engines and whistling sounds filled the air as several teams arrived almost simultaneously. Leading the charge was the Break Army Squad, commanded by Li Weiwan. She leaped from her battle vehicle and immediately spotted the unharmed Li Yutong. A weight finally lifted from her heart. However, when she turned her gaze, all that met her eyes was a swiftly retreating silhouette. Once again, she had arrived too late. She murmured in regret, lamenting her inability to intercept the mysterious white tiger armor escort. Simultaneously, several other teams from civilian organizations also reached the scene. Among them, one group donned deep crimson combat uniforms adorned with an emblem of butcher's knives and beast bones. Indeed, the personnel from the Butcher Company. This time, however, the leader was not a scar-faced brute. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of ominous sophistication, emerged from a luxurious off-road vehicle. As he surveyed the desolate battlefield, now merely marked by traces of battle, his expression darkened significantly. He was none other than the heir to the Butcher Company. Chapter 24. Conflict and Confrontation. The battlefield lay in utter disarray. Li Weiwan hastened to Li Yutong's side, her eternally frosty visage betraying a rare display of emotional turbulence. Without uttering a word, she seized her sister's arm, inspecting her from head to toe in a manner bordering on the brusque. Li Yutong mumbled, feeling somewhat uneasy under her sister's scrutiny. It's just a scratch, not even bleeding. Upon confirming that her sister had merely sustained superficial injuries, Li Weiwan let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the familiar chill and sternness swiftly returned to her countenance. Such recklessness, she reprimanded coldly. Who permitted you to charge in alone without any equipment? Do you consider yourself an A-class warrior? It was an urgent situation, Li Yutong retorted, sticking out her tongue in an attempt to evade responsibility. There were so many people hiding in the mall. If I hadn't distracted them, the consequences would have been dire. Does urgency justify risking your life? Li Weiwan's voice rose sharply. Is your life less valuable than others? All right, Li Yutong replied, sensing her sister's genuine anger. She immediately raised her hands in surrender, feigning obedience. I promise I won't do it again. However, the mischief dancing in her sparkling eyes revealed that she likely did not take her sister's words to heart. Just as Li Weiwan prepared to further educate her oblivious sister, a chilling voice, laden with an oppressive aura, interrupted from the side. Captain Li, what a grand display of authority you have. Emerging from the shadows was the young heir of the Butcher Company, flanked by a group of intimidating subordinates. He positioned himself squarely between Li Weiwan and Li Yutong, his handsome face now marred by frost, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. This scene caused the other teams, who had initially intended to depart, to halt their steps, exchanging glances filled with curiosity and excitement, becoming unwitting spectators. The official Break Army Squad and the Butcher Company, the most formidable force in the underworld of Jiangxing, appear to be embroiled in a significant dispute. Li Weiwan slowly turned to face the young man, whose demeanor exuded an unsettling aura, her brow furrowing slightly. He was Tu Qianjue, the young heir of the Butcher Company, notorious among the younger generation of Yang Chuan for his ruthless nature and penchant for vengeance. Ignoring the onlookers, Tu Chinjue's gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Li Weiwan as he bluntly inquired, "Is it true that you kill my man, Scar?" His tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth, yet simmering with an anger potent enough to freeze. The D-Class team led by Scar was one he had painstakingly nurtured. Just days prior, they had suffered devastating losses at the hands of that accursed Feying, nearly annihilating his team. To his dismay, the remaining captain and another team member had inexplicably vanished. In just a few days, Tu Chinjue, had inexplicably lost an entire D-grade elite squad, a loss that stung him deeply, even as the young master of the butcher company. Faced with this blunt interrogation, Li Weiwan's response was refreshingly straightforward. Yes, she admitted candidly, as if merely stating a trivial matter. She then returned Tu Chinjue's gaze with her cold, phoenix-like eyes and added, "It was he who made the first move against me. What a splendid claim of your person." Tu Chinjue, filled with rage, let out a bitter laugh, his handsome features twisted in fury. "How dare a mere waste of space be referred to as your person? Li Weiwan, I care not who he is. You killed a member of my butcher company, and you must provide an explanation today." An explanation? The corner of Li Weiwan's mouth curled into a frigid smirk. "What if I refuse?" With that single sentence, the atmosphere turned icy. Tension crackled in the air. The members of the butcher company behind Tu Chinjue stepped forward in unison, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent, their weapons already unlatched. Meanwhile, the members of the breakthrough squad behind Li Weiwan mirrored their resolve, raising their standard firearms in unison. The cold muzzles aimed squarely at their adversaries. A large-scale conflict between the official organization and the underground forces seemed imminent. At the peak of this tense standoff, a hearty voice suddenly intervened. Hey, Master 2, Captain Lee, let's all calm down." Another squad leader, also clad in official uniform, hurriedly approached, wearing a conciliatory smile and positioning himself between the two factions. "We are all here to protect Jiang City. There is no need for such a standoff." This captain, who similarly belonged to the official Disaster Response Bureau, offered a respectful nod to Tu Chinjue. "You know that Captain Lee is one of ours. Any altercation here would have negative repercussions. Why not grant me this favor and let this matter rest for today?" Tu Chinjue stared intently at Li Weiwan, the murderous intent in his gaze nearly palpable. He understood that engaging in battle with two official teams in such a public setting was unwise. Gradually, he reined in his murderous aura, letting out a cold huff. "Fine, I shall grant you this favor today, Captain Wang." He extended a finger, pointing at Li Weiwan, his voice laced with icy venom. "Li Weiwan, remember this. This matter is far from over. My men will not die in vain." With that ominous declaration, Tu Chinjue turned on his heel, storming away with his team. The impending conflict dissipated. Li Weiwan nodded coolly at Captain Wang, a silent gesture of gratitude, before preparing to depart with her squad. "Sister," Li Yutong quickly grabbed her arm. "Since we're here, let us go to Brother Yang's place. For a meal. He must have made enough for you." "I have no time," Li Weiwan decisively declined, casting a glance at her younger sister while cautioning her to take care. Having said that, she disregarded Li Yutong, swiftly departing the scene with the broken army team. "TCH, dull," Li Yutong muttered, accustomed to her sister's aloofness. Humming a cheerful tune, she walked briskly towards the nearby recycling station. Upon arriving at the severely warped entrance of the recycling station, Li Yutong confidently pushed the door open. As she entered, she called out, "Brother Yang Chuan, I'm here. The young lady has arrived. Why don't you come out to greet me?" However, as she stepped into the courtyard and caught sight of the figure beneath the eaves, her voice came to an abrupt halt. There was Yang Chuan crouched on the ground, seemingly engaged in handling something. In his hands was a piece of shell, a palm-sized fragment, deep green in color, exuding a distinctive metallic sheen with jagged edges. Li Yutong's pupils contracted sharply. She was all too familiar with this shell. It was unmistakably a fragment from the exoskeleton of the colossal mantis beast she had encountered moments ago. Yang Chuan had also heard the sound. He looked up in confusion, locking eyes with Li Yutong at the entrance. At that instant, the atmosphere turned palpably awkward, as if the air had solidified. Chapter 25. Have you become a warrior of awakening? In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, Yang Chuan's mind momentarily blanked. He was utterly unprepared for the rapid arrival of Li Yutong. Upon returning to the recycling station, he had immediately accessed the decomposition interface. Observing the massive carcass of the scythe mantis, he activated the perfect decomposition function with a sense of experimental curiosity. In an instant, the colossal beast remains transformed into a multitude of luminous particles, systematically categorized and converted into over 100 distinct materials, neatly arranged within the material repository. This bounty far surpassed the previous D-grade, rock-armored rhinoceros. His curiosity piqued. He could not resist extracting a representative piece of E-grade material, the shell fragment from the forelimb blade of the mantis beast, eager to feel its texture and residual energy in his hands. Little did he know, this seemingly innocuous action would be caught by Li Yutong as she entered. In that moment, Yang Chuan's reflexes transcended thought. Almost simultaneously with Li Yutong's gaze fixating on the shell in his hand, he willed it to vanish, instantly transferring it to the system's material repository. The entire process was as swift as lightning, creating not the slightest ripple of energy. Yet, that fleeting glimpse was enough for Li Yutong to discern the truth. She halted in the center of the courtyard, tilting her head, her bright eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Yang Chuan's empty hand. Tentatively, she inquired, "Brother Yang Chuan, what were you holding just now? It seemed like the shell of some beast. It feels oddly familiar." Yang Chuan's heart raced, but his expression remained impassive. Rising from the ground, he dusted off his hands and, adopting a nonchalant tone, cleverly replied, "Oh, that? I was just sorting through the debris that was just delivered and happened to find a rather decent shell, so I picked it up for a closer look." To bolster the credibility of his words, he theatrically approached the pile of refuse, bent down, and rummaged for a moment. He then retrieved another piece of scrap material from the repository, an F-grade shell from an unidentified insectoid beast, dull in color and marred with cracks, stained with dried blood and dirt. The contrast with the previously gleaming mantis shell was stark. "Here it is," he said, presenting the worthless shell to Li Yutong, which appeared imposing yet held no real value, crumbling at a mere squeeze. Li Yutong leaned in to examine it, wrinkling her cute little nose, still somewhat perplexed. "Really? It seems different from what I saw earlier." "Must be the lighting," Yang Chuan replied, maintaining his composure and fabricating a response. Perhaps, she conceded, albeit with lingering doubt. Li Yutong was ultimately not a person of meticulous thought. Coupled with her growling stomach, she did not dwell on the matter for long, as her attention was swiftly captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the dining table beneath the eaves. "Wow, how delicious!" With a joyful exclamation, she immediately cast aside her concerns, bounding towards the table like a lively little rabbit, exclaiming, "I'm starving. Yang Chuan, I'm digging in." Observing her carefree demeanor as she indulged in her meal, Yang Chuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. What a close call! He had successfully diverted the topic. As Li Yutong devoured her food, she spoke to Yang Chuan in a muffled manner about the thrilling battle they had just witnessed. "Brother Yang Chuan, you should have seen it. That white armor that appeared later was simply magnificent." She gesticulated animatedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He just came flying down from the sky, and with one hand, blocked that oncoming car. My goodness, it was a car. In his hands, it was like a mere toy, she continued, and when he fought that giant mantis, it was a complete one-sided domination. The mantis's blades were so fearsome, cutting through concrete like it was tofu. Yet when they struck him, it was like a mere tickle, clanging harmlessly. Yang Chuan, seated beside her, listened to her effusive praise with a peculiar expression, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being lauded in such a manner, even if she did not realize it was she was extolling. Unable to suppress a cough, he attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, saying, "Was it truly that exaggerated? Perhaps. Beneath that armor, there lies a burly, greasy fellow." "Absolutely not," Li Yutong immediately retorted, shaking her head vigorously, her ponytail swaying. "You're the one who is a greasy uncle. My intuition tells me that beneath that dashing armor is undoubtedly a super handsome guy." Without a doubt, Yang Chuan was left speechless. After a few bites of her meal, Li Yutong suddenly recalled something, a hint of a suspicious blush creeping on her cheeks as she shyly remarked. Moreover, when he left, he specifically glanced back at me, propping her chin on her hands. She wore a lovesick expression. Brother Yang Chuan, do you think that look was meant for me? Yang Chuan nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. He was utterly defeated by her whimsical thoughts, his expression growing increasingly bizarre. With a look akin to that of observing an alien, he retorted, Miss, could you perhaps behave a tad more normally? It's possible that he had simply never encountered someone as peculiar as you, daring to charge at a colossal beast with nothing but bare hands while wielding a street lamp, and thus cast a curious glance your way. Who are you calling peculiar? Li Yutong immediately flared up, her youthful fantasies dashed by Yang Chuan's remark. She puffed out her cheeks, sprang from her chair, and, with clenched fists, angrily aimed a blow at Yang Chuan. This was merely the playful scuffle of a young girl, and Li Yutong had not even employed the strength of her E-rank awakened warrior abilities. However, just as her petite fist was about to strike Yang Chuan, he instinctively reacted. He raised his hand, swift, precise, and steady. Effortlessly, he captured Li Yutong's wrist in his palm. Her movement came to an abrupt halt, and the expression of mock anger on her face froze. The entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence once more. Li Yutong stared blankly at her wrist, now ensnared, and then looked up at Yang Chuan in disbelief. Though her earlier punch lacked force, its speed and reflexes were beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Yet, Yang Chuan not only caught it, but did so with remarkable ease and grace. A wave of astonishment, far more intense than before, washed over her features. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and in a tone as if she had seen a ghost, she inquired, Have you become an awakened warrior? Chapter 26. Even Yang Chuan was putting in such effort. Facing Li Yutong's bright eyes filled with astonishment, Yang Chuan gradually released his grip on her wrist. In truth, allowing her to notice this was a deliberate action on his part. After Li Weiwan had tasked him with becoming a double agent and informed him that her sister would be joining them for a meal, Yang Chuan realized that maintaining his previous guise as an ordinary person, incapable of even the slightest defense, was no longer feasible. Whether it was dealing with the Black Tide organization or managing various unforeseen circumstances that might arise in the future, the identity of a powerless commoner was far too fragile and would easily raise suspicion. Excessive concealment itself presented a flaw. Thus, a judicious revelation of a modicum of strength, masquerading as a newly awakened, moderately talented martial artist, would ironically serve him better in continuing to hide his true capabilities. This way, even if he inadvertently displayed some unusual signs later, he could use the excuse of merely having recently broken through and struggling to control his newfound power to deflect any scrutiny. Nodding thoughtfully, Yang Chuan scratched his head in a somewhat bashful manner, ready to unveil the explanation he had meticulously prepared. The day before yesterday, your sister gave me a vial of genetic enhancement serum, claiming it could assist ordinary individuals in awakening. After I consumed it, I suddenly sensed my chi. As he spoke, he activated the metal energy within him, simulating the unstable aura of an F-ranked martial artist who had just broken through. Perhaps due to my previous habit of practicing without much success, my physical foundation remained relatively solid. So upon sensing the chi, I directly advanced to F rank. His partially true, partially fabricated narrative sounded entirely reasonable and seamless. Li Yutong, with her innocent thoughts, failed to delve deeper into the implications. After a brief moment of shock, her lovely face was immediately replaced by genuine joy. Is that true? That's wonderful. She excitedly patted Yang Chuan on the shoulder. Congratulations. From now on, we are the same kind. She felt a heartfelt happiness for him, and then her bright eyes gleamed with an idea. She eagerly tugged at Yang Chuan's arm and, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Come on, enough talk. Let's see if you can back it up. Since you're also a martial artist now, let me test your current strength. Yang Chuan, of course, would not decline this proposal. To be honest, he was also keen to explore the distinctions between the combat techniques bestowed upon him by the secret manual of the Metal White Tiger and those of a formally trained martial artist in this world. All right, he feigned hesitation for a moment before nodding in agreement. but I've just broken through, so you must go easy on me. Rest assured, I will be mindful, Li Yutong assured him, patting her modest yet resilient chest. The two moved to the central clearing of the courtyard, standing 5 meters apart, and simultaneously assumed their starting stances. Yang Chuan, I'm coming, Li Yutong exclaimed, initiating the assault. Her steps were light and agile, her form as swift as the wind, as she sent a seemingly gentle palm strike toward Yang Chuan's chest, though it appeared soft and lacking in force. It was imbued with the unique internal energy fluctuations characteristic of an E-rank awakened warrior. Yang Chuan, however, perfectly restrained his power and speed to just above the threshold of F rank. He did not evade. Instead, he met her strike with his own palm. He employed the most fundamental combat technique from the Gung Jin by Mi Dian, a simple yet direct maneuver steeped in an unparalleled sharpness of intent. Bang! The palms collided, producing a muffled sound. Li Yutong felt a pricking force, akin to needles, emanating from Yang Chuan's palm, causing her to stagger backward by half a step. Yang Chuan, on the other hand, was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize himself, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and determination. Oh, Li Yutong was taken aback. Having deliberately suppressed her strength to the F-rank level to avoid harming Yang Chuan, she had expected to easily push him aside, but she was surprised to find him able to withstand her attack firmly. Once more, energized by the exchange, she intensified her onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth within the confines of the small courtyard. Li Yutong's techniques were evidently honed through systematic training, each movement executed with precision, emphasizing efficiency and practicality. In contrast, Yang Chuan concealed his true prowess at the F-rank level, employing only those seemingly rudimentary combat skills from the Gung Jin by Mi Dian to counter Li Yutong's attacks. Thanks to Li Yutong's intentional leniency, the two found themselves locked in a fierce contest, neither able to gain the upper hand. After several exchanges, Li Yutong's surprise deepened. She observed that although Yang Chuan lagged significantly behind her in terms of strength and speed, his combat techniques were astonishingly intricate. On multiple occasions, her seemingly assured strikes were deftly blocked or deflected by him in remarkably clever ways. His timing and angle assessment displayed a maturity that belied his status as a newcomer merely stepping into the realm of awakened warriors. Stop! After a leap, Li Yutong voluntarily ceased her assault, panting lightly, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. Yang Chuan, where did you learn these techniques? Yang Chuan smiled inwardly, anticipating her question. He had prepared his response. With a feigned air of mystery, he replied, This is a long story. As you know, I was unable to cultivate for a long time, which left me quite dissatisfied. So, in my free time, I immerse myself in the underground network of awakened warriors, watching the public lecture videos uploaded by the experts. Occasionally, some reclusive masters would share their insights and experiences regarding martial arts. Since I couldn't cultivate, I dedicated myself to mastering these theories and techniques through rote memorization, playing them out in my mind daily. I never expected that I would actually apply them today. This explanation was once again entirely reasonable. Thus it was, upon hearing this, Li Yutong experienced an epiphany. She gazed at Yang Chuan, a glimmer of admiration surfacing in her eyes. She could vividly envision the plight of an ordinary person, yearning for strength yet unable to attain it, compelled to watch monotonous theoretical videos day after day, a testament to immense perseverance and determination. At that moment, her heart brimmed with myriad emotions. Recognizing that Yang Chuan must have exerted unimaginable thought and effort behind the scenes. All right, having rested sufficiently, let us proceed. Li Yutong inhaled deeply, her demeanor transforming into one of seriousness. Yang Chuan, your earlier performance has transcended the expectations of a novice. From now on, I shall be earnest in my approach. Be cautious. With that declaration, she ceased to hold back. The aura of an E-rank awakener erupted fervently from her petite frame, elevating her speed and strength to an unprecedented echelon. Faced with Li Yutong's full-throttle assault, Yang Chuan felt the weight of escalating pressure. He began to retreat step by step, resembling a newly minted F-rank novice confronting the overwhelming force of an E-rank powerhouse. a true reflection of his predicament. Bang! Following yet another clash, Yang Chuan purposefully exposed a flaw, allowing Liu Tong to deliver a fierce kick infused with internal energy that struck his chest decisively. He soared backward like a kite severed from its string, tumbling helplessly twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Rubbing his aching chest, he struggled to rise, his face etched with frustration and reluctance. Cursed be his weakness. He. Observing this, Liu Tong finally displayed a triumphant smile. She clapped her hands and dashed to Yang Chuan's side, comforting him in an elder sisterly manner. "Oh, you did remarkably well. Having just become an awakener, you managed to exchange so many moves with me. Your talent is indeed impressive." She patted Yang Chuan's shoulder with a grandiose tone, declaring, "Do not despair. From now on, I shall protect you. Should anyone dare to bully you, they shall answer to the illustrious name of Liu Tong." Yang Chuan regarded her smug little demeanor, feeling a wave of exasperation within. He recalled a recent moment at the crossroads, where he, clad in white tiger armor, had rescued her from the path of a speeding car. Ultimately, who was it that was protecting whom? Chapter 27, A Stirring Upheaval. News of Sun Zheng. In the afternoon, Liu Tong was set to attend his martial arts class. After savoring a satisfying lunch and imparting a one-sided lesson to Yang Chuan as a senior, he finally left, humming a cheerful tune, thoroughly pleased with himself. Once this energetic burden was dispatched, Yang Chuan finally exhaled in relief. He hastily cleared away the dishes, secured the door once more, and then plunged into his resting room. With deftness, he activated the highly encrypted computer and logged into the dark web of the awakened warriors. As anticipated, upon entering the local forum section of Jiangcheng, he was nearly overwhelmed by a flood of urgent hot posts, their vivid red titles dominating the screen. Each post was undeniably connected to the battle that had taken place an hour prior at the intersection in the west of the city. The mysterious white tiger armor resurfaces in Jiangcheng. One strike to annihilate an E-class scythe mantis. Analysis post. White Tiger War God versus Black Knight Phantom. Who truly is Jiangcheng's premier mysterious armor? Eyewitness report. The White Tiger armor allegedly possesses B-class power attributes. A direct confrontation with a giant beast. Breaking news. Butcher Company's young heir, Tu Qianjue, confronts the Break Army squad in the streets. Tension in the air. Discussions regarding the White Tiger armor erupted like ripples from a nuclear explosion, igniting the entire Jiangcheng awakened warriors community within the span of an hour. Its fervor even surpassing the initial appearance of the Phantom. Yang Chuan clicked on one of the most popular threads, where the discussion had already amassed thousands of replies. Refreshing and astonishing pace. The original poster was not exaggerating. I happened to be nearby at the time and witnessed that white armor descend from the sky. My heavens! The aura, the might, it was akin to a war god descending from ancient mythology. I saw it too. The most terrifying part was that he hardly evaded. He faced that massive mantis head-on the entire time. That was a giant beast, and he dared to confront it directly. Simply outrageous. To those above, this is no longer a matter of plausibility. A friend of mine, a data analyst, assessed the on-site video and damage evidence, concluding that the sheer power demonstrated by the White Tiger armor undoubtedly reached B-class standards. B-class. There is scarcely a handful of B-class powers visible in all of Jiangcheng. Gasp. B-class power? It seems the heavens of Jiangcheng are truly about to change. Beyond the astonishment regarding its strength, the discussions increasingly gravitated towards the origins of this enigmatic armor. A user with the ID of Equipment Enthusiast provided a lengthy analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we are once again witnessing history. From Phantom to White Tiger, these two armors, distinct in style yet technologically advanced beyond their time, have emerged consecutively in Jiangcheng. This is no mere coincidence. I harbor a bold hypothesis. They may very well hail from the same mysterious scientific faction. Another user, identifying as a conspiracy theorist, replied, "Is there a possibility that the users of these two armors are, in fact, the same individual? This enigmatic force is utilizing Jiang City as a testing ground. allowing their evaluators to sequentially assess the performance of various models of armor. Regardless of the speculations, there exists a consensus among all that this innovative individual armor, which bestows the user with B-level strength, is undoubtedly backed by a formidable power possessing terrifying technological prowess. Such advancements could not possibly emerge from an ordinary group or individual. Naturally, amidst these discussions, there are those who revel in schadenfreude. Someone even tagged the official account of the Butcher Company in a post. Butcher Company, mocking, "It's hilarious." Just a few days ago, they offered $10 million for Feying, and now a more formidable white tiger has emerged. At this rate, it seems they are up against a colossal organization. Are they still offering a bounty? Aren't they afraid of stepping on a landmine and jeopardizing themselves? In response to this public derision, the Butcher Company's reply was as resolute and domineering as ever. Their official account promptly issued a new announcement in blood-red font beneath the comment. Why must the Butcher Company justify its actions to others? Let me reiterate. Whoever dares to provoke the Butcher Company must be prepared to pay with their life. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. This is the way of survival for the Butcher Company. As for the swirling discussions from the outside world, Yang Chuan merely observed with calm indifference. No matter how raucous the voices online, they remained just that, noise. As long as his identity remained concealed, he was utterly secure. However, just as he was about to close the forum and check the material prices in the trading market, he suddenly noticed a notification indicating an unread message on his anonymous account named Passerby. He felt a twinge of curiosity. Aside from his previous transaction with Yuhai Company, this anonymous account had not engaged with anyone else. Upon opening the message, he discovered that the sender was none other than Sun Zheng, the head of the acquisition department at Yuhai Company. Sun Zheng, Mr. Feng, I apologize for the intrusion. Yang Chuan did not reply, merely observing in silence. Sun Zheng, I wonder if you would be so kind as to inform me whether the magnificent white armor that appeared in the west of the city earlier belongs to the LRP research lab? Here it comes. Yang Chuan understood, and his fingers lightly danced upon the keyboard. Passerby, yes. Almost instantaneously after sending his message, a reply from the other party emerged, clearly indicating that they had been vigilantly awaiting his response. Sun Zheng, I knew it. Such an extraordinary design. Such unparalleled performance. Besides your esteemed lab, I cannot fathom which other force could orchestrate such a grand endeavor. The Feying armor is agile and enigmatic, while the White Tiger armor is robust and unmatched. The technological prowess of your lab truly leaves us in awe, admiration. A barrage of flattery and praise left Yang Chuan somewhat speechless. He recognized that this old fox would not bother unless there was something substantial at hand. Passerby, speak plainly if you have something to say. Sun Zheng, well, the matter is after being exposed by Yang Chuan. Sun Zheng no longer beat around the bush, and after a moment, he finally revealed his true intentions. Sun Zheng, Mr. Feying, since your esteemed research facility has launched a new model of armor like the White Tiger, which boasts even more formidable capabilities, does that imply that the practical combat data collection for the previous Feying model has nearly reached completion? Yang Chuan observed this message with a slight smirk. He was well aware that the other party was still coveting the armor. The $2 million worth of materials sent earlier was merely a probing gesture. Now, upon witnessing the emergence of the more powerful White Tiger armor, this old fox could no longer restrain himself. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, his mind racing with calculations. Selling the Feying armor? Initially, that seemed utterly impossible. It served as his best disguise for concealing his identity while undertaking certain tasks that were inconvenient to execute under the guise of the White Tiger. However, now he had devised a superior plan. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Chuan straightened his posture and slowly typed a response in the dialog box. Passerby, the research facility indeed has recently shown an interest in selling the previous Feying armor. Sun Zheng, really? That's wonderful. May I inquire about the pricing? Sun Zheng's reply was imbued with unrestrained excitement and urgency. Passerby, however, we have a condition. Chapter 28. Yang Chuan's conditions. 5 sets of Feying armor materials. As Yang Chuan's words, laced with a hint of intrigue, appeared on the computer screen through the encrypted line. The atmosphere within the top floor of the towering Yuhua Group building, standing 300 meters tall in the heart of Jiangxing's financial district, was instantly electrified. This opulent office, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals, now felt somewhat cramped. Sun Zheng, the head of the acquisition department for Jiangxing's northern district, was seated at his computer, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Behind him, a throng of elegantly attired men and women, exuding an air of authority, surrounded him in layers. They constituted the very core of power within the Yuhua Group, individuals whose mere footfall could send tremors through the material markets of Jiangxing and its neighboring cities. Yet, at this moment, these formidable business magnates, known for their strategic acumen and stoic demeanor, resembled anxious students, fixated on the small screen before Sun Zheng, scarcely daring to breathe. Conditions? What conditions? Inquisitively urged a middle-aged man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle who happened to be the director overseeing the group's technology acquisition department. Do not rush. Allow the other party a moment to ponder. Another executive retorted promptly. At the forefront, beside Sun Zheng, stood a tall, strikingly elegant young woman. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, her hair cropped to shoulder length, her beauty was striking, yet her gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. By merely standing there, she naturally became the focal point of the room. She was Yuan Shi, the sole heiress of the Yuhua Group's chairman and the current executive president of the group. Even the directors and senior executives present were relegated to respectfully standing behind her at that moment. Do not panic. Yuan Shi's voice was cool and composed, imbued with an innate sense of control. Manager Sun, respond to him according to our plan. Yes, President. Sun Zheng, not daring to exhibit any sign of negligence, hastily wiped the sweat from his brow and began to type rapidly on the keyboard. Sun Zheng, sir, please proceed. As long as the conditions are proposed by the LRP Research Laboratory, our Yuhua Group will make every effort to meet them. As the message was dispatched, the command room fell into a profound silence. Everyone waited with bated breath, their eyes glued to the screen, anticipating the response that would determine the group's future trajectory. Each individual present was acutely aware of what the entity known as Feiying, along with the newly unveiled Baihu armor, represented. Not merely a formidable weapon, but a revolutionary advancement in energy transmission technology, unprecedented alloy material formulations, transformative spatial storage capabilities, and an artificial intelligence system far ahead of its time. Upon acquisition, even if left and used, merely dismantling it to extract even the slightest hint of relevant technology would bestow upon Yuhua Group an unparalleled competitive advantage in future market endeavors. Especially the manufacturing process of its armored materials holds immeasurable value for Yuhua Group, a supplier of materials, even if they fail to decipher it. Establishing a stable cooperative relationship with a mysterious entity like the LRP Research Laboratory, which possesses formidable technological prowess, carries strategic significance that far exceeds a mere transactional exchange. As the anxious anticipation hung in the air, the screen finally flickered to life with new developments. The account named Passerby sent a fresh message. Passerby, the item our research laboratory has decided to sell is indeed the shadow armor you previously encountered in Jiangxing. Passerby, I trust you have all assessed its combat capabilities through various channels. Upon reading the first line, a collective gasp echoed throughout the command room. Could it be the shadow armor? My heavens! The very black armor that boasts sea-level speed and can annihilate E-level behemoths. Remarkable! The shadow armor possesses both stealth and flight capabilities, rendering its technological value even more comprehensive than that of the purely strength-based white tiger armor. The executives were flushed with excitement, and even the typically composed Yuan Shi's sharp eyes glimmered with fervent light. However, as they continued to read, expressions gradually froze in disbelief. Yang Chuan's conditions were laid out plainly on the screen. Passerby, there are two purchase conditions. 1. The acquisition price is 30 million Jiuwu coins. 2. In addition to the purchase price, Yuhua Company must provide an additional 5 sets of core materials required for the production of the shadow armor. 30 million Jiuwu coins. This figure left many executives utterly astounded. Yet, it was the second condition that perplexed them even further. Not only was there a staggering purchase price, but they were also expected to forfeit materials for 5 additional sets of armor. What rationale lay behind this? Did the other party lack money but need materials? Yet, if they could develop such armor, how could they possibly lack raw materials? As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, Yang Chuan's third message swiftly followed. Passerby, the above outlines the conditions for directly purchasing one of our ready-made test machines. Additionally, I have another proposal. Passerby, Yuhua Company will host a large-scale auction open to the entirety of Jiangxing. At that time, our LRP research laboratory will present another brand new set of shadow armor for public auction. Passerby, whether your Yuhua Company can acquire that set at the auction will depend on your own capabilities. When these final lines appeared on the screen, the command room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was utterly astonished by this earth-shattering proposal. What was the intent behind this? The technical director murmured to himself, his face a portrait of confusion. Why would he resort to such measures? An open auction? This amounts to laying bare this cutting-edge technology under the watchful eyes of all factions. Is he not concerned about inciting public outrage and facing a collective backlash? No, that cannot be right. Another head of the marketing department interjected with a frown. Perhaps this is a marketing strategy? He intends to leverage our Yuhui platform to sell his product at the highest price to those who need it most. Yet, the associated risks are monumental. Moreover, why does he require us to provide an additional 5 sets of materials? This is utterly illogical. The executives present, seasoned veterans of the business world, felt utterly confounded at this moment. They could not fathom the true intentions behind the LRP Laboratories maneuver. Is it a ploy to incite conflict among major factions and reap the benefits? Or does he wish to seize this opportunity to announce his existence to the world? Each speculation brims with immense risk and uncertainty. In an instant, everyone found themselves at an impasse, their gazes unconsciously shifting towards the young president, Yuanxi, who had remained silent throughout. Yuanxi gazed intently at the lines of text on the screen, her keen eyes shimmering with a light that suggested rapid analysis and deliberation. After a prolonged silence, as the atmosphere in the room reached a palpable tension, she suddenly spoke. Her voice, as consistently icy as ever, carried an unwavering decisiveness. Agree to his terms. Chapter 29. The Bulk Armor Project. A Scheme of Deception. Within the confines of the scrapyard, Yang Chuan gazed at the screen where Sun Zheng's reply, indicating consent, appeared. A subtle smile of strategic triumph graced his face. He realized that this move was indeed astute. Prior to deciding on a profound engagement with Yuhua Corporation, he had utilized the preceding days to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the largest material supplier in Jiangxing on the dark web. He meticulously sifted through everything, from officially recorded business information to the ambiguous rumors circulating in dark web forums. The conclusion he reached was that this company could indeed be trusted. In stark contrast to the Butcher Company, which adhered to a savage code of retaliation and blood debts, the business philosophy of Yuhua Group leaned towards harmony and mutual benefit. They placed great emphasis on their commercial reputation, consistently maintaining the highest rating in the dark web trading market with virtually no negative records. Collaborating with such an entity was far safer than dealing with desperate rogues. This was the fundamental reason Yang Chuan felt emboldened to propose such astonishing terms and choose to partner with them. As for the seemingly peculiar demand for the provision of 5 sets of raw materials for the armor and the organization of an auction, Yang Chuan had his own considerations. Firstly, he genuinely wished to ascertain whether his system could facilitate the mass production of armor. He was in dire need of funds, whether for constructing stronger armor or acquiring rare resources to enhance his capabilities, all requiring substantial financial backing. If he could achieve mass production of armor for sale, he would establish a primary business of his own. At that point, he would no longer have to toil like ordinary mercenaries, risking life and limb outside the city to battle monstrous beasts for materials. Secondly, he harbored no concerns that Yuhua Corporation would pose any threat to his technology upon learning of the material list required for the Feiying armor. What a farce! The armor constructed by the system infused with countless incomprehensible laws and energies of this world, could hardly be replicated by mere mortals simply by knowing the material formula. Not to mention the terrifying technology employed by the armor summoner, which could instantaneously open a dimensional space to transport and assemble the armor, was virtually impossible for anyone else to duplicate. Since the core technology was impervious to theft, there was no reason not to seize the opportunity presented. With a cold smile, Yang Chuan hesitated no longer and sent a meticulously prepared list of the core materials required for the Feying armor through an encrypted channel. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Yuhua building, when Yuanxi's resolute agreement echoed in the command room, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension and anticipation. "President, have you truly made this decision?" The technical director expressed concern, noting that the conditions were rather peculiar, demanding money and materials while also proposing an auction. "I can't shake the feeling that there may be a trick at play." Indeed, the president concurred, with another financial executive echoing his sentiments. 30 million Juwu coins is not a trifling sum. Moreover, we are to provide the raw materials for 5 sets of the Feying armor free of charge. The Feying armor is immensely powerful. The materials required for its production must undoubtedly be exorbitantly rare commodities. The cost of these 5 sets of materials would likely amount to an astronomical figure. The concerns expressed by the crowd were not unfounded. They believed the rarity and cost of materials capable of producing armor of such caliber as the Feying were simply beyond imagination. As the discussion swirled amidst an atmosphere of apprehension, an encrypted file arrived on the computer screen before Sun Zheng, sent from an account named Passerby. It contained the material list for the Feying armor. "Quick, have the experts from the materials department analyze it immediately," ordered Yuanxi without delay. The file was swiftly decrypted and projected onto the central holographic screen. The contents of the list were laid bare before everyone's eyes. Main core energy, MO in crystal, E-grade. X1, main armor material, MO in beast shell, E-grade. X27, gauntlet material, abyss dragon lizard reverse scale, D-grade. X14, shoulder armor material, gale feather, D-grade. X2, energy conduction medium. Upon comprehending the contents of the list, the command room once again fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. The financial executive, who had previously worried about astronomical costs, rubbed his eyes vigorously and stammered, "Is this all the materials? Nothing is missing?" An expert from the materials department, after meticulous confirmation, responded in a similarly dreamlike tone, "No, it's all correct. Each item on the list is either in our inventory or has a stable supply channel. Furthermore, what else? Speak quickly. And these materials are not particularly expensive." The expert swallowed nervously and revealed a figure that nearly left everyone slack-jawed, based on our company's cost price. The total expense to manufacture an entire set of Feying armor amounts to approximately 180,000 Juwu coins. 180,000? The executives, who had previously winced at the thought of 30 million, found their minds struggling to comprehend the revelation. How could something that costs less than 200,000 be sold for 30 million? This was not merely a tenfold profit. What? The technical director, unable to contain himself any longer, burst out with an exclamation, incredulously adding, "This LRP research facility is utterly outrageous. Are they treating us like fools? They intend to use our provided materials to create armor and then sell it back to us at a 15-fold markup? What distinguishes this from a con game?" His words resonated with the majority present, as they all felt as though their intelligence had been thoroughly trampled upon. However, Yuanxi's perspective was starkly different from that of the others. Rather than displaying any signs of indignation from being mocked, her face radiated an unprecedented brilliance. A blend of excitement and desire reflected in her sharp gaze. "You are mistaken," she began slowly, her voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of everyone present. "Utterly mistaken." She surveyed the crowd, articulating each word with precision. "Raw materials costing less than 2 million in their hands can yield products valued at 30 million or even more. This precisely indicates that the core technology they possess has an added value that transcends our wildest imaginations. This is where their true strength lies." Collaborating with such a formidable force is an unparalleled opportunity for our Yuhua group. Do not speak of 30 million, even if it requires 100 million. Procuring this set of armor and securing the qualifications for partnership with them would be invaluable. Yu Wenxi's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening all the executives present who had been swept away by emotional fervor. Indeed, this had transcended mere commercial transaction. It was a case of a lower civilization paying tuition to a higher one. Understanding this, a smirk of schadenfreude curled at the corners of Yu Wenxi's lips. The butcher company, to Qianjue. This time, they had truly stumbled upon a molten iron plate. Without hesitation, she promptly commanded Sun Zheng, respond to him, informing that our Yuhua company will immediately commence preparations for materials and funds. We shall also begin organizing the auction. Understood. Sun Zheng replied promptly. The delivery location would remain at the riverside as last time. Understood. After issuing these instructions, Yu Wenxi rose, preparing to leave the command room. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, she suddenly paused, turning back to utter a statement that left Sun Zheng and the other executives utterly astonished. I shall personally oversee this transaction. Chapter 30. Who is the prey? As dusk descended, the battered door of the recycling station creaked open once more, as if adhering to a well-practiced routine. Brother Yang Chuan, I'm here. Accompanied by a melodious call, Li Yutong bounded in, her martial arts training bag slung over her shoulder like a joyful little bird. Yang Chuan was already accustomed to her exuberance. He emerged from the kitchen, presenting the final steaming dish, skillfully setting 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls on the table. How was training today? He inquired casually as he untied his apron. I'm utterly exhausted, Li Yutong exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping her heavy training bag to the ground and collapsing into a chair, her complaints uninhibited. Our instructor Wang is a total tyrant. Today he added 5 kilometers of weighted cross-country running. My legs feel utterly disowned. Despite her vocal grievances, her speed in picking up her chopsticks was undeterred. Yang Chuan chuckled, choosing not to respond. Seizing the opportunity, he seemingly nonchalantly asked her, by the way, Yutong, has your martial art class covered how to deal with particularly bizarre beasts? For instance, those that emit toxic mist or can affect one's mental state. He sought to supplement his martial arts knowledge, compensating for his self-taught limitations. No matter how formidable the armor, combat experience and theoretical knowledge were equally vital, and Li Yutong, a bona fide martial arts prodigy, was undoubtedly the best free tutor available. Oh, you mean those special species? Li Yutong perked up immediately, her mouth full of food, yet she managed to elucidate, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Of course, we've learned about them. When dealing with toxic mist, the key is to judge the wind direction in advance, then use internal energy to seal your mouth and nose, aiming for a swift resolution. As for those that affect the mind, it becomes trickier. One needs a strong mental fortitude to resist. Our teacher advises try to continuously recite the most significant person or event in your mind to maintain clarity amidst the chaos. She articulated with conviction, generously sharing the standardized theoretical knowledge imparted in school. Yang Chuan listened intently, committing these invaluable insights to memory, feeling immensely enriched. After bidding farewell to the well-fed and revitalized Li Yutong, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Yang Chuan returned to his room and logged into the dark web of the awakening warriors once again. However, this time, his focus shifted from the gossip-filled forums to the intelligence database lurking in the depths of the dark web. He intended to investigate his adversary, the butcher company. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to ensuring victory in every battle. Since he had already established enmity with them, he required a clear understanding of this colossal entity. After paying a substantial fee for the intelligence query, a detailed dossier on the butcher company materialized on his screen. As he perused the information, Yang Chuan's expression gradually became solemn. According to this intelligence, the influence of the butcher company was far more extensive than he had anticipated. Although the primary business of the company revolves around the disassembly of colossal beast materials. In order to ensure a stable supply of these materials and to navigate the complexities of commercial competition, they have discreetly employed a vast number of mercenary squads. The comprehensive strength of the entire company ranks within the top 10 among all civilian forces in Jiang City. Notably, the Butcher Company boasts 7 or 8 D-class squads. Akin to the Scarface team he previously annihilated. Above the D-class, they possess 3 elite C-class squads. And at the pinnacle of the company's martial prowess stand a flagship squad led by a B-class powerhouse. A B-class squad. Upon reading this, Yang Chuan could not help but take a deep breath. He gained a clear assessment of his current strength. Even when donned in the white tiger armor, he could barely elevate his strength attribute to B-class, while his other attributes remained at C-class. Overall, his power roughly equated to that of a formidable C-class awakened warrior. Moreover, he was always alone. If he were to confront them head-on, not only would he be unable to contend with that B-class flagship squad, but facing even the 3 C-class squads of the Butcher Company simultaneously would likely prove overwhelming. Of course, he had never contemplated a direct confrontation with the Butcher Company. After closing the intelligence dossier, he turned to the dark web forum, searching for keywords such as Butcher Company and B-class colossal beast. Soon, a post from over a year ago, long buried, captured his attention. It was a post detailing a post-war news report about the joint efforts of the Jiang City officials and several large mercenary groups to hunt down a B-class colossal beast. The colossal soldier beast. Ultimately, the spoils of that hunt were successfully claimed by the Butcher Company's most formidable B-class flagship squad. Yang Chuan's gaze sharpened instantly. The colossal soldier beast. Was this not the source of the B-class beast core pendant he possessed? He promptly clicked into the comment section of the post and sifted through numerous replies, discovering several insights from informed individuals. Comment? That operation was hardly a fair competition. In the end, it was the Butcher Company that, relying on sheer numbers, snatched the spoils. Comment 2. The previous commenter is outdated. I heard that the crystal core of the B-class colossal soldier beast, along with most of the core materials, never made it to the company's warehouse, but was instead gifted by the owner of the Butcher Company to his precious son, Tu Qianjue, as a coming-of-age present. Comment 3. Is that true? Wow. Using B-class colossal beast materials as a coming-of-age gift? That's extravagant. My poverty limits my imagination. Upon reading this, a lightning bolt seemed to flash through Yang Chuan's mind, perfectly connecting all the clues. So that was it. The pendant inadvertently lost by Tu Qianjue contained the core of the B-class colossal soldier beast. A bold idea began to take root in his heart. Perhaps it was time to change the roles of hunter and prey. He promptly set his investigative sights on the young heir of the Butcher Company, Tu Qianjue. According to the information, Tu Qianjue is a high-ranking C-class martial artist, leading the most formidable team among the 3 C-class squads of the Butcher Company. However, even so, it pales in comparison to Li Weiwan's team, the Breaker Squad, which consistently undertakes perilous official missions. A C-class squad. If one were to meticulously devise a plan, catching them off guard, it might just be possible to orchestrate a significant setback for this seemingly invincible young master. Of course, the impetus for this audacious idea stems not merely from a desire for revenge. More importantly, he is envious. He is exceedingly covetous of the materials in Tu Qianjue's possession, which also originate from B-class colossal beasts. His white tiger armor, with its core attribute being gold, is perfectly complemented by the pure gold attributes of the colossal beasts. Those materials would serve as the ultimate enhancement for upgrading and fortifying his white tiger armor. The temptation is simply irresistible. Perhaps he could leverage the upcoming auction to his advantage. A glint of danger and excitement flickers in Yang Chuan's eyes. A meticulously crafted plan begins to take shape in his mind. In the dead of night, Yang Chuan dons the white tiger armor once more, becoming a white specter seamlessly blending into the darkness, silently departing from the recycling station and returning to the tranquil riverbank. Chapter 31. Armored Might. The transformation of Yu Wensi. The night was as dark as ink, and the river breeze was gentle. In stark contrast to the previous transaction held on an open riverside, this time, the Yu Huai Corporation had chosen a grand bridge spanning the mighty river as the venue for their dealings. The dimly lit space, with its intricate structure and towering piers, served as an impeccable hiding spot, A spectral figure clad in white moved silently through the enormous shadows beneath the bridge. Yang Chuan, adorned in the formidable white tiger armor, arrived at the scene half an hour ahead of schedule, as was customary. Utilizing the armor's formidable detection capabilities, he meticulously surveyed all areas within a kilometer radius. Only after confirming the absence of any suspicious ambushes or watchful eyes from rival factions did he proceed confidently towards the designated pier. Beneath the bridge, a group from the Yu-Huai Corporation had been waiting in eager anticipation. At the forefront stood the exceptionally poised young president, Yuanci. Beside her was Sun Zheng, the head of the acquisition department, displaying a respectful demeanor. Further back were a competent female secretary clutching a data terminal, several materials science experts equipped with precision instruments, and a cadre of bodyguards, their temples bulging and breaths steady. The impressive assembly underscored the significance Yu-Huai Corporation placed on this transaction. As Yang Chuan emerged from the darkness, his imposing white armor illuminated by the headlights, the collective breath of everyone present momentarily caught in their throats. Even for those who had witnessed it before, the visual impact of the armor remained breathtaking. Sun Zheng, gazing at the formidable white tiger armor, recalled the speculation on the dark web forum regarding the identity of Fei Ying and the white tiger being one and the same. Summoning his courage, he tentatively called out, Fei Ying, sir?" Under the tense scrutiny of the onlookers, the white armor slowly nodded in affirmation. The confirmation sent a ripple of shock through everyone present. Save for Yuanci. Indeed, Fei Ying and the white tiger armor originated from the same individual, the same force. The strength of the LRP research facility exceeded their wildest imaginations. "Greetings, I am Yuanci, the head of Yu-Huai Group." Unlike her companions, Yuanci maintained her composure. She stepped forward, adorned with a polite yet formulaic smile, extending her hand towards Yang Chuan. "It is a pleasure to collaborate with the LRP research facility." Yang Chuan regarded the commanding presence of this woman and extended his own metallic hand, covered in fierce tiger claws, to engage in a gentle handshake. "LRP, codename White Tiger." He introduced himself in a deep, electronically synthesized voice. Following their handshake, Yuanci transitioned directly to the matter at hand, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she inquired, "Mr. White Tiger, may I ask, have you brought the Fei Ying armor for sale?" Yang Chuan nodded once more. Upon witnessing his affirmation, Yuanci dispelled any lingering doubts. After all, in their previous transaction, the other party had already demonstrated an uncanny ability to conjure vast amounts of materials seemingly out of thin air, suggesting a mastery of spatial technology. She turned to the side, and the secretary behind her immediately understood, retrieving a sleek, metallic briefcase from which she extracted a card, entirely black and made of metal. Yuanci proactively handed the card to Yang Chuan, explaining, "Mr. White Tiger, this contains 30 million Jiawu currency. This card is an anonymous account, securely encrypted, and can be directly withdrawn from the central bank in any city within East Asia. The password consists of 6 zeros." Yang Chuan accepted the card without even glancing at it, confident that, given the reputation and scale of the Yu-Huai Group, there was no possibility of foul play in such matters. Subsequently, Sun Zheng directed his subordinates to open the rear compartment of a heavy-duty truck. Inside the vast space, various materials were meticulously organized in specially designed alloy boxes, stacked high. As Yang Chuan approached, a mere glance triggered the system's material database to commence scanning and comparison. Ding! Material list confirmed accurate. Quantity meets requirements. Would you like to store all? Yes. Amid the astonished gazes of the Yu-Huai company members, who had anticipated this outcome yet remained utterly amazed, the entire truckload of materials transformed into glimmering motes of light, seamlessly absorbed into Yang Chuan's material repository, vanishing from sight. The first half of the transaction was successfully completed. Yuanci's gaze fell once more on Yang Chuan. "So, Mr. White Tiger, what about the armor?" Under the expectant eyes of the assembly, Yang Chuan raised his hand, and with a flash of light, a belt-shaped summoner, entirely silver-black and adorned with a dark green crystal, appeared in his palm. Casually, he tossed the summoner to Yuanci. "This is the Fei Ying armor." "What?" as they realized that Yang Chuan had merely thrown a belt. The entire Yuhai company was left in stunned silence. Yu Wensi instinctively caught the belt, her face displaying unmistakable astonishment for the first time. The experts behind her wore expressions of disbelief, and one could not help but step forward, exclaiming, "Sir, are you joking? This is clearly just a belt. Where's the armor?" "Indeed, Mr. White Tiger, this." Sun Zheng was also sweating profusely, fearing something had gone awry. Yang Chuan found their bewildered expressions somewhat amusing. With a tone laced with a hint of mockery, he replied, "Who told you that the armor from our laboratory would resemble those clunky exoskeletons available on the market? Such outdated contraptions requiring trucks for transport were discarded long ago." He gestured towards the belt in Yu Wensi's hand and clarified, "Our LRP laboratory's creations emphasize portability and practicality. This is the summoner for the Feiying armor. As long as the user can activate the energy core within and fasten it to their body, they can achieve full armament or, in terms you might understand, transform." Transform. The word reverberated like thunder in the minds of everyone at the Yuhai company. They gazed at the belt in Yu Wensi's hands. Their expressions utterly transformed, a complex blend of fervor, reverence, and incredulity. This technology, the material's scientist trembled with excitement, envisioning the colossal armor compressed within a mere summoning device. Materializing through energy, this Yu Wensi cast a profound glance at Yang Chuan. She refrained from further inquiries, opting instead to validate the veracity of his words through action. Holding the flying shadow summoner, she emulated Yang Chuan, attempting to infuse a trace of her inner energy into it. Buzz! At the very moment her energy made contact with the summoner, the emerald-hued crystal erupted in brilliance. Without hesitation, Yu Wensi fastened the luminous belt around her slender waist. In the next instant, a miracle unfolded. Dazzling emerald light enveloped her entire being. Countless minute particles of light materialized from thin air, as if imbued with life, swiftly encircling her exquisite form, coalescing, reorganizing, sculpting. A streamlined black breastplate enveloped her, while wings symbolizing speed unfurled from her shoulders. Her arms and legs were encased in indomitable gauntlets and greaves, culminating in a sharply designed black helmet that concealed her visage entirely. Almost simultaneously with the completion of the armor, a dispassionate electronic synthetic voice emanated from within, heralding its arrival. Armor armed. Unlike Yang Chuan's experience, this set of flying shadow armor underwent subtle transformations as it adorned Yu Wensi. The overall lines became more gentle and fluid, perfectly conforming to her curvaceous feminine silhouette, softening its rigidity while enhancing agility and grace. She appeared resplendent, like a black rose blooming in the night. Witnessing this metamorphosis akin to a scene from science fiction film, all present, including Sun Zheng, were rendered speechless, their minds a blank slate. Chapter 32. I come from the recluse. Beneath the bridge pier, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Several materials science experts from Yu Huai Company stared in awe, their eyes wide as if they had witnessed a miracle, their mouths agape as though they could fit a chicken egg inside. Their proud scientific paradigms lay shattered before this spectacle, which could only be described as magical. This is impossible. It utterly defies the law of conservation of energy. An elderly expert, his hair a shade of silver, adjusted his reading glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. How could such a massive entity be compressed into such a diminutive summoner? Where is its energy source? What is the principle behind this seemingly spontaneous summoning of armor? He lifted his gaze, a fervent thirst for knowledge sparkling in his eyes, and directed his inquiry toward the imposing white tiger armor. Mr. White Tiger, might I ask, is this a manifestation of spatial technology? Is it the fabled spatial folding or particle reorganization? Faced with the expert's insatiable curiosity, Yang Chuan suppressed a smirk. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he slowly shook his head and, in an enigmatic tone, uttered a term that even he considered grandiose. No, to be precise, this should be classified as interdimensional quantum transmission technology. Interdimensional quantum transmission technology? Such a sophisticated, grandiloquent term left the experts momentarily stunned. They repeated the phrase in their minds, recognizing each word, yet the combination transcended their understanding. Dimension? Quantum? Transmission? This was no longer within the realm of material science. It ascended to the heights of theoretical physics, even touching upon theology. The experts exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a flicker of confusion, feeling as if decades of scholarly pursuit had been in vain. Yang Chuan chose to disregard the now self-doubting experts, shifting his focus to Yuwensi, who was adjusting to the flying shadow armor. He briefly introduced the equipment and abilities of the armor. From the grasp of the reverse scale, forged from the scales of the abyssal dragon lizard to the gale feather, which symbolized speed. Upon hearing this, Yuwensi felt a surge of inspiration. The void before her rippled as if disturbed by water, and a blade, entirely black with a blade shimmering with a greenish cold light, gradually materialized, firmly grasped in her hand. She casually swung it, and the blade sliced through the air, producing a faint whistle. A sensation of lightness and swiftness enveloped her, as if she had merged with the wind. She could even feel that, should she desire it, she could instantly transform into a shadow, melding into the night. Incredible, Yuwensi marveled genuinely. Whether considering the efficiency of energy conduction, the ergonomic fit, or the inherent capabilities bestowed upon the user, this armor was nothing short of a perfect masterpiece. Huh! Yang Chuan let out a soft chuckle, yet inwardly mused. This is merely the novice armor I crafted at the outset. In the future, there shall be creations that will astonish you even more. Yuwensi lingered in her admiration for a moment before ultimately disarming herself. The Fei armor transformed once more into countless motes of light, coalescing into a belt-shaped summoner, which she grasped in her hand. A delightful collaboration. She stepped forward once again, extending her hand with solemnity. This time, her gaze bore less of a merchant's scrutiny and more of genuine respect. A delightful collaboration. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement. In this transaction, he had acquired a vast fortune and materials, while the counterpart had secured a ticket to the future, a true win-win scenario. Just as Yang Chuan believed the exchange to be concluded and prepared to depart, Yuwensi curiously inquired, "Mr. White Tiger, forgive my boldness. May I ask what position you hold in the LRP research facility?" Yang Chuan had long since prepared his answer. He replied with composure, "I am not a researcher. I belong to the armed organization under the research facility, the Hermits. Currently, I am the sole executor dispatched into the world on behalf of our organization." The name the Hermits, steeped in mystery and an ancient aura, caused Yuwensi's heart to flutter with intrigue. She gazed at the formidable white tiger armor before her, regarding the so-called Hermit organization with renewed interest. It was as if she sought to fully comprehend this enigmatic force, leading her to further probe. What is the purpose of your organization's establishment? In the face of this ultimate question, Yang Chuan paused for a moment, then replied in a half-joking tone, "To protect Blue Star and uphold world peace." Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd, of course, did not believe him, interpreting it as a jest stemming from his reluctance to divulge more. Yuwensi, casting a deep glance at him, chose not to press further. She understood that some inquiries are best left at the surface. Returning to the topic of the auction, Yuwensi suggested, "I propose we schedule it for half a month from now, allowing ample time for promotion and extending invitations to the top powers in Jiangsheng and its vicinity. What do you think?" "Agreed." Yang Chuan nodded in assent. "Very well. We shall discuss the specific details subsequently." Just as Yang Chuan prepared to turn away, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to raise his hand and send a new list to Yuwensi's tactical terminal. "What is this?" Yuwensi queried, perplexed. As she opened the list, it detailed dozens of materials, all undeniably metallic in nature. From high-hardness alloys to energy crystals with exceptional conductivity, it encompassed a comprehensive array. Yuwensi, ever astute, immediately associated these materials with the white tiger armor adorning Yang Chuan, yet she refrained from asking further questions, simply nodding. "Understood. I will promptly have these prepared and delivered to the designated location." "Thank you," Yang Chuan remarked, leaving without delay. A flash of brilliance from the booster ignited the night sky, propelling the individual upward, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the darkened heavens. As she gazed at the departing white comet, the smile on Yu Wenxi's face gradually faded. She turned to her female secretary and, with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, issued a command. Notify immediately to activate the S-Class testing facility with the highest privileges within the group. Assemble all relevant technical experts. Tonight, we shall conduct the most comprehensive examination of the data pertaining to the flying shadow armor. Understood, Madam President. The secretary promptly affirmed. Everyone present recognized that this night was destined to be one of sleepless endeavor. Chapter 33, Mass Production. The superior replacement of the flying shadow armor. At the break of dawn the following day, Yang Chuan, having concluded a night of diligent cultivation with the Gungjin White Tiger Secret Classic, instinctively logged into the Shadow Warrior's dark web to discern the latest developments in the world beyond. Upon entering the Jiangcheng Forum, he was immediately confronted by a colossal banner advertisement, pinned to the top by the administrators with the utmost authority, which commandeered his entire screen. An epic-making miracle, revolutionary technology. The Yuhuai Group will host a future-themed auction at the Jiangxing International Exhibition Center in 2 weeks. At that time, a complete set of the mysterious armor, Flying Shadow, equipped with autonomous combat capabilities, will be publicly auctioned. The advertisement featured the most renowned image of Flying Shadow, captured during a moonlit night as it descended upon the 7th primary school, poised to engage in battle against a monstrous beast. The sleek, ebony armor exuded a lethal, yet enigmatic allure under the moonlight's glow. This announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb dropped into deep waters, causing the already fervent forum, ignited by the emergence of the white tiger armor, to erupt into chaos. Goodness, did I read that correctly? The Yuhuai Group is auctioning the Flying Shadow armor. Is this for real? How could the Flying Shadow armor end up in the hands of Yuhuai Group? They must have set a trap and captured it. This armor is their trophy. Oh dear, the implications are chilling. The usually peace-seeking Yuhuai Group has shown such ruthlessness. This is going to be entertaining. Just as the Butcher Company put a bounty on Flying Shadow, it gets seized by Yuhuai. Doesn't this count as a preemptive strike? I wonder what expression Tu Qianjue is wearing right now, huh? Speculations ran rampant throughout the forum. But the majority leaned towards the belief that Flying Shadow had met with misfortune, its armor claimed by Yuhuai Group. Consequently, the public perception of Yuhuai Group transformed into something enigmatic and ruthless. Yang Chuan observed these discussions with an amused smile. He recognized this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Yu Wenxi. This astute female president was leveraging the forum's discourse to create a sensational buzz for the upcoming auction. What a remarkable individual she was. Yang Chuan shook his head, his admiration for Yu Wenxi growing even further. For him, it mattered little how Yuhuai Group generated hype. The paramount concern was that the armor fetched an astronomical price, allowing him to reap substantial profits. After a cursory glance at the lively forum, Yang Chuan closed the webpage. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. He stepped into the central space of his room, and with a focused thought, retrieved an entire set of materials required for crafting the Flying Shadow armor from the system's materials repository. Ink Shadow crystals, the carapace of the Ink Shadow beast. Abyssal dragon lizards reverse scales. These materials, supplied by Yuhuai Group, were of even superior quality than those he had initially collected. Taking a deep breath, he issued a command to the system. Submit materials, construct armor. However, this time, the system did not commence construction as it had previously. Instead, it presented a new prompt. Ding! 2 distinct armor construction templates have been detected within the host body. Please select a construction plan. Option 1, Shadow Armor, Speed Stealth. Option 2, White Tiger Armor, Strength Offense. Upon reviewing the options, Yang Chuan immediately understood. Having successfully constructed 2 entirely different types of armor, the system had thoughtfully provided this template selection. Thus, as long as the materials were sufficient, he could swiftly replicate based on the existing templates. So, this was akin to a production line, Yang Chuan thought, elated. Without hesitation, he selected the Shadow Armor template and pressed the button to commence construction. Buzz! The familiar radiance illuminated once more. Yet unlike the grand spectacle of the first construction, this process unfolded with remarkable efficiency and precision. Countless particles of light swiftly combined and interwove in the air. Within a mere 5 minutes, a brand new set of shadow armor had been completed. As the light dissipated, a belt-shaped summoning device, identical to the previous one, gracefully floated in mid-air, gleaming in silver black with embedded dark green crystals. Yang Chuan examined its attribute panel. Both the base attributes and skill equipment were indistinguishable from those of his first set of shadow armor. Success! A surge of assurance washed over Yang Chuan. Without a moment's pause, he immediately selected the template and commenced construction once more. Indeed, bolstered by the triumph of his first attempt, the subsequent processes unfolded with exceptional ease. The second, third, fourth, and fifth sets. An hour later, Yang Chuan surveyed his workstation, where 5 identical shadow armor summoning devices were neatly arrayed, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction swelled within him. Each of these seemingly ordinary belts represented at least 30 million Juwu coins, if not even more exorbitant sums. Once, he had been but an ant hiding in the junkyard, burdened with worries for his livelihood. Now, he had transformed into a figure capable of effortlessly wielding assets worth over 100 million. He could even envision that as his mass production armor business flourished, he would inevitably establish a vast and magnificent empire of wealth for himself. However, having decided to market the shadow model, he naturally would no longer don such mass-produced armor. As for speed and stealth armors, he could entirely distill the essence of shadow armor and integrate more advanced materials and concepts to create a stronger, bespoke, upgraded version, just as he had done with the current white tiger armor. In fact, he already harbored a vague outline for the new shadow armor's modification plan in his mind. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of the crucial core materials. Meanwhile, outside the S-Class testing room of Yu Huai building, Yuan-Shi emerged from behind the heavy alloyed gates, her weary form betraying the toll of fatigue. Yet, despite the trace of exhaustion etched upon her visage, her bright eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement and fervor. After a sleepless night dedicated to rigorous testing, they had successfully compiled the complete data from the initial phase concerning the shadow armor. Each parameter outlined in the report left all the experts involved in the testing profoundly astonished. This armor was even more exquisite and powerful than they had ever envisioned. "President, you have worked hard," remarked her efficient secretary, promptly offering a steaming cup of coffee. As Yuan-Shi accepted the coffee and prepared to utter a response, her personal phone in her pocket vibrated unexpectedly. She retrieved the device, and upon seeing the name displayed on the caller ID, her expression instantly hardened. Caller ID, Tu Qinjue. She stepped into a secluded corner and pressed the answer button. "Hello," she spoke, her tone returning to its customary coolness. Chapter 34. The Butcher's Call. The Cut. She understood that the moment she disseminated the news regarding the auction of the Phantom armor, representatives from the Butcher Company would inevitably come knocking. Yet, she did not anticipate that Tu Qianjue's call would arrive so swiftly and so directly. Yuan-Si stepped to a secluded floor-to-ceiling window and calmly replied, "It seems that young Master Tu is still well informed." "Ha! President Yu, you flatter me." Tu Qianjue chuckled lightly on the other end of the line, though his laughter bore no warmth. "The dark web of Jiangsheng is nearly inundated with advertisements for your Yu Huai Group's auction. One would find it difficult to remain oblivious. I am merely curious. How did the Phantom armor become an auction item for your company?" He paused momentarily, his tone suddenly sharpening. "President Yu, have you acquired the Phantom armor?" In response to this pointed inquiry, Yuan-Si's expression remained inscrutable. "Yes," she replied succinctly, her lips parting to utter a single word. This crisp and decisive response left Tu Qianjue momentarily breathless. After a brief silence, he probed with an even more perilous tone. "So, you have captured the Phantom?" "Not at all." Yuan-Si once again provided a negative answer. "Not at all." Tu Qianjue's voice turned icy in an instant as he astutely discerned the underlying logic. They had not captured the individual, yet they possessed his armor? "Yuan-Si, are you suggesting that your Yu Huai company is collaborating with that wretched Phantom?" "Indeed." Yuan-Si's response remained placid, as if she were merely stating an inconsequential fact. However, It was this very tranquility that ignited a blaze of fury within Tu Qianjue. Very well. What an admirable Yu Huai company. Tu Qianjue laughed in anger. President Yu, I care not for the terms of your arrangement with that elusive individual. I now present you with a choice. Immediately disclose all information regarding him, including his true identity and address. If you assist us in capturing the Phantom, the Butcher Company shall reward you handsomely. He was confident that no merchant could refuse the friendship and generous recompense of the Butcher Company. Yet, Yu Wenxi's response shattered his pride into pieces. I am sorry, young Master Tuesday. Our Yu Huai Company places the utmost importance on credibility in business. Her voice carried a hint of commercial chill. The Phantom is our most significant partner. Betraying a partner is not something we would entertain. I must decline your proposition. Tu Qianjue was thoroughly incensed. He never expected Yu Wenxi to so boldly reject him. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up. I have a test report awaiting my review, and I am quite busy. Without waiting for a response, Yu Wenxi promptly terminated the call. In a luxurious office somewhere in Jiangchen. Smash! Tu Qianjue forcefully hurled his specially designed phone to the ground, and the high-strength alloy device shattered into countless fragments. His handsome visage twisted in an extreme display of rage, his chest heaving violently. What a remarkable Yu Wenxi! What an impressive Yu Huai corporation! He growled through clenched teeth. Evidently, the reputation of my butcher company does not seem to intimidate certain individuals. A close confidant standing beside him dared not utter a single breath. With great caution, he inquired, Young master, what shall we do now? Yu Huai Corporation is clearly determined to protect that Feying. What should we do? Tu Qianjue abruptly turned, his eyes radiating a murderous intent that felt almost palpable. If we do not take action now, I fear that soon, even the most insignificant of creatures will presume to defecate upon the head of our butcher company. Restlessly, he paced the room, with Feying elusive and Yu Huai Corporation presenting itself as a formidable adversary. Acting rashly would entail excessive risk. We must identify a target, one that can assert our authority, vent our frustrations, engage the reactions of all parties involved. After much contemplation, Tu Qianjue suddenly halted in his tracks. He spoke slowly, his voice as chilling as the winds of hell. Then, let us first turn our blades upon that woman, Li Weiwan. Atop the Yu Huai building, in the corridor of the uppermost floor, Sun Zheng followed Yu Wenxi closely, his face betraying an unmistakable concern. Ever since being appointed as the exclusive liaison to the LRP research facility by Yu Wenxi, his standing within the group had risen significantly. Yet at this moment, he felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. President, he finally could not contain himself. If we so bluntly reject Tu Qianjue, will we not completely offend him? The influence of the butcher company in Jiangcheng is considerable. Offend? Upon hearing this, Yu Wenxi abruptly halted, turning to face him with an expression of incredulity, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Manager-san, do you still not comprehend? She pointed delicately to her temple, emphasizing, the one who ought to be troubled is not us, but Tu Qianjue. Has he offended us, the Yu Huai Corporation? No, he has offended the LRP research facility. The butcher company is currently preoccupied with its own affairs. Do they truly have the capacity to deal with us? Sun Zheng, enlightened by her words, felt a sudden clarity wash over him. As he observed the dawning realization on Sun Zheng's face, Yu Wenxi's mind wandered to deeper considerations. She found herself somewhat intrigued, eager to see how the LRP research facility, a mystery she could not fully fathom, would respond to the bounty and provocation issued by the butcher company. This would shape her ultimate judgment regarding the operational principles of this enigmatic force and determine the depth of future cooperation between Yu Huai Group and them. Such matters need not weigh heavily on one's mind. Yu Wenxi retracted her thoughts, resuming the demeanor of a capable president. The immediate priority is to flawlessly execute our transaction with LRP and solidify the partnership between both parties. As she walked, she instructed, in addition to personally overseeing the auction 2 weeks hence, which must be executed with utmost grandeur, the batch of metallic materials ordered by Mr. White Tiger must also be delivered within 3 days, ensuring both quality and quantity. Yes, President, I shall attend to it immediately. Sun Zheng responded with utmost respect. Chapter 35. Yu Wenxi's Imagination. Deconstruction. 3 days later, nightfall. The third transaction between Yang Chuan and Yuhua Corporation had arrived as scheduled. However, this time, the venue was no longer the riverside, but rather a highly confidential materials preparation laboratory located beneath the Yuhua Group headquarters. The premises were heavily guarded, with a formidable alloy door that required triple iris and genetic authentication to unlock. The expansive interior was brightly lit. Having enjoyed 2 previous fruitful collaborations and witnessed the sincerity of Yuhua Corporation, Yang Chuan felt somewhat less apprehensive and agreed to conduct the transaction on the opponent's territory. After all, engaging in trade within such a secure environment was undeniably reassuring. Inside the laboratory, Yu Wenxi was clad in her characteristic sharp black business suit, accompanied only by Sun Zheng and a female secretary. Both parties were already well acquainted with the transaction process, leaving no room for unnecessary pleasantries. Yang Chuan confirmed that the substantial sum intended for the purchase of metallic materials had been transferred to his account. Meanwhile, Yu Wenxi's side had meticulously arranged the dozens of metallic materials worth over 10 million in the center of the laboratory, precisely as Yang Chuan required. With a swift glance, Yang Chuan verified the materials, and as the automated system confirmed their accuracy, he collected the precious items, disregarding the already familiar gaze of his counterpart. Upon completion of the transaction, the atmosphere did not lighten. Yu Wenxi gazed at the imposing white tiger armor before her, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke up. "Mr. White Tiger, there is something I feel compelled to inform you." She succinctly recounted her conversation with Tu Qianjue, concluding with a warning. Tu Qianjue is vengeful and narrow-minded. I fear he may resort to unscrupulous means in the shadows. You should exercise caution. This was a well-intentioned cautionary note from her, indicating that the malignant entity known as the Butcher Company had been thoroughly provoked. However, Yang Chuan's response surprised her. From within the white armor, a dismissive chuckle emerged. Just a petty clown, he won't last long. The indifference and confidence in his tone suggested that the so-called Butcher Company held no significance in his eyes. Easily crushable at any moment, Yu Wenxi regarded him intently, refraining from further comments. She realized that perhaps her concerns were unfounded. Shortly thereafter, Yang Chuan astonished her with another unexpected action. He produced a brand new materials list. This is the next batch of required materials. You may directly deduct the payment from the proceeds of the auction in half a month's time. Now, with 30 million in hand and 5 sets of Feiying armor, he spoke with newfound authority. Yu Wenxi, puzzled, accepted the list, but as her sharp gaze swept over its contents, her eyes widened in shock. This was yet another batch of entirely new materials she had never encountered before. An astonishing thought surged uncontrollably in her mind. New armor? At this moment, she felt that her previous conjectures might have been overly conservative. A terrifying chain of logic began to rapidly construct itself in her mind. A formidable entity like the LRP Research Institute must logically possess a stable and efficient supply chain for its materials. Yet, why were they persistently and relentlessly acquiring such vast quantities of various materials in Jiangcheng, even to the point of incurring exorbitant costs? This could only indicate one thing. Their own demand and consumption of materials had reached a staggering and alarming level. Even their own supply chain could no longer fully meet their needs. What kind of actions could result in such immense material consumption? The answer was evident. Mass production. Yu Wenxi's heart raced uncontrollably. A conjecture, so startling it sent shivers down her spine, surged to the forefront of her thoughts. This enigmatic organization, known as the LRP Research Institute, had most likely already achieved the mass production of this epic-making armor. Even if these mass-produced armors were not as powerful as the Feiying and Baihu models, they would undoubtedly far surpass the ordinary exoskeleton armors available on the market. Furthermore, their armed organization, known as the Hidden Apostles, might have long since equipped an entire legion with this type of armor. A legion of armored soldiers. The more she contemplated, the more she felt the likelihood of this conjecture. No wonder he displayed such disdain towards the provocation from the Butcher Company. Previously, She had even felt a sense of camaraderie, believing that both sides stood on the same front against a common enemy. In hindsight, how laughable her thoughts were. Perhaps, in their eyes, the so-called Butcher Company was no different from an ant that could be casually crushed underfoot. She had truly overestimated her significance. Having come to this realization, Yuanxi's gaze towards Yang Chuan shifted subtly. She carefully tucked away the list and solemnly nodded. Understood, Mr. Baihu. We will prepare everything for you as soon as possible. Yang Chuan, unaware that these seemingly ordinary transactions had initiated a terrifying storm of speculation in Yuanxi's mind, elevating the image of the LRP Research Institute to an almost mythical level, returned to the recycling station and immediately immersed himself in his enhancement plans. He retrieved the large pile of metallic materials acquired from Yuhai Company from the storage, instantly filling the entire floor of the lounge. This time, in order to gather the necessary materials, he had essentially depleted more than half of Yuhai Company's metallic inventory. The total expenditure exceeded tens of millions of Jiuwu coins, including numerous precious cores from D and even C-class giant beasts. However, even with the vast scale of Yuhai Company, many of the rare metallic materials on the list were painstakingly gathered from the various branches in several nearby cities. After all, the behemoths are not ordinary beasts, their numbers being inherently scarce. Those formidable creatures, endowed with unique attributes, are even rarer, and typical mercenary factions would not dare to hunt them lightly. Yang Chuan gazed upon the pile of precious materials before him, which would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless factions in the outside world, without a hint of remorse. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he cast them all into the system's decomposition chamber. His objective was to decompose and purify these assorted and impure behemoth materials, transforming them into the most refined energy crystals of metallic essence, suitable for upgrading the White Tiger armor. The chamber hummed to life, radiating brilliance as it commenced its rapid operation. Soon, the system's notification sounds cascaded through his mind like a flowing stream. Ding! D-grade material fist bone of the diamond giant ape successfully decomposed, yielding X12 metallic energy crystals. Ding! C-grade material horn of the piercing beast successfully decomposed, yielding X35 metallic energy crystals. Ding! D-grade material reverse scales of the alloy earth dragon successfully decomposed. Each rare material, valued at an exorbitant price in the outside world, was swiftly dissolved under the influence of the decomposition chamber, transforming into crystalline forms the size of a baby's fist, exuding a dark golden hue and brimming with pure, sharp energy. Within a mere half hour, the towering pile of materials had been completely decomposed. Chapter 36. The fully enhanced White Tiger armor in the lounge. Hundreds of energy crystals, resembling living stars, floated silently before Yang Chuan, emanating pure waves of energy. Faced with such an abundance of upgrade materials, Yang Chuan hesitated not for a moment. He resolved to utilize them all to fortify the White Tiger armor. He accessed the system interface and summoned the attribute panel of the armor, radiating a palpable sense of power. Directing his focus first on the most resplendent attribute, Strength, B grade. With a command, the system initiated the enhancement of the Strength attribute. As he uttered his decree, several of the floating energy crystals surged forth, transforming into pure golden streams of light that merged into the icon of the armor on the virtual panel. The icon shimmered momentarily, yet the progress bar, representing the Strength attribute, advanced only a fraction. Yang Chuan furrowed his brow in disbelief. Undeterred, he issued another command, feeding additional golden energy blocks into the endeavor. However, the outcome remained dishearteningly minimal. The progress bar continued its languid crawl forward. After expending a total of 50 energy crystals, he managed to elevate the Strength attribute to B. Resolutely, he abandoned the pursuit. He surmised that even if all remaining crystals were devoted to this single attribute, it would likely remain insufficient to breach the A-grade threshold. The higher the attribute level of the armor, the exponentially greater the energy required for further enhancement. Rather than exhausting all resources on a singular aspiration for the elusive A-grade strength, it would be wiser to allocate these precious resources to other attributes. A barrel can hold only as much water as its shortest plank. This principle was clear to him. Having made up his mind, he embarked on a new course of action. He first channeled 20 energy crystals into the speed and energy attributes, both of C grade. The results were immediate, as the progress bars for these attributes surged significantly, elevating them from C grade to C grade. Now, with only 30 or so energy crystals remaining, he turned his attention to the defense attribute, also at C grade. Gazing at the progress bar for defense, and then glancing at the dwindling supply of energy crystals, his eyes flickered as he plunged into contemplation. Should he distribute the remaining resources evenly to elevate defense to C grade, or take a bold gamble? He chose to gamble. After a brief moment of reflection, Yang Chuan made his decision. He committed all remaining energy crystals without reservation to the enhancement of the defense attribute. As the final energy crystal integrated, the virtual icon of the white tiger armor erupted in a brilliance surpassing its previous splendor. Yang Chuan, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly reopened the attribute panel for the white tiger armor. The data displayed had undergone a dramatic transformation. Code: White Tiger, Power, B grade, Defense, B- grade, Speed, C grade. Energy output, C grade, Success. Yang Chuan excitedly slapped his thigh. Although he had barely achieved B- grade defense, AB grade is still AB grade. This signifies a qualitative leap. Yang Chuan felt immense satisfaction with this outcome. The current white tiger armor possessed the terrifying power of B grade, solid defense of B- grade, and 2 auxiliary attributes reaching C grade, thus forming a template of a perfect hexagonal warrior without any apparent shortcomings. He held absolute confidence that with the performance of this armor, he could face Li Weiwan or the heir of the Butcher Company, Tu Qinjue, head-on, and even emerge victorious. Calming his excited heart, Yang Chuan tidied up his room, humming a little tune as he walked into the kitchen. Life must go on. He had no intention of disrupting his leisurely and comfortable pace of life, simply because he had acquired formidable power. In the ensuing days, the underground world of Jiangsheng was stirred by the auction of the Flying Shadow armor released by Yuhai Group. However, all of this seemed unrelated to Yang Chuan, who continued to live a relaxed and carefree life. During the day, he practiced the Gung-Jin White Tiger Secret Manual, familiarizing himself with the increasingly potent sharp energy within him. When mealtime arrived, he would take advantage of Li Yutong's visits to mooch off her, acquiring a wealth of systematic knowledge about martial arts practitioners to compensate for his greatest shortcoming as a self-taught individual. On one particular afternoon, Li Yutong came over as usual to share a meal. After satisfactorily devouring 3 large bowls of rice and a table full of dishes, she unexpectedly stood up, breaking from her usual routine of slumping in a chair playing on her phone, and suddenly grabbed Yang Chuan's arm, pulling him outside. "Come on, Yang Chuan. Stop lingering and follow me to a place." Yang Chuan stumbled slightly, a puzzled expression on his face as he asked, "Where are we going? I haven't even washed my bowl yet." "Oh, you can wash it later." Li Yutong turned back, flashing him a sly smile. "Haven't you always been asking me about various aspects of martial arts training? Just listening to me is rather dull, isn't it? This afternoon we have no classes. So out of the kindness of my heart, I'll personally take you to our martial arts class for a little observation. You can experience it firsthand. Go to your martial arts class to observe?" Yang Chuan was taken aback. Could that really be allowed? He understood that formal martial arts training institutions typically had strict regulations, and it was unlikely they would permit an outsider to enter. "What's wrong with that?" Li Yutong waved her hand dismissively. "Our instructor is very nice. Besides, occasionally bringing a couple of friends to experience it and increase potential new recruits is quite normal, you know?" Hearing her say this, a strong interest indeed surged within Yang Chuan. He is a traveler from another realm, having been an ordinary cog in the machine of society in his past life. Regarding this world, he is utterly oblivious to the life of a martial arts student, yet he is filled with an insatiable curiosity. To personally experience, it seems to be a splendid choice. Well then, very well. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement, acquiescing to the notion. Chapter 37. The Martial Arts Class and the Privileged Class under the guidance of Li Yutong. Yang Chuan stepped into the magnificent edifice known as the Yang Chuan First Martial Arts Advanced Training Center, for the very first time. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds and sights that profoundly impacted his senses. The vastness of the venue was almost surreal, with ceilings soaring to several dozen meters, resembling the skeletal frame of a colossal metallic beast. Inside this expansive arena, the air buzzed with the energy of youth, as students clad in standardized training attire animatedly exchanged insights on their practice, while others hurriedly navigated towards their designated training zones. What do you think? Our training center is quite impressive. Isn't it? Li Yutong walked ahead, her chin held high with pride. Yang Chuan instinctively nodded, though his gaze roamed over the surroundings. He could not deny that in this world, where martial artists were revered, the facilities tailored for this elite class had reached an extraordinary level of sophistication. Whether it was the specialized elastic flooring designed to absorb immense shock, or the high-tech instruments in the distance that monitored heart rates, energy flow, and muscle exertion in real time, or even the costly gravity field generators and simulated combat devices adorning the walls. None of these could compare to the rudimentary sports halls he remembered from his past life. He even noticed that beside each large piece of equipment, there were technicians in uniforms ready to spring into action at the slightest malfunction, ensuring that the training of these chosen ones was never interrupted for even a moment. This all instilled in Yang Chuan a powerful illusion that martial artists constituted the greatest privileged class in this world. No, he soon shook his head internally. This was not an illusion, but rather a stark reality. This privilege was not only manifested materially, but was also deeply imprinted on a spiritual level. The martial arts class students, regardless of gender, stood tall and proud, their eyes brimming with confidence and pride, exuding an air of composure born from their formidable strength. Just moments earlier, as he walked alongside Li Yutong, ordinary high school students passing by the venue would instinctively shrink back, lowering their gazes and hastening their steps as they brushed past the martial students in their training attire. Guided by Li Yutong, the two traversed several functional areas before arriving at a spacious training ground. Within, dozens of students engaged in paired sparring, their shouts resounding, fists and feet colliding, energy surging, each movement brimming with vigor. These adolescents, each possessing a robust physique, radiated explosive power. In the center of the space, a middle-aged man of average stature, with a resolute face and a crew cut, paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally interjecting with a booming voice, incisively critiquing the students' techniques. Zhonglong, strike with decisiveness. Your energy is of the fire element. Unleash its explosive potential. What is this softness? Zhaoqi, your strength lies in speed. Do not engage in a battle of brute force with your opponent. Employ agility. Remember, your mind is your greatest weapon. Li Yutong leaned closer to Yang Chuan's ear and softly introduced, "There, that is Coach Luo. I heard he was once a formidable sea-level expert, holding a significant position in the military. Unfortunately, during a mission to hunt a colossal beast, he sustained injuries to his meridians while saving a comrade, greatly diminishing his combat abilities. Thus, he retired and became a coach at our school." Yang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. He could discern that, despite Coach Luo's restrained demeanor, his gaze was remarkably sharp, evidently indicative of genuine skill and knowledge. Noticing their arrival, Coach Luo approached, casting a glance at the unfamiliar face of Yang Chuan, and inquired, "Yutong, who is this?" "Hello, Coach Luo. This is my friend Yang Chuan. He has a keen interest in martial arts, and I brought him here today to observe and soak up the atmosphere." Li Yutong promptly stood at attention, responding obediently. Coach Luo appraised Yang Chuan, seemingly detecting the faint F-level energy within him. Yet he did not probe further, simply waving his hand dismissively. "All right. Find an empty spot and do not disrupt the training of others." "Thank you, Coach." Li Yutong immediately took Yang Chuan's hand and led him to a vacant corner of the training ground. "Come on, brother Yang Chuan. Let's start with the basics of sparring. I'll guide you through the techniques and help correct your striking methods." Sure. The two began their practice. Li Yutong shed her earlier competitive spirit from the recycling station and transformed into a patient instructor, focusing on imparting fundamental knowledge to Yang Chuan. No, Your technique for the straight punch lacks proper utilization of your waist strength. It should be like this: twist your waist, engage your hips, and let the power rise from the ground. She continued, in your blocking posture, do not let your elbows flare out. They should be tucked in a form of the most stable triangular defensive structure. Some of the essential movements were challenging to convey through mere words. As Li Yutong grew more animated, she stepped closer to Yang Chuan, personally adjusting his posture. Look, your shoulders should relax, and your arms should be like this. Yes, yes. That's the feeling. Her warm, gentle hands rested on his arms and shoulders, and he could catch a whiff of her scent, a blend of sweat and a faint floral fragrance. During their interaction, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other. Li Yutong remained oblivious to the surroundings, fully engrossed in teaching. However, Yang Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. His keen perception had already detected the envious and hostile gazes directed at them from all directions, like needles pricking his back. My dear young lady, you ought to notice the fiery glances from those boys around us. This is not just a lesson. You are blatantly stirring up animosity towards me. As if to confirm his thoughts, when Li Yutong leaned in once more to correct his sidekick, a voice laden with malice and provocation rang out from the side. Oh, isn't this our class's genius girl, Li Yutong? What a surprise to see you here, teaching a rookie who can't even hold a horse stance. A towering figure, exceeding 6 feet in height, with a physique sculpted by muscle, yet exuding an air of arrogance in his gaze, approached with his arms crossed. His stature, were it to be placed in Yang Chuan's previous life, would epitomize that of a quintessential athlete, the mainstay of a basketball team. He scarcely acknowledged Yang Chuan, opting instead to address Li Yutong with a tone laced with flippancy. Chapter 38. Now, who is the coward? Who do you call a novice? Before Yang Chuan had the opportunity to speak, Li Yutong erupted beside him. Gao Meng, mind your words. Brother Yang Chuan is my friend. You are the one acting like a child. At your age, you should at least possess basic manners. The muscular figure before them was Gao Meng, a notorious troublemaker in the martial arts class. Relying on his affluent background and his status as an E-level advanced martial artist, he often bullied others, particularly relishing the chance to showcase his prowess in front of female classmates. Gao Meng was evidently aware of Li Yutong's considerable strength, as well as the fact that her sister, Li Weiwan, was the captain of the breakthrough squad. Today, however, he had no intention of provoking Li Yutong. With a dismissive snort, he disregarded her and directed a scornful gaze, sharp as an arrow, at Yang Chuan. He arrogantly declared, "Manners? Huh. Manners are courtesy extended only to those of equal standing. As for upbringing, this is how I was raised." This remark blatantly conveyed to everyone present that, in his eyes, Yang Chuan was utterly unworthy of his respect. You. Li Yutong's face flushed crimson with anger as she defended. Brother Yang Chuan is also a martial artist. How's he not your equal? I believe your upbringing is the real issue here. A martial artist? Gao Meng erupted with laughter, his amusement laced with unmasked derision. Him? Li Yutong, don't make me laugh. Look at him. He must be nearly 24 or 25. At that age, barely stepping into the threshold of an F-level martial artist, he has nothing but the dregs of society. His voice boomed, deliberately ensuring everyone in the vicinity could hear him clearly. To be that old and only just entering martial arts must mean he has had some incredible stroke of luck. Otherwise, he is destined to remain an ordinary person struggling at the bottom of society for the rest of his life. At this juncture, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, casting a mocking glance between Li Yutong and Yang Chuan as if a light bulb had lit up in his mind. Oh, I see. Could it be that you, young lady, took pity on him and generously gifted him a vial of genetic enhancement serum? He deliberately focused on Yang Chuan, enunciating each word with a tone laced with insult. A coward who hides behind a little girl and relies on the charity of women to barely step into the realm of martial arts. Am I right? The room erupted in gasps at his words. The students who had stopped their training to witness the commotion now regarded Yang Chuan with transformed expressions. Gao Meng, you've gone too far. Li Yutong was thoroughly incensed, the aura of an E-level martial artist surging uncontrollably from her, ready to strike. However, a hand gently rested on her shoulder, calming the tempest of her impending fury. It was Yang Chuan. "Leave it to me." His voice was calm, devoid of any trace of anger. He intercepted Liu Tong, who still wished to speak, and slowly approached Gao Meng, standing before him. He was half a head shorter than Gao Meng, and his physique was far from the latter's towering stature. In the eyes of onlookers, he resembled a sheep standing before a lion, small, pitiful, and utterly helpless. Yang Chuan lifted his gaze, meeting Gao Meng's scornful eyes with unwavering resolve, and calmly inquired, "Are you finished?" Gao Meng was taken aback, clearly not expecting this coward, in his view, to confront him directly. He instinctively replied, "I'm done, so what?" Before he could finish, Yang Chuan interjected, "Then let us settle this with a fight. Only through battle will it become evident who the coward truly is." As these words echoed, the training ground fell into a profound silence. Everyone was bewildered. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. According to the usual narrative, the utterly humiliated weakling should have argued his case, or at least made some feeble threats. Why did he immediately seek to fight? Moreover, was he truly confident? A novice martial artist, barely stepping into the F-grade threshold, dared to challenge someone like Gao Meng, who was already an experienced E-grade practitioner. Was he inviting disaster upon himself? Gao Meng, momentarily stunned, soon broke into a radiant smile, exposing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Ah, this is hilarious." He laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Since you're so eager to seek your own demise, I shall oblige." Before long, under the scrutinizing gazes of the spectators, Yang Chuan and Gao Meng stood facing each other at the center of the training ground, poised to duel. Even Coach Luo, who had been instructing other students, could no longer remain aloof. He strode over briskly, his brow furrowed. "This is merely a sparring match. Keep it controlled." His voice resonated through the venue like a thunderclap. "No life-threatening moves, and no causing permanent injury." With that, he cast a significant glance at Gao Meng, his eyes brimming with warning. "Rest assured, Coach," Gao Meng replied nonchalantly. "Dealing with someone like him will require merely a finger. I shall be merciful." Yang Chuan, however, maintained an indifferent demeanor, as if he had not heard the exchange. On the sidelines, Liu Tong's heart raced, nearly lodged in her throat. She gazed at Yang Chuan's somewhat slender silhouette, her eyes filled with concern and guilt. She silently vowed that once this duel concluded, she would find an opportunity to teach Gao Meng a lesson for Yang Chuan's sake. Seeing that both participants were ready, Coach Luo stepped back to the sidelines and declared in a firm voice, "Begin." With the command, the smile on Gao Meng's face twisted into a menacing grimace. His internal energy erupted violently, and with a powerful stomp, he charged toward Yang Chuan like a heavy truck racing down the highway. He disdainfully refrained from employing any techniques. Instead, he resolved to unleash the most unadulterated and primal force to send the ignorant waste before him flying with a single punch. However, just as he was about to charge towards Yang Chuan, an unforeseen event transpired, shocking all. The previously motionless Yang Chuan moved. No one could discern how he did so. To every observer, he appeared as a blurred afterimage, vanishing from his original position as if teleporting. Then bang, a resounding, thunderous impact echoed, reminiscent of a battering ram striking a sandbag. The fierce and aggressive Gao Meng, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, abruptly halted his advance. The grimace on his face had yet to transform into one of horror when an incomprehensible and insurmountable force struck him squarely in the chest. His towering frame, exceeding 6 feet and weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent hurtling as if he were a discarded sack, his feet leaving the ground and propelled backward. He traced a long parabolic arc through the air, soaring over a distance of several meters before crashing heavily onto the training ground floor, producing a tremendous noise, and then rolling several times before ultimately falling silent, unconscious. One strike, instant annihilation. The training ground fell into hushed stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Gao Meng, who lay motionless in the distance, before mechanically turning their eyes to the center of the arena. There stood the young man they had previously deemed a failure and coward, inexplicably having returned to his original position, as if he had never moved at all. His inexpensive leisure wear, so out of place among the training uniforms, remained impeccably clean and tidy. He slowly raised his hand, gently brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Then, lifting his gaze, his calm eyes swept across the faces of all present, each frozen in shock. Finally, he softly inquired, "Now, who's the coward?" Chapter 39. Perhaps this is the essence of late blooming? The atmosphere was thick with an almost eerie silence. Over 100 students from the martial arts class stood as if paralyzed, their expressions uniformly etched with profound astonishment. Li Yutong's bright eyes widened. Her lips slightly parted in disbelief. She gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground, the unconscious Gao Ming, and then shifted her attention to the center of the arena, where Yang Chuan was gradually retracting his foot, her mind engulfed in a haze of confusion. Could this truly be the same Yang Chuan who merely moments ago struggled with basic movements and required direct guidance? How had he, in the blink of an eye, effortlessly dispatched a formidable E-rank high-level awakened warrior, one whose strength was only marginally inferior to his own? The disparity was staggering, so monumental that it left her questioning her own reality. What are we all standing around for? Just as the crowd remained entranced in their stupor, Coach Luo's booming voice resonated like a clap of thunder, jolting everyone back to their senses. His face was now marked with a seriousness and bewilderment that mirrored the students. "Medical team, quickly, take Gao Ming to the infirmary for examination." He proceeded to instruct the students with clarity, directing them to carry the unconscious Gao Ming away. Then, his keen, hawk-like gaze fixated on the calm young man at the center of the arena. At the very moment Yang Chuan had struck, Coach Luo had distinctly sensed an aura emanating from him that surpassed the F rank, a genuine E-rank awakened warrior's energy. Could it be that even he had misjudged the situation? Confusion swirled within Coach Luo's mind. Yet, even if the opponent truly possessed E-rank capabilities, Gao Ming was an E-rank high-level warrior with considerable combat experience. How could he be so decisively defeated by someone of equal rank? This was contrary to all reason, unless a troubling thought crept into Coach Luo's mind. He feared that Yang Chuan had resorted to some forbidden method of burning his life potential to achieve this momentary surge in strength. Such underhanded practices were not uncommon in the realm of awakened warriors, yet their consequences were often dire. With this realization, Coach Luo felt compelled to act swiftly. He moved with agility to Yang Chuan's side and, in an authoritative tone, commanded, "Young man, extend your hand. Let me assess your internal energy." Yang Chuan understood the suspicion that had arisen in Coach Luo's mind. Yet, he was prepared for this moment. As Coach Luo approached, he focused his thoughts and temporarily uninstalled the technique from the Gungjin White Tiger secret manual within his system. In an instant, the once sharp and domineering Gungjin energy within him receded, reverting to a neutral and harmonious internal energy devoid of attributes. He obediently extended his hand. Coach Luo placed 2 fingers on Yang Chuan's wrist, allowing his internal energy to permeate Yang Chuan's body as he meticulously sensed its essence. Moments later, the astonishment on Coach Luo's face deepened. He discovered that the internal energy within Yang Chuan, though not particularly profound, was remarkably stable as it circulated. There was neither a hint of stagnation nor turbulence, nor any signs of a forced breakthrough or an unstable foundation. How could this be possible? Coach Luo furrowed his brow. Releasing his grip and regarding Yang Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze, he inquired in a deep voice, "When did you begin your martial arts training? And when did you advance to E-rank?" Yang Chuan's face displayed a hint of sincerity as he candidly replied, "A few days ago. I just stepped into F rank with the aid of a potion from Captain Li. As for E rank, it was probably last night during my training when, for some unknown reason, I made another breakthrough." Boom! As soon as he spoke, the students around them, who had been eavesdropping, erupted in astonishment. Just a few days ago, he was F rank, and now he S E rank. Is this a rocket launch? My heavens! It took me a year and a half to ascend from F rank to E rank. He accomplished it in a single day. Li Yutong was equally stunned. Although she was aware that Yang Chuan had just become an awakened warrior, She never anticipated he would catch up to her level in such a brief span. Instinctively, she spoke up to corroborate his claim. Indeed, Coach Luo, I can attest. Just a few days ago, Brother Yang Chuan was still an ordinary person. With Li Yutang's confirmation, Coach Luo's gaze grew increasingly complex. He proceeded to ask several questions regarding Yang Chuan's physical training and theoretical studies prior to becoming an awakened warrior. Yang Chuan answered each one, purposefully portraying his experiences as particularly arduous. After listening to Yang Chuan's account, Coach Luo fell silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a long sigh, expressing a tone filled with sentiment and regret. I see. A gradual accumulation leading to a sudden outburst, a heart that knows its direction, and enlightenment in a moment. Perhaps you are indeed one of those legendary individuals, a late bloomer of great potential. He looked at Yang Chuan, his expression multifaceted as he elaborated. Throughout the history of martial arts, there have occasionally been individuals like you who, for various reasons, could not cultivate in the early stages, yet possess an indomitable will and fervent desire. When they, by chance, step into the realm of martial arts, the foundation built over the years can erupt instantaneously, reaching heights beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals in a remarkably short time. However, he shifted the tone of his discourse, stating that such circumstances often lead to two possible outcomes. One is that, after exhausting all potential, their path in martial arts comes to a standstill, making further progress exceedingly difficult. The other is a soaring ascendance, transforming into a dragon. Yet, it remains uncertain which fate awaits you. After uttering these words, Coach Luo regarded Yang Chuan with a newfound appreciation for talent. Suddenly, he made a decision, patting Yang Chuan on the shoulder and declaring heartily, "Young man, I see great promise in you. Henceforth, you may come to our training hall every day. I shall personally instruct you, without charging any fees." Really? Thank you so much, Coach Luo. Yang Chuan quickly bowed in gratitude. In that moment, the gazes of the surrounding students towards Yang Chuan shifted dramatically from disdain to envy and jealousy. Li Yutang, as if she had discovered a new world, circled around Yang Chuan repeatedly, her lips murmuring in astonishment, as if it were the first day she had met him. Impressive. One mere audit, and you've transformed into a bona fide participant. To this, Yang Chuan could only offer an awkward smile. However, at that very instant, a thunderous explosion erupted without warning above their heads. The crowd looked up in horror. They beheld the venue's ceiling, constructed of high-strength materials and towering several dozen meters above, being violently breached, creating a gaping hole over 5 meters in diameter. Blinding sunlight cascaded through the opening. Following this, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a group of heavily armed figures clad in pitch-black, heavy exoskeletal armor, their faces obscured, descended with a resounding crash from the breach. Upon landing, without uttering a single word, their leader swiftly retrieved a portable rocket launcher from his back, aiming it directly at Li Yutang and Yang Chuan, who stood at the center of the crowd. Danger! Chapter 40. The Assault from the Butcher. A rocket, trailing a fiery orange tail, whistled down from the heavens, its target set squarely on Li Yutang and his companions. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to slow. Coach Luo's horrified warning reverberated within the venue. The young students, who had just been engulfed in shock and excitement, now wore expressions that were instantly replaced by sheer terror. A single soldier's rocket, detonating at such close range within a relatively confined space, possessed the potential for catastrophic destruction. Even a C-grade martial artist would not dare to withstand such a modern weapon, designed to combat heavy armor, with mere flesh and blood. Just as the rocket was about to strike the ground, Yang Chuan sprang into action. In the instant the rocket locked onto their position, his mind had no time to deliberate. His body instinctively reacted with astonishing speed. He swiftly grasped the still-dazed Li Yutang and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, propelled himself backward like an arrow released from its bow. Almost simultaneously with their retreat from the original spot, a thunderous explosion erupted. The deafening blast resonated through the air. A horrifying conflagration and shockwave instantly engulfed the very place where they had just stood. The floor was blasted into a massive charred crater several meters in diameter, while a violent gust, intermingled with countless tiny metal shards, surged outward in all directions. Some students, positioned farther from the epicenter, were toppled to the ground by this force, their cries of anguish piercing the chaos. The entire training facility was transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. Cough, cough. Yang Chuan, clutching Liu Tong, steadied himself behind a support pillar a dozen meters away, narrowly evading the core of the explosion. Even so, the intense shockwave still surged through him, causing his blood to boil. Coach Luo, leveraging his C-grade prowess, had also managed to throw himself to the ground at the last moment, narrowly escaping disaster. He sprang to his feet, surveying the devastation around him and the figures clad in black armor, exuding an aura of slaughter. "Who are you?" he bellowed in fury. "This is a martial arts training facility. Do you not fear pursuit from the Disaster Response Bureau for using such powerful weaponry in the city center?" Yet, the armored figures paid his inquiry no heed. The leader merely gestured dismissively, and his 7 or 8 comrades surged forward like unleashed tigers, charging toward the assembled crowd with military precision and lethal efficiency, their intentions clear. In that moment, Yang Chuan's gaze sharpened with acute clarity. He discerned that while the black-armored assailants seemed to be targeting Coach Luo and the others, their formation inadvertently encircled the true objective, Liu Tong. They were coming for Liu Tong. This realization sent a chill through Yang Chuan's heart. Without a moment to lose, he seized Liu Tong's wrist and urged, "Run." Upon finishing his words, he no longer hesitated, seizing Liu Tong's hand and dashing toward the exit of the venue. "Quickly retreat. Everyone, evacuate the venue immediately." Meanwhile, Coach Luo swiftly comprehended that the adversary's target was not himself. He called out loudly to the panicked students still in disarray, simultaneously pressing the emergency button on his wrist that linked directly to the venue security team and the city alarm system. After executing these actions, he took a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. With a fierce shout, he charged toward the C-class black-armored leader. Bang! As the two clashed, Coach Luo's expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming force emanated from the opponent's weapon, causing his blood to surge and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. So formidable, Coach Luo thought, astonished. Not only was the adversary's C-class, but his strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. With existing injuries diminishing his power, he realized he was no match for this black-armored leader. Yet, he understood that retreat was not an option. On the other side, Yang Chuan had successfully pulled Liu Tong out of the chaotic venue. Not pausing for a moment, he navigated through the city's streets and alleys with extraordinary stamina and sense of direction. After running for over 10 minutes and confirming they had temporarily evaded their pursuers, he and Liu Tong finally stopped in a secluded alley. As both were martial artists, this level of exertion merely left them slightly breathless. Leaning against the wall, Liu Tong clutched her chest, her face still reflecting lingering panic, but more so, confusion. "Yang Chuan, why do we run so far? With so many of them and heavy weaponry, we should seek help immediately." "It's futile," Yang Chuan replied, his expression more serious than ever. He shook his head and revealed a conclusion that shocked Liu Tong. "That group is after you." After me?" Liu Tong was taken aback, struggling to grasp the reasoning. I haven't offended anyone." Intuition and observation, Yang Chuan explained solemnly. "From the moment they appeared, the leading figures have been casting glances in your direction, whether intentionally or not. Also, that rocket attack, seemingly indiscriminate, targeted precisely where and those martial arts class students were most densely gathered. Their objective has been you from the very beginning." He gazed at Liu Tong, articulating his suspicion. "If my deductions are correct, they are likely people from the Butcher Company." "The Butcher Company?" Liu Tong gasped, horrified. "How dare they? How could they be so audacious? If it's that too Qianjue, he certainly has the capability to commit such acts," Yang Chuan affirmed, his eyes icy. "That man is vengeful and exceedingly arrogant. Having faced humiliation from Li Weiwan, he has redirected his wrath toward her sole vulnerability, her younger sister. And have you not noticed? The group of individuals was clad from head to toe in enveloping exoskeletal armor, their identities obscured, evidently well prepared. As long as they left no evidence to ascertain their identities, even the authorities would be powerless against the butcher company afterward. Upon hearing Yang Chuan's analysis, Li Yutong's face turned ashen. She finally grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately retrieved her phone to dial her sister, Li Weiwan. The call was answered almost instantaneously, and Li Weiwan's anxious voice resonated. "Yutong, are you all right?" Li Weiwan's voice, imbued with an undeniable urgency, commanded, "Find a place to hide that is absolutely secure. I will be there shortly." However, before Li Yutong could articulate further, Yang Chuan's expression suddenly shifted, and he covered her phone. He strained to listen. Faint yet rapid footsteps echoed from outside the alley. Clearly, they were being pursued. Even Coach Luo, classified as a C-level, could not hold them off for long. This squad was undoubtedly a C-level team. They might even be the elite personal guard of Tu Qinjue. "Let us go." Yang Chuan, without the luxury of time, grasped Li Yutong's hand once more, propelling them towards the opposite end of the alley in a frantic sprint. He intentionally guided her through a labyrinth of narrow streets and alleys, leveraging the intricate urban terrain to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with the relentless black-armored pursuers. Yet, their tracking capabilities exceeded his wildest expectations. No matter how he altered their path, they clung to their heels like a relentless shadow. As they dashed forward, the duo veered into a new alley. Upon encountering a towering wall at its end, Li Yutong's heart sank. It was a dead end. The footsteps behind them grew increasingly ominous. A flicker of anxiety crossed Li Yutong's face, yet Yang Chuan remained composed. He surveyed the towering walls on either side, standing 7 to 8 meters high, and his gaze ultimately fixed on an open window on the third floor of the left wall. "That's it." Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Li Yutong's wrist and commanded, "Hold on tight." With that, he propelled her towards the wall, launching upward with fervor. Chapter 41. In the storage chest, silence. Yang Chuan moved with the grace of a nimble raccoon. With a single hand, he exerted strength, gripping the windowsill as he silently flipped himself into the room. Immediately, he extended his hand, pulling Li Yutong up as well. They landed softly on the floor, producing not a sound. This was an ordinary residence. The room, though modest in size, was relatively tidy. On the coffee table in the living room lay half-eaten snacks and an open magazine, indicating that the inhabitants had merely stepped out temporarily. "Quick, find a place to hide," Yang Chuan whispered, urging Li Yutong as they swiftly searched for a suitable hiding spot. The living room and bedroom were too spacious, offering no concealment. Soon, Yang Chuan's gaze fell upon a half-open door at the end of the corridor, leading to a storage room. He tugged Li Yutong and darted inside. The storage room was cluttered with a variety of old items, and a faint scent of dust mingled with mothballs in the air. In the corner stood an antiquated, large storage chest made of solid wood. "This is it." Yang Chuan's eyes brightened as he quickly approached and gently lifted the heavy lid. Without a moment's hesitation, he climbed inside. He then poked his head out from the chest, beckoning to the still-stunned Li Yutong to hurry inside. "Ah, go in." Li Yutong looked at the dark chest and then at Yang Chuan, who was already nestled inside, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yet, with the urgency of the situation, she had no time to ponder. Gritting her teeth, she blushed further, but obediently crawled in. Yang Chuan, from within, slowly lowered the heavy lid once more. A soft click echoed as the chest sealed shut. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand. The storage chest, though not particularly small, was undeniably cramped for accommodating 2 young individuals of average size. Li Yutong found herself nearly lying in Yang Chuan's embrace, her back pressed firmly against his solid chest. There was scarcely any space between their bodies. In this profound silence and darkness, they could distinctly hear each other's slightly hurried breaths and the erratic pounding of their hearts. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward and intimate. Neither dared to speak, as if uttering a word might exacerbate the already delicate tension. In the obscurity, Yang Chuan's senses heightened exponentially. A subtle, unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, Through the thin fabric of their clothing, he could keenly feel the softness and elasticity of the girl pressed against him. It dawned on him that he might have underestimated this seemingly boisterous girl all along. She seemed to have truly grown up. This shapely figure appeared to be nearing the stature of her icy elder sister. With this thought, Yang Chuan's body involuntarily responded with the most natural physiological reaction of a young man. This subtle change in his physique was promptly noticed by Li Yutong, given their close proximity. In the darkness, her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. She felt her body stiffen slightly, and through clenched teeth, she managed to utter a few mosquito-like sounds. You mustn't move." "All right," Yang Chuan softly replied near her ear. Yet, the warm breath brushing against her earlobe ignited an inexplicable heat and discomfort within her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Time passed, second by second, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Maintaining the same position for an extended period caused both of their bodies to become somewhat rigid and numb. Unable to restrain themselves, they subtly shifted their positions, seeking relief from their discomfort. However, this slight movement inevitably created new friction between them, intensifying the awkward atmosphere, making them wish they could vanish into the ground. Just then, faint voices of conversation echoed from outside. It was the pursuing soldiers. Strange. Their last traces indeed vanished in this alley. But why is there not a soul in sight? Could they have scaled the walls? Impossible. We've inspected the surrounding walls and rooftops. There are no signs of climbing. What should we do, boss? The leader's voice rang out. They must still be nearby. Search meticulously, inch by inch. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find that woman. Upon hearing the external conversation, the two within the box tensed immediately, the previous hint of intimacy evaporating, replaced by an icy dread. Li Yutong was so frightened that her body went rigid, instinctively clutching Yang Chuan tightly. She was about to speak when Yang Chuan suddenly turned his head, covering her mouth with his cheek. Li Yutong was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. At that moment, a slightly cool hand slipped under the hem of her loose sportswear, gently resting against her flat, smooth abdomen. Then, the fingers began to slowly inscribe a character on her belly. It was the character for quiet, with no means to vocalize. Yang Chuan could only communicate his desire for silence in this manner. This gesture, however, left Li Yutong's mind utterly blank. Her face flushed so deeply that it could have bled, her cheeks burning all the way to her ears. Minutes passed in eerie silence within the storage room, just when they both believed the other had departed. Bang, crash. A deafening and violent roar erupted from outside the room. The very window through which they had entered was shattered with brute force from the outside. Several pursuers clad in black exoskeleton armor burst in. One among them, brandishing a device, exclaimed in an excited yet ruthless tone, "Boss, we found them. The thermal scanner indicates that they are right here in this room." Chapter 42, Li Weiwan arrives. The counterattack. That exhilarating voice resonated clearly in the ears of Yang Chuan and Li Yutong. It was over. Li Yutong's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Yang Chuan also felt a chill run through him. In an instant, the fleeting sense of intimacy and awkwardness caused by their earlier physical contact was replaced by a piercing sense of danger. He understood that their adversaries possessed advanced thermal detection equipment, and hiding within this storage box was akin to being trapped in a barrel, awaiting inevitable doom. "We must escape," Yang Chuan decisively whispered urgently into Li Yutong's ear. The next moment, he exerted tremendous force and flung open the heavy lid of the storage box. Like springs, the two of them sprang forth from within. However, as soon as they emerged, the scene before them caused their hearts to sink once more. The small storage room had been encircled by 7 or 8 mysterious individuals clad in black exoskeleton armor, rendering escape impossible. The ominous barrels of their guns were all aimed precisely at the newly emerged duo, with cold red lights flickering beneath their helmet visors. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The leader of the black-armored figures stepped forward slowly, ignoring Yang Chuan entirely. His gaze, concealed beneath the visor, fell directly upon the pale-faced Li Yutong. In a tone devoid of emotion, as if merely stating a fact, he spoke slowly. "Miss Li, Our employer wishes to invite you for a discussion. Please accompany us. This seemingly polite invitation concealed an undeniable air of firmness and threat. Yang Chuan's mind raced at that moment. He understood that if these individuals were indeed from the butcher company, Li Yutong's fate was grim. Given Tu Qianjue's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly seek the most brutal means of retribution against Li Weiwan. Furthermore, as an F-rank novice accompanying Li Yutong, he would certainly be implicated as well. What to do? Should he summon the White Tiger Armor? With the power of the White Tiger Armor, defeating this C-rank team would be easily achievable. Yet reason swiftly extinguished his impulse. Summoning the armor in such a situation would undoubtedly expose his identity, attracting troubles far more perilous than the present predicament. Yang Chuan was in turmoil, but just then a thunderous roar erupted, more violent than the previous rocket blast from the side wall of the storage room. The entire residential building trembled violently. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the heavy wall was suddenly breached, creating a massive gaping hole. Bricks flew, and dust filled the air. A figure clad in black combat attire, wielding a colossal blade, surged forth from the shattered wall, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent and coldness. It was Li Weiwan. She had arrived, seeing the principal figure finally make her entrance. Yang Chuan felt the anxiety that had lodged in his throat dissipate at last, letting out a silent sigh of relief. The appearance of Li Weiwan evidently caught the group of black-armored men off guard. However, the leader among them maintained an astonishing composure. He seemed acutely aware that if Li Weiwan managed to unite with Li Yutong, his mission for the day would be utterly doomed. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he recklessly surged forward, attempting to forcibly seize Li Yutong, who was perilously close. Seeking death, Li Weiwan's eyes blazed with murderous intent upon witnessing this. With a resounding clang, the sound of a blade echoed as a brilliant flash of steel swiftly interposed itself before the black-armored leader. The clash of their weapons reverberated through the air, causing the C-grade leader to stagger back under the force of Li Weiwan's strike. Realizing that his plans had completely unraveled, the leader, a decisive character, wasted no time. He leapt backward with a sharp command. Mission failed. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and swiftly led his men away. Li Weiwan, poised to pursue, cast a concerned glance at Li Yutong. In an authoritative tone, she instructed, "Stay here and do not go anywhere. Captain Wang's punitive team will arrive shortly." With that, she made no further delay, her figure flickering as she, accompanied by the arriving Pajuan team, dashed toward the fleeing black-armored men. As Li Weiwan vanished from sight, a glimmer of opportunity sparked in Yang Chuan's eyes. Seizing the moment while Li Yutong was still in shock, he quietly began to retreat. His silhouette melded with the shadows, and in a few swift movements, he disappeared into the chaos of the residential building. Shortly after Yang Chuan's departure, a cacophony of urgent sirens and hurried footsteps heralded the arrival of another official team, distinct from the Pajuan uniforms, emblazoned with the word punitive on their chests. Leading them was none other than Captain Wang, who had previously come to Li Weiwan's aid at the intersection. "Miss Li, are you unharmed?" Captain Wang exhaled in relief upon seeing Li Yutong safe. He surveyed the chaotic scene, his expression grave as he began to inquire about the events that had transpired. What exactly happened here? At that moment, Li Yutong finally regained her composure and instinctively turned to look for Yang Chuan. However, when her gaze fell upon the spot where he had been standing moments before, she found it utterly vacant. Chapter 43. Truly impressive, Li Weiwan. The pursuit led by Li Weiwan and the Break Army squad stirred considerable commotion. The black-armored individuals evidently sought to exploit the intricate architectural maze of the outskirts to elude capture. However, Li Weiwan remained resolute, relentlessly tracking their every move. The chase echoed through the city, marked by the thunderous collisions of energy that reverberated across half of Jiangchen. Yang Chuan did not rush to follow. Instead, he silently departed from the residential building, trailing at the rear of the group. With his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he followed at a measured pace. He sensed that the events of this night would likely culminate in chaos. Soon, under Li Weiwan's relentless pursuit, the black-armored squad found themselves unable to escape. The two teams, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, burst forth from the city's confines and ultimately converged on a desolate hillside far from urbanity, where the Break Army Squad successfully intercepted the Black Armored team. On the hillside, 8 members of the Break Army Squad, clad in black combat attire, faced off against several black-armored individuals adorned in heavy exoskeleton armor. The atmosphere was charged with tension, rendering the very air around them seemingly frozen. "Chief, there's no way out," gasped one of the black-armored team members. The leader of the black-armored group, observing the imposing figure before him, wielding a massive long knife and radiating an aura of chilling menace, recognized that the moment of truth had arrived. A glint of ferocity flashed his eyes as he commanded, "Then, let us fight." He was acutely aware that once their identities were exposed, they would be subjected to the relentless pursuit of the Disaster Response Bureau. With those words, he hesitated no longer and was the first to launch an attack. His comrades followed suit without delay. Thus commenced a life-and-death struggle between C-grade teams. Such combat was not uncommon outside the city. Yet a confrontation between an official elite squad and an enigmatic group of unknown origin was a rare spectacle. The ruckus of the battle soon attracted numerous mercenaries and lone wolves who were prospecting beyond the city limits. They emerged from their hiding spots and gathered on a distant hill, eagerly assuming the role of spectators. "Look, it's the Break Army Squad. They seem to be engaged in battle." "Hiss, who are those opponents? Their equipment is impressive. Just look at that presence. They must be at least a C-grade squad." Amid the murmurs of the onlookers, the skirmish on the hillside escalated to a fever pitch. The Break Army Squad, the pride of the Disaster Response Bureau, comprised 8 members, including their captain, Li Weiwan, 5 men and 3 women in total. In terms of combat prowess, the C-grade high-tier Li Weiwan was undoubtedly the strongest. Among her team, there were also 2 vice-captains, 1 male and 1 female, both of whom were authentic C-grade awakened warriors. The remaining 5 members were predominantly elite high-tier D-grade fighters. This configuration was considered exceptional throughout Jiangxing. However, their adversaries were formidable as well. The leader of the Black Armored Squad was C-grade, with the others also being skilled D-grade fighters. Moreover, they were all fully armed, clad in heavy exoskeleton armor that not only conferred immense power and defense, but also housed an array of lethal weaponry within. In an instant, the clash of blades filled the air, and the entire hillside was ravaged by the violent energy surges. Although the Broken Army Squad enjoyed a slight advantage in individual strength, they found themselves at a stalemate against these adversaries, who resembled impenetrable tin cans. Yet, one individual stood apart. With a resounding clang, Li Weiwan wielded her massive long knife, channeling her overwhelming fury into a series of tragic, deathly arcs. Her technique was devoid of any flamboyance. Each strike targeted the enemy's most vulnerable joints, each blow deadly. She unleashed the entirety of her assault upon the black-armored leader. Though the leader was also a C-class powerhouse, he found himself retreating under Li Weiwan's relentless onslaught, perilously close to defeat. "I found you." After yet another furious exchange, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Weiwan's eyes as she seized upon a minuscule opening exposed by her opponent's block. With a fierce swing of her long knife, she struck down upon the helmet of another black-armored soldier attempting to provide support. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed. The alloy mask atop the soldier's head was cleaved apart by Li Weiwan's strike, revealing a young face contorted in terror beneath. In that moment, before the gathered crowd, the soldier's identity was laid bare. From the distance, incredulous gasps erupted from the onlookers. "ISNT, that Yu Lang from the Butcher Company's Qinjue squad? I saw him last at the bar." The name of the Qinjue squad, led by the young master of the Butcher Company, Tu Qinjue, sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. At that moment, Li Weiwan's gaze turned even colder. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her long knife once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the now utterly exposed and despairing soldier. But just then, a chilling sound of slicing air pierced the silence. Unexpectedly emanating from the darkness afar, a knife as thin as a cicada's wings struck with terrifying speed, colliding precisely with the descending blade of Li Weiwan. Ding! With a crisp sound, Li Weiwan's powerful strike was deflected by the force contained within the flying knife, narrowly missing Yulang's body and sparing his life. Who? The members of the broken army were taken aback, immediately turning to face the direction from which the knife had come. Emerging from the shadows not far away were two figures, one of whom was a strikingly handsome young man with a brooding demeanor, Tu Chinjue. Accompanying him was another C-class individual, the vice captain of the Chinjue squad. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining members of the Chinjue squad swiftly shook off their respective opponents and regrouped behind Tu Chinjue. Captain Li, why the fury? On Tu Chinjue's face lingered a disconcertingly playful smile. Indeed, it was my hand that acted, yet it has not brought any harm to your sister. Has it? Perhaps we could let this matter rest today. His nonchalant remarks trivialized the incident, igniting uncontainable fury among the members of the Pajuan squad. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan, who had just arrived and discreetly blended into the crowd, couldn't help but furrow his brow upon hearing these words. His gaze shifted towards the center of the arena, to the cold figure standing silently, wielding a long knife. It was then that Li Weiwang spoke in a chilling tone, slowly articulating the name, Tu Chinjue. Each syllable seemed imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill. Throughout Jiangcheng, it was well known that Yutong was my Achilles heel, and yet you dared to provoke it. She gradually lifted her head, her piercing phoenix eyes filled with wrath. Thus, today, you must meet your demise here. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yang Chuan's heart also trembled in response. Truly, Li Weiwang is formidable, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Chapter 44, The Madwoman. The White Tiger Descends. The smile on Tu Chinjue's face froze instantaneously. He seemed utterly taken aback that this woman dared to utter such defiant words before so many witnesses. However, before he could respond, Li Weiwan had already made her move. Kill. A cold, crisp command escaped her lips as she transformed into a streak of black lightning. Her enormous blade trailing an ethereal glow as it aimed directly for Tu Chinjue's neck. All members attack. Without a hint of hesitation, the members of the Breaking Army squad followed her lead. To them, Li Weiwan's will was an absolute command. They swiftly fell into formation, charging towards the Chinjue squad ahead. Madwoman. Tu Chinjue cursed inwardly, his expression morphing into one of sheer ferocity. He drew forth a similarly extravagant crimson blade from behind him, meeting her challenge head-on as he let out a cruel roar. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Leave none alive. Thus, the elite squads clashed in a full-scale battle upon the desolate hillside. In the distance, the mercenaries who had initially gathered to spectate now wore serious expressions, their earlier mirth replaced with gravity. They were truly fighting. My heavens! The Breaking Army squad and the Chinjue squad were about to engage in a life-or-death struggle right here. Whispers of speculation filled the air as onlookers began to wonder how events had escalated to such a point of no return. Soon, though, well-informed individuals recounted the earlier attack at the martial arts training hall, shedding light on the circumstances. What? Tu Chinjue intended to use Li Weiwan's sister as leverage. No wonder she is so furious. Everyone knows she is fiercely protective of her sister, Li Yutong. She is her Achilles heel. Tu Chinjue has truly met his match this time. The focus of the crowd swiftly shifted to the question of which squad was superior. Is that even question? It has to be the Breaking Army squad. An elder mercenary, seemingly well-versed in the workings of the official organizations, asserted. The Breaking Army is widely regarded as the strongest among all C-grade squads in Jiangcheng. He paused momentarily before adding, moreover, haven't you heard the rumor? Once the squad leader, Li Weiwan, dons her top-tier custom exoskeleton armor, she supposedly possesses the terrifying strength to contend with B-grade warriors in direct combat. How could the mere Chinjue squad possibly stand against her? One cannot be so certain. An immediate counterargument arose. Who is Tu Chinjue? He is the most favored son of Tu Wanshan, the owner of the butcher company. It is common knowledge that the finest resources of the entire butcher company have been invested solely in him. His true capabilities are likely beyond the reach of an ordinary C-grade elite. Indeed, moreover, in terms of personnel configuration, The Chinjua team is hardly inferior to the Broken Army. Both possess 2 C-grade vice captains, accompanied by a group of elite D-grade high ranks, coupled with their top-tier equipment, which has been acquired through substantial investment. It seems unlikely that the Broken Army team could overpower them in a confrontation. As Yang Chuan blended into the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement at the whispers of speculation around him. A fair fight? This is even better. He had initially worried that if Li Weiwan's strength was overwhelming, she might easily dispatch 2 Chinjua, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. However, it now appeared that this battle would provide him with an excellent chance to profit amidst the chaos. The battle unfolding before them was as intense as everyone anticipated. Both sides were the elite of Jiang City, unleashing ruthless attacks without mercy. The clash of blades and the roar of firearms made the entire hillside tremble under the violent encounter of the 2 teams. This was no longer a mere sparring session, but a brutal struggle for survival. Before long, casualties began to emerge from the stalemate. One member of the Chinjua team, during a fierce confrontation with the vice captain of the Broken Army, made a fatal misstep, exposing a weakness. A sword pierced through the gap in his exoskeleton armor, directly striking his heart, resulting in immediate death. Witnessing the loss of one of his own, 2 Chinjua's eyes turned crimson with fury. He was utterly enraged. After another ferocious exchange with Li Weiwan, he seized a moment of defense to flick his wrist, launching a poisoned dagger that shot towards a female member of the Broken Army team like a wraith. Watch out! Though the female team member reacted swiftly, it was still a fraction too late. The dagger grazed her shoulder, leaving a spray of crimson. The wound turned a sinister shade of black almost instantly. Damn it! With this, both sides ignited their true fury. Break the army! Li Weiwan's icy voice echoed across the battlefield. Blood Slayer! 2 Chinjua roared with a savage intensity. In an instant, both parties unleashed their most potent combination techniques and devastating finishing moves without reservation. The brutality of the battlefield escalated dramatically. However, just as the conflict reached a boiling point, with both sides blinded by bloodlust and locked in a deadlock, no one noticed a brilliant, icy golden gleam that descended rapidly from above without warning. The speed of this gleam was astonishingly swift, so much so that even Li Weiwan and 2 Chinjua, who were in the heat of battle, could not react in time. Before the combatants could discern what was happening, that gleam fell like a meteor, precisely targeting a member of the Chinjua team clad in black armor, who was engaged in combat with a member of the Broken Army. With a piercing sound, the blade cleaved through flesh and steel, resonating throughout the arena. Before them stood a fearsome golden spear, its tip resembling the claw of a tiger. Having pierced through a member of the Chinjua squad along with his cumbersome exoskeleton armor, mercilessly pinning him to the ground. The entire spear was embedded deep into the earth, leaving only a quivering tail above the surface, humming ominously. This earth-shattering spectacle caused a momentary stillness to envelop the battlefield. Suddenly, a white figure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous crash, landing firmly beside the spear. With a casual grip on the shaft, he yanked it upward. The spear was wrenched free with a sickening squelch, sending a spray of blood and shattered entrails into the air. In that instant, all eyes converged upon this enigmatic figure. Recognition dawned swiftly. Clad entirely in resplendent white adorned with golden tiger stripes, the formidable armor emblazoned with the fierce visage of a roaring tiger upon his chest was unmistakable. From the throng of spectators in the distance, a voice broke the stunned silence with an exclamation of disbelief. It was the white tiger. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 45. Whose Prey? The Potion. Upon the hillside, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. For the target of this presence, 2 Chinjua's expression had darkened to an extreme. He fixed his gaze upon the white tiger armor, his eyes flickering with a moment of suspicion before transforming into boundless fury. Fei, despite their starkly different appearances, the armor unmistakably belonged to the same technological lineage, instantly linking the two in his mind. He had previously pondered why, after placing a bounty for so long, the individual known as Fei had seemingly vanished from existence. Now, clarity washed over him. The opponent was not fearful. Rather, they were biding their time for an opportunity, a chance to exact vengeance upon him. His aggression towards Li Yutong had provoked the relentless pursuit of the unhinged Li Weiwan, while the adversary had seized the moment when he was ensnared in a fierce battle, as both teams exhausted themselves to make a bold appearance. In that instant, a chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the grievances between my butcher company and the Broken Army team? Despite the terror brewing within, Tu Qianjue attempted to assert himself, invoking the name of Butcher Company in hopes of instilling caution in his foe. However, the white tiger armor paid him no heed. Instead, it was Li Weiwan whose icy phoenix eyes lingered on the white armor for several seconds. Typically, upon encountering such an unforeseen third-party powerhouse, she would immediately brace herself for an attack. Yet now, her singular thought was to ensure that the man who had dared to provoke her wrath would pay a bloody price. She cared not who had arrived. No one could deter her from exacting her revenge. With an emotionless tone, she declared, "This matter is between him and me. Do not interfere." No sooner had her words fallen than a synthesized electronic voice emanated from the white armor, delivering a decree that brooked no contradiction. "He is my prey." At this proclamation, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yet none were more incensed than Tu Qianjue, who felt utterly disregarded by both parties. Prey? He, Tu Qianjue, the young master of Butcher Company, had now been reduced to a mere object of contention between two individuals. This was an unparalleled humiliation. "You too, seek death," Tu Qianjue roared, his voice a tempest of fury, as energy surged violently within him, clearly incensed by their blatant disregard. Yet, the two remained unfazed. The white tiger armor slowly turned its head towards Li Weiwan, speaking in a deep voice. "Since we both wish to kill him, why not? See who is faster?" "Very well." Li Weiwan's response was succinct. No sooner had she spoken than she moved. "Kill." A cold, sharp command escaped her lips, and in an instant, she transformed into a streak of black lightning, her massive blade trailing a brilliant arc of light, no longer testing the waters, but aiming directly for Tu Qianjue's head. Almost simultaneously, the white figure also sprang into action. Buzz! With a sudden stomp of his foot, Yang Chuan caused the ground of the hillside to crack open instantaneously. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the Gungjin tiger claw gun in his hand, tearing through the air, striking first to pierce the heart of Tu Qianjue. Although it was their first collaboration, the two displayed an astonishing synergy, flanking Tu Qianjue from both sides, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. The new round of battle erupted abruptly. Madmen. They are all madmen. Tu Qianjue, both astonished and enraged, unleashed a stream of frenzied curses. He could no longer maintain his composure, pushing his strength to the limit, as the blood-red blade in his hand whirled into a dense curtain of light, desperately fending off the combined assault of his adversaries. The sounds of clashing metal rang out, sharp and relentless as raindrops. At that moment, Tu Qianjue felt an indescribable bitterness. Li Weiwan's knife techniques were ruthless and cunning, each strike seemingly calculated to target the most vulnerable joints and seams of his exoskeletal armor, every move aimed at claiming his head. In stark contrast, the attack from the white tiger armor embodied an entirely different style. Its gunplay was bold and aggressive, appearing straightforward. Yet each shot contained a terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. With every collision, Tu Qianjue's arms went numb, his blood surging violently. Within mere breaths of confrontation, his top-tier exoskeleton had already been marred by several deep gashes, while the golden long gun had dented multiple areas. "This is impossible." Tu Qianjue's heart roared in madness. The strength and equipment he prided himself on seemed as fragile as paper against their joint assault. Members of the Qianjue team attempted to rush in for support, but were resolutely blocked by the watchful Brojun team, unable to approach. The battlefield had clearly tilted towards an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan felt a surge of battle fervor within him. Li Weiwan's strength surpassed his expectations. Her combat intuition and skill seemed to be born for slaughter. Eager to truly measure himself against her, he held nothing back. The stance of slaughter was initiated. Yang Chuan silently commanded within himself. Buzz! At that moment, the golden tiger stripes on the white tiger armor burst forth in brilliance. A violent aura erupting from the seams of the armor, enveloping him. His momentum surged, breaking through a critical threshold in an instant. This is Li Weiwan, fully engaged in her assault. Couldn't he help but glance sideways, a flicker of uncertainty appearing in her icy gaze. She could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the white armor, suddenly escalating dramatically. Yang Chuan let out a low roar. The Gingjin Tiger Claw gun transforming into a streak of golden brilliance. With a swift thrust, Tu Qianjue barely caught a glimpse of the golden flash before he could execute any effective defense. The exoskeletal armor on his left shoulder was pierced cleanly by the gun, the sharp tip even penetrating flesh and drawing forth a spray of crimson blood. With a piercing scream, Tu Qianjue was momentarily immobilized by excruciating pain. A golden opportunity. A glint of cold light flickered in Li Weiwan's eyes as she seized upon this momentary lapse, her colossal blade descending mercilessly towards him. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. What has transpired? How has that figure in white armor suddenly become so formidable? This aura, it is utterly terrifying. Has he been concealing his true strength all along? No, wait. Look at his armor. It has transformed. An astute, old mercenary gasped in astonishment. This was no mere secret technique. Rather, it was a kind of amplification mode inherent to that armor. My heavens, what level of divine equipment is this? Upon hearing this, the crowd was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment. An armor capable of instantly augmenting the wearer's power? Such a notion was unprecedented, completely shattering their understanding. No, I cannot perish here. Feeling the shadow of death enveloping him entirely, the severely wounded Tu Qianjue's eyes burned crimson. He realized that if this continued, he would surely meet his demise at the hands of these two lunatics within mere seconds. In this moment of desperation, he finally resolved to take drastic measures. You have forced my hand. All of you shall perish. Just as Li Weiwan's blade was about to strike, Tu Qianjue let out a desperate roar. Recklessly using his empty left hand to draw forth a syringe from his waist, plunging it violently into his neck. With a sickening thud, the liquid within the syringe was injected in an instant, and Tu Qianjue's body began an alarming transformation. Crack, crack, crack. The bones within him emitted a gut-wrenching sound of splintering, his muscles swelling like inflating balloons, and dark, twisted veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin. The exoskeleton armor adorning him was being shattered inch by this ferocious power erupting from within. A roar, no longer resembling that of a human, filled with agony and primal ferocity, exploded forth from the depths of his throat. Chapter 46. The Colossal Humanoid Beast. The white tiger shatters the sky, accompanied by an inhuman roar. A wave of bloody terror swept across the entire hillside. Li Weiwan, who was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tu Qianjue, felt her pupils constrict in an instant as the ominous aura erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her attack and retreated swiftly. On the other side, Yang Chuan also sensed the impending danger. With a deft push off his toes, he distanced himself by several dozen meters. The two stood, one left and one right, their expressions grave as they observed the creature in the center undergoing a grotesque transformation. Tu Qianjue's physique had expanded to nearly 3 meters in height, the shattered fragments of his exoskeletal armor eerily melding into his dark, greenish skin like scales. His limbs had grown more robust, fingers morphing into claws that glinted with a metallic sheen, while insect-like mandibles grotesquely sprouted from his face. Yet, a trace of madness, belonging to Tu Qianjue, lingered in his crimson eyes. This is the demon gene serum, Li Weiwan mused, her expression flickering with uncertainty. She turned to the figure clad in white armor beside her and explained in a low voice. It is an illicit substance strictly prohibited by the global United Government. Its core technology stems from the reverse analysis of colossal beast genes, attempting to transform humans into biological weapons endowed with the strength and regenerative capabilities of monstrous beasts. This research is an egregious crime against humanity, and I cannot believe that the Butcher Company, no, it is Yang Chuan, daring enough to conduct such experiments in secrecy. At this point, Li Weiwan's tone brimmed with murderous intent. This matter must be reported to the Disaster Response Bureau immediately. The Butcher Company must be eradicated from Jiangcheng. Yang Chuan felt a chill run through him. Although he was unaware of the serum's specific origins, he could sense that the aura radiating from Tu Qinjue had transcended the C-class threshold, firmly stepping into the realm of B-class. Moreover, this aura was far more chaotic and destructive than that of a typical B-class powerhouse. Before reporting, Yang Chuan's low, synthesized voice resonated. Let us first eliminate this creature, which can no longer be deemed human. Roar. As if to respond to Yang Chuan's words, the completely irrational Tu Qinjue let out a thunderous roar, tilting his head back. His crimson gaze locked onto Li Weiwan, who was closest to him, with a powerful push from his hind legs against the ground. His massive body surged forth with terrifying speed that belied his size, transforming into a dark blue shadow and lunging at her with outstretched claws. Li Weiwan snorted coldly, her face betraying no fear. With a flick of her wrist, she swung her enormous blade, creating a curtain of steel to meet the oncoming assault. Clang! The claws clashed violently with the blade, sparking a dazzling display of light. A tremendous force surged through, causing Li Weiwan to stagger back 7 or 8 steps before regaining her footing, her arm tinged with a slight numbness. She couldn't help but furrow her brow in annoyance. Damn it, if it weren't for the haste of this outing and the absence of that special armor, this mere imitation of a B-class, born from illicit drugs, would have been dismantled into pieces long ago. The so-called specially designed armor that she spoke of was, in fact, a masterpiece tailored for her, a top-tier genius, by the Disaster Response Bureau, an ace capable of allowing her to confront B-rank adversaries head-on. However, the activation procedure for this armor was intricate, and its energy consumption was immense, typically reserved for high-risk B-level missions sanctioned by the authorities. Today, in this personal vendetta, she donned merely the standard equipment of the Broken Army Squad. Although exceptional, it ultimately fell short against true B-level power. At the moment Li Weiwan was forced to retreat, Yang Chuan made his move, in a battle-ready stance. His own strength near the A-rank threshold. Confronted by this frenzied beast, his eyes ignited with a fierce determination. He advanced rather than retreated, thrusting his Gungjin Tiger Claw gun directly at the creature's heart. The combat instincts of the monstrosity, Tu Qinjue, were terrifyingly acute. One claw repelled Li Weiwan, while the other, accompanied by a howl that split the air, snatched at the tip of Yang Chuan's weapon. Clang! Another resounding crash echoed as Yang Chuan felt a torrent of violent force surge through his gun. Yet he steadfastly countered the blow with the absolute strength of his white tiger armor. Their collaboration was no longer the effortless dance it once was. They were ensnared in a genuine struggle. The monster had transformed into a colossal humanoid beast driven solely by the desire for slaughter. Abandoning all finesse, each of its assaults was a raw demonstration of brute force, swift as lightning, its claws capable of rending even stone asunder. Li Weiwan, utilizing her extraordinary combat prowess, deftly maneuvered amidst the tempest of strikes, her long blade etching deep, visible wounds into the creature's flesh. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan faced the brute head-on, each clash of his spear against the claws erupting in thunderous booms, the violent energy rippling across the hillside in waves. However, what troubled them most was the monstrous recovery ability of their opponent, which bordered on the grotesque. With a sudden thrust, Li Weiwan seized an opportunity, slicing through the beast's back and leaving a gruesome, half-meter gash. Yet to their astonishment, the wound writhed as flesh rapidly knit itself back together within mere seconds. Yang Chuan pierced its shoulder blade, releasing a splash of foul black blood. But the creature seemed oblivious to its pain, retaliating with a claw that forced him to withdraw, while the gunshot wound visibly healed before their eyes. This was truly an unkillable monster. Continuing this way was untenable. They needed to employ a decisive finishing move to obliterate its life core once and for all. As thoughts raced through his mind, Yang Chuan resolved without hesitation. He forcefully drove the creature back several meters with a fierce thrust, then turned his head, speaking in a deep electronic tone to Li Weiwan, who stood nearby. "If you have no better plan, I shall claim this head for myself." His words carried a hint of mockery from their earlier contest, infused with an absolute confidence that seemed to disdain everything around them. Li Weiwan, poised to strike again, abruptly halted, her gaze intensifying. Yang Chuan positioned the Gungjin Tiger Claw spear across his chest, within the confines of his armor, as all energy began to converge into the spear with unprecedented velocity. The golden spear radiated a dazzling brilliance, emanating a sharp and domineering aura that coalesced at its tip. In the distance, the mercenaries had long been rendered paralyzed with fear by this celestial clash, and upon sensing the overwhelming sharpness that could send shivers through the very essence of their souls, they scrambled away in a desperate retreat, roaring with a primal fury. Tu Qianjue sensed the imminent threat and abandoned Li Weiwan, launching himself like a streak of light towards the charging Yang Chuan, intent on interrupting his lethal strike. It was too late. Yang Chuan's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed through the air. Just as the monstrous claws were about to make contact, he moved, white tiger splitting the heavens. He proclaimed, as the Gungjin Tiger Claw spear thrust forward with ferocity. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor were there extravagant visual effects. In an instant, a concentrated beam of golden spear light erupted from the tip of the spear, leaving only a straight golden line in the eyes of onlookers. With surgical precision, the golden spear light struck Tu Qianjue, now a grotesque monster, directly in the chest. In a fleeting moment, it penetrated through his torso and continued unabated into the mountain behind, leaving a gaping, unfathomable black void. The arena fell into an eerie silence. As every gaze fixated on the center of the battlefield, there stood the once mighty beast, frozen in a forward lunge, locked in that moment forever. At the center of its chest, a horrifyingly large cavity had formed, through which one could glimpse the distant scenery behind it. Within the void, there was no blood. All flesh and tissue had been instantaneously vaporized by the overwhelming, razor-sharp force. With a thunderous crash, the massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The atmosphere remained utterly still. Chapter 47. The keycard and the warehouse. All eyes were fixated on the colossal, fallen carcass of the monstrous creature. One strike, merely a single blow. What formidable and terrifying power was this? What was the origin of that white armor? Li Weiwan's gaze was firmly locked onto Yang Chuan, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented trepidation. She pondered that even if she donned that specially crafted armor and exerted her utmost strength, she could never unleash such a fearsome attack. The true prowess of this enigmatic white tiger likely far surpassed her expectations. Yet, Yang Chuan, the center of attention, seemed oblivious to the surrounding stares. He approached the massive corpse of Tu Qianjue, his blood-red ocular lenses surveying the scene. Beneath a shattered segment of the exoskeleton at the creature's waist, he discovered a concealed metallic compartment. Ignoring the foul, lingering fluids on the body, he yanked the compartment free. Inside rested a chilling metal card, devoid of any markings, save for intricate and perplexing electronic patterns. Grasping the black metallic key card, Yang Chuan rose slowly to his feet. His blood-red lenses gradually swept towards the remnants of the Qianjue team, who were now pale with terror. At that moment, upon meeting his gaze, one of the team members succumbed to panic, discarding his weapon and fleeing down the mountainside in a reckless dash. His actions ignited a spark. Run. The remaining members of the Qianjue team, jolted back to reality by the shock, felt their courage shatter, and they scattered in a frenzied escape. Not a soul remained. Li Weiwan's icy voice rang out simultaneously. Pursue. The members of the Broken Army team, harboring pent-up fury, received the command and surged after the fleeing shadows. Li Weiwan herself darted in pursuit of one of the directions. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan had already singled out a target. the sea-level vice captain who had previously lingered beside Tu Qinjue and had only just revealed himself. That individual possessed the greatest strength and the swiftest speed, and undoubtedly, he must know something. With a surge, Yang Chuan propelled himself forward, his lethal demeanor allowing him to move with lightning speed, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as he vanished into the night. The vice captain, exerting every ounce of strength to flee through the forest, was consumed by dread. He could scarcely fathom that what had appeared to be a nearly foolproof act of revenge would summon such a demonic harbinger, one capable of dispatching even a captain who had injected performance-enhancing drugs and achieved B-level status with a single blow. Just as he believed he was on the verge of escape, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged from behind. He turned in horror, only to see a white streak of light closing the distance between them at an incomprehensible speed. No, he barely had time to emit a desperate scream. In the next instant, a golden gunshot sliced through the air, piercing his knees. A splatter of blood erupted. The deputy captain let out a shrill scream, his body losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several meters before colliding with a large tree, where he finally came to rest. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Yang Chuan appeared before him, gazing down with an emotionless stare from his blood-red goggles. With a swift motion, Yang Chuan seized the collar of his shirt and, in a flurry of movement, dragged him into a nearby concealed cave. Bang! He was thrown harshly onto the ground, the agony of his shattered leg causing his body to convulse. What is this? Yang Chuan extended his hand, revealing a black metal key card before the deputy captain's eyes. A flicker of fear crossed the deputy captain's gaze as he looked at the card, but he quickly regained his composure, his voice trembling as he shouted, "I don't know. You have killed our young master. The Butcher Company will never let you go, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. You will face our boss's relentless pursuit. Is that so?" Yang Chuan's electronic voice betrayed no emotion. "It seems you have no intention of speaking." He slowly raised the golden tiger claw gun, the sharp tip aimed at the deputy captain's forehead, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him. "I will ask you one last time, what is this? If you choose not to answer, you may die now. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope if you speak." Feeling the piercing threat at his forehead, the deputy captain trembled. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word of defiance, this monster would unhesitatingly pierce his skull. "I will speak. I will speak." He completely broke down, his voice quaking. This is the key card to the young master's personal vault. Inside are all his private treasures. Where's the vault? Yang Chuan continued to press. I can take you there." The deputy captain, like a drowning man grasping for a last straw, spoke urgently. "Just promise me that you will spare my life afterward. I swear, I will not breathe a word about today's events." "Very well." Yang Chuan's response was succinct and decisive. The deputy captain, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, struggled to point in a direction. To that side, in the southern industrial district of the city. Yang Chuan lifted him once more and, following the indicated route, swiftly traversed the night. Minutes later, they arrived at a vast factory perimeter. The factory walls bore the emblem of the Butcher Company, composed of knives and animal bones. This is the place." The deputy captain gasped. "This is an equipment processing factory owned by our Butcher Company. The young master's vault is located on the third underground level of the factory, and the entrance is concealed behind a very discreet hidden door in the largest main workshop." "How do you open the hidden door?" It requires verification with the key card." "Understood." Yang Chuan nodded, having obtained all the information he sought. "I have conveyed all that I know to you." The vice captain forced a smile, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire to survive. "I promised I would release you afterward," echoed Yang Chuan's mechanical voice. The vice captain was elated by these words. However, in the next instant, his smile was forever frozen on his face. With a swift motion, the golden tip of a gun mercilessly pierced through his heart. Regrettably, the task at hand was not yet complete. Yang Chuan's voice was cold and devoid of compassion. Casually discarding the lifeless body into a nearby shadowy corner, Yang Chuan turned his gaze towards the brightly lit factory. Without a hint of hesitation, he vanished in a flash. scaling the high wall and entering the factory premises. Who goes there? As soon as he landed, two patrolling guards nearby immediately detected his presence and raised their weapons, demanding an explanation. Their response came in the form of a fleeting white specter. With a swift motion, the two guards barely had time to comprehend the situation before they felt a chill in their throats. Their voices were abruptly silenced as their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yang Chuan's figure did not linger. He advanced directly towards the largest main factory building. Chapter 48. Striking it Rich. The hidden vault of Tu Qinjue. Yang Chuan's figure darted swiftly through the factory, his objective clear, the northwest corner of the main plant. The private treasury of Tu Qinjue. Who goes there? As he rounded a large cutting machine, two patrolling guards became instantly alert, raising their stun guns and demanding an answer. In response, they were met by a fleeting white apparition. With two muted thuds, the sound of claws tearing through throats resonated in the air. The guards barely had time to pull the trigger before the spark in their eyes dulled, their bodies slumping to the ground without a sound. Yang Chuan did not pause. He surged forward relentlessly. Along his path, he encountered several waves of patrols. There was a security supervisor coordinating personnel over a walkie-talkie, internal guards in groups of 3 wielding alloy shields, and even 2 composed E-level martial artists. Yet, before Yang Chuan, these defenses were as fragile as glass. His attacks were succinct and efficient, never lingering. He either appeared behind his opponents like a specter, delivering a precise strike to sever the spinal cord, or charged head-on, his claws piercing the heart before they could even react. With his current strength, dealing with these guards, who ranked no higher than sea level, was akin to slicing through vegetables. In mere minutes, the security forces surrounding the main plant were wholly eliminated, leaving behind a chilling array of lifeless bodies. Soon, he arrived behind a colossal stamping machine. Based on the information received from the deputy captain, his gaze quickly locked onto a section of the floor that bore subtle discrepancies in its pattern. He crouched down and discovered an exceedingly concealed slot at the edge of the floor. Inserting the black key card he had taken from Tu Qinjue, a soft electronic beep echoed, and the metal floor silently slid aside, revealing a downward sloping metallic staircase. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan stepped onto this path leading to the treasury. The passage was long, ascending the height of 3 floors, before he finally reached its end. Before him stood a heavy alloy door, as formidable as a vault door, which also featured a card slot requiring a second verification. With a swift swipe, the door opened with an audible click. As the door fully opened, the sight that unfolded before Yang Chuan took even his prepared heart by surprise, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, this truly is a windfall. Before him lay an underground warehouse of astonishing size, measuring nearly 2 standard basketball courts. In the central area of the warehouse, dozens of massive, specially designed metal storage boxes were neatly arranged, their surfaces engraved with intricate symbols and numbers. Casually approaching the nearest box, Yang Chuan opened it. A dazzling golden radiance poured forth, revealing neatly arranged hundreds of fist-sized golden beast cores within, each exuding pure and formidable metallic energy. He opened a nearby chest, revealing silver alloy ingots stacked like gold bars, glimmering with a chilling luster, evidently crafted from a special alloy designed for the creation of high-grade weapons. Other chests were filled with vibrant, colorful rare ores that he had never encountered before. A rough estimation suggested that the total value of these materials likely exceeded several tens of millions of Jiwu coins. Tukianju, this spendthrift, was indeed a collector, Yang Chuan mused. He did not rush to gather these conventional materials. Instead, his gaze sharpened as he swiftly scanned the warehouse. Soon, his attention fixed upon a distinct area at the far end of the warehouse. There lay several storage boxes, clearly different from the rest, adorned with the totem of the giant beast. Yang Chuan's heartbeat quickened as he strode forward. Upon opening one of the boxes, a familiar and pure metallic energy surged forth. Inside were several massive skeletal materials, resembling golden crystals, along with a perfectly preserved hide of a colossal beast. These were indeed the remnants of B-grade giant beast materials. Splendid. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yang Chuan's eyes. He had previously worried that Takienju might have already consumed these materials. After all, B-grade materials like the giant beast, with their singular and pure attributes, were exceedingly rare in the market. It seemed this young master merely regarded them as trophies, having never put them to use. At last, the core attributes of the White Tiger armor had found a promising lead, detecting a substantial amount of high-grade materials, initiating information recording. The system's prompt resonated, and without hesitation, Yang Chuan focused his mind, categorically collecting all materials within the warehouse into his system space. Whether metallic materials or other rare ores, they were all treasures of great value to him. Just as he was in the midst of his extensive gathering, a few storage boxes enveloped in a peculiar energy in the corner of the warehouse caught his attention. These boxes were coated with a faint dark purple luminescence, exuding an enigmatic aura. Yang Chuan cautiously approached and reached out to touch the luminescent membrane. The system automatically began to decipher the seal, and moments later, it dissolved. Upon opening one of the boxes, a fierce gust of energy surged forth. Inside were dozens of wind attribute crystals radiating a deep green glow. He opened another, revealing shadow attribute gems as profound as obsidian. Detecting B-grade wind attribute core materials. Detecting B-grade shadow attribute core materials. B-grade? Yang Chuan's breath caught once more. He immediately envisioned his plans for upgrading the flying shadow armor. These materials were perfectly suited for the new armor. With them as the core, an entirely new set of B-grade armor was no longer a mere fantasy. Takienju was truly a benefactor in disguise. Yang Chuan unreservedly embraced these unexpected treasures. After vacating all the materials, the vast warehouse appeared desolate and empty. Yang Chuan's gaze fell upon a wall at the far end of the warehouse, where a colossal painting of a roaring beast hung majestically. Intuition whispered to him that the situation was far from simple. He stepped forward and tapped the wall, which indeed responded with a hollow sound. Soon, he discovered a concealed combination lock behind the frame. To him, this mechanical lock was as trivial as air. He summoned his strength and violently dismantled it with the claws of his white tiger gauntlet. With a resounding crack, the lock core shattered, and the wall swung inward to reveal a dark compartment, scarcely 3 square meters in size. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver, only a refrigerated safe and a stack of sealed brown paper envelopes. Yang Chuan furrowed his brow and opened the safe, a chilling draft wafting out. Within lay dozens of syringes, each filled with a viscous, dark purple liquid that glimmered ominously in the light. The demonic gene serum. Yang Chuan recognized it at once. His gaze turned icy as he grasped the stack of documents. Ripping open the seal, the contents made his pupils constrict sharply. There lay detailed experimental reports and transaction records. Subject number 73 exhibited severe rejection reactions after the injection of demonic gene type 3, resulting in gene chain collapse. The subject has been destroyed. The colossal beast bloodfang wild boar has been successfully captured, and live modification experimental data has been transmitted. Regarding the intelligence on the Jiang City official garrison's troop rotation, the latest gene induction technology provided by Black Tide has been exchanged as agreed. The transaction details were startling, encompassing illicit gene modification technology documentation, live modification experimental data of colossal beasts, and a wealth of internal intelligence concerning the Jiang City official institutions. So this is how it is. A chilling realization flickered in Yang Chuan's eyes. He now comprehended entirely why the Butcher Company could develop the demonic gene serum. It turned out that they had technical support from Black Tide behind them. Just then, a shrill alarm suddenly echoed from above the warehouse, resonating throughout the factory. Beep, 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 alarm. Alarm. Intruder detected. All security personnel, proceed to the main factory. He could distinctly hear the sound of hurried footsteps and commotion overhead, as a throng of security personnel rushed toward his location. Yet, Yang Chuan remained unfazed. He had acquired everything he sought. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the treasure trove he had emptied. To Qianjue, I graciously accept this generous gift. With that, he vanished in a flash. disappearing into the dark corridor amidst the blaring alarm. Chapter 49. The White Tiger with all attributes at B level. The new armor, the Xian Bird. Upon returning to the familiar sanctuary of the lounge, Yang Chuan removed his hooded garment and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He summoned the White Tiger armor, now reverted to its menacing tiger head bracer form, back in the confines of the system space, before retrieving his mobile phone from a corner. Since his last confrontation with the butcher company, he had kept his phone turned off to avoid unnecessary troubles and tracking. At this moment, as the device rebooted, the dim glow of the screen illuminated his face. The instant the phone powered on, a cacophony of notification sounds erupted like popping beans, with messages and missed call alerts swiftly flooding the notification bar at the top of the screen. The majority stemmed from a single name, Li Yutong. He opened the messages, and the girl's anxious and somewhat reproachful words immediately caught his eye. Yang Chuan, where are you? I can't find you at the recycling station. Where have you gone? I couldn't reach you by phone. I thought something had happened to you. Hello, can you see this message? The timestamp of the message was shortly after his fierce battle with two Qinjue outside the city. Yang Chuan's fingertips glided gently across the screen, easily imagining the girl's flustered demeanor when she was unable to locate him. He chuckled softly and concocted a casual excuse to deflect her concern. Evidently, she was not in the mood to dwell on it, and promptly replied, I'm so furious. As soon as my sister returned, she put me under house arrest, saying I'm not allowed to go out during this time, even canceling my martial arts classes. As he read the girl's complaints, Yang Chuan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. The death of Tu Qinjue was merely the beginning. The impending retaliation from Tu Wanshan demanded his utmost vigilance. Li Weiyan was protecting Li Yutong. Your sister is looking out for you. It's best to stay at home during this time. It's a perfect opportunity to calm your mind and focus on cultivation. Yang Chuan reassured her. Alas, it seems I have no choice. What about you? Please don't wander around. It feels like Jiang City is rather unsettled lately. Li Yutong cautioned. Fear not. I am the safest place in all of Jiang City, Yang Chuan replied, half-jokingly. After concluding his chat with Li Yutong, he silenced his phone and tossed it aside. The lounge once again enveloped in tranquility, save for the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. His gaze returned to the White Tiger bracer. Now was the moment to transform all the spoils into tangible power. With a mere thought, a pale blue virtual screen unfolded before him. He adeptly accessed the material vault, extracting all the metallic materials he had acquired during this venture in one go. In an instant, various precious materials, gleaming with metallic luster, cluttered the floor, including sea-level core materials like the fist bones of the diamond giant ape and the horn of the piercing beast, which were virtually priceless in the outside world. Disassemble everything. With his command, the disassembly function began voraciously consuming the materials strewn across the ground, breaking them down, purifying them, and transforming them into the most pristine attribute energy. Ding! The disassembly of the D-grade material, fist bones of the diamond giant ape, was successful, yielding 12 metallic energy crystals. Additionally, the C-grade material, unicorn of the piercing beast, was also successfully disassembled, resulting in 35 metallic energy crystals. The alert notifications flooded the screen as hundreds of dark golden energy crystals floated in midair, exuding a sharp aura. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and called forth the attribute panel of the White Tiger armor. Codename, White Tiger. Attributes, strength, defense, very happy face, speed, C. Energy, C. Equipment, Gungjin Tiger Claw Gun. Skills, Slaughter Stance, White Tiger Sky Shatter. Gazing at the panel, Yang Chuan's expression turned remarkably clear. He refrained from blindly investing all the crystals into the B strength attribute. From his previous attempts, he understood that the leap from B to A grade was an insurmountable chasm, without A-grade core materials to serve as a catalyst for breakthrough enhancements. Relying solely on the energy crystals derived from C and D-grade materials would be akin to attempting to fill the ocean with sand, an almost impossible endeavor. Rather than engaging in a gamble destined for failure, he opted for a balanced approach, aiming to rectify his shortcomings. Just as the capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest plank, the overall combat effectiveness of the armor follows the same principle. His goal was clear: to enhance defense, speed, and energy comprehensively. With resolve, Yang Chuan no longer hesitated. He focused his thoughts, and the floating energy crystals transformed into golden streams of light, merging into the corresponding attribute bars on the system panel. He first targeted speed. Dozens of crystals were infused, causing the speed attribute bar to steadily rise, climbing from the C tier. Alert. Speed attribute elevated to B dash. Alert. Speed attribute elevated to B. Next came energy. A greater number of crystals were invested, as the enhancement of energy attributes was crucial for the armor's endurance and skill deployment. Alert. Energy attribute elevated to B dash. Alert. Energy attribute elevated to B. When the final batch of crystals was seamlessly integrated into the defense attribute bar, a notification chimed. Alert. Multiple core attributes have reached B grade. Overall armor assessment upgraded. Yang Chuan eagerly gazed at the rejuvenated attribute panel. Codename: White Tiger. Attributes: Strength B, Defense B, Speed B, Energy B. Equipment: Gungjin Tiger Claw Gun. Skills: Slaughter Stance, White Tiger Sky Shatter. Success. An uncontrollable joy erupted in Yang Chuan's eyes. The defense attribute, bolstered by a wealth of resources, had firmly ascended from B to B. Meanwhile, both speed and energy had securely established themselves at B grade. This represented a qualitative leap, indicating that the White Tiger armor had evolved into a truly strategic B-grade weapon. Its power had more than doubled compared to before. Yang Chuan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the immense strength resonating from the depths of his bloodline, in harmony with the imprint of the armor, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of confidence. The enhancement completed, he did not cease his endeavors. After acquiring a substantial quantity of materials from the butcher company, another long-cherished plan could finally be set in motion. He opened the system interface and navigated to the option for armor construction. A brand new series of ideas began to unfurl in his mind. If the four Sacred Bee series, inspired by the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, embodies the orthodoxy and majesty of the four corners of the universe, then the new series he is about to forge draws from the deeper, more enigmatic realms of ancient myth and legend. The five Xian beasts of Yudishan series. Yudishan, said to be the gate of the underworld guarded by the northern deities, is inhabited by beings imbued with an aura of mystery and death. The first piece of armor in this series will be crafted from the core material he obtained from the Butcher Company's warehouse, a B-class Netherfeather Crow Beast core, along with a multitude of shadow attribute auxiliary materials. The characteristics of these materials are destined to define the style of the new armor. Yang Chuan's eyes shimmered with fervor as a complete blueprint formed in his mind. The new armor, codenamed Xian Bird, represents a mythological harbinger of fate and hope, a messenger traversing the realms of the ethereal and the tangible. This armor, named after the Xian Bird, will be characterized by unparalleled speed, stealth, and lethal precision. It will serve as the perfect upgrade to the Flying Shadow armor. Although the Flying Shadow armor is commendable, it remains merely novice equipment with limited potential. In contrast, the Xian Bird armor will inherit all the virtues of the Flying Shadow and elevate them to their utmost potential. With the core materials assembled, only a few high-quality auxiliary materials remain. A faint smile graced Yang Chuan's lips as he once again picked up his phone, seeking out that familiar name, Yu Huai Company, Yu Wensi. He wondered if the materials he had requested from her last time were prepared. Chapter 50, Materials Acquired. Emergency Meeting of the Disaster Response Bureau. In the underground confidential laboratory of the Yuhai Group headquarters, the atmosphere was markedly distinct from that of the previous transaction. Yu Wensi, clad in a sharp black women's suit, stood there. However, the once commanding aura that exuded authority had significantly subdued, replaced instead by a complex sense of trepidation. Behind her, Sun Zheng dared not utter a word, bowing his head, his gaze fixed on the ground as if in deep contemplation. Their eyes were riveted on the white figure at the center of the laboratory, White Tiger. Less than 12 hours had elapsed since the ruthless execution of two Qinjue outside the city. The upper echelons of Jiangsheng were already embroiled in tumultuous waves of gossip, all marveling at White Tiger's audacity to employ such a thunderous method to send the imperious heir of the Butcher Company to his demise. As one of the few privy to the enmity between the LRP Research Institute and the Butcher Company, Yu Wenxi's heart was filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the retaliation would arrive so swiftly and so comprehensively. This was no longer simply a matter of commercial rivalry or power struggles. It was an almost obliterating eradication. Through her channels, she had glimpsed several blurry videos leaked from that battle. In those images, the entirely white armor effortlessly dismantled the elite squad that Tu Qianjue had so proudly commanded. The sheer sense of power and oppression emanating from it, even through a screen, sent a shiver down her spine. Now, witnessing this armor firsthand once more, Yu Wenxi's emotions were indescribable. She dared not ponder the mindset of the man known as White Tiger, who, after executing Tu Qianjue, approached her with such nonchalance for a transaction. Mr. White Tiger, the materials you requested are all prepared. Yu Wenxi inhaled deeply, striving to maintain some semblance of steadiness in her voice. Yang Chuan remained silent, merely nodding slightly. He produced a new list and placed it on the transaction table. This is the next batch. The emotionless, synthetic voice continued. Yu Wenxi gestured for her secretary to take the list, her gaze sweeping across the enumerated materials, her pupils narrowing imperceptibly once more. New materials yet again. Suppressing the tumultuous waves within her, she waved her hand. A multitude of precious materials, already prepared, was promptly brought forth. Yang Chuan's eyes scanned the collection, and the material repository automatically confirmed their accuracy. Without further ado, he waved his arm, and the mountainous pile of materials was absorbed into the storage space of the armor, vanishing from sight. Having acquired what he sought, Yang Chuan turned to leave. "Wait," Yu Wenxi called out, almost involuntarily. Yang Chuan halted, his cold, tiger-like eyes turning toward her in silence. Under the penetrating gaze that seemed to see through her very soul, Yu Wenxi felt immense pressure. She clenched her teeth and finally spoke. "The stock price of the Butcher Company has begun to plummet, and the authorities have already intervened in the investigation. Mr. White Tiger, or rather the LRP research facility that stands behind you, what are your subsequent plans?" She was both probing and making a statement. The Yuhai group yearned to gain a clearer understanding of the modus operandi of this newly ascended force. Yet, Yang Chuan merely left behind an enigmatic remark. "The Butcher is merely the beginning." With those words lingering in the air, he made no further delay. His figure transformed into a fleeting specter of white, silently vanishing at the laboratory's exit. Only Yu Wenxi and Sun Zheng remained, exchanging glances, their backs already chilled. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Jiangsheng, at the headquarters of the Disaster Response Bureau, within a solemn and austere conference room, the atmosphere had reached a pinnacle of tension. Captain Li Weiwan of the Breakthrough Squad, Captain Wang Zhen of the Punishment Squad, along with several other leaders of Jiangsheng's elite official teams, were all present, forcibly summoned from their respective assignments by an urgent call. Confusion marked their faces. What momentous event warranted the gathering of all sea-level and above squad leaders, compelling them to abandon their tasks? At the head of the meeting table sat a middle-aged man with a resolute visage and hawk-like, penetrating eyes. He was a director of the Jiangsheng Disaster Response Bureau, Gao Yuan. As all were assembled, Gao Yuan surveyed the room and solemnly stated, "I know you are all busy, but the matter we are about to discuss pertains to the safety of the entire Jiangsheng, and it may even alter the existing dynamics between us and the underground forces." As his words concluded, he personally activated the expansive projection behind him. In the next moment, the countenances of all the captains shifted dramatically. The projection displayed harrowing images, encrypted communication records, and top-secret documents regarding human modification experiments. All evidence pointed unequivocally towards one entity, the Butcher Corporation. Alongside it was another name they had only encountered in the highest classified files, Black Tide. "Is this real?" Captain Wang exclaimed in disbelief. "The Butcher Corporation. How dare they conspire with Black Tide?" The implications of human experimentation and demonic gene agents began to dawn on another captain. Li Weiwan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the materials, particularly the sections detailing the Butcher Corporation's covert abduction of awakened warriors for experimentation, her murderous intent nearly palpable. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a small line of text in the lower right corner of the projection. Email source, anonymous mailbox. Signature, LRP Research Facility, White Tiger. LRP Research Facility, White Tiger. Li Weiwan's brow furrowed tightly. Indeed, Director Gao Yuan's grave voice resounded once more. This information was sent to my private email this morning from an untraceable encrypted mailbox. The sender's name is one that I believe everyone here, especially Captain Li and Captain Wang, will recognize. All eyes instinctively turned toward Li Weiwan. Gao Yuan continued, expressing his conviction that the recently renowned entities, the White Tiger and Flying Shadow, in Jiang City, are indeed backed by a mysterious organization known as the LRP Research Institute. This formidable force possesses unprecedented armor technology. The conference room fell into a profound silence. At this juncture, the opposing party presented us with evidence substantial enough to bring the Butcher Corporation to its knees. Gao Yuan's fingers gently tapped the table, a gesture both of intimidation, showcasing their intelligence capabilities and strength, and of goodwill. What does the director imply? Captain Wang inquired. Relay my orders. Gao Yuan abruptly rose, his voice resolute. Firstly, we shall promptly establish a special investigation team, led personally by you, Captain Wang. Based on this information, we will conduct a thorough investigation of all enterprises under the Butcher Corporation, gathering every piece of evidence of their collusion with the Black Tide for illicit experiments. We shall spare no one. Understood. Captain Wang immediately stood and saluted. Secondly, Gao Yuan's gaze shifted to Li Weiwan. I require you to leverage the intelligence network of the Breakthrough Squad to investigate the LRP Research Institute in White Tiger with utmost diligence. I need to ascertain their identities, origins, and intentions. Remember, until they exhibit overt hostility, focus on contact and observation. Do not instigate conflict lightly. Understood, Li Weiwan succinctly replied. In truth, given the conflict between Li Weiwan and the Butcher, the task of investigating the Butcher Corporation should have rightfully fallen to her. However, fearing that Li Weiwan might act impulsively, Gao Yuan ultimately entrusted this matter to Wang Zhen. As the meeting concluded, the attendees departed with grave expressions. Li Weiwan lingered at the end, her mind involuntarily revisiting the image of the white armor. She could not shake the unsettling familiarity that the White Tiger evoked within her, stirring a sense of inexplicable concern. What, indeed, is the origin of this LRP Research Institute and the White Tiger? Chapter 51, The Auction, a staggering 200 million. In the blink of an eye, the day the auction, hosted by the Yuhai Group, arrived. On this day, the gaze of both high society and the underworld of Jiang City converged upon the illustrious Tianqiong auction house located in the heart of the city. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, 1 hour before the auction was set to commence, the atmosphere within the venue was already charged with fervor and anticipation. A glance around revealed that nearly every prominent force in Jiang City had gathered for this momentous occasion. In the front row of the venue sat Li Weiwan, the captain of the Breakthrough Squad, representing the official authority. Clad in a crisp uniform of the Disaster Response Bureau, she exuded an air of composure akin to that of a towering pine tree. Her expression was stoic, her eyes scanning the crowd with a serene intensity, while several equally formidable members of her squad stood resolutely at her side, collectively commanding a presence that hushed the surrounding murmurs. Separated by a narrow aisle were the representatives of several major corporations in Jiang City. Executives from the scavenger company, responsible for the removal of giant beast carcasses, were engaged in a hushed conversation with the owner of the Great Soldier Workshop, which dealt in the sale of beast materials. Meanwhile, the head of Golden Shield Security exchanged knowing glances with several renowned mercenary leaders from Jiang City, each silently acknowledging their shared purpose. This gathering represented a complete industrial chain revolving around the giant beasts, and today they had all convened for a product capable of altering the landscape of their industry. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the hall shifted as a group of individuals entered with an imposing presence. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, not particularly tall and somewhat lean. His features bore a resemblance to those of Tu Qianjue. Yet the passage of time had etched a deeper aura of a formidable leader upon his visage. He was none other than Tu Wanshan, the true patriarch of the butcher company and the father of Tu Qianjue. Trailing closely behind him were several elite members of the butcher company, among whom one individual stood out with an unusual aura. Clad in an unremarkable gray suit, his appearance was so ordinary that he seemed to blend into a crowd and vanish. Yet, simply by standing quietly beside Tu Wanshan, he rendered the surrounding air seemingly thicker with tension. The moment Tu Wanshan appeared, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Everyone present was acutely aware that this man, who had recently endured the anguish of losing a son, was not merely here to partake in idle festivities. His piercing gaze swept across the room, and when it met Li Weiwan's in the air, the malice and hatred within were unmistakable. Li Weiwan, however, remained unperturbed, returning his gaze with indifference, as if observing an inconsequential object devoid of significance. This silent confrontation caused the temperature in the vicinity to drop several degrees. At precisely 3 o'clock, a clear chime resonated throughout the hall, and the lights converged upon the auction stage. Yu Wensi, adorned in a silver evening gown, gracefully ascended to the platform under the scrutiny of countless eyes. A poised and confident smile graced her face as she expertly commanded the rhythm of the event. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the inaugural special auction hosted by the Yuhai Group, she announced, her voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every corner of the venue. I understand that your time is precious, so I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries. Believing that all present today are gathered for a singular purpose, she gently clapped her hands. From the center of the auction platform, a fully transparent alloy display case slowly ascended, within which stood a sleek, jet-black suit of armor, poised in silent majesty. Its surface gleamed with a dark metallic luster, while silver patterns adorned the crucial joints, and the helmet was designed to resemble a hawk ready to take flight. Embodying a sense of speed, this was none other than the Shadow Flight armor, a revolutionary piece of individual combat equipment. With a hint of well-placed excitement in his voice, Yu Wensi proclaimed that after preliminary tests conducted in our S-Class laboratory, this armor possessed unparalleled stealth capabilities and supersonic maneuverability. The specific data, I trust, has been conveyed through our promotional materials. Now, I declare the auction for the Shadow Flight armor officially open. The starting bid is 50 million Jiuwu coins. Each increment must not be lower than 1 million. A sharp intake of breath resonated through the crowd at this opening price. 50 million. This amount could sufficiently equip several C-class elite teams. Yet, the true heavyweights regarded it with indifference. 60 million. A languid voice emerged from the seat of a mercenary leader, directly raising the bid by 10 million. 65 million. An executive from a scavenger company followed suit. 70 million. 73 million. The bidding intensified, each offer echoing like the roar of a rocket, the price soaring skyward. The strategic significance of this armor transcended mere monetary value. Whether for assassination, reconnaissance, or infiltration, it would be the ace among aces. However, these tentative bids abruptly ceased when the cold voice of Tu Wanshan broke through the din. 100 million. Without even raising a paddle, he leaned back in his chair, casually uttering a figure. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. 100 million Jiuwu coins. This price exceeded the threshold of most factions. All eyes turned toward Tu Wanshan, the helmsman of the butcher company, clearly intent on acquiring the very armor that had indirectly led to his son's demise. This was both an act of vengeance and a declaration, a proclamation to the entire Jiangcheng that the possessions of the butcher company were not to be claimed by anyone. Yu Wensi's smile broadened, ready to speak again. 110 million. A cool and resolute voice emerged from the official seat. Li Weiwan, expressionless, raised her bidding paddle. Tu Wanshan's pupils constricted sharply, his icy gaze turning toward Li Weiwan once more. 120 million. He followed suit without hesitation. 130 million. Li Weiwan's voice remained unwavering. 150 million. Tu Wanshan's tone now carried a hint of anger, as he directly increased the bid by 20 million, seemingly attempting to overwhelm his opponent with sheer force. Within the venue, everyone held their breath. This was no longer merely an auction. It was a direct clash between the underground overlord of Jiangsheng and the official powers. Li Weiwan gazed at Tu Wanshan, a hint of compassion flickering in her eyes. She raised her placard once more. Her voice, though soft, struck the hearts of all present like a resounding hammer. 200 million. Boom. The entire venue erupted in fervor. 200 million. For a mere suit of armor? This was sheer madness. The muscles in Tu Wanshan's face twitched violently in anger, his chest heaving, bloodshot, eyes glaring. 200 million. Even the butcher company would have to make significant sacrifices to amass such a sum. The authorities were brazenly humiliating him with their overwhelming financial power. Boss Tuesday. The peculiar man in the gray suit beside him spoke in a hushed, raspy voice, akin to sandpaper scraping. The officials are resolute in their pursuit. Continuing further would be futile. Tu Wanshan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He fixed his gaze upon the armor on the stage, then glanced at the composed Li Weiwan, ultimately leaning back in his chair, refraining from further comment. 200 million once. 200 million twice. 200 million thrice. Bang! The auction hammer fell decisively, sealing the deal. Congratulations to the Jiangsheng Disaster Response Bureau. Congratulations, Captain Li. Yu Wenxi's voice brimmed with elation. At that moment, Tu Wanshan's expression darkened, nearly dripping with despair. He understood that the city's forces were watching him, reveling in his humiliation. His son's vengeance remained unfulfilled, and now he found himself outmatched. This seething anger threatened to consume his reason. He had lost all interest in the subsequent proceedings of the auction. Boss 2, why let this anger consume you? The man in the gray suit leaned closer again, his voice low and imbued with a captivating allure. What cannot be obtained openly does not imply we lack alternative methods. Tu Wanshan turned his head, coldly regarding him. What do you mean? A strange smile curled at the corners of the gray-suited man's lips. Li Weiwan will inevitably transport the armor back to the Disaster Response Bureau headquarters. The journey is not insignificant. Moreover, today she has brought only a fraction of the Broken Army's personnel. Tu Wanshan's eyes narrowed. You want me to ambush the elite squad of the authorities? Do you comprehend the nature of this? It is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Jiangsheng government. Declare war? No. The gray-suited man shook his finger. As long as it is executed cleanly, and the aftermath is managed well, who would ever know it was us? The authorities would merely perceive it as the act of some reckless outlaw, driven by greed. He continued, furthermore, our Black Tide can provide Boss 2 with support from a C-level team, ensuring absolute success. Tu Wanshan fell silent, his eyes flickering with intensity. He was certainly not a fool blinded by rage. He understood all too well that the Black Tide did not engage in unprofitable ventures. Their encouragement for him to take action was not merely to assuage his grievances. Their true intentions might be to seize the technology behind the flying shadow armor, or perhaps something else entirely, even aiming to entrap the butcher company in their machinations, leaving no avenue for retreat. However, Tu Wanshan closed his eyes, and the visage of his son, Tu Qianjue, emerged in his mind. He had risen from humble beginnings, yet due to the excessive toil of his early years, he had long lost the ability to father more children. Tu Qianjue was his sole progeny, and for this reason, he had indulged him with boundless affection. Now, however, the line of his lineage had come to an end. After a prolonged silence, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing only a chilling resolve within. Very well. He forced a single word through gritted teeth. The armor must belong solely to my butcher company. The man in the gray suit smiled, a silent and satisfied grin. Indeed, he rasped, our objective has never been the armor. Chapter 52, The Ambush of the Breaking Army. The mysterious bird emerges from the abyss. As the first lights of the evening flickered to life, the neon glow of the city outlined its bustling silhouette. The clamor and commotion of the auction gradually subsided as the crowd dispersed. A fleet of 3 specialized armored vehicles, formidable in their design, silently departed from the Tianxiong auction house, merging seamlessly into the urban traffic. Within the lead command vehicle, Li Weiwan, clad in a crisp uniform, gazed intently at the holographic projection of the road ahead. Beside her, a silver box adorned with intricate energy circuits was firmly secured, its surface pulsating with a faint blue glow. Inside lay the coveted shadow armor, valued at 200 million, drawing the attention of the entire city. "Captain, we have entered highway number 3. The road conditions are normal," reported a team member in a low voice. "All personnel maintain a state of level 1 alert." Li Weiwan's voice betrayed no emotion as she instructed the trailing vehicles to maximize radar power, vigilant for any anomalous energy signatures in the skies and surrounding buildings. "Understood." A sense of foreboding washed over her. Tu Wanshan would not rest easily. The overt murderous intent displayed at the auction foreshadowed a tumultuous journey ahead. The convoy glided smoothly, gradually distancing itself from the city's bustling heart and entering a thoroughfare connecting the old and new districts. Just as they crossed a vast intersection, chaos erupted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 high explosive rockets, trailing long flames, surged forth from the dilapidated factories on either side of the road, striking the lead and trailing armored vehicles with deadly precision. The ferocious explosions unleashed terrifying flames and shockwaves, sending shards of steel scattering. The convoy was instantly crippled. In quick succession, the air was filled with the deafening crack of gunfire. Countless crimson energy beams rained down upon the command vehicle. This was no ordinary mercenary firepower. It was unmistakably military-grade heavy artillery. "Enemy attack." Blare the alarms within the vehicle. "All personnel, don your armor and prepare for combat." Li Weiwan's voice remained steady, devoid of panic. Grasping the control lever, a suit of silver armor, accentuated with blue lines, enveloped her form swiftly. This exoskeleton, known as Breaking Army, was specially crafted by the Disaster Response Bureau for their ace captain. Bang! The vehicle door was violently kicked open, and Li Weiwan, clad in her Breaking Army armor, leapt forth, her massive battle blade slicing through the air with a chilling arc simultaneously. Her team donned their gear, swiftly forming a robust defensive line around the command vehicle. From the shadows, figures emerged slowly. Leading them was Tu Wanshan, clad in a menacing, heavy black exoskeleton emblazoned with the emblem of a butcher's knife and beast bones. His eyes glowing crimson, fixated on Li Weiwan. "Li Weiwan, prepare to meet your end." He bellowed like a feral beast, the ground trembling beneath him as he surged forward, consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood, charging directly at Li Weiwan. Behind him, the B-class elite squad of the Butcher Company, along with 3 fully equipped C-class teams, emerged from the shadows. One of these teams exhibited tactical maneuvers and an aura distinctly different from the others, exuding an air of mystery and lethality. They were the forces supporting the Black Tide. Such a formidable lineup could incite a localized war in Jiang City. Clang! Li Weiwan blocked with her blade, her weapon colliding violently with Tu Wanshan's powerful punch, producing a deafening sound of metal meeting metal. The tremendous force caused the ground beneath her to crack. Yet she remained steadfast. "Tu Wanshan, what audacity you possess, to dare assault the official convoy. Do you wish to erase the Butcher Company from Jiang City?" Li Weiwan shouted coldly. "Erase? My son is dead. My family line is extinguished." Tu Wanshan, seemingly driven mad, declared, "Today, all of you shall accompany my son to the grave. Kill. Leave not a single one alive." At his command, the bulk of the Butcher Company surged forth like a tide. Though the Breaking Army squad was well-equipped and trained, they found themselves in a bitter struggle against an enemy that outnumbered them several times, yet was equally elite. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, within the silent confines of a scrap recycling station, Yang Chuan remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. His entire focus was immersed in the masterpiece he was on the verge of completing. Just hours earlier, Yuhuai Company had delivered all the high-quality auxiliary materials he required. Without a moment's delay, Yang Chuan promptly submitted all materials, including the B-class Netherwing Crowbeast core, to the system. Before him, a complex 3-dimensional model was rapidly taking shape. Constructing Vidu Mountain, 5 mysterious B-series. Core material, B-class Netherwing Crowbeast core, confirmed. Shadow attribute auxiliary materials, confirmed. Energy conduction circuit construction, completed. Armor shaping, completed. As the system's prompt sounded repeatedly, the ethereal light swiftly contracted, coalescing into form. Ding. Construction complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a brand new armor summoner. As the brilliance faded, a wrist guard resembling a soaring black crow floated silently before Yang Chuan. The wrist guard was of a matte obsidian hue, with its crow's eyes composed of two deep purple crystals, exuding an aesthetic of death and the ethereal. Yang Chuan, suppressing his excitement, eagerly examined its attribute panel. Codename, Xian Bird, Series, Yudu Mountain, 5 mysterious beasts attributes, Strength C, Defense C, Speed B, Energy B, Equipped, Shadow Twin Blades, Skills, Shadow Leap, Yudu Command of B-Class Armor. Another set of B-Class Armor. Ecstasy erupted in Yang Chuan's eyes. Although the strength and defense attributes were not particularly remarkable, the exceptional speed and formidable energy reserves, combined with the skill Shadow Stealth, perfectly aligned with its role in clandestine assassination. This was the ideal upgrade he had long desired, the perfect successor to the Flying Shadow Armor. However, the surprises were not yet over. Ding! The host has successfully constructed the second set of B-Class Armor. System permissions elevated. A new feature has been unlocked. Armor Intelligence. What is this new function? Yang Chuan felt a surge of excitement and promptly opened the feature description. Armor Intelligence. You can implant a dedicated intelligent combat program into the armor summoner. 1. Autonomous mode. Once activated, the armor will be controlled autonomously by the intelligent program, executing tasks according to preset combat styles and directives. 2. Remote control. The host can link their consciousness to the armor for remote combat control. During this operation, all sensory perceptions and visual fields of the armor can be shared, creating an immersive experience. Yang Chuan's mind buzzed as he instantly grasped the extraordinary potential of this feature. This meant he could genuinely master the art of separation. He could let the armor undertake various perilous missions while ensuring his own safety. Furthermore, he could simultaneously control multiple armors for coordinated combat. This was no mere enhancement of strength. It was a profound leap in the dimensions of warfare. Without hesitation, he commanded the implantation of intelligence into the Xianbird armor, initiating implantation of the intelligent program into Zunbird armor. Implantation successful. As soon as he finished speaking, the fierce tiger-headed wrist guard on his arm and the newly acquired Xianbird wrist guard simultaneously illuminated with a soft glow. In the next moment, the Xianbird wrist guard detached itself from his wrist and hovered in midair. Fusion. A strange mechanical voice echoed. Countless streams of black light materialized, swiftly enveloping the space and coalescing into form. A suit of armor, entirely jet black and more elongated than the white tiger armor, silently emerged before him. Its armor resembled layers of raven feathers, with purple energy patterns flowing at the joints and a pair of folded metallic wing blades on its back, radiating a deadly chill. It stood there quietly, akin to a harbinger of death from the underworld, exuding an overwhelming presence. Before Yang Chuan could recover from this shocking scene, his phone, which lay nearby, suddenly lit up, accompanied by a unique alert sound. It was an encrypted communication from the dark web. Upon picking it up, he saw that the message was from Sun Zheng. It contained only a single sentence, yet made Yang Chuan's pupils contract sharply. Sun Zheng, the butcher company has gone mad, laying an ambush on the main road of Industrial Zone 3, heavily armed, targeting Li Weiwan's broken army team. The situation is critical. To save or not to save? Chapter 53. The attitude of the LRP Research Laboratory. Upon glancing at the message from Sun Zheng on the screen, Yang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Tu Wanshan has gone mad. He had anticipated that the butcher company would take action, but he had not expected such swiftness and reckless abandon from them. Attacking the official elite team was no mere act of vendetta. It was a brazen challenge to the bottom line of the Jiangxing Disaster Response Bureau, a self-destructive act of madness. However, after a brief moment of surprise, a knowing smile curved Yang Chuan's lips. His gaze, profound and contemplative, lingered on the phrase, to save or not to save. His mind already comprehended everything. Yu Huai Company, that cunning old fox in the marketplace, had indeed lived up to its reputation. Sun Zheng's seemingly urgent plea for help was, in fact, a test. Yu Wenci was probing him, or rather, gauging the stance of the LRP research laboratory behind him regarding intervention in this matter. She was acutely aware that the Butcher Company had simultaneously offended both the official authorities and the LRP research laboratory. Their downfall was merely a matter of time. Should the Yu Huai Company decisively act at this moment, they could not only demonstrate their value as allies to the LRP research laboratory, thereby further solidifying their relationship, but also secure an enormous favor from the Jiangxing authorities. Once the towering tree that was the Butcher Company came crashing down, the Yu Huai Group could rush in as both helpers and heroes, rightfully claiming a substantial share of the vast industry and market. A shrewd calculation indeed. However, this endeavor was fraught with risks and rewards. Yu Wenci harbored concerns that the LRP research laboratory might have alternative plans or preferred not to have a third party involved, which is why she had Sun Zheng send this message, passing the ball to Yang Chuan. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Yang Chuan could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. He had no intention of exposing Yu Wenci's subtle machinations. Instead, he chose to go along with the current, adding fuel to the fire. With composure, he typed a line in the encrypted dialog box and sent it forth. Passerby, if Yu Huai Company has intentions, it may as well assist the authorities in apprehending this band of unbridled rogues. According to our intelligence, the Butcher Company has not only been conducting illegal human enhancement experiments for an extended period, but has also recently colluded with the overseas terrorist organization Black Tide. Such forces deserve to be eradicated. Yu Huai Building, top floor, President's Office. Beyond the vast floor-to-ceiling windows lay the vibrant nightscape of Jiangxing, yet within the room, the atmosphere was as heavy as ice. Sun Zheng stood before the desk, drenched in sweat, hardly daring to breathe. Before him, Yu Wenci sat quietly, her gaze fixed on the computer screen, where the recently received reply illuminated the room. Upon encountering phrases like illegal human enhancement experiments and overseas terrorist organization Black Tide, even Yu Wenci, usually composed, found her pupils involuntarily constricting. She exchanged a glance with Sun Zheng, and in each other's eyes, they beheld a profound shock. The LRP research laboratory had actually possessed such classified intelligence. The Butcher Company's clandestine dealings had been somewhat whispered about in Jiangxing's upper echelons, but no one had concrete evidence. Colluding with foreign forces, particularly the nefarious Black Tide, constitutes an irrevocable crime for the Butcher Company. Such intelligence is certainly beyond the grasp of ordinary commercial entities. An astonishing thought emerged in Yu Wenci's mind. Could this enigmatic LRP laboratory be intertwined with certain high-ranking officials from the government, perhaps indicating a deeper connection? Otherwise, how could they justify the origins of such intelligence? Yu Wenci's heart began to race uncontrollably. She realized that her initial assessment of LRP might have been overly cautious. With such a profound alliance, the future gains were incalculable. President Sun Zheng swallowed hard, awaiting the final decision. Yu Wenci took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in her sharp eyes. Without hesitation, she began typing furiously on the keyboard, responding. Yu Wenci acknowledged. The Butcher Company is indeed heinous, and as a part of Jiangxing, my Yu Huai Group ought to contribute to maintaining the tranquility of the city. Although our armed forces are not formidable, I will personally lead a C-class elite team to support the Breaking Army Squad, ensuring that this band of lawless marauders is apprehended. Her response was resolute and imbued with a sense of social responsibility characteristic of a true entrepreneur. Yet, after sending the message, she leaned back in her chair, unable to suppress a smile that blossomed on her lips, her heart already filled with joy. She understood that she had made the right move. After tonight, the colossal stone that had pressed upon the underworld of Jiangxing for years would be entirely removed, and her Yu Huai Group would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. President, the concerned expression of her secretary was evident as she could not help but voice her apprehension. You intend to lead the team personally? This is far too perilous. The Industrial Zone Number 3 has become a battleground of heavy artillery, and even B-class powerhouses are involved. Her words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Everyone knew that, as the president, Yuwensi devoted most of her energy to commercial operations, leaving little time for training. Her current strength was merely a result of an abundance of rare potions, barely pushing her to the threshold of C-class, and she was hardly adept in practical combat. To step on such a battlefield was akin to walking into a lion's den. Shaolin, I understand your concerns. Yuwensi raised her hand, signaling her to cease, her eyes brimming with unprecedented confidence. Had it been in the past, I would not have taken such a risk. She stood up and approached the safe on one side of the office. After undergoing dual verification through iris and genetic scans, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted black metallic box. With a click, the box opened, revealing its contents. It contained a sleek, pitch-black metallic belt, resembling a poised hunting falcon. The Flight Shadow Armor Summoner. Yuwensi secured the summoner around her waist. At that moment, a chilling yet powerful sensation coursed through her body. She lifted her gaze toward the area shrouded in flames and darkness outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a smile of absolute control gracing her beautiful visage. However, now, there exists this entirely secure. Chapter 54. Flying Shadow? No, you're Yuwensi. The battlefield of Industrial Zone No. 3 has transformed into a hell of intertwined flesh and blood. The disparity in combat power is staggering. Tuan Shan, a formidable, B-level high-tier warrior, is clad in the heavy butcher armor that amplifies his strength and destructive capability to the utmost. Each of his attacks resembles a cataclysmic avalanche, forcing Li Weiwan, who dons the breaking army armor, to retreat continuously, relying solely on her superior combat skills and extensive experience to hold her ground. More perilously, the elite B-level squad from Butcher Company, led by Captain Xue Tu, has descended upon the breaking army team like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, launching a merciless slaughter. Coupled with the flanking harassment and firepower suppression from Black Tide and 2 other C-level squad from Butcher Company, the defenses of the breaking army team are being gradually eroded, with casualties mounting. Suddenly, a member of the breaking army, while blocking an enemy in front, is caught off guard by an attack from a Black Tide member on the side. A poison dagger silently pierces through a gap in his armor. He lets out a muffled groan, his body stiffening as his movements slow. Lao Zhang, his comrade's eyes widen in horror, yet he is entangled by his own opponent. Powerless to assist, Captain Xue Tu of the B-level squad cackles, raising his blood-red battle axe high, preparing to cleave the poisoned breaking army warrior and his armor in two. At that critical moment, a dazzling golden-white streak of light descends from the heavens without warning. Its speed is unparalleled, leaving merely a fleeting afterimage on the retinas of all present. Boom! The streak accurately collides with Xue Tu's descending axe, unleashing a terrifying burst of kinetic energy. Xue Tu feels an immense force surge through the axe handle, propelling him backward several meters, crashing unceremoniously into a crumbled wall. As dust swirls, a white figure lands steadily before the near-fallen breaking army warrior. Clad entirely in radiant white, adorned with golden tiger stripes, and boasting of fierce armor emblazoned with a roaring tiger's head at the chest, the figure instantly captures the attention of everyone present. It is the White Tiger. From within the Butcher Company ranks, an indignant roar of surprise and fury erupts. White Tiger! Tuan Shan, who is grappling with Li Weiwan, suddenly halts, his face transforming into a mask of ecstatic delight. Well, you choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you invade the gates of hell. Saves me the trouble of searching for you. Yang Chuan disregards his taunts. He boldly enters the fray, donning the B-level White Tiger armor, which exudes absolute dominance. In a swift motion, he charges towards Xue Tu, who has just risen from the rubble, seeking death. Xue Tu bellows, swinging his battle axe in retaliation. Clang, clang, clang. The Gung-Jin Tiger Claw gun and the blood-red axe collide dozens of times in an instant, each impact erupting with blinding sparks and deafening roars. However, after merely a few exchanges, Blood Butcher was horrified to discover that the power he so proudly wielded was utterly suppressed before the figure clad in white armor. Each of the opponent's strikes was both forceful and swift as lightning, embodying a perfect fusion of offense and defense, devoid of any flaw. The white tiger armor, with an overwhelming presence, firmly restrained this B-rank powerhouse. Yet, the might of a single individual could not ultimately alter the tide of battle. Yang Chuan personally led the charge, while the remaining 3 C-rank squads relentlessly besieged the breakthrough squad. White Tiger, thank you. Li Weiwan's voice rang out, laced with urgency. Hold them off for me. The official support team is en route. Ha ha ha. Yang Chuan erupted into a maniacal laugh upon hearing her words. Support? Li Weiwan, you are far too naive. Before help arrives, you shall all perish here. His gaze fixed on the beleaguered white tiger and then on the struggling Li Weiwan. His murderous intent surged to an apex. Today, let you 2 wretched souls accompany my son to the grave. Li Weiwan felt her heart sink gradually. She understood that Yang Chuan spoke the truth. Their adversaries outnumbered them and were well prepared. If this continued, they would indeed meet their demise here. A shadow of despair began to envelop the hearts of every member of the breakthrough squad. But just then, a sudden twist of fate unfolded. A dark silhouette, like a specter, surged into the chaotic battlefield at a speed that transcended human perception. Thud! A member of the Black Tide squad, in the midst of firing, failed to discern what had transpired, only feeling a chilling sensation at his neck before his head was sent soaring into the air. Scalding blood gushed forth, staining the wall behind him. The shadow did not pause for a moment. With each flicker, a member of the C-rank squad fell. Its movements were swift, lethal, and silent, as it tore open a gap in the encirclement of the Butcher Company within mere seconds. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Beyond the newly created breach, an elite squad of the same C-rank configuration quickly formed ranks, their cold gun barrels aimed at the forces of the Butcher Company. At the forefront stood the very shadow that had just unleashed a massacre. She slowly straightened, revealing a sleek, entirely black armor, exuding a sense of speed and aggression. Just left the auction of the Yuhua group, and already dealt with the buyer, a cool yet authoritative female voice resonated through the armor's loudspeaker. Yang Chuan, you truly underestimate our Yuhua group. Feiying, Yang Chuan exclaimed, astonished as he recognized the familiar armor. Was this not the very set his son had pursued, which Li Weiwan had seized at the auction? How could it possibly be here? But in the next moment, as he discerned the Yuhua group insignia emblazoned on the uniforms of the squad behind her, a name even more incredulous escaped his lips. No. You are Yuengxi? Li Weiwan, who was being suffocated under the overwhelming pressure of Wan Mountain, also looked in astonishment at the dark figure standing proudly with the flying shadow blade in hand. Chapter 55. Headquarters Under Siege. The Geomantic Node Map. The appearance of Yuengxi was akin to a boulder cast into boiling water, instantly transforming the chaotic battlefield into a scene of upheaval. Without uttering a single word, she issued the command to attack the moment she revealed her identity. Under the banner of Yuhuai, with the flying shadow armor as the core, they engaged in free fire, targeting the C-class unit of the Butcher Company. No sooner had her words left her lips than she transformed into a streak of black lightning, plunging into the fray. The elite team behind her, unwavering in their resolve, promptly assumed battle formations, gunfire erupting and directed at the Butcher Company members who were momentarily stunned. The battlefield was forcibly reset in that instant. Your opponent is me. Seizing the moment of distraction from Yang Chuan, Li Weiwan unleashed a brilliant blue light from the giant blade in her hand, executing a devastating strike that enveloped the B-class thug, Blood Butcher, successfully severing him from Yang Chuan's side. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan, understanding the cue, donned in white tiger armor, advanced with a single step, cracking the ground beneath him, propelling himself like a cannon shell, directly confronting the ashen-faced leader of the Butcher Company, Yang Chuan. The 2 B-class masters were momentarily restrained. This provided Yuengxi with the perfect opportunity to showcase her prowess. Seeking death, the 2 C-class captains of the Butcher Company snapped back to reality, witnessing the black figure weaving through their ranks, and they roared in unison, flanking her from either side. In their eyes, Yu was merely a C-class rookie bolstered by potions. Even clad in superior armor, she could not stand against two. However, they would soon pay dearly for their arrogance. Confronted by the assault of two battle-hardened C-class experts, Yu advanced rather than retreated, her metallic wings unfurling with a sudden flourish, igniting powerful thrusters that propelled her skyward at an impossible angle, effortlessly evading their combined attack. In the air, one captain gasped, raising his weapon to shoot. Yet, the instant he looked up, Yuwensi's form abruptly vanished from mid-air. Shadow stealth, be careful. The other captain, more seasoned, immediately sensed the impending danger and shouted a warning. But it was too late. A dark specter appeared silently behind the captain who had raised his gun, the flying shadow blade gleaming like the scythe of death, delivering a fatal stroke. Shadow danced chaos. The sound of the blade slicing through steel and flesh was almost inaudible. The captain's movements froze instantaneously, the light of life in his eyes dimming rapidly. In the next moment, his finely crafted exoskeleton armor, along with his body, shattered into numerous fragments, blood spilling forth on the spot. A single strike, a fatal blow. The remaining captain's eyes widened in fury, desperately unleashing a barrage of fire in the direction where Yuwensi had vanished. Yet, Yuwensi had already leveraged the agility of her high-mobility flying wings to create distance once more, darting swiftly between skyscrapers and ruins, rendering his attacks futile. This sensation, Yuwensi felt the surging power coursing through her armor, accompanied by the howling winds that enveloped her. An exhilarating thrill, long forgotten, swept through her limbs, almost causing her to tremble. Ever since she took over the Yuhai group, it had been far too long since she had experienced such an exhilarating battle. The strategic maneuvers in the business realm paled in comparison to the electrifying sense of absolute control over life and death that she now wielded. She finally grasped just how formidable this new armor truly was. In the face of its unparalleled mobility and stealth capabilities, those cumbersome exoskeleton armors were nothing more than moving targets. What utter nonsense exoskeletons were, reduced to mere rubbish before this epic-making technological marvel. Meanwhile, the focal point of the battlefield, the fierce confrontation between Yang Chuan and Tu Wanshan, reached a boiling point. You little beast, I shall tear you limb from limb. Tu Wanshan, seemingly driven mad, unleashed the full force of his B-class advanced power, each punch and kick accompanied by a thunderous crack that rent the air. However, Yang Chuan responded with an icy indifference. The white tiger armor, having absorbed materials from the B-class giant beast, had firmly crossed the threshold of B-class attributes, experiencing a qualitative leap in overall strength compared to just a few days prior. It is time to end this. A chilling electronic synthetic voice resonated. The white tiger armor on Yang Chuan glowed with resplendent golden tiger stripes as an even more ferocious and pure aura of slaughter erupted. Slaughter stance. Activated. With a roar, reminiscent of an ancient tiger's cry echoing through the heavens, Yang Chuan's momentum surged, overpowering Tu Wanshan in turn. His marksmanship became bold and expansive, each shot imbued with the terrifying power to shatter gold and stone. Tu Wanshan was horrified to discover that his once proud strength seemed utterly feeble against the other's relentless assault. Impossible. This cannot be. He could not accept this reality. There is no such thing as impossible. Yang Chuan's cold voice rang out like a final verdict. He raised the Gungjin tiger claw gun high, its tip gathering blinding golden light as a snarling tiger head, composed of pure energy, roared into existence behind him. White tiger, sky-shattering break. With a single thrust, the enormous golden tiger head, carrying the supreme might to tear through the sky, charged fiercely towards Tu Wanshan, feeling the impending threat of death. Tu Wanshan poured all his energy into his arms, crossing them over his chest, attempting to withstand this cataclysmic strike. Boom! The golden light erupted, a terrifying shockwave lifting the ground within 100 meters into the air. As the dust settled, a massive pit appeared at the center of the battlefield. Tu Wanshan, charred and half-kneeling at the bottom of the pit, gasped for breath. Although he had narrowly evaded the fatal core attack, his entire left arm had been severed at the shoulder, the charred wound devoid of even a drop of blood. At that moment, a piercing siren echoed from a distance. Dozens of armored vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Disaster Response Bureau surged forth like a torrent of steel, encircling the battlefield from all directions. The bright searchlights illuminated the scene as if it were day. The official reinforcements had finally arrived. As the doors swung open, a middle-aged man clad in a specially designed silver combat suit, his countenance resolute, strode forward amidst a throng of enforcement team members. The imposing aura he exuded was reminiscent of the formidable Yang Chuan in his prime. He was none other than Qin Yu, one of the 5 esteemed B-class advisors of the Jiangcheng Disaster Response Bureau. Yang Chuan, as Qin Yu surveyed the grim scene before him, fury ignited within his eyes. An assault on the official team, a brazen ambush on the auction's patrons. What audacity! His gaze fell upon the surroundings, where the expressions of anguish twisted in pain only served to exacerbate the horror of the moment. He realized that the opportunity for vengeance had slipped through his fingers. Suddenly, he lowered his head and began to laugh nervously. Hee hee ha 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 ha. His laughter crescendoed, filled with despair and madness. I cannot escape. I can see my fate. He abruptly lifted his head. However, you officials are not faring any better. You have long been targeted. Tonight is merely the beginning. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, poised to question him. Just then, a sharp alarm emanated from the emergency communicator at his waist. He activated the device, listening intently for a few moments, and the color drained from his typically impassive face, replaced by overwhelming shock and horror. What did you say? He exclaimed in disbelief. From the communicator, the sounds of explosions and chaotic cries reverberated. Qin Yu ended the call, his expression darkening as he looked at the gathered crowd. His voice hoarse with astonishment. The headquarters has been attacked. Just moments ago, an unidentified B-class team launched a surprise assault on the archives of the Disaster Response Bureau. He paused, struggling to utter the latter part of his statement. The geological node map of Jiangcheng has been stolen. At this revelation, the countenances of both Li Weiwan and Yuan Shi transformed dramatically in unison. Chapter 56. A Deceptive Strategy. The Arrival of the Mysterious Bird. The news that the geomantic node map had been stolen struck like a thunderclap in everyone's minds. The geomantic node map was not merely a map. It was the core secret of the entire energy defense system of Jiang City, indicating the locations of all geomantic energy nodes essential for maintaining the city's protective shield. Should it fall into enemy hands, it would render Jiang City's proud, absolute defense utterly meaningless. The adversary could easily circumvent or destroy these nodes, exposing the entire city to the fangs of monstrous beasts and external threats. This was the true essence of a deceptive tactic. The ambush targeting the Breaker Squad and the Flying Shadow Armor was merely a ruse from the beginning. The true objective of the Black Tide organization had always been the highly confidential document concerning the lifeblood of the entire city, housed at the headquarters of the Disaster Response Bureau. Li Weiwan's complexion instantly darkened, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Nevertheless, as the captain of the Breaker Squad, she swiftly suppressed her emotions and regained her composure. First, they must be subdued. She commanded the punishment squad behind her. Yang Chuan and his remnants offered no resistance. The tide had turned against them. They were like defeated roosters, swiftly disarmed and shackled with specially designed energy suppression cuffs. However, a trace of satisfaction lingered on Yang Chuan's face. At that moment, the communicator of B-level consultant Qin Yu blared urgently once more. Report. The enemy's escape route has been captured by surveillance satellites, confirmed as members of the Black Tide organization. After securing the geomantic node map, they immediately handed it over to a C-level squad skilled in stealth and rapid movement, splitting into 3 groups and fleeing towards 3 different directions in the western part of the city. Based on their speed calculations, they have at most 10 minutes to escape beyond the city walls. What? Qin Yu's face turned ashen as he immediately mobilized the city defense forces for interception. All patrol squads near the western city converge at once. There is no time, consultant. The voice on the other end was filled with urgency. The enemy's route was exceedingly cunning, filled with blind spots and complex terrain, making it impossible for our forces to encircle them in such a short time. Furthermore, their speed is too swift. Qin Yu's fist struck the side of an armored vehicle with a resounding thud. He knew the truth in their words. 10 minutes was ample time for a fully fledged sea-level, speed-oriented squad to traverse a considerable portion of the city. Even if personnel were dispatched from here, riding the fastest aerial vehicles, they would only be trailing behind, choking on dust. It's over. A profound sense of helplessness and despair washed over all the officials present. In the midst of this suffocating silence, a voice synthesized electronically, calm and composed, suddenly broke through. Is the geomantic node map truly that important? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to the imposing white armor, White Tiger. Li Weiwan cast a glance at him, her eyes filled with complexity. Yet she nodded emphatically and replied in a solemn tone, "It is of utmost importance. Its value is incalculable. If lost, Jiangchen would be in peril. Is that so?" The blood-red, tiger-headed visor of the White Tiger armor slowly scanned each individual present, finally resting upon Li Weiwan. "In that case, I shall take charge of this pursuit," Yang Chuan proposed in a deep electronic voice, offering an unexpected suggestion that took everyone by surprise. "However, my LRP research facility never engages in unprofitable transactions." He shifted his tone, stating that the authorities would need to compensate a sum commensurate with the value of this map afterward. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, ready to rebuke him, but Li Weiwan interjected, almost squeezing the words out between clenched teeth. Agreed. She had no alternative. Every glimmer of hope must be seized. Even if it meant the other party was taking advantage of the situation, she accepted it, as long as they could retrieve the ley line node map. Any price paid would be worthwhile. Beside her, Yu Wensi, clad in the shadow flight armor, frowned slightly. She looked at the White Tiger with a perplexed expression, filled with confusion. Pursuit? By what means shall we pursue? Although the White Tiger armor demonstrated unparalleled combat prowess, it was not known for its speed. Even with her own armor, famed for its swiftness, attempting to catch up to the enemy, who was already on the verge of exiting the city, within 10 minutes seemed nearly impossible. Unless a bold thought flickered in her mind, yet it felt too far-fetched. Amidst the uncertain gazes of the crowd, Yang Chuan, or rather the White Tiger, slowly lifted his head. His blood-red visors appeared to pierce through the night sky, gazing into the boundless darkness. Then, addressing the empty night, he softly called out, "Xian Yao." The voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Xian Yao? What is that? A new codename?" As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air unexpectedly echoed from the distant horizon. Following that, a tiny black that rapidly expanded in their line of sight at an almost imperceptible speed. What was that? Everyone, including the B-class advisor Qin Yu, instinctively looked up, their pupils constricting in shock. It was a black streak of light, a streak faster than lightning and swifter than a meteor. It trailed a long purple flame, resembling a death arrow from the underworld, slicing through the night and arriving in an instant. With a piercing sonic boom, the black streak abruptly halted mid-air, hovering steadily beside the White Tiger armor. It was only at that moment that everyone discerned its true form. It was an entirely new armor, sleek and strikingly black, exuding an air of mystery and lethal elegance. It hovered silently in the air, its metal wings retracting behind it, glinting with a cold, icy radiance. Ethereal violet energy patterns flowed around its form, while a pair of profound visors gazed down like a predator in the night, coldly surveying everything below. An aura of chilling stillness, starkly contrasting with the imposing majesty of the White Tiger, enveloped the scene, emanating the essence of a supreme assassin. A profound silence fell over the gathering, leaving every mind ensnared in a void. Another, unprecedented, entirely new suit of armor. Moreover, considering its recently displayed, terrifying speed of flight, could this be the very foundation of the White Tiger's audacious claims? Chapter 57. The First Cry of the Mysterious Bird. The night wind howled through the air. Amidst the chaotic ruins, two suits of armor, each distinct in style, stood side by side, creating a striking tableau. One was as white as snow, adorned with golden tiger stripes, exuding an air of dominance and majesty. The other was entirely black, its lines enigmatic and fluid, emanating an aura of chilling silence from the depths of the abyss. The gaze of every onlooker was riveted upon these two divine creations, utterly astounded. The crimson visor of the white tiger armor met the deep purple visor of the mysterious bird armor in a fleeting moment of connection. This was not a mere exchange of human glances, but rather a transmission of a tacit understanding and command that transcended language. In the next instant, both armors sprang into action. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the white tiger armor shattered violently as it surged forward in a bold, unyielding manner, transforming into a golden white streak racing towards the western part of the city. Abandoned vehicles and the remnants of structures were obliterated in its wake by its ferocious energy. Meanwhile, the mysterious bird armor made no sound. Its metallic wings unfurled silently, and the armor melded into the night like a drop of ink, becoming an almost imperceptible shadow that followed with swifter and more enigmatic movements. Two streams of light, one golden and one black, one leading and the other trailing, vanished within seconds at the edge of the urban steel jungle. Behind this spectacle lay Yang Chuan's newly unlocked ability, intelligent armor. The fearsome, mysterious bird armor was devoid of a pilot. It was driven solely by Yang Chuan's preset combat program, prioritizing pursuit and assassination. As the two figures completely disappeared, the onlookers seemed to awaken from a prolonged dream, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting the lingering shock and confusion. The hidden cult organization has sent more individuals? The first to shatter the silence was Yuwensi. She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a tremor she was not even aware of. Gazing towards the direction where the mysterious bird had vanished, tumultuous waves surged within her heart. That black armor was unmistakably of the same type as her own shadow flight armor. Yet, both the astonishing speed of its appearance and the heart-stopping energy it radiated clearly indicated that its rank far exceeded that of the shadow flight. Could it be another B-class powerhouse on par with the White Tiger? What terrifying entities lie hidden within this organization known as LRP? The shadow flight armor they so casually traded was already a groundbreaking masterpiece. What then could their internal arsenal possibly entail? The hidden cult organization? Beside her, Li Weiwan furrowed her elegant brows, acutely sensing the unfamiliar term. What could that be? Upon hearing this, Yuwensi snapped back to reality from her astonishment. Glancing at the puzzled Li Weiwan, a mysterious smile graced her lips, yet she offered no explanation. She understood that certain intelligence could only reach its utmost value when held by select few. Advisor Qin, Captain Li, and Yuwensi slightly nodded, their tones regaining the composure and detachment characteristic of a queen of commerce. Since official support had arrived, it seemed our Yu Huai group was no longer needed here. Regarding the Butcher Company matter, should further assistance be required, we shall fully cooperate with the investigation. With that, she did not linger, turning briskly to join her elite team and swiftly depart. She needed to return to the group immediately to contemplate how to extract the most substantial profit from the impending collapse of the Butcher Company. Observing the retreating silhouette of Yuwensi's convoy, Advisor Qin pondered aloud. It appears that the president of Yu Huai Group has a profound connection with the enigmatic LRP Research Institute. She possesses knowledge that eludes us. Indeed, Li Weiwan nodded, her stern countenance betraying no emotion. I will personally engage with her. However, at present, these matters are not of utmost importance. Advisor Qin, the map of the geospatial nodes. Li Weiwan's voice trembled with concern. Qin let out a heavy sigh and gazed up at the profound night sky, his expression grave. Let's hope that White Tiger and the newly emerged mysterious individual will succeed. Though he uttered these words, hope did not dwell in his heart. The Black Tide organization was a premier terrorist force active in East Asia. While their direct combat capabilities may not be the strongest, they were undoubtedly masters in intelligence theft, stealth, concealment, and evasion. Countless official organizations had suffered significant losses at their hands. How could the meticulously planned, top-secret intelligence they coveted possibly be reclaimed so easily. Beneath the night sky of Jiangcheng, two figures swiftly navigated the spaces between buildings. Yang Chuan's consciousness was enveloped in an unprecedented, wondrous sensation. Remote control, mode activated. His primary perspective remained within the white tiger armor, feeling the grounded heaviness and overwhelming strength. Simultaneously, a starkly different perspective, that of the Xian Yao armor, vividly manifested in his mind. It felt as though his soul had been divided into two. One was a fierce tiger traversing the earth, the other, a raven soaring through the night sky. He could sense every subtle movement of the Xian Yao armor, witness the rapid retreat of neon lights in its gaze, and hear the sharp whistle as it sliced through the air. Two bodies, two sensations, yet they perfectly melded in his mind without a hint of disarray or delay, as if he were born for this. The white tiger armor raced across the ground, its speed already approaching the threshold of sound. Yet soon it was left in the distance by that shadowy figure in the sky. Is this the pinnacle of speed-type armor? Yang Chuan marveled, then hesitated no longer, concentrating his primary awareness on the Xian Yao armor. Switching skill mode. Shadow Leap. At the instant the command was issued, the Xian Yao armor, in the midst of high-speed flight, erupted with a radiant glow from its surrounding purple energy patterns. In the blink of an eye, its silhouette abruptly vanished from the air, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. A subsequent flicker propelled it across nearly 1,000 meters, no longer engaged in continuous flight. It was executing a series of short-range spatial leaps. Each leap resembled an instantaneous teleportation, rendering its trajectory unfathomably elusive, while its velocity surged to an inconceivable degree. Under this nearly supernatural maneuverability, the entire city of Jiangcheng transformed into a vast playground for its exploits. Utilizing the final coordinates provided by the Disaster Response Bureau, it swiftly honed in on three areas to the west of the city. The detection system of the Xianbird armor was operating at full capacity, scanning everything below. Soon, amidst a labyrinth of antiquated residential districts, it detected a faint trace of unusual energy. The energy fluctuation was exceedingly weak and was clearly in rapid motion, having undergone special concealment measures. Had it not been for the high level of the Xianbird armor's detection system, capturing it would have been impossible. It had been found. A mere rat. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Yang Chuan's lips. Chapter 58. Shadows in the Night. The Hunt. The night was profound, enveloping the old residential district of the western part of Jiangcheng. At this moment, 5 shadowy figures darted rapidly between the buildings. Their movements were swift and silent, each leap and landing executed with an expert's precision, revealing their mastery in stealth and tracking. They were the C-class elite team of the Black Tide organization, tasked with the transfer of the geometric node map. All units, report status, commanded the team leader, Night Crow, through an encrypted bone conduction communicator. His voice resonated with confidence. As the ace of Black Tide's C-class squad, they had successfully completed dozens of high-stakes infiltration and extraction missions without a single failure. Bluebird reports, we have exited Zone 1. Energy detection radar shows no anomalies, no pursuers detected. Nightbat reporting, Route 2 is secure. The official drones have been evaded. One of the team members scoffed. Those fools in the office think they can catch us with their sluggish metal contraptions? Listening to the reports through his earpiece, Night Crow's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He harbored absolute faith in his team and the escape route meticulously planned by the organization's upper echelons. For the Disaster Response Bureau of Jiangcheng, accustomed to conventional battlefields, attempting to apprehend them in this urban landscape was akin to chasing phantoms. Do not let your guard down, Night Crow admonished, his voice grave. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. Our mission is to escort the cargo safely out of the city. Any lapse in vigilance before reaching our destination could be fatal. Maintain speed and rendezvous at Outpost 5. We must exit the city within 10 minutes. Understood. After issuing the orders, he cast a glance at the city's edge, already contemplating the generous rewards the organization would bestow upon them for completing this S-class mission. Perhaps He could seize this opportunity to apply for a transfer to the East Asia headquarters, gaining access to higher-level privileges and resources. However, just as he felt a momentary relaxation of his spirit and indulged in visions of the future, an overwhelming chill, emanating from the depths of his soul, suddenly engulfed the entire team. It was a sensation akin to being targeted by an ancient beast, sending shivers down their spines. "Be cautious. Something's amiss." Almost instinctively, Night Crow shouted in alarm. He abruptly halted, raising his rifle, maximizing the scanning function of his tactical scope, vigilantly surveying every potential shadow around them. But it was too late. An inky black wraith, imperceptible to the naked eye, silently swept past the rear of the team, the member designated as the rear guard. His expression frozen in a vigilant stance, failed to perceive any pain before his vision spun into darkness. His last consciousness was that of his headless body, still sprinting forward. Crimson blood arched through the air. The headless corpse, propelled by inertia, surged forward several meters before crashing against a weathered wall, sliding down with a dull thud. This terrifying and eerie scene caused all members of the Black Tide team to freeze in an instant. An enemy assault. Conceal yourselves. The remaining four swiftly grasped the situation. As true elites, they exhibited no signs of panic, immediately forming a triangular defensive formation, back to back. The fifth member hurriedly set up a spherical sensor mine on the ground, while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. A sniper? Or perhaps a stealthy warrior? Night Crow's mind raced, cold sweat soaking his back. The previous strike had been silent and swift, so much so that even he, a high-ranking sea-level captain, failed to discern its trajectory. This was no ordinary foe. At the end of the alley, a sleek, black figure clad in armor gradually emerged from the shadows. It emitted no sound, silently hovering in midair. Those cold, violet lenses scrutinized them as if examining lifeless objects. What in the world is that? One team member gasped, recognizing it was not standard-issue exoskeleton armor, nor did it resemble the style of the Butcher Company at all. Regardless of what it is, fire at will. Night Crow bellowed frantically. He understood that hesitation in the face of such an unknown enemy would lead to defeat. The remaining team members immediately obeyed the command, their rifles and shoulder-mounted energy cannons unleashing a torrent of lethal fire, forming an impenetrable web of crossfire that sealed off all escape routes for the black armor. An energy surge capable of shredding a heavy tank in an instant roared forth. However, the ensuing spectacle left everyone wide-eyed. In the face of that devastating barrage, the armor merely swayed slightly. Shadow Leap. Its form abruptly vanished from sight, with all energy beams and projectiles landing harmlessly in empty space, bombarding the wall behind it into 1,000 pieces. Watch above. Night Crow, seasoned and wise, instinctively looked up, yet the rooftop lay bare. To the left. No, to the right. The shouts of his team turned chaotic and panicked, as their tactical scopes revealed the enemy's red, flickering erratically within a span of hundreds of meters. Each flicker traversed dozens, even hundreds of meters. Each appearance came from an unfathomable angle of attack. Damn it, this is spatial manipulation. Our attacks cannot land. Night Crow's heart plummeted. He realized that their proud tactical coordination and fire suppression were nothing but a farce against such a nearly invincible ability. It's coming. A team member had barely shouted when a black afterimage silently materialized behind him. The shadow twin blades were drawn, forged from the purest shadow energy, incorporeal, yet capable of severing all. With a swift motion, another head fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. Nightbat, you bastard. I will fight you to the end. Another member of the team was completely infuriated. He abandoned his aim and, with a furious roar, drew forth a high-frequency battle blade from behind him, lunging towards the last known position of the mysterious Xian Yao. Yet, what he lunged at was merely a fading afterimage. The true Xian Yao had already leaped again, reappearing behind him. With no trace of mercy, the dual blades sliced through once more. Death descended yet again. In less than a minute, a once cohesive elite squad was reduced to only the captain, Yiya, and another member responsible for laying traps. Captain, we cannot escape. The voice of the remaining team member trembled with a hint of tears, his gaze fixed on the elusive specter in the darkness, his spirit thoroughly consumed by fear. Silence. Yia's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. He understood that conventional tactics were utterly futile. Gritting his teeth, he tore a metallic disc from his tactical belt and forcefully pressed it to the ground, simultaneously roaring at the remaining member. Activate the magnetic storm prison. Even if we must perish, we shall ensure he remains here with us. Chapter 59. The Edict of the Abyss, with a desperate roar from Captain Nightcrow. The last remaining team member's eyes flashed with determination. He too drew a metallic disc from his waist, and together with Nightcrow, slammed it forcefully onto the ground. Buzz! The two metallic discs were instantly activated, and blinding blue arcs of electricity erupted from the edges, spreading across the ground at an astonishing speed, outlining a massive hexagonal magic array. Immediately thereafter, 6 towering blue walls of high-density energy surged upwards, forming an energy cage with a diameter exceeding 50 meters, completely sealing off the area. Countless fine electric serpents danced upon the walls, emitting a terrifying crackle, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of ozone. The magnetic storm cage. This was the ultimate equipment specially provided by the Black Tide organization for their small team, capable of generating a sustained high-intensity electromagnetic field. Not only could it inflict continuous energy damage upon enemies within its confines, but could also significantly disrupt and limit spatial abilities. Let us see how you manage to teleport this time. Nightcrow gasped for breath, a hint of maniacal glee etched upon his face. He fixed his gaze on the dark figure at the center of the cage, roaring, "In this magnetic storm cage, your spatial jumping ability will be drastically weakened. You are doomed." Though his words were fierce, he was acutely aware that this was merely a tactic to buy time for the organization, a last resort of mutual destruction. At the center of the cage, the Shin bird armor hovered silently, its deep purple visor showing no sign of disturbance in the face of this sudden change. Far away, several kilometers distant, Yang Chuan, who controlled the armor, observed everything through their shared vision, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Did you think this would imprison me? He had initially intended to resolve the battle in the simplest manner, but now that the opponent had revealed their trump card, he decided to showcase what true despair entailed. Perfectly timed, he resolved to test another ability of the Xian bird. Through a mental link, Yang Chuan issued a command. In the next moment, the Xian bird armor moved. Rather than attempting to assault the seemingly impervious energy wall, it slowly raised its hands. Edict of the Abyss. Buzz! A darkness more profound than the night, and more pure, erupted from the center of the Xian bird armor. This was not merely a mere obscuring of light. It was a domain of a higher dimension, as if it could devour all light and sound. Purple energy runes surged wildly through the gaps of the armor, ultimately coalescing at its chest to form a vortex seemingly composed of countless vengeful souls. The domain instantly expanded, enveloping everything present. What? Nightcrow's sinister grin froze in an instant as he was horrified to discover that everything before him had vanished. There was no light, no sound. Even the electric flashes and roars emitted by the magnetic storm cage were swiftly consumed by this absolute darkness and silence. On his tactical visor, a sudden flurry of static disrupted the screen, rendering all detection functions utterly inoperative. What instilled greater terror in him was the eerie sensation that, amidst the enveloping darkness, he could hear the anguished wails and whispers of countless tormented souls, piercing his very essence and causing the fortitude he once held with pride to show signs of disintegration. Ah, what manner of fiend is this? Another team member's terrified scream pierced the silence, yet his voice was swallowed whole, echoing helplessly in the desolate void. Soon after, innumerable wraith-like crows, forged from pure shadow energy and exuding an ominous aura, materialized from the darkness. They remained silent, yet their chilling presence surged towards the two men in a relentless wave. Within this domain known as the Command of the Ghost City, the Xian bird reigned supreme. Outside the confines of this realm, the battle concluded in utter silence, as the profound darkness receded like a tide, reassembling within the Xian bird armor. The alleyway revealed no standing figures. The night raven and his final companion lay sprawled upon the ground, frozen in expressions of sheer terror. Their bodies bore no visible wounds, yet their eyes were wide open, pupils dilated, as if their souls had been irrevocably consumed by those spectral crows. The Xian bird armor approached coldly, extracting the encrypted data card that held the lifeblood of Jiang City from the grasp of the Night Raven. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan, commanding the white tiger armor as it raced across the ground, finally arrived at the scene. He instructed the Xian bird to relinquish the data card to him before issuing a new command. The wings of a Xian bird armor unfurled, activating the highest level of optical and energy concealment, vanishing entirely into the night. Above the ruins of Industrial Zone 3, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Li Weiwan, Qin Yu, and all official personnel awaited anxiously, each passing second weighing heavily upon their hearts. Just as despair began to settle among them, the white figure, the white tiger armor, returned. It appeared silently before the crowd, casually tossing a black data card to the long-awaiting B-class consultant. Qin Yu, please verify. Its electronically synthesized voice resonated, calm and devoid of emotion. Qin Yu, trembling, received the data card and immediately instructed the nearby technicians to commence decryption verification. Every heart in attendance felt as though it had lodged in their throats. Moments later, a technician reported in a voice nearly dreamlike, verification. Confirmed. It is the complete Earth vein node map. My heavens. They truly succeeded. A wave of euphoric relief surged among the official personnel, erupting into jubilant exclamations of survival. The look in Qin Yu's eyes towards the white tiger had irrevocably shifted, now a complex mix of gratitude, awe, and profound trepidation. The intelligence capabilities and operational efficiency exhibited by this LRP research lab had far surpassed their comprehension and control. He inhaled deeply, stepping forward with utmost seriousness, and declared, "Your Excellency, I stand here representing the Disaster Response Bureau of Jiangsheng and the millions of citizens of our city to express our profound gratitude for your assistance. The promised compensation will be transferred to the designated account shortly, in full." Li Weiwan did not erupt in cheers. Instead, she gazed quietly at the figure clad in white armor, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She approached with equal solemnity and articulated, "Thank you for this occasion. Please ensure the payment is made to the account." The white tiger armor maintained its customary demeanor of detached professionalism, uttering a remark that rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward before turning away. In the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, it ascended and descended a few times, vanishing into the embrace of the night. As Li Weiwan observed the retreating silhouette, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her heart, intensifying with each passing moment. Instinctively, she clenched her fists. LRP Research Lab, White Tiger, Xian Bird. Chapter 60. Awakening to a Changed World, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. On the streets, sanitation workers commenced their duties with meticulous organization, while early risers hurried along, and everything appeared as it had on any other day. Yet beneath this calm facade, a storm was brewing, one potent enough to disrupt the entire underground framework of the city. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, all official news channels in Jiang City, along with major online media platforms, simultaneously interrupted their programming to announce a shocking piece of news with the utmost seriousness. Breaking news from Jiang City. An urgent bulletin has just been received from the Jiang City Disaster Response Bureau. The large-scale materials enterprise, Butcher Company, which has long been entrenched in our city, is under investigation for alleged collusion with the foreign terrorist organization Black Tide, involving multiple illegal genetic experiments in violation of the Human Alliance Covenant. Last night, they armed themselves and assaulted law enforcement personnel from the Disaster Response Bureau. At 4 this morning, a joint operation by the Disaster Response Bureau and the Urban Garrison Forces was executed, resulting in a comprehensive raid and complete shutdown of the premises. Every corner of the city, from a massive advertisement screens in the central square to the smart televisions in every household, was incessantly broadcasting this news. The visuals displayed the headquarters of Butcher Company, marked by the menacing skull of a monstrous beast, surrounded by hundreds of fully armed soldiers and dozens of heavy armored vehicles. with armed drones hovering ominously overhead, creating an atmosphere of dread. The report concluded with a close-up shot. The founder of Butcher Company, the notorious figure Yang Chuan, who had dominated Jiang City for decades, was shackled with specially designed energy-suppressing restraints and forcibly escorted into a heavy prison vehicle by two members of the enforcement team. This news detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through both the civilian populace and the awakened warriors. While ordinary citizens were astonished by the darkness lurking behind this well-known enterprise, they were also in awe of the government's decisive actions. However, for those inhabiting the hidden world beneath the surface, the implications of this announcement were starkly different. Within 10 minutes of the news breaking, the local forum on the dark web for awakened warriors in Jiang City experienced a surge of traffic so immense that it crashed multiple times. As technicians scrambled to restore the forum, the entire interface had devolved into a frenzy of celebration and chaos. Top post: Blood Red Butcher Company has vanished. I awakened to find a world transformed. Is there anyone who was on site at the industrial zone last night? Seeking insider information. Seeking the truth. Reply 1. User ID: Jiang City Informant Insider Information. The truth is that Butcher Company provoked powers beyond their reckoning, stepping onto a smoldering plate of ancient iron. The official announcement omitted the details of last night's battle at the industrial zone, but a friend of mine from the enforcement team revealed that the scene was nothing short of divine combat. The Breaker Squad was under siege by Butcher's main forces, on the brink of annihilation, when White Tiger and the new black-armored Qian Niao descended from the heavens. Reply 2. No way. Is that real? Reply 3. User ID: Gear Enthusiast. Absolutely true. I beheld several blurred battlefield photographs that had been leaked depicting the White Tiger armor clashing head-on with the Butcher. It was only when the B-level advisor of the Disaster Response Bureau, Qin Yu, arrived with his team that order was restored. Following the initial shock, the forum's discussions swiftly shifted from a reverence for the formidable strength of the White Tiger and the Xian bird to a more pragmatic discourse: how to divide the vast market vacuum left in the wake of the Butcher Company's downfall. Countless posts sprang forth like mushrooms after the rain, replete with unabashed greed and ambition. Announcement: the Butcher's 3 large-scale beast material decomposition factories are being offered at a 3-fold discount. The equipment is nearly new. Interested parties, please contact privately. Coordinates are encrypted and restricted to certified C-level or above forces. Recruitment: the control of the West City black market, previously under the Butcher's secret dominion, is now leaderless. My Blood Wolf Mercenary Group is willing to collaborate with all capable heroes to discuss significant matters. Those competent shall prevail. Tonight at 7, at the usual place for deliberations. Internal notice from the Scavenger Company. Effective immediately, we shall fully assume all waste disposal channels previously managed by the Butcher Company, including but not limited to official cooperative projects and black market recycling operations. Should any other forces intervene, authorized frontline personnel shall handle it independently. Whether it be the decomposition of beast materials or the shadowy industries they clandestinely controlled, it has all become a substantial feast. Established powers, such as the Scavenger Company and the Giant Armory, alongside numerous emerging mercenary groups, are beginning to stir restlessly, establishing connections. The underground power dynamics of Jiang City are on the brink of a profound and bloody reshuffling. Amidst this chaotic banquet, the name of the LRP Research Institute has taken on an almost mythical aura. Through fragmented information from various channels, people have pieced together the entirety of the events. It was the precise intelligence provided by LRP that enabled the authorities to grasp the Butcher Company's damning evidence. It was also the White Tiger and Xian bird dispatched by LRP that, at the most critical juncture, turned the tide of battle and even dictated its course. Their prowess and intelligence capabilities exceeded all expectations. Speculations regarding the origins of LRP abound on the forum, with countless versions circulating. I believe that LRP undoubtedly hails from a super conglomerate within the Central Urban Alliance, with Jiang City merely serving as a pawn in their grand strategy. No, I heard from an elder that it is likely a hidden martial arts family with a legacy spanning over 1,000 years, stepping into the world to cleanse it due to dissatisfaction with the Butcher Company's actions. Your perspectives are too narrow. Have you not seen their epic-making armor technology? The White Tiger and Xianbird are not of this earth. I suspect they are a secret organization possessing extraterrestrial technology, conducting some sociological experiment on our planet. Regardless of the truth, all leaders of the underground forces in Jiang City convened in an urgent internal meeting, issuing a stern decree to their subordinates. In Jiang City, it is better to offend the recently victorious Disaster Response Bureau than to provoke the LRP Research Institute and their emissaries, codenamed White Tiger and Xianbird. In a scrap recycling station on the outskirts, Yang Chuan appeared remarkably calm. He sat leisurely in his creaking computer chair, one hand cradling a steaming cup of tea while the other deftly maneuvered the mouse. Observing the spurious speculations and the grotesque rivalries of various factions on the dark web forum, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a practiced motion, he closed the cacophonous forum and skillfully opened his encrypted communicator, sending a succinct message to the account labeled UNC. The official promise must now be fulfilled. Chapter 61. A hefty reward. I choose C. In the uppermost office of the Yu-Huai Group headquarters, a soft chime resonated as a highly encrypted personal terminal flickered to life before her. The sender's codename was singular, White Tiger. As she gazed at the succinct and official promise displayed on the screen, a smile involuntarily graced UNC's lips. This smile was not solely due to the impending completion of a significant business deal. It also encapsulated the deeper significance of the message itself. The LRP research facility had opted to communicate through her rather than liaising directly with the authorities. An unmistakable gesture of confidence and a clear signal that the Yu-Huai Group was regarded as its sole official representative in Jiangxing. President, regarding LRP. Sun Zheng inquired cautiously. His offer is youthful, superior, palpable. They have requested us to act as intermediaries to receive the official remuneration. UNC's voice bore a hint of uncontained delight as she swiftly issued instructions, directing that, in her name, contact be made with Captain Li of the Disaster Response Bureau, stating that the envoy from LRP was prepared for the handover to take place here. Understood. Sun Zheng promptly departed to execute her orders. Rising from her seat, UNC approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the sprawling city below. She understood that from the moment she chose to collaborate with LRP, the fate of the Yu-Huai Group had become inextricably linked to this enigmatic behemoth. This strategic move was fraught with risk, yet the potential rewards were equally extraordinary. The response from the Disaster Response Bureau was remarkably swift. Within half an hour, Li Weiwan arrived at the Yu-Huai Group with great urgency. Clad in her sharp black tactical uniform, she stood tall, her demeanor austere. Yet, the depth in her phoenix eyes reflected an indescribable complexity and fatigue. It was evident that managing the aftermath of the Butcher Company's debacle and addressing the looming threats posed by the Black Tide organization had burdened her with immense pressure in recent days. Captain Li, it's a pleasure to see you. UNC greeted her personally, a flawless commercial smile adorning her face. Li Weiwan acknowledged the pleasantry with a slight nod, then proceeded directly to the matter at hand. The upper management has approved the remuneration plan, and I am fully responsible for this matter. Where are the representatives from LRP? Please follow me. In the deepest recesses of the Yu-Huai Group headquarters, within a specially designed alloy conference room boasting S-level security that could nullify all signals and energy scans, Li Weiwan once again encountered the white armor. The White Tiger armor sat quietly in a specially crafted alloy chair. Even in repose, its presence commanded the atmosphere of the room with a palpable intensity. The mere existence of this entity exuded a silent pressure. We have received the official sincerity. Yang Chuan, controlling the White Tiger, began in a deep, synthesized voice, breaking the silence. Now, what is your choice? Li Weiwan cut straight to the chase, her piercing gaze akin to a scalpel, fixated on her counterpart as she endeavored to discern the true intentions of this enigmatic organization from his subsequent choices. She extended her hand, and a virtual panel unfurled across the table between them, clearly delineating the three compensation options presented by the authorities. Option: 300 million Juwu coins in cash. This sum was sufficient to equip a medium-sized mercenary group to the teeth, or even to purchase a small mine on the outskirts of Jiangxing. Option B: the perpetual ownership of the Tianyu Building, a premier commercial edifice in the heart of Jiangcheng, fortified with A-grade defenses and an integrated energy circulation system. This represented not merely wealth, but also a symbol of status and foundation. Option C, the opportunity to access the core of the Jiangcheng Disaster Response Bureau, a realm where even benevolent consultants required special approval to enter, granting the privilege to select 3 items from the S-level strategic materials warehouse. This was the key to greater power, an opportunity beyond monetary valuation. In the minds of Li Weiwan and her companion, Yuanxi, any choice made by the other party would be comprehensible. Opting for A would indicate their need for funding for subsequent research or expansion of influence. Choosing B would signify an intention to establish a stable foothold in Jiangxing. Before you make your choice, Li Weiwan remarked, her icy voice unwavering as she gazed into the blood-red lenses of the white tiger. I hope you will answer a few questions. What manner of organization is your LRP Research Institute? What is your purpose for coming to Jiangxing? However, the white tiger merely emitted an ambiguous low chuckle. Captain Li, some questions, knowing the answers, become a burden. Yang Chuan responded in a tone devoid of emotion. You need only understand that our LRP Research Institute exists to rectify certain impending errors in this world. The Butcher Company is but one minor mistake among many. Rectifying errors? Li Weiwan furrowed her brows further. On what grounds do you define right and wrong? Do you consider yourselves gods? Gods? No. The white tiger slowly shook his head. We do not believe in deities. We only believe in the balance of power. This cryptic exchange left Li Weiwan feeling as though her blows struck only soft cotton, devoid of impact. She yearned to press further. Yet it was clear that the other party had lost patience. My patience is limited, Captain Li. Now, please inform me whether you are still willing to pay your stated compensation. Li Weiwan took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, realizing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful results. She regained her composure and replied in a steady tone, "State your choice. We, the LRP Research Institute, have no interest in worldly wealth or real estate." Yang Chuan's voice remained calm and unwavering, yet he uttered a phrase that left both esteemed women present in stunned silence. We choose option C. This selection caused Li Weiwan's cold, phoenix-like eyes to narrow sharply, enveloping her in profound confusion and bewilderment. 300 million in cash is sufficient to procure the vast majority of precious materials below grade A available on the market. The Tianyu Building stands as one of the landmarks of Jiangcheng, its symbolic significance and actual value beyond measure. Yet, the counterpart unhesitatingly relinquished it all, merely for the opportunity to access the warehouse 3 times and select 3 materials? This utterly defies the logic of any rational organization. Are you certain? Li Weiwan could not help but seek confirmation once more, harboring doubts about whether the other party truly grasped the intrinsic value of the first 2 proposals. Although the treasures within the S-grade warehouse are indeed precious, their collective worth may not surpass that of the preceding options. Furthermore, the selection is restricted to merely 3 items. Our research necessitates some unique catalysts, which cannot be acquired with mere currency. Yang Chuan's ambiguous remark effectively stifled any further inquiries from the other side. Li Weiwan fell silent. She gazed at the inscrutable white armor before her, a tempest of realization stirring within her heart. She finally comprehended that she and the high-ranking officials had perhaps misjudged the situation from the outset. The aspirations, vision, and objectives of the other party were realms beyond the mere measurement of wealth and power. What they sought was a higher echelon of essence and potency. Beside her, Yuanxi was equally astonished. As a top-tier businessman, it was the first time she had encountered someone capable of so decisively rejecting such immense wealth. After a prolonged silence, Li Weiwan finally managed to utter a single word. Rising to her feet, her expression betraying no emotion, she declared, "In that case, the agreement is reached. Now, please follow me." Chapter 62. Heart of the Aoki, Undying Phoenix Flame. 10,000 years of profound darkness. Li Weiwan refrained from uttering further words. She turned and gestured for the white tiger to follow. The path leading to the S-Class Strategic Material Warehouse lay not within the main structure of the Disaster Response Bureau. but deep within a heavily fortified military stronghold. Yang Chuan, maneuvering the white tiger armor, followed her steps as they entered an ascending platform. Identity verification in progress. Captain Li Weiwan, accompanying target white tiger, temporary highest authorities level, verification successful. The frigid electronic voice echoed in the confined space. The platform began to descend at an astonishing speed, red numerical indicators flashing rapidly on the alloy walls to signify depth. Minus 100 meters, minus 500 meters, minus 1,000 meters. Yang Chuan could distinctly feel that. As the depth increased, the intensity of the energy field surrounding them was growing exponentially. Here lay the true core of the Jiangxing Disaster Response Bureau, the very foundation of the city itself. Li Weiwan remained silent throughout the journey, yet her captivating phoenix eyes silently scrutinized the white tiger beside her. She sought to detect even the slightest flaw in the other's every-minute movement. However, the white tiger exhibited no unnecessary actions, its blood-red visors calmly fixated ahead, seemingly indifferent to everything around. This inscrutable demeanor only heightened Li Weiwan's vigilance. Ding! The platform finally came to a halt at a depth of minus 1,500 meters. The heavy alloy doors slowly slid apart, revealing a long corridor before them. This was the prison of suppression corridor, the last line of defense for the Disaster Response Bureau. Li Weiwan's voice shattered the silence. At the end lies the S-Class Strategic Material Warehouse. The two traversed the corridor, ultimately arriving before a colossal circular door towering at 10 meters. The door bore no seams or handles. Approaching the entrance, Li Weiwan placed her palm upon a verification device. Iris authentication successful. Genetic sequence verification successful. Energy fluctuation frequency verification successful. Authorization confirmed. Captain Li Weiwan, entry permitted. With a low rumble, the immense circular door began to retract inward, ultimately forming a swirling entrance emanating a soft white glow. Upon stepping through the luminous portal, even Yang Chuan could not help but be awestruck by the sight before him. It was an extraordinarily vast, domed space, comparable in size to a standard football field. The air was saturated with a potent energy signature derived from a myriad of materials. Rows of gigantic display cases, sustained by special energy fields, housed treasures capable of inciting chaos in the outside world. To the left, a massive nutrient chamber contained a still pulsating heart, akin to a miniature engine, the core of the A-class beast, the lava tyrant. With each pulse, the surrounding air visibly warped with waves of heat. On the right-hand side, an enigmatic crystal, having fallen from the cosmos, emanates a faint radiation from its meteorite core, quietly levitating atop an anti-gravity platform, seemingly containing a miniature galaxy within. Further afield, a fragment of a dragon's claw, presumably from an S-class behemoth, is encased in a colossal block of ice, even in its frozen state. The aura of its earth-shattering sharpness renders it daunting to behold. According to the agreement, you may select 3 materials from this place. Li Weiwan's voice jolted Yang Chuan back from his awe. She had anticipated that he would require a detailed introduction and data references. This might be her final opportunity to closely observe and gauge him. However, the white tiger merely nodded in acknowledgement and strode directly towards the depths of the warehouse. He disregarded the astonishing energy fluctuations of the A-class beast cores and rare metals. His objective alarmingly clear, his gait steady and devoid of hesitation. Li Weiwan followed closely behind, her confusion intensifying. She noted that his path was not a straight line. Rather, he navigated through the intricate display cases, precisely avoiding areas of relatively lesser value, heading straight for those sections housing the most prestigious treasures. How could he possibly know the layout of this place? Under Li Weiwan's uncertain gaze, the white tiger eventually halted before 3 widely spaced display cases and indicated his selections in succession. The first item, Heart of the Verdantwood. He pointed to a massive azure beast core. Li Weiwan's pupils constricted. This A-class beast core, the result of Jiangxing's concerted efforts a decade ago, which claimed the lives of countless formidable warriors, was the core of the verdant giant beast, containing the purest essence of wood attributes and life energy. Undeniably, one of the most superior energy cores in the warehouse. The second item, Eternal Phoenix Flamestone. He gestured towards a peculiar mineral engulfed in an everlasting golden flame. Li Weiwan's heart sank once more. This mysterious artifact, classified as quasi-S-class material, harbored nearly infinite flame energy and some form of nirvana characteristic, representing a strategic resource of utmost importance. The third item, 10,000-year Xianming turtle shell. He ultimately paused before a gigantic turtle shell over 10 meters in diameter, entirely black as ink. Upon hearing this name, Li Weiwan's lips involuntarily twitched. This relic, excavated from ancient ruins, boasted an unparalleled defensive capability, impervious to any trace left by a full-force attack from existing B-class weaponry. Recognized as Jiangqing's premier defensive material, its worth transcended monetary valuation. All three items were nothing short of the most treasured artifacts within the S-class repository. Ordinary martial artists, including most C-class captains, could scarcely comprehend their precise locations or true value. Yet he so accurately identified them. This could only signify that the intelligence capabilities of the LRP Research Institute and their understanding of material science had ascended to an unfathomable height. As she gazed at the silhouette of the white tiger, for the first time, she felt that she was confronting a formidable entity far mightier than she had ever imagined. After completing the cumbersome handover procedures, the white tiger secured 3 legendary materials within his storage space. He left a succinct remark to Li Weiwan, indicating the transaction was concluded, before turning away without a hint of hesitation. In the recycling station's lounge, Yang Chuan retrieved the 3 legendary materials from the system storage. The resplendent vitality of the heart of the green wood, the searing warmth of the eternal phoenix flame stone, and the weighty aura of the 10,000-year Xianming turtle shell filled the entire room with a sanctified pressure. The long-conceived plan for the 4 sacred beasts' armor, which had been simmering in his mind, now finally possessed the potential for realization. No, it should be said that success was already half achieved. The Eastern Azure Dragon, the Southern Vermilion Bird, the Northern Xuanwu, and the Western White Tiger, with these 3 as the core materials, supplementing the remaining auxiliary components, is merely a matter of time. Perhaps, before long, the 4 sacred beasts' armor will be fully assembled. One must eat a meal bite by bite and tread the path step by step, Yang Chuan murmured to himself. He sealed the 3 core materials within the material repository. His gaze once again fell upon his existing 2 sets of armor summoners. Chapter 63. The Beastly Market. The preparation of the Xuanwu armor. In the stillness of the night, the lounge of the recycling station was brightly illuminated. Yang Chuan sat cross-legged before his workstation, where 3 distinct 3-dimensional models of armor floated within the virtual light screen before him. They represented the white tiger armor, embodying ultimate power and ferocity, the Xian Niao armor, symbolizing mystery and swiftness, and the flying shadow armor, which he had classified as a mass-production model, ready for subsequent sale. He meticulously reviewed all the armors at his disposal. The primary offensive white tiger, the agile Xian Niao, each was a formidable B-class strategic weapon, possessing a strength capable of drawing the attention of any faction. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. Although the white tiger armor boasted B-class defensive capabilities, its core attribute remained strength. In extreme situations, such as being besieged by multiple foes or enduring devastating area attacks, the risk of breach persisted. Meanwhile, the Xian Niao armor allocated all its attributes to speed and stealth, rendering its defense merely average. He realized he lacked a truly specialized defensive armor. Yang Chuan murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. In the days to come, the adversaries he would confront, whether the enigmatic and unfathomable Black Tide organization or other potential threats, would only escalate in danger. Possessing a shell that guarantees absolute survival was crucial to ensuring his longevity. After careful consideration, Yang Chuan made a decision. He resolved to prioritize the creation of the most formidable defensive armor from the 4 Sacred Beasts series, the Xuanwu armor. Once he succeeded in forging this ultimate defensive armor, He would possess unwavering confidence to remain invincible in any complex environment. Only then could he truly engage in offense when necessary and retreat without concern. The urgency for the Qinglong and Zhuge armors, by contrast, diminished. However, as he mentally simulated the construction plan, a new dilemma emerged. In addition to the core component, the A-class Eternal Xianming turtle shell, he would require a substantial quantity of high-quality auxiliary materials with matching attributes. The Xuanwu, representing the essence of water and earth, and the deity of the north, necessitated that the materials used for the armor also embody rare qualities of pure water and earth. The quality of these materials would directly dictate the ultimate defensive capacity of the Xuanwu armor. Yang Chuan promptly logged into the dark web of the Awakening Warriors, embarking on a search across various material shops. However, the results left him profoundly disappointed. The majority of materials circulating in the market were conventional and ranked below D-class. C-class water and earth attribute materials were already exceedingly rare with exorbitant prices. As for those above B-class, not even a trace could be found. It appeared that acquiring materials of such caliber could not be easily achieved through mere financial means. Yang Chuan furrowed his brow. After much contemplation, he could only think of one individual who might offer assistance: Yuhua Group's Yuanci. As the largest material supplier in Jiangxing, the resources and connections of Yuhua Group were far beyond what he, a solitary wanderer, could match. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly contacted the shrewd and capable female president via an encrypted communicator. I require a batch of high-quality materials with water and earth attributes. The higher the grade, the better. B grade or above is preferable, and price is not an issue, Yang Chuan stated directly, outlining his needs. On the other end, after a brief silence, Yuanci provided a response that took Yang Chuan somewhat by surprise. Mr. White Tiger, the materials you seek are indeed quite challenging to procure. Her tone bore a hint of gravity. Special attribute materials of B grade or above are considered strategic resources. Most of these are held by renowned lone warriors or well-established mercenary groups like the Blood Wolf, who typically use them for personal enhancement and rarely circulate them through legitimate channels. However, she continued, I am aware of a place where you may find what you need. What place? Yang Chuan pressed. Jiangcheng, the beast market, Yuanci revealed slowly, her voice tinged with an unmistakable trepidation. The beast market? Yang Chuan's mind raced to comprehend this unfamiliar term. It was an underground trading area not directly governed by authorities, and indeed the largest black market across Jiangxing and several surrounding cities. Yuanci elucidated, it is a chaotic place teeming with all kinds of people, where illicit goods and obscure rare materials, even forbidden experimental items, can be found. The beast market operates only once a month on the night of the full moon, with its location varying, announced by a mysterious organization known as by Shaoxing. This place is rife with treachery. Incidents of murder and theft are common, making it a true lawless territory. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan understood the implications. Such a venue, though perilous, was indeed the most promising place to seek rare materials. As he pondered, Yuanci's voice returned, imbued with a sense of collaborative intent. The next opening of the beast market is in 3 days. To demonstrate our sincerity in the collaboration between Yuhua Group and the LRP Research Institute, I can leverage the group's connections to secure a VIP token for you, granting access to the core trading zone of the market. The core trading zone? Precisely, Yuanci explained. The beast market is divided into an outer area and an inner area. The outer area resembles a typical street market, whereas the inner area is a trading market personally overseen by Shaoxing. Only invited guests or those possessing a VIP token can enter. The materials of the grade you require are likely to be found only in the inner area. She paused for a moment before solemnly advising, Mr. White Tiger, I must caution you that the beastly market is fraught with peril. It is teeming with formidable individuals, and there are even some reclusive old monsters lurking within. When you conduct yourself there, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution and refrain from revealing your identity too readily. Thank you. Yang Chuan's response was succinct and straightforward. He understood that Yuanci was extending a gesture of goodwill towards him, further investing in their relationship. Indeed, He truly needed such an opportunity. Chapter 64. Breaking through to D-class martial artist. Entering the black market. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden floor. Yang Chuan, seated cross-legged in the center of the lounge, slowly opened his eyes. A visible plume of white energy surged forth from his mouth and nose, tracing an arc in the air before dissipating into nothingness. He gradually clenched his fists, feeling the surge of inner energy within him, now magnified several-fold compared to before, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your physical capabilities have undergone a comprehensive enhancement, successfully breaking through to D-class martial artist. Accompanied by the system's cold notification, Yang Chuan felt an indescribable sense of ease enveloping him. D-class, he murmured, his heart flooded with emotion. He vividly recalled that not long ago, he was deemed a failure by Li Wei-wan, labeled as someone with blocked meridians and a feeble constitution, devoid of any potential for martial cultivation. Yet, how much time had passed? Not only had he acquired formidable armors, capable of shaking the very foundations of Jiang City, but his martial prowess had also skyrocketed, propelling him firmly onto the threshold of D-class martial artist. Though this rank might seem trivial in the eyes of the true powerhouses of Jiang City, for Yang Chuan, it represented a qualitative leap. He could distinctly feel that with each enhancement and upgrade of his armor, the energy embedded within its core imprint would subtly nourish his physical form. This reciprocal enhancement significantly improved his efficiency in cultivating the Gungjin White Tiger secret manual, while also fortifying the resilience of his meridians, enabling him to accommodate and endure greater forces. The synergy between armor and martial arts was the fundamental reason behind his astonishingly rapid breakthroughs. As he reveled in the joy of his newfound strength, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a youthful voice. Yang Chuan, open the door. I'm here. Upon hearing the voice, a hint of exasperation flickered across Yang Chuan's face. Besides the exuberantly Yutong, no one else would intrude upon him in such a manner so early in the morning. He rose and opened the battered iron door. Outside stood Li Yutong, her martial training bag nearly as tall as she was, beaming with unabashed delight in her loose-fitting athletic attire. What brings you here? Yang Chuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Didn't your sister put you under house arrest? I've been released. Li Yutong proudly lifted her chin like a spirited little peacock, squeezing past him. The butcher company has collapsed, and my sister declared that the dangers outside have been eliminated. So she let me out. Starting today, I can attend martial arts class again. As she spoke, she cheerfully tugged at Yang Chuan's arm. Come on, Yang Chuan, you've also become an external disciple of Coach Luo. So let us train together today. Prompted by her reminder, Yang Chuan suddenly recalled that he indeed held the identity of a special auditing student in a martial arts class. With the beastly market not opening for another 3 days and having nothing pressing on his agenda, it seemed a splendid idea to visit the martial arts gym to benefit from Coach Luo's expert guidance, thereby solidifying the recent breakthrough he had achieved. By the way, how is Coach Luo doing? Yang Chuan casually inquired. Don't worry. Li Yutong waved her hand dismissively. Coach Luo is as tough as ever. Although he did sustain some internal injuries last time, he has long since recovered with the aid of the advanced therapeutic equipment at the gym, and now he is bursting with energy. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they soon arrived at the familiar Jiangcheng martial arts gym. Upon seeing Yang Chuan, Coach Luo's demeanor transformed. He appeared particularly delighted, a rare smile breaking through his typically stern visage. Not bad, kid. It seems you've grown more composed in just a few days, he remarked, clapping Yang Chuan on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Recognizing Yang Chuan as a late-blooming talent of remarkable potential, Coach Luo dedicated himself to nurturing him as his most cherished disciple. In the time that followed, he temporarily set aside his guidance of other students to provide Yang Chuan with personalized, one-on-one instruction. From the fundamental techniques of energy circulation to the sophisticated art of internal energy manipulation and various combat techniques applicable in real scenarios, Coach Luo imparted his knowledge with meticulous detail. Yang Chuan, akin to a parched sponge, eagerly absorbed this invaluable martial wisdom. gradually compensating for the deficiencies stemming from his unorthodox background. Observing Yang Chuan receiving such tailored attention from Coach Luo, Li Yutong couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She approached the two engaged in practice and said, "Coach Luo, don't just teach him. Share some insights with me too. I've been diligently training at home these past few days, and I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking into D grade." She puffed out her small chest and provocatively challenged Yang Chuan. "When that happens, you 1T stand a chance against me." Yang Chuan merely smiled, choosing not to engage in a debate. Instead, during the subsequent sparring session with Coach Luo, he seemingly nonchalantly steered the conversation in another direction. "Coach Luo, Yutong, the other day, I stumbled upon discussions on the dark web about a place called the Beastly Market. They say it sells everything. Is that true?" As soon as these words left his lips, the previously vibrant training ground fell into an immediate hush. The smiles faded from both Coach Luo's and Li Yutong's faces simultaneously. Coach Luo's expression grew exceedingly grave as he halted his movements, solemnly warning, "Yang Chuan, that place is not meant for people like us. Remember, curiosity can sometimes lead to peril." "Indeed," Li Yutong nodded fervently, her face betraying a hint of fear. "I've heard my sister mention that it's Jiangxing's largest black market, filled with ruthless criminals who wouldn't hesitate to kill. You mustn't go there, Yang Chuan." The two individuals exchanged a few simple words of advice, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, as if the phrase beastly market were a taboo expression. Observing this, Yang Chuan comprehended the underlying tension. Externally, he assented repeatedly, feigning curiosity while assuring them that he would never jest with his own life. Yet, deep within his heart, the resolve to uncover the truth solidified with increasing fervor. 3 days later, under the cover of night, the entrance to a long-abandoned underground air raid shelter on the outskirts of Jiangcheng buzzed with unusual activity. Dozens of imposing figures converged from the city's shadowy recesses like phantoms. They maintained a vigilant distance from one another, cloaked in hoods or masks, only proceeding into the unfathomable darkness once they confirmed the absence of any watchful eyes. Yang Chuan, too, donned an inconspicuous black hooded sweatshirt and a plain white mask, blending seamlessly into the throng. He clutched tightly the VIP token provided by UNC. Navigating through a long, damp passage, he soon found himself in a vast subterranean space, which resembled a city nestled beneath the earth. Under the dim glow of flickering lights, makeshift stalls fashioned from scrap metal lined the area, displaying a myriad of bizarre items. There were materials pulsating with energy from colossal beasts, grotesquely modified weapons, and even glass vials containing unknown liquids. The air was thick with a pungent aroma of blood intermingled with strange concoctions, evoking a wave of nausea. Countless warriors, clad in similar attire, hurriedly traversed the stalls, murmuring softly as they engaged in transactions with the vendors. This was the lawless realm of Jiangcheng, the beastly market. Yang Chuan did not linger in the outer area, instead following the faint guidance of his token through the cacophonous crowd, heading directly toward the market's innermost depths. There, a colossal door forged from heavy alloy stood sentinel, resembling a steel beast poised to devour, flanked by 2 guards whose presence radiated a palpable D-grade aura. Chapter 65. The Crazed Shark Mercenary Corps. Target materials. Before the colossal alloy gate, Yang Chuan presented the pitch-black VIP token provided by UNC. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance, their presence as formidable as mountains and no less than D-grade, received the token and placed it upon a specialized instrument for verification. Ding! Identity confirmed. Esteemed guest, please enter. As the cold electronic voice resonated, the heavy alloy door slid silently aside, unveiling a world starkly different from the chaotic and primal atmosphere outside. Inside, the environment was undeniably more civilized. The ground was no longer a rough and uneven patch of mud, but rather a meticulously laid metal floor. The acrid scent of blood and medicinal concoctions had significantly diminished, replaced by a faint, ethereal energy emanating from rare materials. The booths here were no longer makeshift shanties, but standardized exhibition stalls constructed from alloy frameworks, many adorned with the names or codes of various factions. operating with an orderly precision reminiscent of shops in the outside world. However, this superficial order was merely an illusion. The black market, after all, was synonymous with chaos and peril. As Yang Chuan ventured into a side alley, he witnessed a minor skirmish unfold before his eyes. A lean lone wolf was animatedly arguing with a vendor, seemingly over a counterfeit item. Yet before he could articulate his grievances, the seemingly amiable vendor's demeanor shifted abruptly. With a snap of his fingers, 3 figures, unmistakably E-grade warriors, emerged from the shadows behind the stall. Without uttering a word, they swiftly subdued the lone wolf, breaking his leg with a decisive crack, and dragged him into the dark recesses of the alley amidst his anguished cries, leaving no trace behind. The passers-by, fellow warriors, regarded the incident with indifference, as if such occurrences were an everyday spectacle. Progressing further, Yang Chuan observed another alley where a warrior, just having secured a prized possession from a stall and still wearing a look of delight, turned only to be confronted by several masked individuals who had been lying in wait. This was the true visage of the beastly market, devoid of rules, bereft of law. The only truth here was the supremacy of brute force. Yang Chuan lowered his hood slightly and continued to delve deeper, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he ambled among the stalls like an ordinary shopper. In reality, however, he had activated the system's scanning function, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Ding! Detected F-grade material camouflaging scales of the stone-skinned lizard, containing faint earth attribute energy, suitable for crafting low-level defensive equipment. Value severely underestimated. Ding! Detected E-grade material desiccated venomous scorpion tail spike. Internal toxins crystallized, capable of yielding rare paralyzing venom. The vendor mistakenly believes its toxicity has waned. Thanks to the formidable capabilities of the system, Yang Chuan swiftly reaped his rewards. He procured several items, which appear to be mere refuse to the untrained eye, from a few unsuspecting vendors at an exceedingly low price. Although these were merely E and F-grade materials, their cumulative value amounted to a modest profit. Yet, his primary objective, high-quality water and earth attribute materials, remained elusive. As he traversed an area brimming with peculiar beast bones, his steps suddenly halted. A notification from his system resonated clearly in his mind. Ding! C-grade advanced material claw of the abyssal water behemoth detected, imbued with pure water attribute energy. An excellent auxiliary material for crafting water attribute armor or weaponry. Yang Chuan's gaze immediately fixed upon a nondescript stall not far away. The stall was cluttered with various monstrous claws, and in the farthest corner lay a fearsome claw, approximately half a meter in length. A deep blue hue that resembled a shard of ancient ice, quietly exuding a faint chill. This was it. A surge of joy welled up within Yang Chuan as he prepared to inquire about the price. However, at that moment, a boisterous group rudely surged past him, nearly knocking him down. "Make way! Don't block the path." The leader, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, with muscles rippling like a human colossus, strode forward. His bare, torso-revealed bronze skin adorned with a menacing shark tattoo, emanating the terrifying aura of a B-grade powerhouse, causing nearby pedestrians to retreat in fear, not daring to voice any objections. Following closely behind were 7 or 8 equally formidable companions, clad in matching deep blue combat attire, each emblazoned with the emblem of a ferocious shark with its jaws agape. They were none other than the savage Shark Mercenary Corps, infamous in the underground world of Jiang City for their ruthless and domineering conduct. This B-grade mercenary group was not one to be trifled with. The vendor, recognizing the sinister presence, instantly adorned his face with a mask of obsequiousness, bowing and scraping to welcome them. The captain of the savage sharks, that imposing B-grade man, cast a cursory glance over the stall, ultimately settling on a piece of B-grade deep-sea silver, nodding in satisfaction. Without even inquiring about the price, he transferred a sum of money to the vendor via his tactical terminal. Subsequently, with a casual sweep of his hand, he not only claimed the deep-sea silver, but also seized the very claw of the abyssal water behemoth that Yang Chuan had set his sights on. "Consider this an addition," he remarked with an air of entitlement. The vendor's expression darkened instantly. The market price for the B-grade deep-sea silver was at least $8 million, while the C-grade advanced claw was valued at nearly $2 million. Yet, the sum transferred was barely under $10 million. This was not a purchase. It was nothing less than outright robbery. Yet, gazing at the fierce demeanor of the individual before him, along with the group of watchful teammates lurking behind, the stall owner ultimately swallowed his words, forcing a smile that was more agonizing than tears, choosing instead to endure the humiliation in silence. The captain of the Wild Shark team appeared quite pleased with his intimidating presence. He turned around and locked eyes with Yang Chuan. With a contemptuous glance, he appraised Yang Chuan from head to toe, as if he were merely a bug easily crushed underfoot. Following this, he emitted a dismissive snort and, accompanied by his entourage, strode away with an air of arrogance. Yang Chuan remained rooted to the spot, his gaze beneath the hood calm and unruffled. He refrained from reacting in the moment, silently committing the small squad and the burly B-rank captain to memory. Continuing deeper into the venue, Yang Chuan arrived at a large, permanent shop established by a neutral faction. The scale of this shop was incomparable to the makeshift stalls outside. It was brightly lit, with an array of rare materials meticulously organized within specialized energy display cases, exuding a sense of professionalism. Here, Yang Chuan finally discovered the ultimate goal of his visit. In a separate display case, a peculiar crystal, roughly the size of a fist, radiated a deep earthy hue, its surface seemingly pulsating with the rhythm of the earth itself, quietly levitating. Ding! B-rank pinnacle material essence of the thick earth beast detected. It contains an exquisite amount of earth attribute energy, making it one of the perfect core materials for constructing defensive armor. Yang Chuan's heart raced. This was it. Acquiring this material would mean he was halfway to successfully crafting the Xuanwu armor. However, just as he was about to approach the shopkeeper to inquire about the price, an unwelcome, arrogant voice echoed from behind him. "Oh, isn't this the kid who was just watching the commotion outside?" Yang Chuan slowly turned around, only to find the Wild Shark mercenary group had somehow made their way into the shop as well. Their captain, the burly B-rank man, stood there with his arms crossed, a curious glint in his eyes as he looked from Yang Chuan to the essence of the thick earth beast in the display case. With a mocking tone, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's this? Have you taken a liking to this too?" Chapter 66. The Financial Overwhelm. In response to the mocking and provocative inquiry from the leader of the Crazy Shark mercenary group, Yang Chuan merely raised his eyes calmly, meeting the man's gaze through his mask for a fleeting moment before gently nodding, as if to acknowledge his presence. His demeanor, unfazed and nonchalant, suggested that he regarded his opponent with utter indifference, which caused the B-class brute to raise an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Interesting, he thought, as he scrutinized Yang Chuan. From the deliberately restrained aura emanating from him, he could only deduce that this individual was likely a D-class lone wolf. In the eyes of this seasoned B-class warrior, such strength was akin to that of an insect. "You seem to be a lone wolf," the brawny man remarked, crossing his arms with an air of condescension. "Kid, I advise you not to waste your time here. B-class materials do not come cheap. Can you afford it?" At this, his comrades erupted into a raucous laughter, their gazes toward Yang Chuan laden with disdain. However, Yang Chuan could not be bothered to spare them even a glance. He dismissed the raucous group entirely, turning instead to address a middle-aged man in the shop, who appeared to be in charge. "Boss, what is the price for this essence of the thick earth beast?" he inquired calmly. Being so thoroughly disregarded caused the leader of the Crazy Shark to darken in countenance. The middle-aged man, referred to as the boss, was a shrewd individual with shifty eyes, clearly motivated by profit. Assessing the formidable Crazy Shark mercenary group and the composed, enigmatic figure before him, he quickly formulated a plan. With a smile characteristic of a merchant's ingratiation, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Ah, it seems both esteemed guests have taken a liking to this treasure, which puts me in a difficult position. This essence of the thick earth beast is one of the prized possessions of our establishment, derived from a B-class thick earth giant. Its value." He launched into an elaborate monologue, extolling the rarity and preciousness of the material. building anticipation among all present before finally revealing his proposition with a beaming smile. Since both esteemed guests are interested, why not proceed according to the old rules of the beast trading market? Highest bidder wins. We shall conduct the bidding right here. What does that sound? Upon hearing this, the members of the Crazy Sharks team displayed clear displeasure, yet their leader gestured for them to remain calm. Instead, he smiled, a cruel, predatory grin. Bidding? Perfect. He intended to showcase his absolute strength and financial prowess before everyone, crushing this overconfident young man beneath his heel, making him aware that in the underground world of Jiang City, there were some whom he could never afford to offend. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, boss. The leader of the Crazy Shark strode forward, casting an oppressive gaze around the shop at other potential competitors who had also shown interest in the material. His B-class warrior aura unleashed without reservation. The essence of the thick earth beast is something that our wild shark mercenary group desires. He extended 2 fingers, announcing an exorbitant price that caused many present to gasp in shock. 20 million awakening coins. After stating this, he no longer regarded anyone else, instead locking his provocative and threatening gaze firmly upon Yang Chuan. 20 million. This sum was sufficient to procure a top-tier Class C exoskeleton armor. The atmosphere within the shop instantly fell into a profound silence. Everyone was awestruck by this price and the unassailable domineering demeanor of the wild shark mercenary group. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, ready to utter pleasantries. However, Yang Chuan's response once again defied all expectations. He remained as calm as ever, as if the figure of 20 million held no more significance to him than 200. Slowly, he produced a pitch-black metallic card devoid of any markings from his pocket. In the astonished gazes of those around him, he handed the card to the shopkeeper and, in a hoarse voice devoid of emotion, stated flatly, 30 million. Swipe the card. Boom. If the wild shark captain's 20 million was akin to a stone cast into a lake, then Yang Chuan's understated 30 million was a deep water bomb capable of unleashing monumental waves. The entire shop was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the mysterious figure clad in a white mask, as if they had seen a ghost. 30 million. Not only had he matched the bid, but he had also added an extra 10 million. This was no longer a bidding war. It was a blatant display of financial dominance. The smile on the wild shark captain's face instantly froze. His sun-darkened visage turned a shade akin to liver, his chest heaving violently, and the disdain and mockery in his eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury and a hint of disbelief. In the face of absolute financial power, all threats and bravado appeared utterly impotent. Well. The shopkeeper was the first to regain his composure, his voice trembling with excitement as he nearly snatched the black card from Yang Chuan's hand, his smile radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. He completed the transaction with utmost speed and personally presented the energy display case containing the essence of the thick earth beast before Yang Chuan with the utmost respect. Esteemed guest, please accept this. Yang Chuan received the display case without a glance, directly storing it in his material repository. After completing this transaction, he did not cast a single glance at the ashen-faced wild shark captain, turning to leave without a care. Throughout the encounter, he had never truly regarded his opponent. This silent contempt wielded a far greater lethality than any venomous words. Having lost face in public, the wild shark captain glared at Yang Chuan's departing figure, the murderous intent in his eyes almost palpable. Boss, what should we do? An aide beside him hastily grasped his arm, lowering his voice to urgently remind him that the essence of the thick earth beast was, indeed, the most crucial defensive component of his new B-class exoskeleton armor. Should it be lost? Upon hearing this, Captain Guangsha's fury gradually subsided, replaced by a frigid and perilous calm. He gazed at Yang Chuan's retreating figure disappearing at the doorway, and a cruel, cold smile slowly crept upon his lips. Naturally, it would be handled according to the rules of the beast trading market. Chapter 67. The Construction of the Xuanwu Armor. S-Class Defense. Amidst the almost sycophantic farewell from the shopkeeper and the complex gazes of those around, some filled with awe, others with greed, Yang Chuan clutched the recently acquired essence of the thick earth beast and turned to exit the shop. The mercenary leader of the wild shark cast a predatory glare that pierced through him like a poisoned blade, firmly embedding itself in his back. Everyone presumed that this enigmatic figure, who had just spent lavishly, would promptly choose the swiftest route to escape the territory of the wild shark, seeking refuge in some hidden corner after offending the local tyrant. However, Yang Chuan's actions left the onlookers utterly astounded once more. He did not flee. Rather, he maintained his pace, showing no sign of hastening. After acquiring the materials, instead of retreating as anticipated, he strolled nonchalantly through the bustling streets. As if the recent 30 million gamble and the looming threat from a B-class powerhouse were nothing more than a trivial interlude in his leisurely promenade. Is he mad? Or does he possess an audacity that knows no bounds? The wild shark's men had already pursued him, joined by several lone wolves, all seemingly desperate to kill and loot. A spectacle was about to unfold. I wager he won't escape this street. The whispers surrounding him had no bearing on Yang Chuan's refined demeanor. His decision to linger was deliberate. The previous claw of a Xianshui beast was merely a C-class artifact, easily replaceable. Now, with the acquisition of the B-class pinnacle core from the thick earth beast, the foundation for the Xuanwu armor was firmly established, allowing for some flexibility in the remaining auxiliary materials. In this treasure-laden marketplace, with sufficient financial resources, he should swiftly gather all necessary components. Unperturbed, he continued to browse the stalls, acutely aware of at least 3 or 4 malicious gazes fixated upon him like parasites. Yet, he remained unflustered, embodying an air of leisure. "Shopkeeper, I'll take this eternal cold iron in that core of the earth as hard over there. These water attribute crystals are of excellent quality. Name your price." After another lavish expenditure, Yang Chuan had nearly cleared the market of all high-quality water and earth attribute materials. As anticipated, he successfully collected all auxiliary materials required for the Xuanwu armor. Moreover, with the system's probing function, he fortuitously unearthed several suitable wooden attribute scraps for the Qinglong armor, as well as a peculiar or imbued with faint fire poison, ideal for the Zhuke armor. This venture into the black market yielded far more than he had expected, culminating in a resounding success. Yet, he still showed no inclination to depart. Under the watchful eyes of all his pursuers, he deliberately veered into a side path, leisurely making his way toward a long-abandoned warehouse district on the outskirts of the market. This area was notorious for its chaos and lawlessness, widely recognized as a haven for ambushes. Observing his seemingly reckless maneuver, several shadowy figures in the darkness could not help but curl their lips into cruel, mocking smiles. Yang Chuan stepped into a relatively intact, abandoned warehouse, forcefully closing the rusted iron door behind him with a resounding clang. In an instant, the leisurely and tranquil expression on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly issued commands to the system in his mind. "Submit eternal Xianming turtle shell, essence of the thick earth beast, along with all relevant materials, and commence the construction of Xuanwu armor immediately." A profound energy, heavier and more archaic than that experienced during the construction of the white tiger armor, erupted explosively before him. Deep, ethereal blue and earthy yellow particles surged forth, lacking the sharp brilliance of the white tiger and the enigmatic nature of the Xian bird. Instead, they intertwined and merged in a manner as solid as the tranquil earth and boundless deep sea, manifesting a form with an unparalleled stability. The air thickened, imbued with an indomitable essence of absolute defense that permeated the entire warehouse. Before long, the radiant light receded, and the new armor conjuration was successfully completed. It materialized as a hexagonal turtle shell heart shield, entirely black as ink and the size of a palm, its surface smooth as water. The edges were inscribed with ancient and intricate earthy patterns, exuding an immovable, mountainous weight and majesty. Yang Chuan grasped it eagerly, unable to contain his excitement as he accessed the attribute panel of the Xuanwu armor. Upon glimpsing the panel's extraordinarily impressive attributes and skills, Even Yang Chuan could not suppress a flicker of exhilaration in his eyes. Codename, Xuanwu. Series, 4 Sacred Beasts. Level, A. Attributes, Strength, A. Defenses, Speed, B. Energy, A. Equipment, Xianming Shield. Skill 1. Immovable as a mountain, passive while equipped with the armor, all physical and energy damage received is reduced by 30. And it grants exceptional resistance to all negative statuses, such as stun, freeze, paralysis, etc. Skill 2. Xuanwu's World Suppression. Finishing move consumes a vast amount of energy to connect oneself with the earth, summoning the ancient Xuanwu Sacred Beast's realm of suppression. Within this realm, no laws may intrude, forming absolute defense. All energy from attacks received during this period will be absorbed and transformed by the earth. And upon the conclusion of the barrier, it will rebound in the form of a world-shaking impact. Lasts for 1 minute, during which the user cannot move. Yet the defensive stance cannot be shaken by any external force. S-level defense. Yang Chuan's heart raced wildly. Indeed, with the eternal Xianming turtle shell, a core material of at least A grade, combined with the peak B grade essence of the thick earth beast and a plethora of high-quality auxiliary materials. This Xuanwu armor was born with attributes that transcended the A-grade threshold, achieving the astonishing S- grade. This was no mere enhancement of defense. It was akin to a mobile, indestructible fortress of war. With this armor, Yang Chuan felt an absolute confidence that even if he stood still and allowed a B-grade powerhouse to unleash their full might upon him, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to inflict even the slightest harm. Sensing the approaching presences outside the warehouse that could no longer contain themselves, he prepared himself as they gradually closed in. The corners of Yang Chuan's mouth curled into a chilling arc. Having just experienced a significant loss, the god of wealth hastened to deliver his riches. Chapter 68. The Xuanwu Armor. Armament. On the fringes of the beastly marketplace, nestled within a derelict warehouse district, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped a dilapidated warehouse. Keep your eyes peeled. Block every exit. Not a single fly shall escape today. A towering figure, resembling an iron pillar, stood with arms crossed, growling in a low voice. He was the leader of the Mad Shark Mercenary Corps, a bona fide B-rank powerhouse. With his bare torso, the menacing shark tattoo seemed to come alive in the dim light, radiating an aura of ferocity that sought prey. Behind him, 7 or 8 elite members of the Mad Shark Mercenary Corps had secured every door and window of the warehouse. Surrounding them were several other groups, each clad in diverse attire, most at the C-rank level, maintaining a cautious distance yet sharing a glint of greed in their eyes. They were lone wolves drawn by the exorbitant bounty of 30 million, having witnessed the tyranny of the Mad Shark Mercenary Corps and opting to temporarily ally themselves in a makeshift hunting coalition. Boss Shark, you can rest assured, that brat hasn't come out since entering the warehouse. We surrounded him inside and out. He is trapped like a turtle in a jar, a Scarface C-rank rogue said, grinning obsequiously. At least he knows his place and hasn't dared to flee directly. The Mad Shark leader scoffed, his disdain and cruelty unmistakable. Yet, he mused that the boy wouldn't be able to evade for long. His gaze drifted to the rusted iron door, as if envisioning the figure of the masked stranger kneeling before him in supplication. He had harbored this resentment since being publicly humiliated by the other party's wealth. Boss Shark, what shall we do about the spoils on that kid? Inquired another man with shifty eyes, rubbing his hands together. At this question, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The Mad Shark leader cast a glance at him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How to divide? Quite simple. The essence of the thick earth beast belongs to me. As for the remaining wealth on his person, you lot can figure it out among yourselves. His words were delivered with an air of undeniable authority and dominance. Though the C-rank rogues felt a surge of indignation, they glanced at the Mad Shark's formidable fists and his menacing elite behind him, ultimately choosing silence. Thank you, Boss Shark. You're magnanimous. They quickly donned smiles, eagerly discussing how to divide the remaining spoils, speaking as if Yang Chuan were already a lifeless corpse awaiting dismemberment. In my opinion, that kid may have wealth, but his strength is rather mediocre. Otherwise, he wouldn't hide behind a mask. Indeed, he could merely be a spoiled scion of some prominent family, relying on his family's riches. Such a character is all show and no substance. I could incapacitate him single-handedly. While these hunters reveled in their perceived victory, none of them noticed the calm, icy eyes within the warehouse, which had already taken in the entirety of their scheming. Boom! A resounding explosion interrupted their discussions. The leader of the Mad Shark Gang had evidently lost his patience. With unrestrained ferocity, he unleashed the full might of his B-level strength, delivering a ferocious kick that sent the heavy steel door crashing inward. Dust billowed and iron shards scattered. "Come out and meet your demise," he sneered, the first to step into the dark warehouse. His followers surged in behind him, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. However, as they beheld the scene within, their steps faltered in disbelief. The terrified prey they had anticipated was conspicuously absent. In the center of the vast, empty warehouse stood a solitary figure, clad in an unassuming black hoodie and a plain white mask. He faced the dozen or so bloodthirsty adversaries with an air of calm, as if he had long awaited their arrival. This composure inexplicably stirred a hint of unease within the Mad Shark leader. Feigning mystique, he quickly suppressed this feeling, fixing a furious glare upon Yang Chuan, cruelly chuckling. "I must admit, you possess some guts. However, your luck ends here." Yang Chuan remained silent. He merely raised his gaze slowly, his eyes, concealed beneath the mask, calmly meeting those of his hunters. Then, amidst their bewildered stares, he extended his hand, pressing a pitch-black hexagonal shield against his chest. Armed, a deep, authoritative voice resonated throughout the warehouse. With that utterance, an aura of ancient gravitas, more profound than when constructing the white tiger armor, erupted. Deep azure and heavy earthy yellow particles surged forth, intertwining and melding in an extraordinarily stable manner, shaping into form. Crack! Crack! Unlike the technological chimes of other armors, this time, the sound echoed like the heavy clashing of mountain rocks. Obsidian black, robust armor pieces materialized from a void, exuding an overwhelming sense of power and majesty as they enveloped Yang Chuan. From indestructible battle boots to leg and chest armor as formidable as mountains. Finally, a grotesque helmet resembling the skull of an ancient beast descended, obscuring his visage entirely. Almost instantaneously upon donning the armor, an enormous shield, over 2 meters in diameter, completely black and engraved with ancient mountain patterns, materialized upon his left arm. Dark Abyss Shield. As this shield appeared, an aura of absolute defense, impervious to all forms of attack, instantly filled the warehouse. The immovable presence stilled the breath of everyone present, instilling a sense of insignificance akin to standing before a towering mountain. "What in the world is this?" a sea-level lone wolf exclaimed in astonishment. The Mad Shark leader's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from this armor. Enough chatter. Regardless of what it is, attack. Tear him to shreds. After a brief moment of shock, the Mad Shark leader roared in fury. He launched the first attack, unleashing his B-grade power without reservation. His entire being shot forth like a cannonball, delivering a heavy punch aimed directly at Yang Chuan's face. Yet, in the face of this formidable blow, Yang Chuan did not even flinch. He made no unnecessary movements, simply raising his left arm to position the ancient Xianming shield before him. Boom! The fist collided solidly with the shield. A deafening roar accompanied by a violent shockwave of energy surged outward, lifting dust and debris from the ground. The immense energy fluctuation penetrated the warehouse walls, instantly capturing the attention of numerous powerful beings within the market. As the dust settled, the leader of the frenzied shark maintained his striking posture, yet his fierce countenance was etched with shock. Before him, the pitch-black heavy armor stood immobile. The enormous black shield bore not a single scratch. Impossible. The leader of the frenzied shark let out a beastly roar, unable to accept this reality. He summoned all his energy once more, unleashing his proud B-grade killing move. The frenzied shark's wave crash. A blue shark apparition, formed from high-density water attribute energy, roared to life, its gaping maw exuding the power capable of toppling buildings as it charged fiercely toward Yang Chuan. Once again, Yang Chuan stood his ground, unyielding and unflinching. With the passive skill, immovable as a mountain, he merely tilted the Xianming shield slightly and steadied his stance. In an even more violent eruption, the blue shark apparition collided forcefully with the black shield. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor were there dazzling lights and shadows. The energy, potent enough to obliterate anything, was absorbed entirely by an invisible and weighty force the moment it made contact with the shield, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Outside the warehouse, among the onlookers drawn by the commotion, an experienced old mercenary gazed at the scene, his face pale with shock, his voice trembling. This forging style is identical to the legendary white tiger armor. Could it be the work of the same mysterious force? His exclamation plunged the surrounding crowd into an abrupt silence. Chapter 69. The Unyielding Shield of Xuanwu. Within this domain, no law may infringe. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The blue phantom of the shark, capable of vaporizing steel, collided with the Xianming shield, yet failed to stir even the slightest ripple, dissipating instantaneously inside and outside the abandoned warehouse. Whether among the Hunters' Alliance at the heart of the battle or the distant onlookers, all minds succumbed to a momentary paralysis. Blocked. What is this? That was the B-class ultimate move of the ferocious shark leader. It couldn't he even force him back a step? A monster. This is unequivocally a monster. Following the brief silence, a cacophony of astonished murmurs erupted. Inside the warehouse, the ferocious shark leader's once menacing visage had drained of color, now a ghostly gray. He gazed at his slightly trembling fist, then at the imposing figure clad in unyielding black armor before him. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The power he once prided himself on, the killer move that brought him fame, appeared laughable like a 3-year-old attempting to shake a mountain before this black shield. This was not a battle. It was a unilateral massacre. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The psychological defenses of a C-class lone wolf shattered completely, unleashing a terrified scream as he turned and sprinted desperately towards the exit of the warehouse. At that very moment, the dark demon finally stirred. Yang Chuan made no effort to pursue. His cold gaze, concealed beneath his helmet, swept over every individual present, and his voice resounded with gravitas. The tides of offense and defense have shifted. As his words fell, he advanced. There was no lightning speed nor enigmatic maneuvering. He merely took a step forward. Thud! The heavy metallic boots struck the concrete floor, echoing like a war drum. The entire warehouse trembled. With each deliberate step, he moved forward, his pace steady and unhurried, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, resembling a mountain inexorably advancing. A C-class lone wolf, attempting a stealthy assault from the side, flashed with determination, channeling all his energy into a high-frequency, slicing blade aimed at the joint of Yang Chuan's armor. He was resolute in his belief that no defense could be flawless. However, what awaited him was not the gratifying sensation of a blade piercing flesh. Yang Chuan did not even need to pivot. He simply swung his arm back. The immense Xianming shield, imbued with colossal force, descended upon him like a wall swatting a fly. Bang! A horrifying, gut-wrenching sound reverberated under the astonished gazes of all. The C-class lone wolf was unable to utter a cry before being reduced to a pulp by the shield. His C-class exoskeleton armor crumpled as if made of paper, instantly twisted and deformed, merging with the flesh in a grotesque amalgamation. The individual, along with the shattered armor, was hurled backward, collapsing half a wall, buried beneath the rubble, never to make a sound again. One strike, merely a casual shield bash. Yang Chuan, in the most brutal manner, proclaimed a truth to all hunters. You cannot breach my defense, yet I can effortlessly crush you. An extreme terror, akin to a plague, spread through the hearts of the remaining lone wolves. They screeched and scattered in panic. Yang Chuan did not pursue. Instead, he slowly raised his right fist. The power of an A-class entity coalesced within his armament, and he struck the empty ground with a forceful punch. A thunderous roar echoed as the floor of the warehouse collapsed, unleashing a violent force that radiated through the earth, manifesting as visible shockwaves. The few fleeing lone wolves felt an immense power surge beneath their feet, instantly losing their balance. They were propelled into the air, spewing blood, before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Within a minute, the once mighty hunting alliance was reduced to the last 7 or 8 members of the Crazy Shark Mercenary Corps. Demon. You are a demon. A young member of the Crazy Shark team, driven to the brink of madness, discarded his weapon and fell to his knees, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. Boss, we should flee. Another officer trembled in fear. However, the expression on the Crazy Shark leader's face slowly transformed from terror to a frenzied desperation. He understood that there was no retreat left today. Flee? Where could they run? He let out a beastly roar, declaring, "Either I perish today, or we all perish." He spun around, bellowing at the encroaching figure clad in dark armor. "Everyone, pour all your energy into me. Use our strongest combined technique, deep-sea megalodon cannon. I refuse to believe we cannot break through this tortoise shell." Upon hearing this final command, the remaining members of the Crazy Shark Corps exchanged glances filled with determination. They swiftly gathered behind their leader, channeling all their energy into him without reservation. A resonating hum filled the air as the turbulent energy converged upon the Crazy Shark leader's exoskeleton armor, its momentum rapidly surpassing the B-class threshold. A more solidified blue shark apparition roared into existence behind him, its energy fluctuations causing the entire warehouse to creak ominously. This was their ultimate trump card. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering assault, Yang Chuan's steps remained unwavering. He regarded the desperate adversaries with a smirk of derision. This farce must come to an end. He plunged the massive Xianming shield into the ground before him. Then, extending both hands, he pressed against the edges of the shield. Finishing move, Xuanwu Suppression. A resounding roar, echoing from the primordial abyss, reverberated throughout the beastwalk market. As all eyes widened in astonishment, a colossal ancient Xuanwu apparition manifested behind Yang Chuan, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Upon the back of the divine tortoise coiled a fearsome serpent, its star-like eyes coldly surveying the scene below, as if observing mere ants. In the next instant, a translucent energy barrier erupted from Yang Chuan, enveloping him and the Xianming shield. Within this domain, no force could penetrate. Prepare to meet your demise. At that moment, the leader of the Mad Shark Mercenary Corps unleashed his final roar, launching the colossal deep-sea shark cannon, which embodied the collective strength of his entire team. The torrent of blue energy, brimming with the power to evaporate all, struck the barrier with great force. However, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. The overwhelming energy, upon contact with the barrier, vanished without a trace, as if a clay ox had plunged into the sea, silently absorbed and rendered intangible. The members of the Mad Shark Mercenary Corps stood in stunned disbelief. Their most formidable attack, a culmination of their collective might, had dissipated so effortlessly. The madness etched on their faces abruptly solidified into boundless despair. 10 seconds. The barrier endured for a full 10 seconds. As the immense shadow of the Xuanwu gradually dissipated, the barrier vanished, unleashing a force more ferocious than the deep-sea shark cannon itself, which erupted from the Xianming shield with cataclysmic impact. No, the leader of the Mad Shark could only emit a desperate roar before being instantly engulfed by the unstoppable torrent of energy. Every member of the Mad Shark Mercenary Corps was violently hurled away, like leaves caught in a tempest, crashing against the walls of the warehouse, facing either death or disfigurement. As the dust settled, Yang Chuan slowly retrieved the Xianming shield from the ground, shedding his armor. He approached the barely breathing leader of the Mad Shark, expressionless as he confiscated all his possessions, including the claw of the colossal water beast that had been seized earlier. Having completed his task, he cast not a single glance at the corpses strewn about, turning instead to depart with his bountiful spoils. Just as he was about to exit the ruins, A bolder mercenary from the distant crowd summoned his courage and shouted with all his might. "Might I ask, who are you, esteemed sir?" Yang Chuan's footsteps faltered slightly. He did not look back, but left behind a deep and authoritative voice that resonated through the desolate ruins. Xuan Wu. With those words, his figure vanished entirely into the depths of darkness. Chapter 70. The Holy Spirit and the Underworld. All members S-Class. The tumultuous night at the beastly marketplace culminated in an almost absurd fashion. The B-Class mercenary group, the Mad Sharks, along with several notorious robbery teams in the black market, met their demise in a desolate warehouse district. No deafening explosions nor signs of fierce gunfire remained. Only a ground littered with dismembered limbs and a colossal hexagonal tortoise shell imprint, deeply etched into the earth as if subdued by some formidable domain. Word spread like wildfire, igniting the underground world of Jiang City. The black tortoise armor. Following the white tiger, the LRP Research Institute dispatched its third armor, codenamed after a legendary creature. With a single strike, merely one blow, it subdued the B-Class captain of the Mad Sharks along with his entire team. Its defensive prowess was rumored to withstand even the mightiest B-Class artillery. Undoubtedly, this force is not to be trifled with. Discussions regarding the LRP Research Institute soared to unprecedented heights within the dark corners of the internet. If the emergence of the White Tiger proclaimed their martial prowess to Jiang City, then the arrival of the Black Tortoise solidified their status as a taboo entity. Simultaneously, the second official auction of the Shadow Armor, hosted by the Yuhai Group, commenced under the watchful gaze of the public. Ultimately, the armor, deemed by countless observers as a representation of future technology, was acquired by a mysterious consortium from outside the city for an astronomical sum of 320 million. This was merely the beginning. The Yuhai Group promptly announced that over the following month, a set of identical shadow armors would be auctioned weekly. The news sent shockwaves throughout the city. Mass production. This epic-making armor had truly been realized in mass quantities by the LRP Research Institute. In an instant, Jiang City was swept by a whirlwind of speculation. The name LRP Research Institute, which had only emerged a few months prior, had transformed in the minds of all into a colossal entity of unfathomable power and immense wealth. Various factions frantically speculated about the origins of LRP and sought to glean information from the Yuhai Group, yet Yuwensi remained tight-lipped. Days later, in the depths of the Yuhai Group headquarters, within a S-Class confidential meeting room, the alloy walls shielded against all signals and energy probing, the air felt heavier than outside. Through encrypted channels, Yuwensi had finally secured another meeting with Mr. White Tiger. When the imposing white armor silently materialized in the meeting room, even Yuwensi's heart momentarily skipped a beat. "Mr. White Tiger, this is the first installment from the auction, totaling 280 million. Now deposited into your designated account." Yuwensi slid an anonymous black gold card across the table, adorned with an impeccable commercial smile. She then casually inquired, her tone laced with evident probing, "Congratulations to the LRP Research Institute on adding another formidable general to your ranks. The fame attained by the Black Tortoise armor in battle must surely be a point of pride for your esteemed organization, correct?" Dressed in the White Tiger armor, Yang Chuan's blood-red goggles revealed no hint of emotion. He discerned the intentions of his counterpart and resolved to play along, revealing a piece of information potent enough to completely unnerve this queen of commerce. "Xuanwu is not a new member," he stated calmly. "He and I are part of the same combat team." Yuwensi's hand, which held the teacup, faltered imperceptibly. "Our team is called Holy Spirit." Yang Chuan's tone was nonchalant, as though recounting a trivial matter, using the ancient names of the four sacred beasts of Huaxia as codenames: the White Tiger, Master of Slaughter, and the Xuanwu, Master of Defense. Each armor's ultimate form is uniquely classified as S rank. However, due to certain special circumstances, it is currently undergoing a recalibration phase, which is why it only possesses A-rank combat capabilities. S-rank, A-rank combat capabilities, and still merely in a recalibration phase? Yuwensi felt her heart skip a beat, suppressing the tumultuous waves of her emotions. Yet her mind involuntarily conjured the silhouette that had thunderously reclaimed the ley line node map that fateful night. She instinctively inquired, "What about the Xianbird? Is that black armor also a member of the Holy Spirit team? Or is it a lone wolf from the LRP research facility?" Yang Chuan shook his head at her question, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "He does not belong to Holy Spirit. He hails from another team responsible for handling the dirty work, the underworld." Boom! The names Holy Spirit and underworld, steeped in myth and mystery, erupted like thunder in Yu Wenxi's mind. She was rendered utterly speechless. She had once believed that LRP was a clandestine organization with epic-making technology, but now it was evident that this was not merely an organization. It was a legion of myths concealed beneath the surface. All her previous tests and calculations now seemed ludicrous in light of this revelation. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Wenxi emerged from her profound shock, her gaze towards Yang Chuan entirely transformed, no longer daring to probe further, replaced only by boundless reverence. Might there be any future plans for additional armor sales at the LRP research facility? She inquired cautiously, almost pleadingly. There will not be mass-produced machines of this caliber in the near term. Yang Chuan's words flickered disappointment in Yu Wenxi's eyes. However, his subsequent statement left the corporate leader breathless. "Next time, we will formally unveil an entirely new flagship series armor at a product launch event. The entire world will witness LRP's true power." Yu Wenxi departed, her spirit somewhat adrift. She knew that this upcoming launch event would likely mark the moment when the mysterious behemoth that is LRP would finally reveal its fangs to the world. And her Yu Huai group must, at all costs, establish a firm foothold amidst the impending tide of this new era. Yang Chuan gazed at the long string of zeros in his account, nodding with satisfaction. He then assumed the identity of the White Tiger and sent a new message to Yu Wenxi, who had just departed. "Utilize all the resources of your corporation, regardless of cost, to procure a batch of high-quality materials imbued with metallic, dark, and wind attributes." After placing the communicator down, Yang Chuan's gaze sharpened. The Xuanwu armor had already reached Grade A, yet the companions from the Holy Spirit and the underworld must not lag behind. Chapter 71. The True Genius. The Prodigy. Days later, Yang Chuan's life returned to a state of tranquility. By day, he was the languid youth at the scrap station. By night, he would secure the door and immerse himself in his cultivation. All the materials acquired from the black market had been forged into the formidable Xuanwu armor, boasting S-level defense, which became his most reliable trump card. Simultaneously, his martial arts prowess had firmly established itself at the D level. The only disruption in his routine was the punctual arrival of Li Yutong each day, a development to which Yang Chuan had long since grown accustomed. He prepared meals for her daily, practiced alongside her after dinner, and listened to her recount amusing anecdotes from the martial arts academy, thus infusing his monotonous life with a touch of warmth. On this particular day, it was the monthly strength assessment day at the First Martial Arts Academy of Jiangxing. The atmosphere within the academy was charged with excitement as hundreds of young students gathered to evaluate the fruits of their month-long training. Li Yutong, as the star pupil, naturally drew the spotlight. Beside her stood Yang Chuan, clad in casual attire, seemingly out of place among the others. "Yang Chuan, look, over there in the strength testing area is our top student, Zhang Hao, who just broke through to D level last week," Li Yutong exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Yang Chuan followed her gaze and observed a robust young man deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The numbers on the testing apparatus surged dramatically, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Yang Chuan cast a calm glance before averting his gaze. To him, D-level was no longer a matter of significance. At that moment, a louder, more challenging voice broke through the crowd. Just barely touching the threshold of D-level. What is so impressive about that?" The onlookers turned to see a tall, muscular youth exuding disdain from across the training field. The readings on the testing device before him surpassed even those of the top student, Zhang Hao. It was Gao Lei. Heavens, he has also broken through to D-level. A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Gao Lei, the sole heir of the Gao family conglomerate in Jiangxing, was a prodigy in his own right. Not long ago, however, this genius had suffered a humiliating defeat, being dispatched with a single strike by an inconspicuous waste of potential. This incident had become a source of ridicule within the academy, a thorn in Gao Lei's side. For the past month, he had trained fervently, utilizing precious genetic serums provided by his family, and finally achieved his own entrance into D-level. This surge in strength had inflated his ego. In his eyes, his previous failure had been mere luck. Now, he truly considered himself a genius. He was determined to redeem his honor. Gao Lei's aggressive gaze swept through the crowd, locking onto Yang Chuan with unwavering intensity. Crossing his arms, he strode forward, his D-level warrior aura radiating without restraint, prompting nearby students to part in deference. What was his intention? Was he seeking retribution against the formidable adversary who had previously defeated him in a single blow? All eyes converge upon him, the air thick with tension. Gao Lei halted before Yang Chuan, towering over him, and with a cruel smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he sneered, "Do you dare to face me in battle once more?" The challenge ignited a fervor throughout the crowd. However, Yang Chuan's response left everyone utterly astonished. He turned his head and softly inquired of Li Yutong beside him, "When does the assessment conclude? What would you like to eat tonight? Sauerkraut fish or boiled meat slices?" A soft chuckle escaped Li Yutong's lips, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. The surrounding students wore peculiar expressions, caught between laughter and restraint. Gao Lei's smile abruptly froze, and an icy, killing intent flickered in his eyes. To be ignored. This was a slight far more grievous than any insult. Very well. Gao Lei squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. He did not roar, yet the suffocating fury rendered the air around them almost tangible. The floor beneath him cracked, and he surged forward like a cannonball, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Great stone, splitting hand. He unleashed his most formidable technique, his palms enveloped in a heavy, earthen glow, embodying the force to shatter stone as he struck downwards. Everyone anticipated a fierce clash, a battle of titans. However, in the face of Gao Lei's ferocious onslaught, Yang Chuan appeared utterly unfazed. He casually shifted his body, effortlessly evading the first strike. Then, he leaned back slightly, allowing the second strike to graze past his nose. The entire process was executed with effortless grace. While dodging, he continued his leisurely conversation with Li Yutong. "I think we should go for the sauerkraut fish. We still have some pickled vegetables left from last time, which will be perfect to use up." This statement struck Gao Lei like an invisible slap, distorting his handsome features with profound humiliation. No longer shouting in rage, he became eerily calm, his eyes now solely reflecting pure murderous intent. He channeled all his energy into his right fist, resolutely launching a devastating blow towards Yang Chuan's chest. This was his all-in move, a gamble of his entire dignity. Only then did Yang Chuan seem to snap back to reality. He gazed at the rapidly approaching fist, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of hundreds, he slowly extended 2 fingers, his index and middle fingers. With those 2 fingers, he effortlessly intercepted Gao Lei's powerful punch with remarkable precision. A soft clang echoed. Gao Lei's furious strike was halted mere inches from Yang Chuan's chest, utterly immobilized. Time appeared to stand still. The expression on Gao Lei's face morphed from a fierce snarl to sheer astonishment and confusion. He could not fathom why his full-force attack had been so casually thwarted by just 2 fingers. This was not martial arts. Yet Yang Chuan had no intention of allowing him further contemplation. With a casual flick of his wrist, which gripped Gao Lei's fist, a concentrated spiral force erupted explosively. In the next moment, Gao Lei's towering frame spun wildly like a chaotic top, whirling in place. Once, twice, 7 or 8 times. As the force dissipated, Gao Lei's vision blurred, the world around him spinning uncontrollably. He staggered 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground, utterly dazed. The entire arena was enveloped in a deathly silence, as if everyone had been ensnared by a spell, staring in a daze at this scene brimming with drama and humiliation. It was unknown who first succumbed to the moment, but with a soft chuckle, a ripple of laughter ignited like a spark to a fuse. In an instant, a cacophony of uproarious laughter erupted, akin to a tidal wave, nearly threatening to lift the roof of the martial arts hall. Yang Chuan not only triumphed, but did so with an almost mocking dominance. revealing the vast chasm that separated him from Gao Lei, a gap as profound as a canyon. On the sidelines, Coach Luo stood agape, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. He gazed at the serene Yang Chuan and then glanced at the floor where the bewildered prodigy lay, questioning his very existence. After a long pause, he finally managed to force out 2 words from his throat: a monster. Chapter 72, The Volcanic Trial. An opportunity arises. Gao Lei's challenge was merely a fleeting episode. Yet, its repercussions continued to reverberate within the hallowed walls of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy. Time swiftly passed, and several weeks elapsed. During this period, Yang Chuan's extraordinary martial prowess left everyone utterly astonished. On the training ground, Coach Luo issued a low command, his palm slicing through the air like a blade, aimed precisely at Yang Chuan's neck. This was a move from his ultimate technique, the mountain-splitting palm. Though he exerted less than 30% of his strength, the angle was astute and the timing impeccable, sufficient to leave any D-level martial artist flustered. However, Yang Chuan appeared to possess an uncanny foresight, subtly shifting his body to the side, just enough to evade the oncoming force. In one fluid motion, he executed a precise grappling technique, deftly locking onto Coach Luo's wrist. With a sharp clap, Coach Luo countered with a defensive block, their palms meeting in a crisp clash before they both retreated. "Well done, young man." Coach Luo's expression revealed no trace of surprise, replaced instead by a near-numb admiration and unrestrained joy. "This technique, riding the current, I demonstrated just yesterday. Today, not only have you mastered it, but you have seamlessly integrated it into your counterattack. This level of comprehension is simply indescribable." He found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the prodigious talent before him. A monster? No, that term hardly encapsulated a fraction of his capabilities. Over these weeks, Yang Chuan's manifest strength, under Coach Luo's meticulous guidance, had exhibited an astonishing rate of progression. His martial prowess had soared from the threshold of D-level to firmly establish itself in the mid-range of D-level. Such a pace of advancement transcended the notion of genius. It was akin to riding a rocket. Even more astounding to Coach Luo was Yang Chuan's capacity to absorb and apply knowledge with the ferocity of a sponge soaking up water. Any intricate martial concept or nuanced technique he often comprehended after a single demonstration, swiftly employing it in practice, even conjuring spontaneous variations that left Coach Luo in awe. Coach Luo was now utterly convinced that Yang Chuan was a martial prodigy, a rare gem that appeared only once in a millennium. A true chosen one, born for the martial arts. He had entrusted his hopes for the latter part of his life to this disciple, investing all his knowledge and resources, yearning to witness Yang Chuan ascend to the pinnacle of martial excellence one day. Across the training area, Li Yutong clutched a water bottle, her bright eyes observing the 2 figures, filled with a whirlwind of emotions. From initial disbelief to subsequent astonishment and now, complete acceptance, she was thoroughly overwhelmed by Yang Chuan's otherworldly rate of advancement. She began to question whether her own self-proclaimed genius was nothing more than a joke in the presence of Yang Chuan. In the face of it all, Yang Chuan accepted the circumstances with tranquil composure. He relished this rare moment of serenity, as well as the exhilarating sensation of his growing strength. In secret, he had already maximized the potential of the Xuanwu armor, an ultimate shell possessing S-class defense, which provided him with unparalleled confidence to navigate this perilous world. The white tiger embodies slaughter, the Xian bird represents cunning, and the Xuanwu epitomizes defense. With 3 sets of top-tier armor above grade B at his disposal, his gaze naturally turned towards the remaining armors of the 4 Sacred Beasts series, the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird. However, this time, his construction plan encountered a formidable obstacle. In this world, particularly in the Jiang City region, the likelihood of encountering fire attribute behemoths was exceedingly low due to geographical and climatic factors. Consequently, the materials derived from fire attribute giants circulating in the market were also quite scarce. To assemble a complete set of the Vermilion Bird armor, procuring the necessary high-grade auxiliary materials solely through market purchases proved to be an arduous task. Even the black market offered no respite. Nevertheless, he endeavored to exhaust all his channels. He first reached out to Yu Wensi of the Yuhai Group, only to learn that the highest grade fire attribute material in the company's internal inventory was merely a C-grade lava hound core. Subsequently, he issued an anonymous, exorbitantly priced bounty on the Awakening Warriors dark web and black market, seeking fire attribute core materials of grade B or above. However, weeks passed without a whisper of success. His construction plan was thus stalled at this critical first step. Could it be that there was truly no way forward? In a recycling station, Yang Chuan furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of frustration. Just as he found himself at a loss, a message transmitted through a special intelligence channel of the dark web illuminated his mind. Internal intelligence from Jiang City Disaster Response Bureau, S-Class Encryption. The official agency will conduct its annual routine clearance of the Eastern Restricted Zone, Flame Dragon Volcano area, next week. Primary target, the B-Class fire attribute behemoth, Flame Prison Fire Lizard, which has caused significant casualties to 3 geological survey teams. The Flame Prison Fire Lizard. Yang Chuan's heart raced. The core material from this giant beast was precisely what he yearned for, the perfect choice for constructing the vermilion bird armor. As if fate had conspired in his favor, the next day, within the martial arts hall, Coach Luo summoned all elite students of grade D and above to announce an important mission. Students, Coach Luo's voice resonated powerfully. In response to the official call to hone your practical combat skills, the Martial Arts Hall has decided to organize a practical trial for elite students. The mission location is none other than the Flame Dragon Volcano in the eastern part of the city. Our task is to assist the official main forces in clearing the outer regions of the volcano of those E-Class and F-Class low-level giants. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the elite students present, each one eagerly preparing for the challenge. Their spirits ignited by the prospect of engaging in real combat with genuine behemoths, a cherished opportunity for every martial arts student. Coach Luo paused, scanning the crowd, and began to announce the selection list for this trial. Li Yutong, present. Gao Lei, present. At last, Coach Luo's gaze fell upon Yang Chuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yang Chuan, he called. Here. Yang Chuan replied calmly, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. He understood that the long-awaited opportunity he had been yearning for had finally arrived. Chapter 73, Military Exoskeleton Armor. Lava Earth Dragon. A week later, in the eastern restricted zone of Jiang City, on the periphery of the Flame Dragon Volcano, the trial team from Jiang City's premier martial arts academy arrived at the assembly point. Everyone focus. Coach Luo, clad in camouflage battle attire, spoke with a grave demeanor. This is not a school. It is a battlefield. From this moment forward, you are reserve soldiers. All actions must adhere to command. Yes, the students responded in unison, their voices resounding, yet their eyes betrayed their excitement. Before long, several military logistics personnel approached, pushing large metal boxes. Coach Luo, these are specially approved trial equipment for the students. As the boxes were opened, rows of brand new standard equipment were unveiled before the crowd. The Type 3 Pioneer exoskeleton armor and the accompanying high-frequency, vibrating alloy long swords from the horse-slaying series sparkled in the light. Wow! The sight of genuine military gear elicited uncontrollable gasps of admiration from the students. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they eagerly reached out to touch the cold metal armor, unable to resist its allure. Is this what true exoskeletons look like? Incredible. The quality, it surpasses the training models by far. Gao Lei was the first to don the armor. With the mechanical sounds of clanking, the heavy armor enveloped his form, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a steel colossus. He moved his limbs with satisfaction, a confident smile gracing his face. Yet, Yang Chuan stood apart, gazing at the seemingly cumbersome and clumsy metal mass before him, filled with incredulity. Is this really it? He inwardly scoffed, feeling as though he were staring at a heap of scrap metal, unworthy of comparison to his own sets of armor. Despite his disdain, he maintained a composed exterior as he donned the standard exoskeleton. The weight of the armor made him feel as if he were shackled. How do you feel, Yang Chuan? ISNT, it's super cool. Li Yutong, having suited up, excitedly approached him. Yang Chuan looked at her through the visor, nodding resignedly. It's all right. As the students familiarized themselves with the equipment, a lively atmosphere surged through the camp, ignited by a particular topic. Hey, have you heard? Captain Lee of the Breaking Army team recently broke through and successfully advanced to B rank. Is that true? My goodness. A B rank powerhouse. Of course it's true. My cousin works as a clerk in the Disaster Response Bureau and told me personally. They say Captain Lee is now the youngest B rank consultant in Jiang City. This bombshell of news sent shockwaves among the students. As a younger sister of Li Weiwan, Li Yutong's popularity soared. Countless students, previously unfamiliar with her, gathered around, eager to forge connections, their words laced with flattery. Yutong, your sister is amazing. Make sure to look out for us in the future. Exactly, with a B-rank powerhouse sister. Who would dare to mess with you? However, in the face of the crowd's adulation, Li Yutong merely offered polite responses before making her way directly to Yang Chuan, who was alone in the corner, studying the alloy longsword. Yang Chuan observed this blade. It appears to possess quite a sharp edge. The onlookers, particularly Li Yutong, who shares a close bond with Yang Chuan, cast glances at the seemingly indifferent Yang Chuan, their eyes betraying a hint of jealousy. Especially Gao Lei, harboring resentment from a previous humiliating defeat, now glared at Yang Chuan with an intensity that could almost draw blood. With his arms crossed and accompanied by several lackeys, he approached Yang Chuan once more, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Some individuals truly possess remarkable skills, lacking in personal merit, yet proficient in the art of clinging to women. One of his followers quickly chimed in. Indeed, merely a fortunate fool, barely awakening due to a potion gifted by a woman. I hear he is even touted as a late-blooming martial arts prodigy. In the face of such unabashed provocation, Yang Chuan could scarcely be bothered to lift his eyelids. He continued to flick the blade with his fingers, relishing the crisp, resonant hum, as if the surrounding chaos were of no consequence to him. The raucous taunts of these buffoons were to him no more than the buzzing of flies. His true objective lay deep within the volcano, wherein B-grade inferno fire lizard awaited, his hope for forging the vermilion bird armor. As for these petty children, they were no different from mere pebbles scattered along the roadside in his eyes. Yang Chuan's nonchalant demeanor only served to cement the image of arrogance among the onlookers. Gao Lei, feeling disregarded, turned a shade of deep crimson, ready to erupt. Silence. Coach Luo's authoritative voice resonated, quelling the brewing conflict. We are on the verge of entering the trial zone. Anyone who dares stir trouble will find themselves sent back to the Martial Arts Academy. With Gao Lei's begrudging glare, the trial team finally set forth. Led by a military guide, the group of more than 20, fully equipped, stepped into the volcanic region shrouded in crimson dust. The ground beneath their feet was scalding, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and charred earth. Roar! Not long into their march, several massive canine beasts, resembling leopards and enveloped in dark red flames, obstructed the team's path. Though these creatures measured less than 10 meters in length, they exuded a formidable aura. These were the first targets of the trial, the E-grade lava hounds. Faced with true giants for the first time, the students' composure faltered far more than anticipated. Open fire, Coach Luo commanded, prompting the students to raise their weapons. However, clad in cumbersome exoskeletons, their movements became markedly stiff. Several students, unaccustomed to the recoil, misfired their energy beams. Meanwhile, the lava hounds exhibited remarkable agility, darting through the gaps of energy beams and swiftly closing in. Prepare for close combat. The students promptly drew their alloy long swords, yet soon found themselves in disarray. Their attacks were consistently evaded by the nimble lava hounds. Several students, caught off guard by the swift creatures, were struck by a paw on their armor. Though they sustained no injuries, they staggered back several steps, causing a momentary disruption in formation. Just as the team began to acclimate to the rhythm of battle, an unexpected calamity transpired. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the ground trembled violently without warning. Not far away, a small volcano erupted, spewing forth a torrent of scalding magma. Immediately, to the astonished gazes of all present, a colossal beast emerged from the molten chaos. Measuring over 20 meters in length, its body encased in thick, lava-like scales, resembling a grotesque fusion of pangolin and lizard. It roared ferociously, its molten gold eyes filled with wrath, locking onto the diminutive humans before it. Panic gripped Coach Luo as his expression transformed in an instant, exclaiming in horror, "It's a D-class mutated giant beast. The lava earth dragon. Retreat immediately." The creature's presence exuded a ferocity far surpassing that of an ordinary D-class beast. However, his warning came too late. As soon as the lava earth dragon made its entrance, it swung its massive tail, reminiscent of a battering ram, with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! Two of the nearest trainees were sent flying, armor and all, struck by the irresistible might and crashing violently against the distant mountainside, silenced instantly. This terrifying spectacle shattered the psychological defenses of all the trainees in an instant, plunging the group into chaos and despair. Chapter 74. The Xuanwu Town Sea Technique. Braving the Colossal Beast. The roar of the lava earth dragon sent a tremor through the hearts of all the young trainees. The oppressive aura emanating from the D-class mutated beast, mingled with the searing scent of sulfur, instantly extinguished the flickering flames of their combat spirit. Fear seized every throat. Retreat. Everyone, fall back to the camp immediately. Hurry. Coach Luo's anxious roar echoed from the opposite end of the battlefield. He was entangled with 3 elite lava hounds, unable to spare any attention. He could only watch helplessly as the lava earth dragon directed its gaze toward his already terrified students. Yet, at this critical juncture, an arrogant voice pierced through the chaos. What retreat? Gao Lei fixed his gaze on the colossal creature, his eyes brimming not with fear, but with a morbid fervor for battle. It's merely a D-class beast. We have 20 people clad in the most advanced exoskeleton armor. Why should we back down without a fight? With a fierce motion, he raised his alloy longsword, pointing it defiantly at the lava earth dragon, rallying his peers. We are a seasoned squad. Today, let us prove our strength by claiming the head of this beast. His words ignited a fire within many of the impassioned young trainees. Indeed, they were the chosen ones, equipped with military gear. Could they not defeat a mere beast with 20 of them? That's right. Let us fight it. We'll take it down. Led by the chief, Zhang Hao. Several elite trainees immediately answered Gao Lei's call. Have you all lost your minds? Li Yutong's face turned pale with urgency as she attempted to intervene. That's a D-class mutated beast. Quickly, follow Coach Luo's orders to retreat. However, her voice was swiftly drowned out by the roars of the male trainees. Just as she was about to speak again, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. It was Yang Chuan. Unbeknownst to her, he had approached her side and shook his head slightly. Let them go. Yang Chuan's voice was calm and steady. He maneuvered his heavy exoskeleton to lean against a nearby boulder, his eyes glinting with a hint of derision as he observed the courageous group ahead. Since they wish to prove themselves, let's grant them the opportunity. But, rest assured, Yang Chuan stated with an undeniable confidence, as long as I am here, no one will perish. His words brought an inexplicable sense of calm to Li Yutong's anxious heart. Though still worried, she chose to trust Yang Chuan and retreated to his side. On the battlefield, Gao Lei, seeing that most had been stirred by his fervor, wore a triumphant smile. Without hesitation, he was the first to launch the attack. Earth Splitter, he roared, pouring his D-class inner energy unreservedly into his alloy longsword, its blade glowing with a dusty yellow light. Clad in his heavy exoskeleton, he charged like a human cannonball towards the lava earth dragon, swinging his sword fiercely towards the beast's relatively vulnerable front limb joint. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Clang! The harsh clang of metal reverberated, sparks flying in all directions. Gao Lei felt an overwhelming recoil surge through the hilt of his weapon, leaving his hands numb and forcing him to stumble back uncontrollably. His formidable strike merely left a faint, shallow mark on the molten scaled hide of the lava earth dragon, akin to a mere scraping. How is this possible? Gao Lei's heart sank, The attack he had taken such pride in could not even breach the creature's defenses. Flank it. Strike at its underbelly. Zhang Hao immediately reacted, issuing commands with urgency. Several students swiftly maneuvered from the sides, attempting to target the beast's vulnerable abdomen. Yet, they had evidently overestimated their capabilities while underestimating the creature's primal instincts. As one student charged from the side, the lava earth dragon's massive tail swept like a steel whip, forcing him to roll away in panic, leaving his back wide open to another lava hound. On the opposite side, two students attempted a simultaneous strike, but their lack of coordination caused their movements to collide, sending their attacks wildly off course, nearly injuring their teammate. Encumbered by their cumbersome exoskeletons, their actions appeared painfully rigid, and their tactical coordination devolved into utter chaos, a disarray of movements. Roar! The incessant harassment from these flies thoroughly enraged the sovereign of this territory. The lava earth dragon unleashed a deafening roar, abandoning its struggle with Gao Lei, rising abruptly to its full height, casting a colossal shadow over the area. It then charged towards the densest cluster of humans, launching a devastating trampling assault. The immense shadow enveloped all within its grasp. There was no escape. No, get away. The air filled with frantic screams. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, despair etched deep into the faces of all the students. The shadow of death loomed over each young learner's heart. Just at that critical moment, the figure that had remained motionless throughout finally stirred. Yang Chuan, clad in the cumbersome Type 3 Pioneer exoskeleton, advanced rather than retreating, charging directly at the oncoming behemoth like a landslide. He lost his mind. Come back. The panic cries of Liu Tong and Coach Luo rang out in unison. However, Yang Chuan remained undeterred. As his diminutive form was on the brink of collision with the lava earth dragon, the nature of the energy within him abruptly transformed. The previously sharp and domineering energy of the Golden Tiger secret art was instantaneously switched to a weighty, solid, and unyielding force. The Mystic Sea calming technique, a monumental aura, as immovable as a mountain, erupted forth from him. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded. Steel met flesh. The minuscule collided with the colossal. A ferocious shockwave surged outward, toppling the surrounding despairing students to the ground. As the dust settled, amidst the suffocating silence that enveloped the arena, a figure clad in cumbersome, standardized exoskeleton assumed a steady horse-riding stance, arms crossed resolutely before his chest, forcefully bracing against the full-on charge of the D-grade, mutated behemoth. His feet sank deeply into the searing ground, the earth beneath him fracturing inch by inch, forming a vast depression reminiscent of a spider's web. Yet, his diminutive form stood unwavering, akin to an ancient divine mountain, steadfast as a rock. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Whether it was Coach Luo, who was fiercely battling, or Gao Lei, recently pulled back from the brink of death, along with Zhang Hao and others, or even Liu Tong, who had maintained faith in Yang Chuan from afar, every visage bore the same expression. It was one of sheer astonishment, coupled with profound disbelief. Chapter 75. Who is the true ace? In the volcanic region, smoke and dust enveloped the air. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. A terrifying impact, powerful enough to reduce a light armored vehicle to scrap metal, was bravely endured by a diminutive figure clad in standard exoskeleton. This extraordinary spectacle momentarily left everyone present in a state of mental paralysis. Did he block it? A trainee, who had just moments ago awaited death in despair, stammered, his voice quivering with sheer astonishment. Gao Lei, his face contorted in fear, was equally frozen in place, staring at the figure that resembled a deity, while tumultuous waves surged within him. How could this be possible? That was the full-force charge of a D-class mutated beast. Even Coach Luo would never dare confront it head-on in such a manner. How did he achieve this? However, the one more astonished than them all was Coach Luo, who was engaged in a fierce battle on another front. As an experienced C-class powerhouse, his focus had long shifted from Yang Chuan's astonishing strength. At the very moment Yang Chuan collided with the lava earth dragon, he distinctly felt the internal energy emanating from Yang Chuan, whose attributes had undergone a monumental transformation. This is the essence of Xian water? No, it's intertwined with the dense solidity of thick earth. Coach Luo's heart contracted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. He vividly recalled, just weeks prior in the martial arts hall, when Yang Chuan had effortlessly vanquished Gao Lei with a single kick. The energy unleashed had been imbued with sharpness and a murderous intent, the essence of gunmetal. Yet now, this aura had transformed into something as heavy as a mountain, as steady as the sea, embodying the essence of immovable defense. How could one individual simultaneously possess two completely different, even mutually restraining, internal energy attributes? This was a complete subversion of his decades-long understanding of martial arts. What kind of monster is this boy? Before anyone could fully comprehend this overwhelming shock, the battle landscape shifted once more. Roar! Following the thwarted strike, the lava earth dragon fell into a momentary state of rigidity and rage. It wildly swung its head, attempting to dislodge the insignificant metal canister before it. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yang Chuan transformed the heavy, mountain-like aura he had been emanating, instantly shifting back to the sharp, lethal essence of the gunmetal white tiger secret technique. With a sudden surge of strength in his arms, he utilized the momentary rigidity from the block to turn the disadvantage of the cumbersome exoskeleton into an advantage. Using the heavy armor as a pivot, his body spun like a top, not only dissipating the terrifying force transmitted from the lava earth dragon, but also maneuvering to its flank. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, as if man and heavy equipment had reached perfect harmony in that instant. What are you all staring at? Attack its eyes and joints. Yang Chuan's cold voice thundered like a bolt of lightning in the ears of the dazed trainees. As if awakening from a dream, they instinctively obeyed the command. Gao Lei, having regained his composure from the shock, gazed at the figure effortlessly maneuvering beside the colossal beast. A complex mixture of humiliation and resentment flickered across his face. Yet he gritted his teeth and charged forward with his blade. With Yang Chuan as the unequivocal core of their team, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The students no longer fought as isolated individuals. Instead, they instinctively coalesced around Yang Chuan, executing a textbook-style encirclement. However, new challenges swiftly emerged. The lava earth dragon's armor was exceedingly resilient. Even with their standard alloy long knives infused with internal energy, they could only leave superficial white marks on its surface, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Damn it, this creature's hide is too thick. It is utterly impenetrable. Chief Zhang Hao struck the beast's hind leg with a powerful blow, only to be jolted back, exclaiming in frustration. As the group found themselves ensnared in despair once more, Yang Chuan took action, providing them with a vivid lesson in practical combat. With a thunderous roar, the lava earth dragon, irritated by the incessant harassment, reared its head, opening its gaping maw to unleash a deafening bellow, seemingly preparing to unleash a fiery breath. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Chuan's eyes as he seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the dragon's exposed neck armor. He eschewed any ostentatious maneuvers, simply thrusting his alloy long knife forward at an exceptionally cunning angle. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact with the beast's skin, a concentrated surge of refined metal energy coalesced at the tip of the blade, amplified by the external skeletal gauntlet. With a dull thud, the sharp edge pierced through flesh and sinew. The ordinary alloy long knife, which had been cumbersome in the hands of others, transformed in Yang Chuan's grasp into an indomitable weapon. The blade precisely penetrated the gap in the dragon's scales, driving straight into the nerve cluster beneath its neck. A heart-wrenching wail of anguish erupted from the lava earth dragon, its massive form collapsing to the ground as if stripped of its bones, convulsing wildly, utterly devoid of resistance. One strike, a grievous blow. Finish it. Yang Chuan's icy voice resonated once more. The students, who had long awaited this moment, surged forward, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the creature's vulnerable eyes and snout. Ultimately, under the combined onslaught, the once mighty D-class mutated beast emitted a final, reluctant cry of despair before falling silent. The battle concluded. The entire battlefield succumbed to an eerie stillness. All the students, panting heavily, stood in place, gazing at the massive carcass of the beast, then turning their eyes to the figure who calmly sheathed his sword, exuding an unsettling tranquility throughout. In their gazes, only boundless awe and reverence remained. Gao Lei, pale as death, dropped his alloy-long knife with a clatter, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him, and he succumbed to the ground in despair. He understood that he had lost, utterly and completely, with no glimmer of luck remaining. In terms of strength, temperament, and combat wisdom, he was simply not on the same plane as his opponent. Who was the true ace? The answer was self-evident. In Li Yutong's bright, expressive eyes, a myriad of colors sparkled. She gazed at the figure standing proudly amidst the smoke of battle, feeling that at this moment, Yang Chuan was undeniably handsome beyond measure. Everyone did remarkably well. Coach Luo had finally dealt with the elite magma hounds, dragging his weary body over. He surveyed the battlefield and then glanced at Yang Chuan, who stood like a pillar of stability, a smile of profound satisfaction and complexity spreading across his face. Approaching Yang Chuan, he firmly patted his shoulder and, in a tone that brooked no dissent, solemnly announced before all, "From this moment forth, Yang Chuan, you shall be the acting captain of our trial team. In the forthcoming operations, you will possess the authority for independent action, responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance, and everyone must adhere to your tactical directives." Chapter 76, Cicada, Praying Mantis, Yellow Bird. As night fell over the fiery dragon volcano, the military encampment was illuminated, yet the atmosphere bore a hint of relief from the brink of disaster. Within the students' tent area, the crackling of the campfire resonated. The focus of their discussions had shifted away from the D-class, mutated behemoth to the figure who single-handedly turned the tide of battle, Yang Chuan. He is extraordinary. Yang Chuan. He is practically not human. Indeed, to withstand the charge of a D-class mutated creature unscathed. Is this truly within the capabilities of us D-class warriors? The most terrifying aspect was that final strike. Swift, precise, and ruthless. He incapacitated that Earth dragon with ease. His timing in battle is nothing short of artistry. Complimentary words flowed freely, and those who once harbored jealousy towards Yang Chuan now gazed at him with pure admiration. Gao Lei sat alone in a corner, silently polishing his alloy-long sword, not engaging in the discussion, yet his occasionally complex glances towards Yang Chuan spoke volumes. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Yang Chuan remained oblivious to it all. He sat calmly beside the campfire, eyes closed in meditation, as if the earlier battle had been a trivial pastime. Captain Yang Chuan, Coach Luo approached with 2 portions of military rations, a look of satisfaction on his face. He handed one portion to Yang Chuan, sitting beside him, and said, "Today we owe it all to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." He gazed at the remarkably calm young man before him, the joy of having discovered a gem nearly overflowing in his heart. A martial arts prodigy capable of switching internal energy attributes. This secret remained untold to anyone. He understood that, once exposed, such a talent would bring Yang Chuan endless troubles. He vowed to protect this promising seedling destined to grow into a towering tree. "You flatter me, coach." "I am but a member of the team," Yang Chuan replied, opening his eyes to accept the food with a serene demeanor. Coach Luo smiled, refraining from further comments, and shifted to serious matters. "We just received news from the command center. Captain Li Weiwan and the Breaking Army team have penetrated deep into the volcano's heart, pinpointing the general nesting area of the flame prison fire lizard. A full-scale assault is expected at dawn." He paused, his tone growing serious. "Thus, our task tonight is to remain here, eliminating nearby, low-level behemoths to ensure the safety of the main force's rear. Yang Chuan, as the temporary captain, the responsibility lies heavily on your shoulders." "Understood," Yang Chuan nodded. However, just as Coach Luo anticipated him to remain compliant, Yang Chuan suddenly stood up. "Coach, I need to step out." "Where to?" Coach Luo was taken aback. Reconnaissance. Yang Chuan's response was succinct and resolute. Since I am the temporary captain responsible for scouting and vigilance, it is my duty to familiarize myself with the surrounding environment and eliminate potential threats. His reasoning was impeccable and beyond reproach. Coach Luo opened his mouth, struggling to find a counterargument, and ultimately could only sigh in resignation. Very well. However, one must absolutely refrain from approaching the depths of the volcano. That is a battleground for B-class warriors, a realm beyond our interference. Safety must take precedence. Rest assured. Yang Chuan uttered a promise and ceased to linger. His figure, clad in standardized exoskeleton armor, swiftly melded into the profound cloak of night. Observing his departing silhouette, Li Yutong could not help but curl her lips, muttering under her breath. Humph. What is there to be so arrogant about once he had exited the confines of the camp and confirmed the absence of any surveillance? Yang Chuan paused within a concealed cave. With a click, he deftly disassembled the cumbersome Type 3 Pioneer exoskeleton adorning his body, carelessly casting it aside. At last, he could shed this metallic shell. He stretched his limbs, then his gaze sharpened. Xian bird armor, activate. A surge of ethereal light, deeper than the night itself, enveloped him in an instant. A new suit of armor, entirely obsidian, elongated in form, exuding an aura of enigmatic and lethal beauty, silently encased him. The metallic wings on his back folded and glimmered with a frigid gleam under the moonlight, while a pair of deep violet visors coldly scrutinized the distant volcano shrouded in crimson clouds. His purpose for this venture was certainly not mere reconnaissance. Rather, it was for hunting. Gomos. A chilling electronic synthetic voice resonated, and the dual wings of the Xian bird armor unfurled soundlessly, transforming into a nearly imperceptible shadow of darkness as it surged towards the depths of the volcano with unparalleled swiftness. In the region of the Flame Dragon volcano's depths, formidable layers of military and disaster response vigilance had long been established. High-precision energy detection radars, automated sentry guns disguised as rocks, and elite squads led by C-class warriors patrolled in an intricate crisscross, creating a defense system akin to an impenetrable web. Yet, before the Xian bird armor, all of this seemed utterly futile. A shadowy figure darted rapidly among the rocks, as swift as a specter, yet utterly silent. At times, it skated closely along the ground, merging with the shadows. At other moments, it executed short-range spatial leaps in the air, deftly evading the radar scans. He effortlessly circumvented the layers of vigilance of the main forces, delving deep into the volcano's core region. According to intelligence, Yang Chuan swiftly located the lair of the flame prison fire lizard. It was a colossal lava cave nestled halfway up the mountainside, emanating waves of scorching heat. However, as he stealthily perched on the high ground near the cave entrance, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He beheld several mysterious figures clad in specialized uniforms busily engaged in clandestine activities in the concealed corners surrounding the cave entrance. They donned gray-black tactical suits, their movements professional and efficient, as they embedded numerous highly covert microenergy devices into the surrounding rocks and strata. A surge of intense unease surged within Yang Chuan. These individuals were certainly not affiliated with the authorities. He instantly retracted his aura to the utmost, activating the highest level of concealment mode, lurking in the shadows like a genuine rock. Soon, the mysterious individuals completed the device's installation. They gathered together, confirming through encrypted communication. Nodes 1, 3, and 7 have been deployed. The core of the magnetic storm matrix is activated and ready for initiation. Excellent, a gravelly voice of the captain echoed. Well done, everyone. Now, everyone retreat immediately to the designated hiding spot and await orders. Captain, one of the team members could not restrain himself from asking, "Are we really going to do this?" That's the breakthrough squad, the official elite of Jiang City. If we fail. A hint of disdainful laughter laced the captain's voice. Do you think this plan was conceived by mere mortals? This is the perfect script, meticulously devised by the esteemed prophet himself. He paused, fervently explaining. The intelligence we deliberately leaked about the Inferno Fire Lizard is entirely fabricated. That beast devoured the infernal essence crystal during a volcanic eruption over 2 weeks ago, achieving a secondary mutation. Its power has long surpassed the ordinary B grade, now teetering on the edge of B grade, nearing A grade. What? The team member gasped at this revelation. The officials, those fools, still believed they were hunting a mere B grade behemoth. Once they engage in a fierce battle with that creature, we shall activate the magnetic storm matrix, instantly incapacitating their exoskeletons, capturing them along with that precious experimental material in one fell swoop. This is simply flawless. Humph. Now you recognize the greatness of the organization? The captain scoffed. Enough chatter. Retreat at once. The grand spectacle is about to commence. With that, the team vanished into the darkness like phantoms. Behind the rock, Yang Chuan listened intently to the entire exchange, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. The Black Tide organization. Once again, it was they. They intended to ensnare Jiang City's elite breakthrough squad along with a terrifying B-grade beast in this trap. At that moment, Yang Chuan's gaze turned icy. He did not rush out to warn Li Weiwan, who was about to step into the trap. He was neither a saint nor a caretaker for the officials. His sole purpose on this mission was the core material of the Inferno Fire Lizard. Since the Black Tide organization had already laid out the stage for him, even providing such a detailed script, why would he, the lurking yellow bird, not take advantage of this opportunity? Yang Chuan gradually retracted all his aura, becoming as lifeless as a statue, completely merging with the surrounding darkness. He was waiting for the moment of the mantis and the cicada to enter, awaiting that optimal moment to reap everything. In the distance, faint energy fluctuations and footsteps echoed from the direction at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 77. To this end, Li Weiwan's last resort. Deep within the fiery belly of the flame dragon volcano, the air was suffocatingly hot. Crimson lava flowed through the fissures, exuding a pungent sulfuric aroma that illuminated the cavern like a hellish inferno. A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the lava lake. A terrifying beast, exceeding 20 meters in length, crawled forth from the molten depths. Its body was adorned with a grotesque armor of obsidian and solidified lava, with sharp bone spurs protruding from its back. Its molten gold vertical pupils fixed menacingly on the entrance where the breakthrough squad stood. A B-level mutated beast, the Infernal Fire Lizard. Stand ready, commanded Li Weiwan, her voice icy and authoritative, echoing through the tactical communicator to the entire team. Without a hint of hesitation, she issued the attack orders the moment she laid eyes on the monstrous creature. The silver-hued, top-tier exoskeleton armor she donned glimmered brilliantly. She surged forth, wielding her colossal blade which trailed a dazzling arc of light, the aura of a newly promoted B-level warrior radiating fiercely as she boldly confronted the colossal beast. Attack! The 7 squad members behind her mirrored her resolve, with the 2 C-level vice captains at the forefront, swiftly forming a triangular assault formation to strike from 3 different angles in unison. Thus commenced a brutal and intense battle. Clang! Li Weiwan's battle blade clashed violently with the Infernal Fire Lizard's razor-sharp claws. The sheer force of the impact reverberated throughout the cavern, causing debris to rain down ominously. Li Weiwan felt an overwhelming force surge against her, propelling her backward several meters, leaving deep gouges in the rocky ground. Such strength! A chill ran down her spine. This beast's power exceeded the intelligence reports by at least 30%. Roar! With its initial strike thwarted, the Infernal Fire Lizard erupted in fury, unleashing a searing breath of flame exceeding 3 meters in diameter, roaring forth like a raging torrent. Li Weiwan pivoted swiftly, igniting the thrusters on her back, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. The molten lava torrent crashed against the rock wall behind her, instantly melting a gaping hole into the stone. Simultaneously, the other members of the breakthrough squad unleashed their attacks. The 2 vice captains, one to the left and one to the right, wielded their high-frequency, vibrating blades with precision, delivering powerful slashes to the beast's comparatively vulnerable flanks and the joints of its hind legs. The remaining squad members unleashed a barrage of fire from their energy rifles, creating a net of firepower that rained down upon the beast. However, the concentrated assault only caused sparks to fly, leaving mere white marks on the creature's armored scales. To their horror, the wounds inflicted by the two vice captains writhed and began to heal within mere seconds. Damn it, its regenerative ability far exceeds our estimates. One of the vice captains growled over the communication channel. From the very onset of the battle, the situation had escalated into a fervent stalemate. While the breakthrough squad managed to hold their ground with their cunning tactics, all were acutely aware that if this continued, they would inevitably be worn down. As time ticked by, the ferocity of the battle intensified. Puff! As a team member deftly evaded the dragon's breath, he was struck by the beast's long tail, which swept across his back. The exoskeleton armor he wore instantly crumpled, sending him hurtling like a severed kite, crashing violently against the rocky wall, blood gushing from his mouth, rendering him incapable of further combat. Lao Lu, cover him. Quickly retreat. A breach suddenly appeared in their formation. Seizing the opportunity, the Inferno Fire Lizard let out a thunderous roar, abandoning all defense and charging recklessly toward the heart of the team, exchanging injury for injury. Stop it! The male vice-captain's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, recklessly placing himself in the path of the beast's charge, pushing his strength to its utmost in a desperate attempt to buy time for his comrades. Yet, against the absolute power of a B-grade beast, his resistance was woefully inadequate. With a thunderous crash, he and his armor were sent flying by the beast's onslaught, the armor on his chest shattering into fragments. And he plummeted into the molten lake behind, his fate uncertain. Li Weiwan's breath hitched sharply. She remained silent, but her phoenix-like eyes were instantly veiled with a chilling crimson hue. A palpable aura of murderous intent erupted, chilling the air around her. Beast, seeking death. The words, squeezed through clenched teeth, radiated an icy malice. She understood that delay was no longer an option. Everyone, maximum output. Prepare to unleash. Falling Star. She issued her final command. Falling Star was the ultimate combined technique of the Break Army Squad, channeling the energy of all members to deliver a devastating strike rivaling that of an A-grade warrior. However, the cost was equally immense, as all participants would be plunged into a state of utter exhaustion following the attack. This was a last-ditch effort of mutual destruction. The remaining team members hesitated not for an instant, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. They transmitted every last ounce of energy from their exoskeletons through the resonance device to Li Weiwan. With a resonant hum, the Break Army armor enveloped her in an unprecedented radiant blue light. The colossal blade in her hand swathed in energy powerful enough to warp space, vibrating ominously. Li Weiwan concentrated all her murderous intent and strength into a single strike, aimed at the Inferno Fire Lizard, which too sensed the imminent threat, bringing the blade down with ferocity. Outside the cave, upon the high ground, Yang Chuan, clad in Xian bird armor, resembled a statue, observing the brutal battle within the cave, witnessing the Break Army Squad pay a heavy price to finally slay the beast. A glint of cold light flickered in his deep violet visor. The cicada is dead, he murmured. Then, it is time for the mantis to make its appearance. Indeed, just as Li Weiwan and her companions, exhausted and leaning on their weapons, prepared to claim their spoils, several ominous shadows emerged like phantoms from the shadows on either side of the cave. Leading them was a man clad in black, lightweight exoskeleton armor, his face obscured by an owl mask. He exuded a chilling, lethal B-grade aura. This was the Night Owl, another elite B-grade squad of the Black Tide in Jiangchen. In the event of the geospatial node diagram, the elite B-level consultants from the official headquarters were successfully lured away. Ah, what a splendid battle it was, Captain Li. Captain Night Owl emerged from the shadows, his arms crossed, his voice a hoarse mockery. Who are you? Li Weiwan gazed at the ambush, her pale face, drained of strength, suddenly beset by frost. We? Captain Night Owl chuckled softly. We are here to collect your corpses. He surveyed the beleaguered broken army squad before him and glanced at the invaluable B-level beast carcass, proudly announcing their scheme. It is a pity, Captain Li, You fought valiantly, only to serve as a wedding dress for us. This precious experimental material, along with your elite forces from Yang Chuan, shall today become the spoils of our black tide. Black tide, at the utterance of that name, profound despair etched itself upon the faces of the broken army members. They could scarcely fathom that they had been ensnared within a meticulously woven trap from the very beginning. Strike! Captain Knight Owl ceased his banter, slowly raising his hand to issue the command for a full assault. The broken army squad found themselves in a true predicament. On the high ground, Yang Chuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The mantis had revealed itself, and the yellow bird was set to emerge. He clenched his fist, a thought crossing his mind, as the black Xian bird bracer on his wrist shimmered with light, instantly transforming into the fierce visage of a bloodthirsty tiger. The white tiger armor was poised to descend at any moment. However, just as Captain Night Owl was about to issue the command for the total assault, confident of victory, within the cave, the seemingly exhaustedly Wei Wan slowly raised her left hand. What she held was not a battle blade, but a silver-black belt-shaped summoner. It was the flying shadow armor she had acquired at the auction for a staggering 200 million. Chapter 78, Li Weiwan's Shadow Armor. A decisive strike. Within the cavern, an atmosphere thick with impending doom enveloped the scene. Captain Night Owl's hand, poised to strike, hung suspended in the air. The sinister grin on his face faltered. What had he just witnessed? He saw the woman, who should have been on the verge of collapse, slowly raising her hand. In her grasp, there was no weapon, only a mysterious silver-black belt. What could it possibly signify? Not only Captain Night Owl, but also the members of the Black Tide behind him, along with Yang Chuan, who was prepared to intervene from the high ground, felt a profound sense of bewilderment. In such dire circumstances, what purpose did she intend to achieve with such an object? In the next moment, Li Weiwan answered their unvoiced queries through her actions. Without a word, she pressed the emergency button on the exoskeleton chest plate of the breaking army. With a hissing sound, a rush of high-pressure air erupted. Clang! Clang! The battered silver-white heavy exoskeleton unexpectedly disassembled from her body, crashing heavily to the ground. With the shackles removed, Li Weiwan was now clad only in a snug black combat suit, accentuating her perfect and powerful silhouette. In the instant that Captain Night Owl and the others were momentarily taken aback, Li Weiwan had already secured the Shadow Armor's summoning device around her waist. Subsequently, she infused the last remnants of B-grade inner energy within her. Buzz! A soft chime resonated. The dark green crystal at the center of the belt erupted with blinding radiance. Armament! Li Weiwan silently intoned. In the next heartbeat, a miracle unfolded. The dazzling dark green light enveloped her entire being. Countless shadowy particles surged forth, as if imbued with life, rapidly reorganizing and reshaping around her. Sleek black armor cascaded over her, with wings of swift wind extending from her shoulders. Her arms and legs became encased in indomitable armor, and finally, a fierce black helmet enveloped her, completely concealing her cold, ethereal visage. Almost instantaneously, as the armor completed its assembly, an emotionless electronic synthesized voice emanated from within. Armor deployed. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, when the sleek, ebony figure of the newly adorned armor emerged before them. All present were left awestruck by this miraculous transformation. What on earth is this? Captain Night Owl exclaimed in shock, his mind blank. Yet, more astonished than him was Li Weiwan, encased within the armor. She gradually moved her limbs, a sensation unlike any she had ever experienced coursing through her body. It was an ineffable feeling. The breaking army exoskeleton felt like a cumbersome war machine, demanding intense mental focus for operation. However, the shadow armor felt as if it were a living shadow fluid. It was light, form-fitting, and the moment it was armed, it seamlessly connected with her nervous system, as though it had become a part of her body, executing her every intention with impeccable precision and without delay. She could even distinctly sense the faint movement of air from dozens of meters away and hear the sound of lava beetles flapping their wings at the cavern's apex. This unparalleled sensitivity and sense of control is utterly incomparable to the cumbersome, broken army exoskeleton. So this is truly the core technology of the LRP research lab. Li Weiwan marveled in her heart. On the high ground, Yang Chuan stared in astonishment at the familiar, yet unfamiliar shadow below. He never anticipated that Li Weiwan would employ the trump card he had personally sold at such a critical moment. Even more surprising was that the shadow armor, wielded by the newly ascended B-rank powerhouse Li Weiwan, exhibited energy fluctuations and agility that surpassed his own usage by a significant margin. So it is the rank of the armor master that determines the limits of the armor's potential? Yang Chuan swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. He was merely a D-rank, whereas Li Weiwan was a true B-rank powerhouse. Even if her internal energy was depleted, her mental fortitude, combat will, and precision and energy manipulation were far beyond his capability. It was her inherent strength that maximized the potential of the shadow armor. Just as everyone was still immersed in the unexpected turn of events, Captain Night Owl finally regained his composure. His face was instantly replaced by a furious expression. What a ruse! He roared, his fierce demeanor betraying his internal trepidation. Even if you have donned a new skin, it does not change the fact that you are at your wit's end. Charge! Eliminate her! He was acutely aware that the opponent had already exhausted her energy. This suit of armor was merely a hollow shell. However, as soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a sharp sound of slicing air resonated in his ears. He barely caught a glimpse of the opponent's movement, only to feel a blur before that black figure appeared right before him. Fast, incredibly fast, so swift that it transcended the dynamic visual limits of this B-rank powerhouse. What? Captain Night Owl's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively raising his high-frequency battle blade to block. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. An entirely black battle blade had inexplicably unsheathed and struck his weapon with precision. A tremendous force surged through him, causing his arms to tingle as he stumbled backward 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance. He stared in horror at the figure that vanished back into the darkness after a single strike, a tempest of disbelief raging within him. How could this be possible? How could the opponent's strength still be so formidable? Little did he know, although Li Weiwan had exhausted her internal energy, her newfound B-rank strength in mental prowess and combat will remain at its zenith. When this top-tier pilot merged seamlessly with the shadow armor, a super vehicle possessing C-rank speed and D-rank energy reserves, the resultant combat power was far beyond a simple arithmetic sum. At that moment, her agility attribute was infinitely elevated, soaring to a terrifying B level. Form a formation. Cage of the Owl. Restrict her movement. Captain Night Owl, being a B-rank ace, immediately issued the most astute command after recovering from a shock. The remaining members of the Black Tide team reacted swiftly, instantly forming a peculiar hexagonal formation. Their energies intertwined through exoskeletons, creating a series of energy chains that completely sealed off a space spanning several dozen meters. However, just as the energy prison was about to close, Li Weiwan transformed into a shadowy specter, utilizing the trait of shadow stealth to silently penetrate the energy barrier, emerging outside the formation. Damn it! Captain Night Owl cursed under his breath, realizing that his prideful joint attack formation was nothing but a farce in the face of the opponent's elusive abilities. The battle descended into a stalemate. Li Weiwan, embodying a ghost in the darkness, engaged in a challenging guerrilla fight with astonishing speed and agility. No longer seeking a single fatal blow, she exploited the unparalleled maneuverability of her flying shadow armor, darting through the labyrinthine cave environment, constantly launching disruptive attacks from their blind spots. With a swift motion, the flying shadow blade grazed the back of one team member, sparking a shower of embers. It was thwarted by the opponent's heavy B-class armor, leaving merely a faint scratch. "Yes, right there," the enraged team member shouted, turning to retaliate, but Li Weiwan had already soared into the shadows atop the cave, aided by her high-mobility flight wings. Damn! 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 Captain Night Owl watched helplessly as his squad was toyed with by a single individual, engulfed in a fury of impotence. Despite possessing B-class strength, he could not even graze the opponent's clothing, passively enduring these mocking assaults that drove him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, As both sides engaged fiercely within the cave, all attention was drawn to the ethereal black figure in the air. On the high ground, the hidden yellow bird finally made a move. Yang Chuan, controlling the Xian bird armor, silently slipped from the shadows of the rocks, resembling a true specter as he approached the massive corpse of the Inferno fire lizard, gazing at the magnificent B-class beast material before him. His amethyst-colored lenses gleamed with unabashed greed. The core of the Zhuke armor was tantalizingly close. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, enveloped in black armor, and gently pressed it against the still warm, massive head of the beast. Instantly, he focused his thoughts and issued a command to the system. Activate Decomposition Chamber. A faint hum, audible only to him, resonated. Streams of imperceptible amethyst energy surged from the palm of the Xian bird armor, swiftly penetrating the enormous carcass of the Inferno fire lizard like living tendrils. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The precious core and the most exquisite parts of the colossal beast's remains began to be decomposed, absorbed, and transformed at an astonishing speed. Ding! Detected B-class core material heart of the Inferno, initiating decomposition and absorption. Absorption successful. Ding! Detected B-class material molten dragon tendon X12, initiating decomposition and absorption. Absorption successful. 3 fragments of A-grade material flame essence crystal have been detected and are currently undergoing decomposition and absorption. Absorption successful. The system's prompt reverberated incessantly in Yang Chuan's mind. The entire process transpired in utter silence, executed with breathtaking swiftness. In less than 10 seconds, all the most precious materials within this B-grade behemoth, including the heart of the Inferno, which could drive any faction to madness, along with the energy tendons, were entirely siphoned away by Yang Chuan and collected into his possession. What remained at the location was merely a gigantic shell, seemingly intact on the outside, yet hollowed out within. Chapter 79. The Divine Furnace. The Vermilion Bird Armor. Construction completed. Upon the heights, ensconced in the shadows of the rocks, Yang Chuan quietly observed the fierce battle unfolding within the cave below. After donning the shadow armor, Li Weiwan's combat prowess exceeded all expectations. Like a dancer in the dark, she single-handedly dragged the Black Tide's B-level elite team into a war of attrition. Yet, Yang Chuan was acutely aware that this could not last long. The core energy of the shadow armor was merely of D rank. Even though Li Weiwan was a B-level powerhouse, and her mental control was impeccably precise, each skill activation consumed the already limited energy. Once depleted, her demise would be inevitable. Captain Night Owl had also discerned this. Adjusting tactics to command his team to form a defensive formation, transitioning into a war of attrition that forced Li Weiwan into rapid movements, hastening her energy consumption. Time was decidedly on the side of the Black Tide. It was nearly time. Yang Chuan observed the movements of the black figure below begin to slow, realizing he could no longer afford to wait. His purpose for this venture was the Vermilion Bird Armor. Constructing this frenzied armor necessitated a colossal amount of energy. Solely relying on the system's reserves would yield an armor with low initial energy. He required a superior divine furnace. A wild thought took shape in his mind. His gaze shifted from the combatants to the battlefield's center, where the carcass of the infernal fire lizard loomed like a small mountain. Even in death, the B-level beast retained a substantial reservoir of biological and fiery energy within. Beneath it lay the core heat source of the volcano, a natural, perfect, divine furnace. Fortune favors the bold. Yang Chuan steeled his resolve. No longer hesitating, he removed the Xuanwu armor and stored it within the system space. He then retracted his presence, utilizing the rock cover to stealthily descend to the battlefield's edge like a gecko. At this moment, all attention within the cave was captivated by the aerial chase. Leaving no one to notice the diminutive figure stealthily approaching the massive beast's carcass under the guise of battle. With lightning speed, Yang Chuan located the minuscule entrance previously created in the beast's abdomen using the decomposition chamber. In an instant, he silently slipped inside. The interior of the beast was engulfed in darkness, saturated with the acrid scents of blood and sulfur. Although the core materials have been decomposed and absorbed, the residual flesh and tissue still radiated an astonishing heat akin to a vast sauna. Yang Chuan, however, was unfazed. He settled into a cross-legged position within the beast's hollow shell, beneath the very eyes of the fierce combatants, and made a decision that would send shivers down anyone's spine upon discovery. Here, he intended to utilize the residual heat from the volcanic veins and the biological energy lingering within the beast's carcass as fuel to construct the final piece of the For Sacred Beasts series armor system. He focused his thoughts and issued the command. Submitting Heart of the Inferno, Indomitable Phoenix Flame Stone, along with all relevant materials, he initiated the construction. Vermilion Bird Armor. Buzz, a surge of energy, more tumultuous and fervent than any previously encountered during armor construction, erupted explosively before him. This time, the system refrained from extracting energy from its own reserves. Invisible tendrils of energy emanated from Yang Chuan's body, swiftly embedding themselves into the carcass of the colossal beast. Outside, the volcanic earth seemed to respond, becoming increasingly agitated. Endless fire attribute energy surged through the fissures of the earth, continuously flooding into the corpse of the Inferno Fire Lizard. Through the energy tendrils, it was frantically siphoned, purified, and transformed, ultimately converging before Yang Chuan. Radiant crimson gold fire particles intertwined with the golden light, symbolizing the rebirth of life. Manifesting in a spectacular display. No longer mere combinations, they underwent relentless cycles of nirvana and reassembly under the onslaught of the ferocious flames. At that moment, the entire cavity of the beast transformed into a genuine divine furnace. Yang Chuan felt as though he were at the core of the sun, an inexhaustible wave of energy washing over his body. Were it not for the protection of the system, he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Beep. Detecting an exceptionally vast external energy field, optimizing construction plan automatically. Beep. Core materials Heart of Inferno and Eternal Phoenix Flame Stone resonate, resulting in an unknown mutation. Beep. Construction progress 10. 30. 70. 100. Construction complete. As the system's cold notification echoed in his mind, all extraordinary phenomena converged in an instant. The light dissipated, revealing a newly crafted summoning device of exquisite design, gently suspended before him. It was a divine bird emblem, meticulously sculpted from crimson gold flame crystals. At its center, a dazzling gem, seemingly flowing with golden lava, radiated a pulse of energy that sent shivers down his spine. Yang Chuan suppressed his overwhelming joy, eagerly grasping it in his hand and promptly accessing the attributes panel of the Vermilion Bird Armor. Upon witnessing the extraordinary attributes and skills displayed on the panel, even Yang Chuan could not help but draw a sharp breath, his eyes filled with uncontainable astonishment. Codename Vermilion Bird Series for Sacred Beasts Attributes. Energies, Attack, A. Speed, Defense, B. Equipment. Vermilion Bird Sacred Sword. Skill 1. Light of Nirvana. Active Recovery. Channels the divine power of the Vermilion Bird, releasing golden flames infused with tremendous life energy, capable of healing allies over a wide area and purifying all negative states. Skill 2. Vermilion Bird's Wrath, Ultimate Skill, gathers all energy within the armor, summoning the ancient spirit of the Vermilion Bird to unleash world-destroying flames upon a designated area, delivering a cataclysmic strike. S-Class Energy. Yang Chuan's heart raced uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that, with the power of this volcanic divine furnace, the core attributes of the Vermilion Bird Armor would transcend beyond A-Class upon its inception, achieving the astonishing S-Grade. This was nothing short of a mobile, inexhaustible source of energy. The two skills were even more astonishing, one an extraordinary group healing ability, and the other a cataclysmic finishing move capable of annihilating everything in its path. The Vermilion Bird Armor is truly a flawless weapon of war, embodying the perfect fusion of an ultimate healer and a devastating artillery. At last, the entire For Sacred Beasts series has been assembled. A smile of mastery unconsciously crept across Yang Chuan's lips. However, just as he was awestruck by the might of the vermilion bird armor, the battle outside had escalated into its final, intense phase. Damn it, this insane woman. Captain Night Owl gazed at the last standing member of his team, consumed by a furious sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that a B-rank powerhouse, drained of energy, could wield such superior armor to bring his entire elite B-rank squad to the brink of despair. He realized that time could not be squandered any longer. Prepare, Silence of the Night Owl. With a reluctant roar, he channeled the last remnants of energy from his exoskeleton into the high-frequency blade in his hand. A pitch-black blade instantly coalesced a dark energy sphere, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Meanwhile, Li Weiwan was equally drained. The energy indicator of her flying shadow armor had long begun to flash frantically in red, emitting a piercing alarm. Yet within her cold, phoenix-like eyes, there remained a resolute killing intent. She too concentrated the final vestige of energy from her armor into the flying shadow blade in her grasp. Shadow Dance Chaos. Both sides prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques for this final confrontation of life and death. In that tense moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! An incredibly deep rumble, as if emanating from the very depths of the earth, erupted from beneath everyone's feet. The lifeless corpse of the Inferno fire lizard beneath them suddenly convulsed violently, without warning. Following this, to the horror-stricken gaze of all present, a robust pillar of crimson gold flame surged skyward from the beast's abdomen, nearly piercing the cavern's ceiling. A wave of terrifying energy, filled with sanctity, majesty, and the essence of destruction, swept forth like a tsunami. It was as if something was about to emerge from within the belly of that colossal beast, breaking free. Chapter 80. The Wrath of the Vermilion Bird. Incinerating the 8 desolations within the magma cavern, time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Li Weiwan and Captain Night Owl, both formidable B-class warriors, concentrated their powers into their weapons, poised for a final strike. Yet, their impending finishing move ultimately failed to collide. Boom! The thunderous sound emanating from the depths of the earth was not a harbinger, but rather the prelude to the end. Beneath everyone's feet, the lifeless carcass of the infernal fire lizard erupted violently, as if ignited from within, swelling and cracking. It was followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Endless crimson golden flames, accompanied by an unbearable heat, surged forth from the shattered flesh, spiraling upwards to form a tempest of fire that pierced the heavens. The entire cavern trembled violently, with large chunks of rock cascading from the ceiling, while the magma lake below boiled over, unleashing towering waves. Retreat! Captain Night Owl shouted in terror, instinctively abandoning the attack and retreating rapidly. Li Weiwan's pupils constricted as she narrowly evaded the onslaught of the shockwave, utilizing the agility of her shadow wing armor to retreat to the cavern's edge just in time. Smoke and flames enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. When the energy storm finally began to subside, and the onlookers turned their gaze back to the center of the battlefield, their breath caught in their throats. Emerging from the devastated remains of the colossal beast was a figure clad in armor that defied description, resplendent to an extraordinary degree. Its form appeared not to be metal, but rather composed of flowing crimson golden flames. The sacred gold and destructive red intertwined magnificently upon it, outlining an elegance and ferocity reminiscent of a divine bird. Behind it, a pair of enormous wings, forged from roaring flames, unfurled slowly. Each flap sent a cascade of sparks and waves of scorching heat into the air. The helmet resembled a proud divine bird. Its eyes, crafted from radiant golden crystals, gazed serenely upon the world, devoid of malice or wrath, only an indifferent and sovereign awareness of all things. It stood there, bathed in magma and fire, as if a deity of flames from the primordial age, sacred, majestic, and inviolable. Its arrival stirred the very energy of the entire Inferno Dragon volcano. Boom! Outside the cavern, columns of lava erupted skyward, as if to herald the arrival of a king. In that moment, all three factions were struck with awe. What was that thing? A member of the Black Tide organization stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Captain Night Owl fixed his gaze upon the divine figure bathed in flames, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. He immediately activated his tactical visor to scan, but the returning data plunged him into a state of dread. Scanning target, unknown energy aggregate, energy level, unmeasurable, exceeds B-class scanning limits. Warning, high-intensity, sacred flame energy field detected. Evacuate immediately. All personnel fall back. Form the highest level of defensive formation. Captain Night Owl acted decisively, emitting a hoarse roar. He understood that the situation had escalated beyond all control. Meanwhile, Li Wei-wan and her remaining few members of the Broken Army stared in terror at this flaming deity, momentarily unsure whether it was friend or foe. The aura it exuded was both sacred and devastating, instilling in them an instinctive affinity while simultaneously sending shudders through their very souls. Captain, is this the armor from the LRP laboratory? One soldier managed to swallow hard. Li Wei-wan offered no reply, her gaze fixed intently on the armor. At that moment, as the three parties faced off in an atmosphere thick with tension, the flaming deity finally stirred. Captain Night Owl felt an alarm ring in his mind and immediately commanded a nearby soldier, "Open fire. Test its strength." The soldier, trembling with trepidation, raised his high-energy particle rifle and pulled the trigger, aiming at the flaming deity. A blue energy beam, powerful enough to penetrate 3 meters of thick alloy armor, shot forth with a whoosh. However, the subsequent scene caused the blood of every Black Tide member to freeze in an instant. The furious energy beam, when it came within 3 meters of the vermilion bird armor, never even grazed its form. It was silently consumed by the seemingly fragile protective flames surrounding it, vanishing without a trace. No explosion, no roar, simply an absence, as if it had never existed. The divine might was first revealed. This is impossible. The soldier who fired cried out, as if he had seen a ghost. The complete ineffectiveness of the probing attack plunged Captain Night Owl's heart into despair. He realized that they had likely provoked an incomprehensible and terrifying entity today. Retreat. Everyone scatter and withdraw. Quickly. Just as he prepared to issue the order for the team to disperse in search of an escape route, the flaming deity seemed to have lost its patience. The vermilion bird armor casually raised its right hand, and a lotus of crimson gold flames slowly began to take shape at the tip of its elongated fingers. The lotus was no larger than a fist, exquisitely beautiful, exuding no hint of lethality. Yang Chuan did not even employ any skills. He merely gathered a trace of S-grade vermilion bird divine fire at his fingertip. Then, with a gentle flick, he propelled the flame lotus forward. It shot forth silently, like a cannonball, aimed directly at the Black Tide soldier who had just launched the probing attack. The soldier had no time to react before the seemingly innocuous flame lotus struck him with pinpoint accuracy. There were no screams, no struggles. The moment the lotus made contact with his body, he, along with his B-grade exquisite exoskeleton armor, was silently reduced to a cloud of ash before the eyes of all, completely dissipated by the warm winds of the cave. Not a trace remained. This horrifying and surreal spectacle fell upon the hearts of all Black Tide members like the heaviest of hammers, utterly shattering their last vestiges of combat spirit. Demon, devil, unbeknownst to whom, a desperate howl pierced the air. Instantly, the formation of the Night Owl squad was thrown into chaos, as fear took hold of every member, prompting them to turn and flee with reckless abandon towards the cave's exit. At that moment, Yang Chuan unleashed the true fury of the vermilion bird. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes, crafted from resplendent golden crystals, coldly surveying the enemies who resembled frightened stray dogs. Vermilion bird incinerate the heavens. The chilling yet sacred voice of judgment reverberated throughout the cave. A resounding cry echoed, reminiscent of ancient primal times, capable of commanding the submission of all beings. Erupted from within the armor. Amidst the fearful and despairing gazes of all, a colossal phantasm of the ancient vermilion bird, composed of the purest golden flames, gradually materialized behind the vermilion armor. It proudly raised its head, its eyes, formed of sunlight, impassively gazing down upon everything below. Then, with a sudden flourish, it unfurled its immense wings that could envelop the entire cave, gently flapping them. In an instant, a sea of golden flames, imbued with the ultimate power of destruction and purification, surged forth like a torrential river breaking free of its dam. Where this inferno passed, rocks melted, space warped, and all tangible matter was instantaneously disintegrated and vaporized. No, the Night Owl captain let out his final, unwilling roar. He and his team, along with their prideful B-class exoskeleton armor, stood as fragile as parchment before the unstoppable torrent of golden flames. Amidst the anguished cries, the Night Owl Squad, a B-class elite that had long been a thorn in the side of the Jiangxing authorities, along with their captain, were utterly incinerated into the most primal particles, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had been purified. Chapter 81. The Light of Nirvana. The Recluse. The Vermilion Bird. The golden sea of flames arrived with great swiftness, only to vanish just as rapidly as the sacred fire, capable of incinerating all, finally dissipated and returned to silence. The entire lava cavern revealed nothing but the terrifyingly hot shell of the Inferno Fire Lizard and the surviving members of the Broken Army Squad. There was no trace left of the Night Owl team. They, along with their B-class exquisite exoskeleton armor, had been entirely erased in this one-sided judgment, transformed into the most primordial dust of the volcano. However, the survivors had scarcely recovered from this battle of divine and demonic proportions when a deeper and far more despairing dread descended upon them. The terrifying energy of Vermilion Bird igniting the heavens acted as a lit fuse, igniting an eruption from the already volatile Inferno Dragon volcano. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble! The entire mountain trembled violently, without warning. This was no mere aftershock of battle, but a terrifying roar originating from the depths of the earth, as if the very tectonic plates of the planet were groaning in agony. Countless massive fissures spread across the cavern's ceiling like a spider's web, and boulder-sized rocks plummeted like rain, creating alarming deep pits upon impact. This is bad. The volcano is about to erupt completely. Retreat. Li Weiwan's expression changed drastically. For the first time, a flicker of horror appeared in her cold, phoenix-like eyes. She could no longer afford to investigate the origins of the mysterious flame armor and immediately issued a hoarse roar through her communicator to the few remaining team members. Yet, it was all too late. Beneath their feet, the lake of lava began to churn violently, boiling like water on the verge of eruption. Then, before the eyes of all, the true apocalypse descended. Boom! A colossal explosion, capable of tearing the heavens and earth asunder, emanated from the summit of the volcano. An endless torrent of thick, blood-like lava erupted from the crater, transforming into a crimson tsunami that blotted out the sun. The volcanic ash enveloped the sky in an instant, turning day into eternal night. Countless fiery boulders, the size of houses, were hurled into the sky, trailing long tails of flame as they plummeted like a meteor shower of doom, crashing towards all directions. This was the true meaning of a natural disaster. Faced with the overwhelming force capable of obliterating a small city, both B-class powerhouses and elite squads clad in top-tier exoskeletons appeared utterly insignificant, powerless. It's over. A member of the Broken Army gazed at the torrent of lava surging in from the cave entrance, poised to consume everything, his face etched with profound despair. They had just endured a brutal bloodbath, drained of energy and grievously wounded. Now, confronted with this insurmountable calamity, they lacked the strength even to flee. Li Weiwan gritted her silver teeth, controlling the nearly depleted, feying armor to shield the few remaining members of her team behind her, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. At that moment, the crimson-golden figure that had remained tranquil in midair finally stirred. The Zhuke armor slowly lifted its head, its eyes, crafted from resplendent golden crystals, coldly surveying the apocalyptic scene before it, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It neither chose to flee nor to evade. Instead, it gradually unfurled the enormous wings of blazing flames from its back. With a piercing cry, another melodious phoenix song resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. This time, the sound was not one of destructive authority, but rather imbued with a sacred essence of rebirth. The figure of the Juke armor soared skyward, boldly confronting the torrent of lava capable of consuming all. It ascended above the breaking army team, and with a powerful flap of its fiery wings, the miraculous event unfolded. An invisible domain of divine flames, brimming with absolute control, erupted with it at the center. The lava tsunami, which could melt anything in its path, seemed to encounter an unseen dam the moment it approached this sacred realm, being forcefully cleaved apart. The Juke armor, as a boundary, wielded its absolute dominion over flames, carving out a path of safety amidst the destructive deluge. The all-consuming magma flowed like a docile stream, redirecting around the members of the breaking army team, veering off into the distance. This mythic spectacle left all those who had survived below awestruck, their minds blank in disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After guiding the lava flow, the Juke armor slowly turned, its eyes ablaze with golden flames, gazing down upon the exhausted members of the breaking army team, who appeared insignificantly small in the face of apocalyptic disaster. Then, it gently raised its hands. Nirvana light. A resonant hum echoed as boundless golden flames rained down from its palms. These radiant droplets bore no searing heat. Rather, they exuded a gentle warmth akin to the tender rays of spring sunshine. They coalesced in the air, forming a vast, translucent divine curtain, akin to an indestructible giant umbrella, completely enveloping the area occupied by the breaking army team. Outside, the burning meteorites and colossal rocks, propelled by immense force, plummeted with a deafening roar. Yet upon contact with this seemingly fragile golden screen, they vanished without a trace, dissolving into the purest particles of energy, dissipating into the void. The lethal volcanic ash, capable of suffocating an ordinary person, was entirely kept at bay by this luminous barrier. Meanwhile, within the curtain, the golden light droplets descended like living sprites, gently settling upon each member of the breaking army. A torrent of divine life energy surged into their weary bodies, revitalizing them in an instant. A dismembered soldier stared in horror at his own wound, bathed in a cascade of golden light. The mangled stump of his severed arm writhed and pulsated with a visible fervor, regenerating itself at an astonishing rate. In mere seconds, a brand new, flawless arm had miraculously reformed. Meanwhile, the vice captain, who had been struck by the monstrous beast, his chest armor shattered and plunged into deep unconsciousness, gradually opened his eyes under the radiant glow as his critical injuries healed at an inexplicably rapid pace. Even the battle-worn exoskeleton armor, riddled with cracks, began to mend itself in this sacred golden light as those ghastly fissures were slowly filled and smoothed by an enigmatic force. This was no mere healing. This was a miracle, a true redemption. Li Wei-wan stood transfixed, feeling the energy within her surge back to life as she glanced at her own shadow flight armor, which was also gradually repairing itself. The heart that had remained as unyielding as an ancient iceberg was now stirred by unprecedented turmoil. She slowly lifted her gaze to the figure hovering above like a savior, her heart brimming with profound astonishment and confusion. Just as the vermilion bird armor completed its miraculous act and prepared to depart, Li Wei-wan finally emerged from her stupor. She called out to the departing figure, "Wait." The movement of the vermilion bird armor paused momentarily. It turned its head slowly, those golden lenses ablaze with eternal holy fire, gazing down upon Li Wei-wan through the cascading light. "You." Li Wei-wan inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to voice the question that had long lingered in her mind. "You. Are you also from the LRP research lab?" The vermilion bird armor fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, a chilling yet majestically divine electronic voice resonated in her ears. The hidden seer, vermilion bird. With that proclamation, it lingered no longer. The massive flaming wings behind it flared dramatically, transforming the armor into a streak of resplendent crimson-gold fire that pierced through the heavy clouds of volcanic ash. Vanishing into the horizon. Standing in place, Li Weiwan fell into deep contemplation. The Hidden Seer, Vermilion Bird. Chapter 82. Li Weiwan's doubts at the Yamlong volcano, a temporary military encampment, lay shrouded in the inky darkness of night. The anguished cries of the wounded mingled with the subdued murmurs of the soldiers, casting a heavy pall over this sanctuary of survival. The losses sustained by the broken army team were devastating. It was rumored that both sea-level vice captains had succumbed to severe injuries and were now unconscious. That B-level Inferno Fire Lizard had proven to be nothing but a trap, a cruel ploy by the treacherous gang of Black Tide. Yet, what of that figure who descended at the end? A being of radiant golden armor, a veritable miracle who purified the battlefield and healed all. Amidst the discussions of the harrowing battle that had transpired earlier in the day and the awe-inspiring arrival of the armored savior, a solitary figure emerged from a secluded path leading down the mountain, away from the encampment, clad in the outdated and cumbersome Type 3 Pioneer exoskeleton. Its surface marred by charred scorch marks and hardened dust, he appeared incongruous in his steadiness, a stark contrast to the disarray surrounding him. In this cacophony of lament and turmoil, he resembled a ghost from another realm, disturbingly calm. "Look, who is that?" someone gasped. "Isn't that the auditor from the Martial Arts Academy, Yang Chuan?" Finally, the uninvited guest was acknowledged. As the eyes of the crowd turned in confusion, the figure strode purposefully to the center of the encampment. With a soft click, he removed his helmet, revealing a young face, dusty and slick with sweat, yet remarkably serene. "Yang Chuan!" A cry of astonishment and joy shattered the silence. Coach Luo was the first to react, leaping from the ground and rushing forward with an urgency that conveyed disbelief and concern. "You rascal, you're alive. Where have you been?" Soon after, Liu Tong, Gao Lei, and a host of academy students gathered around, each face reflecting the complex emotions of relief at reuniting with a comrade who had narrowly escaped death. In the face of Coach Luo's anxious inquiries, Yang Chuan exhibited no signs of exhilaration from surviving. There was not even a hint of fatigue on his countenance. In a tone as calm as if recounting a trivial errand, he recited the narrative he had rehearsed in his mind countless times. While on reconnaissance, I encountered an unexpected seismic disturbance. I was trapped by a collapsed volcanic tunnel, and my communication devices were destroyed. Through sheer willpower, I dug for over 10 hours before emerging from another vent. His voice was soft, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were discussing a mundane task rather than a brush with death. Yet, this profound understatement held a persuasive power that surpassed any heartfelt lamentation. Coach Luo stared at him in astonishment, then glanced at the nearly disassembled exoskeleton and the eerily placid face, his heart swelling with an indescribable shock. Buried alive for over 10 hours, he emerged from the depths of despair alone, maintaining such an extraordinary mindset. What immense willpower and fortitude must this require? Bravo indeed. Coach Luo patted Yang Chuan's shoulder with vigor, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Like a mountain that does not tremble before collapse, and a heart steadfast amidst sudden storms. You, my friend, were born to be a general. The gazes of the surrounding trainees towards Yang Chuan had completely transformed. Particularly Gao Lei, whose usually arrogant countenance was now a tapestry of complex emotions. Jealousy? Long since dissipated. In its stead was a profound respect, laced with an inkling of fear even he did not recognize. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd in the camp, parting to form a passage. A figure clad in a black combat uniform, tall and imposing, with a stern visage, approached, flanked by a group of disheveled soldiers. It was Li Weiwan, who had just settled everything and rushed over to check on her sister. Her presence seemed to lower the temperature of the entire camp by several degrees. She caught sight of Yang Chuan calmly stepping out from the throng of concern, his serene demeanor starkly contrasting the battlefield around him, causing her piercing phoenix eyes to narrow abruptly. Li Weiwan disregarded everyone else and walked directly to Yang Chuan, standing before him in silence, scrutinizing him with eyes as sharp as blades. The atmosphere in the venue plunged to a frigid silence. Whispers ceased, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from the newly minted B-class powerhouse, enveloping the entire camp. Yet, in the face of this terrifying aura, capable of unnerving any C-class warrior, Yang Chuan did not flinch. He met her gaze with calm resolve, his eyes profound and unwavering. There was no explanation, no hint of guilt, nor any display of the fatigue and fear one might expect from a survivor. He simply maintained a tranquil stare. Li Weiwan slightly lowered her gaze, momentarily lost in thought. The timing of the vermilion bird's appearance coincided almost perfectly with his disappearance. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences in the world? She attempted to leverage her B-class pressure to breach Yang Chuan's psychological defenses. However, she was met with disappointment. Crucially, Yang Chuan's current state, corroborated by witnesses like Coach Luo and others who could attest to his disappearance, alongside the tangible evidence of his tattered exoskeleton, left her with no substantial flaws to exploit. This realization left Li Weiwan feeling an unprecedented dilemma. The man before her appeared unsettlingly calm. After half a minute of intense silence, it was Li Weiwan who broke the stillness. She addressed the silence. The core area of the volcanic tectonic disturbance lies deep within, where the official exploration team went missing. Over 2 kilometers away from the outer mining tunnel, you were tasked with scouting. Why, then, were you buried alive due to tremors in the heartland? Yet, Yang Chuan seemed to have anticipated her inquiry. The face, coated in dust, still bore an expression of unruffled calm. The primary shockwave had triggered secondary resonances in the surrounding areas, and I found myself unfortunate enough to encounter them. He replied serenely, his voice soft yet resonant, clearly reaching the ears of all present. Moreover, on my return to camp, I observed several similar sites, newly collapsed due to the secondary resonance. She cast a profound glance at Yang Chuan, and for the first time, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred beneath her eternally frozen visage. Yang Chuan, after responding to the inquiry, exhibited neither pride nor offered any unnecessary clarification. He simply stated, with tranquil composure, to Coach Luo beside him, "Coach, I feel somewhat fatigued. I wish to return and rest." Having spoken, he turned away from everyone, striding steadily towards the students' tent area. In the most unassuming manner, he triumphed in this perilous psychological contest. Li Weiwan departed with her sister, but at the last moment, as she turned, she seemed to sense something, abruptly glancing back to deeply regard Yang Chuan's silhouette, soon to vanish into the shadows of the tent. Her lips parted slightly, leaving behind a phrase laden with significance. Audible only to herself, "You had better. Truly, just be fortunate." Chapter 83. The conditions for the fusion of the spirit armor. Alas, having endured the ambush of the Black Tide, the official team suffered significant losses, and the mission objectives had been accomplished. There was no longer any necessity to linger in the Inferno Dragon volcano region. Accompanied by the Martial Arts Academy students, they all returned to Jiang City. Upon returning to the familiar scrap recycling station, Yang Chuan firmly locked the heavy steel door behind him. At that moment, a flicker of uncontrollable ecstasy broke through the calm exterior that had characterized his face throughout. Standing in the center of the room, he exhaled a long, weary breath. Although he had remained hidden in the shadows during the volcanic battle, the rewards he reaped far exceeded his expectations. He took a deep breath, and with a thought, a humming sound resonated. 2 ethereal armors, imbued with a sense of divinity and majesty, silently coalesced before him. One was entirely black as ink, enveloped in an immovable, formidable aura. This was the Black Tortoise armor. The other, resplendent beyond measure, was composed of flowing crimson golden flames, its massive fiery wings unfurling slowly, exuding a terrifying pressure that embodied both sanctity and destruction. This was the vermilion bird armor. Yang Chuan's gaze lingered over these 2 exquisite armors, first immersing his consciousness into the core imprint of the Black Tortoise armor. Codename Black Tortoise Series for Sacred Beasts. Attribute: Defense. Skill: Immovable as a mountain. Passive: Black Tortoise Suppression. Finishing move: an S-level absolute defense. Yang Chuan's heart raced with fervor. This meant that once he donned the black tortoise armor, even standing still while being bombarded by a B-level powerhouse, it would be exceedingly difficult for the adversary to inflict any harm upon him. This was no mere formidable defense. It was akin to a mobile, indestructible fortress of war. Next, his attention shifted to the magnificent Vermilion Bird armor. Codename Vermilion Bird, Series, for Sacred Beasts attribute. Energy, skill, Light of Nirvana, recovery. Vermilion Bird incineration, finishing move, another S level. Moreover, it possessed an energy attribute. This signified that the Vermilion Bird armor held an almost limitless reserve of energy, functioning as an inexhaustible mobile artillery, coupled with its extraordinary group healing prowess and map-level finishing move. Yang Chuan's breath quickened. With these two armors, he had secured an absolute foundation of invincibility. However, just as he was exhilarated by his newfound power, a cold and solemn system notification echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Detected that 3 of the 4 sacred beast armors have been activated. White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, unlocking the ultimate protocol, Spirit Fusion. In the instant the message concluded, the 3 armor phantoms before him, including the uncalled White Tiger, transformed into 3 streaks of light, weaving rapidly in the air. Ultimately, a new fusion armor phantom, more brilliant in design than any previous armors, materialized before him. The form of that armor was beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. It seemed to embody all the elements and laws of the universe. Merely gazing upon its ethereal silhouette stirred within Yang Chuan an overwhelming impulse to prostrate in reverence. He suppressed the shock within him and eagerly clicked to access the introduction of the combined armor. However, upon discerning the exceedingly stringent conditions for its combination, the ecstasy on his face instantly froze. Condition for the Holy Spirit Combination Protocol. 1. The core attribute of the White Tiger armor, attack, must reach S grade. 2. The core attribute of the Black Tortoise armor, defense, must reach S grade. 3. The core attribute of the Vermilion Bird armor, energy, must reach S grade. 4. The core attribute of the Azure Dragon armor, life, must reach S grade. All 4 armor's specialized attributes must attain S grade. Yang Chuan's heart plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. He examined the attribute panel of his 3 armors. Black Tortoise, S grade defense. Vermilion Bird, S grade energy. These 2 were but a step away from S grade. With sufficient materials, upgrading was merely a matter of time. However, his gaze fell upon the White Tiger armor, imbued with a palpable aura of lethality. White Tiger, B grade attack. A vast chasm lay between it and S grade, not to mention the 4th set, the Azure Dragon armor, of which he had yet to see a shadow. After a fleeting moment of tension, Yang Chuan's heart was swiftly overtaken by a more intense and frenzied ambition and desire. It was not enough, far from sufficient. He slowly clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening like a blade. The B-White Tiger was merely a flawed creation. A must, at any cost, elevate all armors to S grade and forge the ultimate Azure Dragon. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately contacted UNC through a secure communicator. In the name of the LRP Research Institute's collaboration, publish a bounty announcement in the most conspicuous position on the dark web of Jiang City. Yang Chuan's voice was filled with an undeniable authority. The content shall be as I dictate. Half an hour later, the dark web of Jiang City, a subterranean world rife with hidden currents, was thrown into disarray by the emergence of a single announcement. A strategic resource bounty, emblazoned in blood-red bold font and pinned with the highest authority, detonated like a nuclear bomb in the depths of a tranquil sea, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The announcement's content was stark and unyielding. LRP Research Institute S-grade bounty. Effective immediately, this institute seeks to acquire unlimited information and materials regarding top-tier gold attributes and Dragonborn behemoths. Upon verification of intelligence, rewards commence at 10 million Awakener coins. Providers of core materials may designate a redemption for a brand new Shadow Flight armor, or receive a one-time equipment upgrade service from our institute. This announcement reverberated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all who beheld it. The entire dark web forum, after a brief period of silence, was suddenly inundated by a tempestuous wave of discussions. Am I seeing correctly? The LRP laboratory. Did they not just recently create such a commotion at the volcanic dragon? How could they emerge once more? An unlimited acquisition, and they are seeking top-tier gold attributes and dragonborn beast materials. Their appetite is insatiable. The crux of the matter lies in the rewards. A mere 10 million for intelligence, providing core materials could directly exchange for a set of shadow flight armor. My heavens, that is strategic-grade equipment that would make even the most formidable warriors green with envy. Everyone has gone mad. They initially believed that the LRP laboratory would, after the incident at the volcanic dragon, retreat into obscurity like the previous White Tiger event. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would not only remain active, but would boldly declare their existence once again to the entire Jiang City in such a flamboyant manner? By directly trading shadow flight armor as strategic resources, they have utterly crushed all factions' perceptions of equipment in Jiang City. On the dark web forum, the expressions of various faction leaders shifted from initial shock to horror, ultimately transforming into boundless fervor. Countless mercenary groups have gone completely berserk over that legendary shadow flight armor, even beginning to actively organize personnel to delve into perilous areas they previously dared not tread, hunting the associated colossal beasts. The LRP laboratory, with a single announcement, has stirred the entire underground ecosystem of the Jiang City region. However, just as the entire underground world of Jiang City was thrown into turmoil by this announcement, the highest energy monitoring center of the Jiang City officials was on high alert. An ear-piercing alarm unexpectedly reverberated throughout the heavily fortified building. Alarm! Alarm! The frequency of spatial wormhole activities across the globe has surged by an alarming 300 in the past 24 hours. A technician responsible for monitoring, gazing at the frantically spiking energy readings on his screen, resembling an electrocardiogram, turned pale, his voice trembling violently with fear. He abruptly stood up, addressing the commander with a hoarse voice. Report. The supermassive wormhole located in the heart of the Yangtze River. The energy readings have surpassed all our historical records. A beast sequence composed of higher energy levels is about to commence. Chapter 84. The Wartime Legislation. The city in frenzy. In the highest conference room of the Disaster Response Bureau in Yang Chuan, the atmosphere was as oppressive as iron, as if the very air had solidified. The upper echelons of the Bureau gathered, each face etched with an unprecedented gravity. At the center of the conference room, a holographic projection displayed the supermassive spatial wormhole, codenamed Return to Ruins, in the heart of the Yangtze River, slowly rotating like the eye of a demon. The energy readings within had surpassed all historical records, reaching a heart-stopping critical point. According to the latest model simulations from the Central Academy of Sciences, Return to Ruins would enter an unprecedented high-energy eruption phase within the next 24 hours. A technical supervisor responsible for data reporting spoke with a voice trembling from fear. When the time came, the incoming behemoths would not only number in unprecedented quantities, but their average energy levels would far exceed anything seen before. This meant that D-level entities would abound, C-level would be rendered insignificant, and even terrifying B-level and A-level entities might emerge. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Bang! The director of the Disaster Response Bureau, Yang Chuan, slammed his fist onto the conference table, producing a resounding thud. His usually resolute face was now marred by bloodshot eyes and profound fatigue. The frequency of the behemoth's arrival had surged, and our existing forces were already stretched thin. The city defense troops, the punitive squads, the breaking army teams, all available forces were at saturation point. What could we possibly use to fend off the impending onslaught of these colossal beasts? His voice was hoarse, filled with despair. In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, a B-level advisor, who had remained silent in the corner, suddenly spoke up, proposing an almost mad suggestion. Let us activate the Wartime Special Contribution Act. His voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. Open the battlefield to all certified civilian powers. The room erupted in astonishment. The Wartime Special Contribution Act was a last resort, invoked only when the city faced the brink of life and death. It implied that the authorities would relinquish absolute control over the battlefield, opting for a near-suicidal approach to enlist all civilian forces in the fight. I'm opposed. A high-ranking official immediately rose, speaking passionately. Once the battlefield is opened, those mercenary groups and companies will be like sharks drawn to blood. They will not fight to protect the city. They will only frenzy for the spoils. The entire Jiangsheng will descend into chaos. Chaos is preferable to the city's destruction and the loss of lives. The B-level advisor retorted, rising abruptly, his eyes blazing with fervor. Do we have any other choices left? Gao Yuan observed the bickering crowd, then glanced at the slowly rotating eye of the demon on the holographic projection. Finally, he closed his eyes slowly. After a long pause, he opened them again, revealing a grim resolve. Convey my orders. The act is passed. An hour later, this bill, akin to a potent stimulant coursing through the veins of the entire city, instantly ignited the ambitions of every mercenary group and company in Jiang City. The authorities officially issued an urgent request for collaboration to all certified factions in the city. Any who are willing to engage in the defense of Jiang City will not only be exempt from scrutiny regarding the spoils of war obtained on the battlefield, be they materials from colossal beasts or any other treasures, but the government will also deploy its resources to acknowledge and protect these gains. The news spread like wildfire, sending the city into a frenzy. With the LRP laboratory offering exorbitant bounties and the government's wartime decree, an atmosphere of fervor enveloped the entire city. Countless members of mercenary groups unearthed their most treasured weapons from storage, their faces alight with avarice. Armed divisions of major companies convened urgent meetings to delineate their respective hunting territories. In that moment, Jiang City transformed into a battlefield devoid of safe zones. In the western part of the city, at a rear defense position, Yang Chuan, along with Liu Tong, Gao Lei, and other martial arts academy students, was diligently constructing temporary fortifications as per the government's directives. Through the communication devices carried by the students, he promptly received the news capable of altering the very fabric of Jiang City. He lifted his gaze to observe the armed personnel from various factions around him, their eyes gleaming with greed as they began to furtively communicate and scheme on how to amass wealth from the impending conflict. A cold smirk crept upon his lips. This is chaos. Liu Tong's delicate visage was etched with worry. Colossal beasts could emerge from any corner of the city at any moment. There was no absolute safety. Yet, Yang Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chaos? The more chaotic, the murkier the waters. Just then, his encrypted miniature communicator vibrated faintly in his pocket. It was Yu Wensi. Mr. White Tiger, the official invitation. LRP, will you accept? Yang Chuan stepped into a secluded corner and, through the encrypted communication channel, replied slowly in a dispassionate electronic synthesized voice. Inform them that the LRP laboratory is willing to shed the last drop of blood to safeguard Jiang City. Within mere hours of the announcement, the major factions of Jiang City sprang into action. However, they were no longer contending for the fixed defense zones delineated by the authorities. Rather, they were vying for information. Among the beast tide, there would inevitably be powerful, high-value colossal beasts with precious materials. Whoever could obtain the first-hand coordinates of these high-value targets' descent would seize the initiative and claim the most succulent prize. A war surrounding information quietly commenced before the storm arrived. Information brokers, hacker organizations, and reconnaissance operatives from mercenary groups flooded the streets. They employed drones, satellites, informants utilizing every conceivable means to ferociously scour every corner of the city for traces of where high-value colossal beasts might appear. The local dark web forum of Jiang City transformed into a battlefield without smoke. In a fierce struggle for the acquisition of vital intelligence, hackers from various factions engaged in intense cyber warfare, causing the forum's servers to falter repeatedly under malicious attacks. Within the city, an atmosphere of paranoia permeated every corner, where every individual felt threatened yet yearned for the prospect of sudden wealth. Ordinary citizens huddled in their homes, trembling in fear, while the awakened warriors prowled like sharks, sensing blood, navigating the steel jungle of the metropolis, ever vigilant for their prey. At long last, as dusk descended, the coordinates of a high-value D-grade apex beast, the golden armored mountain beast, were fortuitously obtained by a small mercenary group known as the Rift. "Ha ha ha, we've struck gold," exclaimed the captain of the Rift mercenary group, his body quaking with excitement as he gazed at the clear coordinates and detailed information regarding the beast on his tactical terminal. "All hands on deck. We set forth immediately. This prize is ours." Overjoyed, he rallied his equally exhilarated team of a dozen members, preparing to seize this bounty that could transform their fortunes. However, just as the mercenary group was on the brink of reaching their target, a voice, synthesized electronically and seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, suddenly echoed through their encrypted communication channel. "Coordinates received. Thank you for your diligent efforts." "Who is this?" The captain of the Rift's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up in horror. In the next instant, a dazzling golden-white streak of light flashed overhead at a speed that exceeded their wildest imaginations. Chapter 85. The White Tiger Ascends. Who dares to lay claim to my prey? In the western district of Jiang City, amidst an abandoned industrial park, a fearsome beast resembling a giant pangolin, its body adorned with an imposing golden shell and measuring an impressive 10 meters in length, was ruthlessly tearing apart the walls of the factory with its indomitable claws. This was the D-Class Apex Beast, the golden armored pangolin, first discovered by the Rift Mercenary Corps. However, at this moment, multiple teams had already gathered around this precious prize. "You sons of Rift, this creature was clearly our target first. Do you dare to snatch it away? How dare you? We lost 2 brothers while tracking it. You Rift folks are nothing more than hyenas trailing behind us for scraps. Enough of this noise. The Iron Fist Company is watching us." Someone shouted. "If you keep arguing, none of us will get anything." Several mercenary groups and corporate factions, having received word of the situation, surrounded the area tightly. Yet, no one dared to make the first move. They stood like wolves in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension and the air charged with the scent of gunpowder. The leaders of all factions wore grim expressions, their eyes fixed intently on their rivals while greedily eyeing the invaluable beast. As the standoff continued and discussions about how to divide the beast began to emerge, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A brilliant golden-white streak of light suddenly pierced through the dark night sky, descending without warning. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the radiant light struck precisely at the center of all factions, right between the beast and the assembled humans. A violent shockwave, mixed with debris and dust, swept outward, toppling those who were closest to the impact. As the dust settled and the blinding light began to fade, a figure emerged, commanding the attention of all. It was an imposing suit of armor, radiating an aura of authority and lethal intent. The armor was predominantly a pure, sacred white, adorned with fierce tiger stripes outlined in golden filigree at critical points, shoulders, chest, arms, and legs. In its grasp was a menacing golden spear, its tip shaped like a tiger's claw. The oppressive presence of this figure instantly silenced the chaotic battlefield, plunging it into a profound stillness. What was that thing? This aura, so powerful. After a brief silence, murmurs of astonishment began to circulate. "It's someone from LRP," a voice cried out in shock. The moment this name was uttered, the expressions of all faction leaders shifted from initial shock and disbelief to boundless fury and deep apprehension. What does he intend to do? Does he think he can claim this prize all for himself? The LRP laboratory. They're exceedingly domineering. In the temporary command center of the Disaster Response Bureau in Jiang City, on the immense holographic screen, a tense standoff within the industrial park was vividly displayed. As a golden-white streak of light descended from the heavens, the entire command center resonated with gasps of astonishment. It was LRP, the White Tiger armor. Li Weiwan stood before the screen, her cold phoenix eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she beheld the figure, both familiar and foreign, on the display. On the battlefield, the White Tiger armor disregarded the clamor of human discussions behind him, never once glancing back at the D-Class behemoth. Him, what others deemed a priceless quarry, was merely an insect easily crushed beneath his feet. His blood-red visor slowly scanned all present factions. Then, through the public channel, he issued a chilling proclamation, laden with undeniable dominance. "This one I shall claim. Who dares to object?" At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. This was no mere display of authority. It was blatant contempt. He had utterly dismissed the significance of all the factions gathered. Such audacity! A voice filled with ire rang out. The captain of the Rift Mercenary Corps, a robust man who prided himself on his strength as a B-class warrior, was incensed by the White Tiger's brazen demeanor. Stepping forward, arms crossed, he sneered, "This behemoth was first discovered by our Rift Mercenary Corps, and we paid the price of 2 injured brothers to confine it here. There must be a sense of order and precedence." Before he could finish his statement, the figure clad in white armor made no attempt to turn around. Instead, he casually thrust the golden tiger claw gun into the ground with a resounding crash. The metallic clang echoed like a thunderclap, piercing the air. The spear penetrated 3 feet into the hard concrete, as if it were mere tofu. Instantly, an invisible aura suffused with pure murderous intent, mingled with the terrifying pressure of B-class power, erupted outward from the weapon's epicenter. The captain, who had just spoken with righteous indignation, was struck as if by lightning. The color drained from his face, turning as pale as a sheet. As he felt an overwhelming terror collide against his chest, he could not even emit a groan as he staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a heap. With a sudden burst, blood uncontrollably erupted from his mouth, staining the earth before him a dark crimson. He lifted his gaze, horror-stricken, to the white figure, his mouth moving soundlessly as he struggled to utter a word. In that moment, the entire battlefield descended once more into an eerie silence. Chapter 86: The Rules of the LRP Laboratory. The abandoned industrial complex lay in a haunting silence, the air thick with dust and a faint trace of blood. Dozens of mercenaries and corporate armed personnel stood frozen like statues, paralyzed by an unseen force. The pale beams of searchlights crisscrossed the scene, illuminating a 3-foot-deep gun scar in the ground, beside which sat the leader of the crack Earth Mercenary Corps, his face etched with horror and humiliation. All eyes were fixated on that solitary white figure. The white tiger armor, its back turned to the crowd, held the Gungjin tiger claw gun, resembling a silent god of death. He did not turn, he did not speak, he did not even move. Yet, this silence bore a weight greater than any roar. The expressions of greed and fury had long vanished from the faces of all the powerful leaders present, replaced instead by a profound sense of trepidation and fear emanating from their very souls. In the distant shadows, several miniature drones, disguised as insects, transmitted real-time footage of the scene back to the command centers of various factions in Jiangxing. The silence endured for a full 10 seconds, each moment stretching for what felt like a century to everyone present. At last, a nearby small mercenary leader could no longer withstand the suffocating pressure. He made a subtle gesture to his subordinates, then began to retreat silently, step by step, attempting to distance himself from this perilous place. His actions acted as a signal, prompting the other factions to follow suit. An eerie spectacle unfolded as dozens of heavily armed warriors were compelled to retreat before the mere silhouette of one man, not daring to even breathe. It was only when everyone had retreated to what they deemed a safe distance of 100 meters that the white god of death finally moved. He paid no heed to the panicked ants fleeing in disarray, nor did he glance back at them. Instead, he calmly turned and took strides towards the D-class pinnacle beast, the golden armored mountain beast, who was equally intimidated, anxiously clawing at the ground and emitting low growls. The beast sensed the lethal threat, and its remaining ferocity was ignited. With a reluctant roar, it channeled all its strength into its forelimbs, launching its most formidable charge. Its massive body surged forward like an out-of-control heavy truck, intent on crushing everything in its path as it barreled toward Yang Chuan. However, the white tiger armor merely raised his gun nonchalantly, aiming from below, and fired. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light and shadow, Only the sharp sound akin to metal being torn apart resonated. Time seemed to slow in that moment, as incredulous gazes filled the scene. The tip of the Gungjin Tiger Claw gun cut through the beast's weakest defensive point at an unfathomable angle, precisely targeting the joint of its neck. A fleeting golden afterimage vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the giant beast's enormous head was sent soaring into the air, tumbling before crashing down with a resounding thud. The searing beast's blood gushed forth like an uncontrollable fire hydrant from the massive, severed neck, erupting in a fountain of crimson. With a single blow, it was dispatched instantaneously, cleanly and decisively, embodying the most primal and pure essence of violent aesthetics. As the onlookers remained entranced by this shocking spectacle, a cold electronic synthesized voice resonated through the public channel, echoing across the battlefield and reaching the ears of all the factions in Jiang City who were peering through their screens. The factions of the city listened intently. We, the LRP, have no interest in vying for territory. Other attributes of beasts are fair game for you. However, all golden attributes are our exclusive research material. This one is the first. The next target is the diamond giant ape in the eastern part of the city. Following that, the alloy earth dragon in the north. Whoever dares to lay a hand on our materials shall bear the consequences. This is not a negotiation. It is a declaration. It is also the establishment of a new set of rules belonging to the LRP. As the words echoed, under the astonished gazes of all, the white tiger approached the massive headless corpse of the beast. Unlike others who would dissect the invaluable beast core, he slowly extended his hand and pressed it against the carcass. In the next moment, a soft white light erupted from his palm, radiating like living waves, instantly enveloping the entirety of the beast's remains. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all. The dozens of tons of the beast's carcass, along with the splattered boiling blood, vanished into thin air within that sacred white light, as if it had never existed in this world. The scene fell into a deathly silence. A mercenary rubbed his eyes vigorously, then slapped himself hard, disbelief written all over his face. Am I hallucinating? In the command center, the expressions of the faction leaders who had been observing through drones shifted from anger and resentment to an overwhelming, unknown dread. Spatial technology. This is spatial technology, one leader murmured, his voice trembling violently from sheer terror. They are not merely seizing the beast cores. Another leader's face drained of color, uttering in a near dreamlike tone a chilling revelation that sent shivers down everyone's spine. They are reclaiming an entire beast. This realization was 100-fold more terrifying than having their spoils snatched from them. It signified that the adversary's technological prowess had transcended their comprehension entirely. As fear gripped the crowd within the industrial park, the figure clad in white armor retracted his hand, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. The thrusters behind him emitted a brilliant light, and he soared into the sky, vanishing into the depths of the night in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a group of individuals whose understanding had been utterly shattered, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. On that night, within the depths of the dark web forum in Yang Chuan, a post titled "The White Tiger Dominates the Industrial Park. One Man Suppresses All," LRP's overbearing declaration of ownership, erupted in popularity. Accompanying the post were videos captured from various angles, albeit blurry, yet still offering a glimpse into the fierce battle. Most were in awe of LRP's formidable dominance and the power of the white tiger armor. However, a prominently pinned comment from the venerable B-class mercenary group, Stormhammer, stood out sharply. Indeed, LRP is shrouded in mystery, with the suspected A-class warriors, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, making Stormhammer wary. Yet, let us not forget that the LRP dispatched merely a B-class, White Tiger, to seize the metallic materials. The diamond giant ape at the eastern mine is our designated prey. If LRP believes it can snatch our quarry with this B-class armor, we shall not hesitate to demonstrate what true B-class elite combat prowess entails. This comment, imbued with clarity of logic and unabashed martial spirit, ignited the entire forum in an instant. Chapter 87, The A-Class White Tiger. Another ascension. 3 days later, under the night sky, In the eastern abandoned mine, rubble lay scattered, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood mingled with the stench of corroded metal. Roar! A towering B-class behemoth, the Iron Giant Ape, standing over 25 meters tall, its sinewy muscles appearing as though forged from pure metal, let out a final, defiant roar. A gaping wound marred its chest, a torrent of scalding blood mingling with shattered innards cascading to the ground, clearly a creature on the brink of demise. Ha ha ha! Well done! Boomed the leader of the Stormhammer Mercenary Corps, a brawny man wielding a colossal axe, drenched in blood, as he beheld the colossal creature about to topple. His voice resonated with triumphant laughter. Behind him, more than 20 mercenaries, each bearing wounds, leaned heavily on their weapons, gasping for breath. This battle had cost them 3 lives and 5 severe injuries. Yet they had finally driven this B-class beast, renowned for its strength and defense, to the edge of death. Nevertheless, joy radiated from every face, a euphoric anticipation of victory. Damn it, we've finally brought this beast down. Worth it. Just this B-class beast core alone is enough for all of us to acquire a set of top-tier equipment. The leader wiped the blood from his face and glanced at the time on his tactical terminal, his smile growing increasingly smug and disdainful. He activated the public communication channel and, with a tone dripping with mockery, shouted into the empty mine, "LRP's White Tiger. Aren't you after the Iron Giant Ape in the east? Where are you? Why have you turned into a coward, too afraid to show up? It seems your LRP laboratory is merely a collection of opportunists, bullying the weak while fearing the strong." His voice echoed through the desolate mine, brimming with the arrogance of imminent success. Yet, just as he raised his axe, ready to deliver the final blow and claim this hard-earned trophy, a golden white figure, like a specter, appeared without warning behind the dying Iron Giant Ape. There was no sonic boom, no impact. It simply stood there, as if it had always been present. The entire mine plunged into an eerie silence. The leader of Stormhammer, with his axe held aloft, found his arm frozen midair. The manic grin on his face hardened, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. "White Tiger, how dare you?" he bellowed in rage. However, the figure clad in white armor did not even spare him a glance. A cold, synthesized voice calmly resonated, "I am not here to negotiate with you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the White Tiger sprang into action. He completely disregarded the 20-odd Stormhammer members, who had already aimed their weapons at him, crouching slightly before transforming into a golden streak of lightning, effortlessly maneuvering around the massive form of the ape. His aim had never been to confront these mercenaries, but rather to intercept that colossal beast. The leader of the Stormhammer Guild, his eyes bulging with rage, let out a hoarse roar. Yet it was all too late. The speed of the White Tiger was simply unparalleled. Before anyone could react, the Gungjin Tiger Claw spear in his hand had already thrust at an exquisitely cunning angle, piercing the heart of the Diamond Giant Ape, its sole and most lethal vulnerability hidden beneath its armored exterior. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through its skull, instantly extinguishing the last flicker of life within the colossal beast. As the massive form of the giant ape crashed to the ground, the White Tiger did not falter for a moment. Amidst the desperate shouts of the Stormhammer members, he extended his left hand and pressed it upon the corpse of the giant ape. A flash of white light vanished in an instant. The mountain-like body of the giant ape disappeared without a trace, not even a drop of blood left behind. This extreme form of plundering, leaving not even a morsel for others, ignited an uncontrollable fury within the Stormhammer leader. He felt a bitter taste rise in his throat. With a sudden spurt, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the following week, the underworld of Jiang City was engulfed in an unprecedented panic. The name White Tiger became a taboo, a nightmare that sent shivers down the spines of all mercenary groups and corporate factions venturing into the hunt. He emerged as the most efficient, cold-blooded, and unreasonable battlefield scourge. On the verge of an official team's encirclement of a B-grade alloy Earth Dragon, he descended from the skies, and with astonished gazes upon him, he dispatched the dragon with a single shot, only for its corpse to vanish in a flash of white light. In another instance, where several medium-sized mercenary groups had set a trap to ambush a rare golden scorpion. He entered as if the place were deserted. The targeted beast was swiftly killed, and its body immediately reclaimed before the eyes of all present. He engaged in no battles, nor did he waste words. His presence served one singular purpose: to reclaim all materials from metallic beasts. His plundering was efficient, precise, and left no room for mercy. In no time, every faction in Jiang City engaged in the hunt for metallic beasts turned anxious, their senses heightened, fearing that the prey they had painstakingly weakened would be swept away at the last moment by that elusive white figure. In the recycling station, deep within the underground base, Yang Chuan gazed at the mountain of precious materials shimmering with hues of metallic brilliance in his storage, a satisfied smile finally gracing his face. After a week of frenzied hunting, he had gathered all the materials he needed. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside any hesitation. System: deposit all metallic materials into the decomposition chamber. With a hum, the chamber whirred to life, rapidly breaking down and purifying the vast quantities of beast materials, transforming them into the purest energy and matter. Ultimately, hundreds of radiant energy crystals, along with a B-grade core crystal, meticulously refined from the essence of the indomitable King Kong giant ape, resembling a miniature sun, hovered before him. It was time to enhance. Yang Chuan resolutely cast all the energy crystals into the upgrade furnace of the white tiger armor. Before him, on the system's luminous display, the progress bar indicating the attack attribute of the white tiger armor began to surge wildly upward. B50, 70, 90. The progress bar, nearing the end of B, flickered violently, as if encountering an insurmountable bottleneck. Despite the infusion of additional energy, progress stalled. Now was the moment. With a grave expression, Yang Chuan placed the most precious core crystal of the King Kong giant ape into the furnace. A deep hum resonated throughout the entire base. The seemingly impenetrable bottleneck was forcefully shattered. The progress bar surged forward abruptly, ultimately stabilizing at the A mark. Beep detected a breakthrough in core material quality. Armor's overall evaluation elevated. Beep. The core attribute attack of the white tiger armor has ascended to A- grade. Beep. The remaining 3 attributes, defense, speed, and energy, have all been elevated to B grade. The ethereal silhouette of the white tiger armor, suspended before Yang Chuan, radiated with even more brilliant golden stripes, exuding an unprecedented sharpness, as if it could effortlessly rend the very fabric of space. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, a satisfied smile graced Yang Chuan's face. At this moment, the white tiger armor could truly be regarded as a formidable strategic weapon. Just then, the encrypted miniature communicator in his pocket abruptly buzzed urgently. It was Yuwensi. As Yang Chuan answered, a voice laced with urgency and excitement reached him. Mr. White Tiger, just now, the official highest energy monitoring center issued an orange alert. In the heart of the Yangtze River, an unprecedented A-grade colossal beast, codenamed Abyssal Crocodile, has emerged. It is churning the river waters, creating a massive whirlpool, and has already devoured 3 10,000-ton cargo ships. Chapter 88. The first A-rank behemoth. Is Li Weiwan dead? Almost simultaneously, a siren, more piercing than any before, echoed throughout the skies of Jiang City. Wail, wail, wail. Orange alert. Orange alert. Yang Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. He scarcely had time to respond before abruptly severing communication, his gaze darting to the massive surveillance screen mounted on the wall of the base. The display had been preset to automatically switch to the emergency live broadcast channel of Jiang City's official news. A doomsday scene unfolded on the cold screen, presenting itself in the most visceral manner before his eyes. Before him, a grotesque behemoth, comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, was wreaking havoc upon the murky river. Its massive body, encrusted with dark green scales, partially surfaced, resembling a moving island that exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. With a thunderous crash, the creature's 100-meter-long tail swept through the water, conjuring towering waves that crashed against the riverside defenses like a deluge from the heavens. The dam, in the face of such irresistible force, crumbled instantaneously. 3 colossal cargo ships, recently departed from the port and yet to make their escape, appeared as diminutive toys before its might. In a single, gaping maw capable of devouring an entire building, one ship was severed in 2. The anguished cries of the crew were swallowed whole by the roaring river. The riverside defenses disintegrated in an instant. The apocalypse had arrived. All citizens of Jiang City, whether cowering in their homes or hiding in shelters, witnessed this unforgettable scene of despair through the omnipresent screens. The city's hope was ruthlessly torn to shreds before their very eyes. The official response was swift. Several elite B-rank teams, piloting the most advanced armed assault boats, launched a desperate charge against the abyssal crocodile. However, the B-rank champions, usually capable of easily subduing their foes, now appeared utterly helpless. Their attacks, powerful enough to split mountains, merely bounced off the creature's formidable shell, leaving no mark. In mere moments, several elite squads were routed, and numerous assault boats capsized as the powerful fell. Just as the city plunged into the depths of panic and despair, a deep, resonant roar pierced the heavens. "Beast, cease your rampage." The A-rank chief advisor, Yang Chuan, hailed as the shield of Jiang City, led his most elite guards, the Zhenshan Guard, into battle. What ensued was a cataclysmic clash. The entire river was stained crimson, and the violent collision of energies even triggered localized tremors. Ultimately, the abyssal crocodile was slain. Yet, Jiang City paid a price that was nearly unbearable. In a live broadcast, although the creature's head was severed, the Zhenshan Guard suffered near total annihilation. Regarded by the citizens of Jiang City as the unwavering anchor in turbulent times, Consultant Long has suffered grievously, losing an arm and drenched in blood. As the battle reached its climax, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a coma, requiring urgent transport to a field hospital. Although this confrontation was a victory, it was a hollow one, a Pyrrhic triumph. Jiang City has momentarily lost its paramount strategic deterrent. 2 days later, with Long Jinhua gravely injured and unconscious, and an increasing number of B-class behemoths beginning to appear in every corner of the city, the situation in Jiang City took a dire turn. Previously emboldened, mercenary groups and corporate factions, eager to capitalize on the chaos, soon tasted the bitter fruit of their hubris. The frequency and power of the B-class monsters far exceeded their expectations. Their hunts swiftly devolved into being hunted. In a mere 2 days, over 10 mid-sized mercenary groups, notable on the dark web, were systematically obliterated in encounters with the B-class beasts. The once insatiable greed was now replaced by paralyzing fear. All surviving civilian forces were compelled to abandon their proactive strategies, retreating to the safety of their districts, now collaborating with authorities to fortify defenses. Amidst this atmosphere of pervasive dread, Yang Chuan and Li Yutong's martial arts team was relocated from their makeshift defensive position to a nearby underground shelter with enhanced fortifications. Inside the refuge, the air was thick with tension and despair. The faces of the civilians were etched with confusion and dread for the uncertain future, while the warriors wore grave expressions, silently tending to their weapons. Yang Chuan